Chapter 11:23. Join a team. After 3 years of experience, Qin Zhao's reputation as a weirdo had spread throughout the assessment area. There would often be some formidable characters in the assessment area, but it would be hard to find one in 10,000 years who could be so famous. It seems that my lack of information is my shortcoming. After searching for so long, I still have no clue. Qin Zhao shook her head. She was really stumped by this amethyst flower. Regarding the purple crystal flower's information, Qin Zhao knew very little. He didn't know where this flower liked to grow, what kind of environment it liked to grow in, and where it could be found. The importance of information was self-evident. Firstly, Qin Zhao had only been in this world for a short time. Secondly, Qin Zhao had always been a maverick and did not associate with others. Naturally, she was also very isolated. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly moved. 5 figures appeared in front of him. The 5 tigers of Changshan? Qin Zhao frowned slightly. Having stayed in the assessment area for 3 years, Qin Zhao knew a thing or two about some of the more experienced teams in the assessment area. The 5 tigers of Changshan were a team that Qin Zhao often heard of. They were extremely famous in the assessment area. In terms of fame, the 5 tigers of Mount Chang could be ranked in the top 5. There were also the 7 monsters of Mount Snake and the 8 heroes of Python Forest. However, no matter how resounding their names were, they were at most at the level of a 1-star all-knowing expert. It was also the first time that Qin Zhao and the 5 tigers of Changshan met. After exchanging a glance, Qin Zhao took the wrong path and left. However, just as Qin Zhao was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. "Yo, isn't this the eccentric Qin Zhao from our assessment area? I've long heard of your name, but I didn't expect to meet you here today. Nice to meet you." As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Since the other party took the initiative to signal, Qin Zhao naturally had no intention of turning around and leaving. Besides, Qin Zhao was still worrying about how to collect some information about the amethyst flower. The 5 tigers of Changshan had been in the assessment area for so many years, so perhaps they knew something about it. After making up her mind, Qin Zhao replied, "What do you mean by assessment area, weirdo? It's just that I couldn't find a team, so I decided to wander around alone. I don't know which idiot gave me such a resounding nickname. I really don't deserve it. The reputation of the 5 tigers of Mount Chang is as deafening as thunder. This is the real name, the fame that you earned with your strength." Qin Zhao was not flattering her. She was telling the truth. Speaking of which, Qin Zhao was also baffled. How did she become a weirdo in the assessment area? How did such a strange reputation get out? This point really made Qin Zhao very puzzled. Isn't he just a lone ranger? That's not strange, right? Haha, brother Qin Zhao, you flatter me. The person who spoke just now laughed heartily and said, "Brother Qin Zhao, it's fate that we meet. It's a coincidence. I also admire your strength and courage. It's not easy to be able to wander around the assessment area alone and make such a name for yourself. I respect you as a man. We, the 5 tigers of Mount Chang, have always respected heroes. Speaking of which, we've been in the assessment area for 100 years. Fortunately, we've collected most of the materials. Now we're only missing the last item, the amethyst flower. We know that there's a place with amethyst flowers, but that place is more dangerous. So, I wonder if Brother Qin Zhao is willing to join us and let us work together to wander around? If I'm not wrong, Brother Qin Zhao must be worried about the amethyst flower, right? The first 99 tasks in the assessment area are not a problem. If you're willing to spend some time grinding, there's basically no problem. It's just that the last item, the amethyst flower, is more difficult to find. It's also an invisible obstacle in this assessment task. If you don't have enough information, it's very difficult to find the amethyst flower. Some people have stayed in the assessment area for tens of thousands of years and still haven't found the amethyst flower. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved. The 5 tigers of Mount Chang were also looking for the amethyst flower? And from the meaning of these words, they already had accurate information and knew where the amethyst flower was. Information was the most important. Without information, who knew when Qin Shao would be able to find the amethyst flower if he continued to search aimlessly like this? Therefore, Qin Shao was indeed very tempted by the 5 tigers of Mount Chang's suggestion. It wasn't that he was unwilling to join the team, but he wanted to see if it was worth it. If it wasn't worth it, then there was indeed no need for him to join. If it was worth it, then he could still consider it. However, Qin Shao wasn't an inexperienced rookie. Qin Shao still had to clarify the situation. Sir, I really need the amethyst flower now and am also looking for it. It's really not easy to have limited information. You have information and want me to join in such a good thing. Is it just a word of appreciation? In that case, I don't think I, Qin Shao, have such great personal charisma. So, if you're really sincere, why don't we speak frankly? I don't like to beat around the bush, and I don't like things that are shady. Ha! The person who spoke laughed heartily again and said, Good, good. Qin Shao, you're indeed a straightforward person. I also like this kind of straightforward personality. Since it's a cooperation, then both sides naturally have to show their sincerity. It's only right that we speak openly. It's actually very simple. I've said that the place is more dangerous. One more person means one more strength, and the chances of success will be much higher. I believe that Brother Qin Shao also knows a little about the strength of the 5 tigers of Mount Chang. I also believe in your strength, Qin Shao. Just the fact that you can survive in the assessment area alone and kill many people who coveted your things is enough to prove your strength. Inviting you to join us is just to increase the strength of our team. Qin Shao nodded. I know this, but the most important issue is the distribution of the spoils of war. You invited me to join you, on the one hand, to provide me with information, and on the other hand, to fight with me. Actually, to me, this is a double benefit. And to you, the benefit is only a single benefit. It sounds like you'll be at a disadvantage. So, there naturally needs to be a gentleman's agreement on the distribution of the spoils of war. Otherwise, if there's a conflict because of this, it'll be unpleasant, right? After all, everyone is aiming for the amethyst flower. If you get the amethyst flower, it means that you can complete the mission and become a 1-star all-creation master. There's no need to doubt the importance of the amethyst flower, right? The person who spoke raised his head and laughed. Haha, Brother Qin Shao is very thoughtful. It seems that your thoughts are also very meticulous, but Brother Qin Shao can rest assured on this point. Since I've invited you to join us, I naturally won't let you go back empty-handed. Of course, I won't say that I'm 100% sure, but it should be more than 90% certain. According to the information I have, there are currently a total of 3 places that are highly likely to have amethyst flowers. The place with the highest number of amethyst flowers is conservatively estimated to have 4. So, the most conservative estimate is that the total number of amethyst flowers in these 3 places is more than 6. So, Brother Qin Shao, you can rest assured that we'll definitely be able to get the amethyst flowers. Otherwise, there's no meaning in inviting you to join us, right? If Brother Qin Shao is still worried, then we can do it this way. Later, when we get the first amethyst flower, Brother Qin Shao can accept it. I also believe that Brother Qin Shao is someone who keeps his word. Even if you get the amethyst flower first, you'll still continue to help us get the amethyst flowers. Since we're partners, we naturally have to trust each other. What do you say, Brother Qin Shao? Qin Shao nodded. He pondered for a moment before saying, All right, since that's the case, then there's no problem. Trust is mutual. I, Qin Shao, have always been a person who keeps his word. You can rest assured about this. If I really have any ulterior motives, I won't have any advantage in a 5-against-1 battle, right? Haha, that kind of situation definitely won't happen. The person who spoke waved his hand and laughed. He then said, "That's right, Brother Qin Shao. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jian Hu. My 4 brothers are Yen Hu, Hei Hu, Qi Hu, and Shi Hu." Qin Shao already knew the names of the 5 tigers of Chang Mountain. However, Qin Shao didn't know who they were. After listening to Sword Tiger's introduction, Qin Shao was finally able to recognize each and every one of them. Jian Hu was the leader of the 5 tigers of Chang Mountain. Qin Shao cupped his fists and greeted them one by one. Jian Hu said, "Now that we're all on the same side, Brother Qin Shao, let's share some information. There are some things that I need to let you know first." Qin Shao nodded. Jian Hu then told him the 3 places that he knew had amethyst flowers. He took out a map of the assessment area and pointed them out one by one. This was the first time that Qin Shao had seen the map of the assessment area. He finally had a rough understanding of the assessment area. After looking at it, Qin Shao realized that he hadn't even walked half of the assessment area in the past 3 years. Many places were circular. If he couldn't find the right path, he would just wander around in a certain area. There were some areas that could only be reached by specific paths. If he didn't have a map, it would be very difficult to reach those areas by himself unless he was extremely lucky. Qin Shao was relieved. No wonder I didn't gain anything in the past 3 years. I've been trapped in this area. I haven't been able to find many areas. I thought that I had already walked through most of the assessment area in the past 3 years. I didn't expect that I hadn't even reached half of it. It's not good to have no information. If I had gotten this map earlier, I might have found the amethyst flowers long ago. However, this was all in the past. There was no point in talking about it now. After introducing the other 2 areas, Jian Hu finally pointed at one area and said, "Brother Qin Shao, this place is called the Black Dragon Pool. It's said that it's the nest of a black dragon. Therefore, it's also the most dangerous place. Black dragons like amethyst flowers. Generally speaking, amethyst flowers will grow in their nest. Moreover, there will be many of them. Therefore, this is the first place we'll attack. If we're lucky, we might be able to get 6 amethyst flowers by attacking the Black Dragon Pool. That way, we won't have to go to the trouble of going to the other 2 areas. The earlier we collect the amethyst flowers, the earlier we can leave this damned place. The earlier we can return to the all-knowing temple to hand in the mission. The earlier we can become a 1-star all-knowing person, the earlier we can enter the city. TSK, I really miss it. Previously, us brothers spent 500 Omni Stones to enter the city for 100 years. That price was extremely high. It was a wealth that we accumulated for 10,000 years. Living in the city and living outside the city is really a difference between heaven and hell. Chapter 11:24. Black Dragon Pool. That's right. Only after entering the city would one feel that there was light in one's life. The inside of the city was bright while the outside was dark. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. Even to the people inside the city, the people outside the city were all ants. They were all trash, cultivators who couldn't enter the ranks. Living at the lowest level of the world, those were days where there was no light. Cultivators of our generation should have courage, ambition, and the heart to improve, the heart to become stronger. How could cultivators of our generation be ants for the rest of their lives? A city. Qin Zhao's heart was also filled with yearning. However, Qin Zhao's yearning was definitely different from others. The group of 6 set off and headed towards the Black Dragon Pool. Half a month later, the 6 of them finally arrived at the Black Dragon Pool. Here, the sky was dark and the ground was filled with a foul atmosphere. The atmosphere was filled with the aura of death. Just this aura alone was enough to make people feel oppressed. It was extremely uncomfortable, as if they couldn't breathe. Death filled the air. It was like hell on earth. The 9 underworlds. From time to time, an extremely mournful and strange sound would be heard. It was truly terrifying. It was as if there were demons hiding within, and they could come out at any time. This was the Black Dragon Pool, the lair of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon was a rank 3 ferocious beast. Moreover, it was one of the more dangerous existences among the rank 3 ferocious beasts. It was known as the King of the Assessment Area. Moreover, this Black Dragon Pool was definitely not as simple as just a black dragon. There were definitely other ferocious beasts protecting the Black Dragon. Therefore, what everyone had to face was definitely a large group of ferocious beasts. Everyone, be careful. We have already entered the Black Dragon Pool. The Black Dragon Pool is not small. Therefore, we have to scout the situation here in advance. First, we have to find the location of the amethyst flower before taking action. This way, our chances of winning will be a little higher. Sword Tiger said to everyone with a serious expression. After saying that, Sword Tiger's gaze landed on Black Tiger. He said, "Black Tiger, you are the best at scouting. You should go and scout the situation first. Be careful." Black Tiger nodded. "Okay, big brother. I'll go then." Hey, who did things swiftly and decisively. As soon as he finished speaking, he swept out like a gentle breeze and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. What a fast speed! Furthermore, it didn't cause any spatial fluctuations. What a powerful movement technique! This is a use of space by the Tao of all things. It is indeed dangerous. Qin Shao secretly sighed after seeing Black Tiger's method. There were many ways to use the Tao of all creation. There were many ways to use any kind of supreme-grade Great Tao. For example, the direction of speed, the direction of defense, the direction of space, the direction of attack, and so on. There could be countless directions, countless paths radiating out. If they were in the God realm, Qin Zhao's Mirage Avatar would be a godlike ability to gather information. However, Qin Zhao's Mirage Avatar couldn't be used here. Half a day later, Black Tiger finally returned. "How is the situation?" Sword Tiger asked. Black Tiger grinned and said, "Heh, our luck is not bad. With 5 amethyst flowers, looks like we only need to challenge 2 danger zones, and that will do." A black dragon was sleeping there, and the amethyst flower was in the Black Dragon's cave. If we want to get the amethyst flower, we have to kill the Black Dragon. Around the Black Dragon's cave, there are no less than 30 rank 2 ferocious beasts. This force is still very strong. Therefore, we have a tough fight ahead of us. Sword Tiger nodded and said to everyone with a serious face, "Looks like it will be a tough fight. However, high risk has high reward. With 5 amethyst flowers, it is naturally worth fighting for. Brother Qin Shao, your strength is definitely not below ours. Later on, we will have to rely on you to show your prowess. The first amethyst flower will definitely be yours." This was also agreed upon earlier. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Don't worry, Sword Tiger. I will definitely do my best. It is indeed not easy for the 6 of us to face such a formation. It will be a tough fight. However, the final victory will definitely belong to us. These beasts will all become ghosts under our blades." "Haha, you are right. You are very courageous. Yes, the final victory will definitely be ours. At most, it will just be a little troublesome." Sword Tiger laughed brightly and said, everyone's fighting spirit was incomparably high. As long as they could get the amethyst flower, they could return to the Temple of All Things to submit the mission and officially become a 1-star All Things. Everyone had been looking forward to this day for a long time. "Move out." With a command, everyone began to move, quickly approaching the Black Dragon's cave. Sword Tiger commanded everyone and arranged the troops in a formation. Everyone spread out and formed a huge fan shape as they charged towards the Black Dragon's cave. Roar! A ferocious beast, about 15 feet tall and covered in spikes, suddenly rushed out from the darkness with a roar. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Qin Shao. This huge mouth was enough to swallow Qin Shao whole. Before it even reached the Black Dragon, one could already feel the terrifying aura of this ferocious beast. Those dense fangs flickered with a cold light. In between the gaps of those fangs, one could even see undigested rotten flesh. It was unknown whether it was the flesh of other ferocious beasts or humans. Xiphodon. The level 2 ferocious beast, the Xiphodon, was known for its ferocious and bloodthirsty appearance. It was an extremely brutal ferocious beast. Qin Shao waved his hand. Instead of retreating, he quickly charged towards the Xiphodon. A man and a beast quickly fought in the air, intertwining with each other. The Xiphodon's huge fangs and bloody mouth were like the gates of hell, about to swallow Qin Shao. It was extremely terrifying. Once bitten, even if he didn't die, he would lose half of his life. The barbs on the Xiphodon's body turned into extremely sharp swords, about to pierce Qin Shao into a sieve. Qin Shao moved his body and swept past the Xiphodon from the side. The sword in his hand struck the Xiphodon's body, making a series of clanging sounds. Sparks flew everywhere, but Qin Shao only managed to cut off some of the barbs. He didn't hurt the Xiphodon's body. With the barbs blocking, it was difficult to hurt the Xiphodon's body. Although the Xiphodon was a level 2 ferocious beast, it was very difficult to deal with. Even a 1-star all-knowing expert would have to spend a lot of effort to kill the Xiphodon. However, Qin Zhao's strength might not be close to that of a 2-star all-knowing expert. As expected, your skin is thick and your flesh is thick enough. Qin Shao curled his lips, and his sword once again came slashing over. The Xiphodon suffered a loss just now, so it became more furious. With an angry roar, it charged forward, headbutt, bite, tail swing, hoof stomp. Don't underestimate the huge body of this beast, but it was still very flexible. It could use every part of its body, and burst out a powerful deterrent force. However, Qin Shao was more flexible. Qin Shao was not in a hurry to fight with the Xiphodon. Instead, he kept dodging, leading the Xiphodon by its nose and playing with it. Qin Shao dodged again, and attacked accurately while dodging. He had a strong control of the situation. The Xiphodon roared again, but it was still played by Qin Shao. It had no power to fight back. This made the Xiphodon roar again, but it was still useless. Over at Jianhu's side, the battle was also very fierce. They formed their own camps and attacked from 6 directions. Finally, they went to the Black Dragon's lair and fought with it. This Xiphodon was quite miserable. Soon, all the barbs on its body were cut off by Qin Shao, and it became bald. Without the barbs, its body had one less layer of defense, so it was much easier to deal with it. Qin Zhao's sword slashed out again, slashing open a big hole again and again. The Xiphodon roared more and more angrily and weakly. Finally, the Xiphodon fell under Qin Zhao's sword. However, this battle took quite a bit of time. At the very least, they exchanged more than 1,000 blows before the battle ended. In fact, Qin Zhao's strength was not limited to this. If he really wanted to use all his strength to kill the Xiphodon, it would not take more than 30 rounds. However, it was not necessary. If he used all his strength now, his strength would be completely exposed, and he would have no other means to deal with the Black Dragon later. Moreover, if he used all his strength now, it would consume too much of his divine power. Naturally, the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, the most important thing now was to save his strength to deal with the Black Dragon. The final key lay with the Black Dragon. Only by killing the Black Dragon could he get the purple crystal flower. Otherwise, it would be in vain. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. The purple crystal flower would not run away, so he could take his time to fight. The 5 tigers of Changshan had the same idea as Qin Shao. They were all fighting steadily and surely, and were not in a hurry to succeed. However, Red Tiger, one of the 5 tigers, seemed to be a little hot-tempered. He killed the ferocious beasts at the fastest speed, and then rushed forward like a god of war. Those ferocious beasts were also disrupted by Red Tiger. The 6 of them advanced quickly, and the number of Class 2 ferocious beasts roaring and rushing out increased. There were Xiphodons, 2 flood dragons, giant toothed centipedes. They were all Class II ferocious beasts that were more famous for their ferocity and bloodthirstiness. However, the 5 tigers of Changshan lived up to their reputation. The 5 brothers all had the strength of a 1-star all-knowing. As long as they got the purple crystal flower, they would be official 1-star all-knowing. Qin Zhao's strength was needless to say. Therefore, dealing with these Class II ferocious beasts was not a problem for Qin Zhao and the rest. Even if they were besieged by several Class II ferocious beasts, the 6 of them could handle it calmly. Crash! Qin Zhao's sword had an unparalleled sharpness, and it directly chopped off one of the 2 flood dragons' heads. Immediately, the head flew out. Screech! The 2 flood dragons let out a sharp and ear-piercing scream, and blood spurted out from the severed heads like a fountain. Die! Qin Zhao did not give the 2 flood dragons any chance. With another swing of his sword, he chopped off the other head as well. The 2 flood dragons did not even have time to let out a final cry of pain before they died under Qin Jian's sword. Their huge bodies fell to the ground with a loud crash, and blood dyed the ground red. The severed heads were still squirming slightly, and their eyes seemed to be filled with unwillingness. Chapter 11:25. Wrath of the Black Dragon. Haha, impressive, Brother Qin Zhao. That's a good move. I'm afraid you're even stronger than me. Jianhu laughed heartily with a hint of praise on his face. Qin Zhao smiled and said, Brother Jianhu, you flatter me. You're still holding back a lot of your strength. You haven't shown your true strength yet. Haha, aren't we the same? Jianhu laughed. Qin Zhao pursed his lips and didn't say anything else. Everyone was still holding back some of their strength, so no one could see through each other's strength for the time being. They only knew that they were not to be trifled with. Killing these Class II dire beasts wasn't a problem for them. Although the Class II dire beasts had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, their reaction was half a beat slower. Not all of the Class II dire beasts came at once, but in batches. Therefore, Qin Zhao and the rest naturally defeated them one by one. In the end, they were utterly defeated. It didn't take much time to deal with these Class II dire beasts. If they didn't choose to enter the Black Dragon Swamp, they probably wouldn't have to face Class III dire beasts in the other 2 places. In that case, it would be much easier to get the amethyst flower. The test of a 1-star all-knowing expert wasn't too difficult to begin with. Whether it was the 5 tigers of Changshan or Qin Zhao, there was no doubt about their strength. They all had the standard of a 1-star all-knowing expert. Among the 5 tigers of Changshan, Qin Zhao could sense that Jianhu and Dark Void had cultivated the path of all things to the beginner level. Qi-Hu, Yanhu, and Shi-Hu hadn't reached the beginner level of the path of all things for the time being. However, they weren't far from this level. They were probably only 1 step away from a breakthrough. Of course, this step was also a threshold. It wasn't easy to cross it. Humans, an extremely cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. The voice was bone-chilling, like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice that was directly stuffed into the hearts of Qin Zhao and the rest. Just this voice alone was terrifying enough. One could feel the endless anger and killing intent in this voice. This was obviously the Black Dragon's voice. Tier 2 dire beasts could basically speak the human language, and a Tier 3 dire beast's intelligence was not inferior to a human's. Rumble! The slumbering black dragon was awakened by someone's disturbance. When its huge body moved, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The entire black dragon pool trembled. The black fog in the entire black dragon swamp started to churn violently, presenting a scene of doomsday. It was especially frightening, as if demons were dancing chaotically. A giant dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long rose up from the black dragon pool. Although it was called a black dragon, it was not a real dragon. It was just that he looked a little like a dragon. However, it was also very ferocious and ugly. Its entire body was covered with toad-like black scales. Moreover, it had 12 legs. It looked very strange and gave off a feeling that it was neither here nor there. It had the huge body of a dragon and some of the characteristics of a flood serpent. It was also abnormally ugly and ferocious. Its entire body emitted a terrifying evil aura. It was like a demon that came out of the Nine Serenities hell. Those huge eyes emitted a strange dim light. The dim light was like a cold knife, fiercely stabbing towards them. If a weaker person was swept by this light, they would probably be so scared that they would sit on the ground. A strong person's eyes were filled with a terrifying deterrent force. This deterrent force originated from a person's aura. It was an invisible force that was emitted from one's strength. This is the Black Dragon? A Tier 3 dire beast, the Black Dragon, looks very powerful. If I were to face it alone, I really wouldn't have much confidence, Qin Shao secretly thought in his heart. However, if he really wanted to fight with his life on the line, he might be able to fight. Of course, they had not fought yet, so everything was hard to say. For the time being, it was just some guesses. However, such guesses were definitely a little off. However, with the 5 tigers of Changshan working together, Qin Shao did not have to worry about anything. With 6 against 1, it would be strange if they still could not kill a Tier 3 Black Dragon. 6 1-star all-knowing beings. Perhaps they could deal with a 2-star all-knowing being together, right? Even if they could not win, they should still be able to put up a fight. If a Tier 3 dire beast really encountered a 2-star all-knowing being, it would definitely be trampled. Puny humans, despicable humans. How dare you break into this Black Dragon's lair, disturb this Black Dragon's slumber, and even kill this Black Dragon's subordinates? You're really courting death. Beat you to death. The Black Dragon was extremely angry. It opened its huge mouth and roared at Qin Shao and the rest. Sword Tiger pointed the sword in his hand. He was in high spirits and said loudly, "Black Dragon, there's no need to scare us. We're not scared. Since we dared to kill our way into your lair, we naturally have some confidence. We won't fight a battle that we're not confident in. You've seen it too. Your subordinates are really weak. We didn't even use much strength and killed them all on the spot. Now you're only left with a commander-in-chief. You're all alone. So, Black Dragon, I think you should understand the situation clearly. Now that we're stronger and you're weaker, shouldn't we be the ones saying such arrogant words? Isn't it inappropriate for you to say this? Why don't I give you a choice?" Obediently hand over the 5 amethyst flowers. You should know our purpose. We only want the amethyst flowers. We're not interested in you. Although the treasures on you are indeed quite valuable, that's not important. How about it? Let's make a peaceful deal. This way we won't have to go to war. Isn't that better? Sword Tiger's words were sharp and his aura was unyielding. Peaceful deal? The Black Dragon seemed to have been greatly provoked and humiliated. He jumped up and down like thunder. Its huge body danced in the air, creating a scene of heaven and earth turning upside down. The entire Black Dragon swamp shook violently. Lowly humans, cunning humans, you actually dare to provoke this Black Dragon's dignity? You really don't know the difference between life and death. This Black Dragon will eat you and let you repent for the heinous crimes you've committed today in death. The Black Dragon's furious voice was like thunder as it poured into the ears of Qin Shao and the others. Before he finished speaking, the Black Dragon charged towards Qin Shao and the others. At this moment, the gigantic body of 10,000 feet charged over at an incomparably fast speed. It opened its huge mouth and bit towards Sword Tiger. Those sharp fangs flickered with a cold light. Just looking at it was terrifying. If they were bitten by the Black Dragon, there would be no way for them to survive. Attack, kill. Sword Tiger's expression instantly turned cold as he entered battle mode. Everyone was prepared to fight at any time. Naturally, they knew that it was impossible to get the amethyst flowers without fighting. As the king of the assessment area, how arrogant was the Black Dragon. Moreover, in the eyes of beasts, humans were lowly and insignificant. They didn't even spare a glance for humans. Therefore, how could the black dragon submit? How could it show weakness? After being provoked like this, the black dragon naturally wanted to kill all of these invading humans to vent the hatred in its heart. Facing the powerful black dragon, Qin Shao and the others were fearless. They went all out to meet the black dragon. However, this time, everyone didn't dare to be careless. They were all prepared to go all out. Qin Shao, you attack the bottom lane. Qihua, you attack the top lane. Black Tiger, you attack the left lane. Yanhu and Shihu, you two attack the right lane. Cooperate with me and attack from the front. Now is the time to end the battle quickly. Everyone, don't hold back. Use all of your skills. Sword Tiger quickly gave everyone the battle order. Qin Shao didn't fight with Sword Tiger for the right to command. Since he was in charge of the battle, then let him be. It just so happened that Qin Shao didn't want to be too high profile. He also wanted to keep a low profile. Therefore, it didn't matter. Anyway, Qin Zhao's main goal was the amethyst flower. Everything else didn't matter. It was good to keep a low profile. This was also the experience that Qin Shao had accumulated in the realm of the god. Moreover, his personality had always liked to keep a low profile. The 5 tigers of Mount Chang erupted. They used all of their skills and pushed the use of the Great Tao to the extreme, forming many skills. Sword light soared into the sky, and the aura shook the heavens. The might of the Wei turned into sharp swords and attacked. The power of the heavens was like an invisible giant hand that wanted to suppress the black dragon. The power of the Great Tao turned into sharp swords that wanted to kill the black dragon. All kinds of skills were used. It was abnormally bright and eye-catching. Sword Tiger's strength was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, he had his own unique characteristics in the use of the Great Tao. A set of dazzling skills was used together. It exploded with a strong power. The swords were shocking. Shoo! Shoo! Tao power transformed into sword beams and shot towards the huge mouth of the black dragon. The black dragon had no choice but to give up on eating the sword tiger in one gulp. It quickly closed its huge mouth. On the other hand, Qin Shao and the other 4 launched their attacks simultaneously. Qin Shao also pushed his sword momentum to the extreme, mobilizing the Tao might of all things and attacking with all his might. This could be considered the strongest power that Qin Shao could unleash without using the mountains and rivers sword technique, pushing the power of the Tao might of all things to the extreme through the means used. Qin Zhao's sword landed heavily on the black dragon's scales. After a series of clanging sounds, the black dragon's scales were destroyed and a bloody hole was blasted open. However, such a bloody hole was nothing to a black dragon with thick skin and flesh. As soon as he arrived, he was beaten black and blue by Qin Shao and the others. This made Black Dragon furious, and his body shook violently. Its huge tail swept wildly, its 12 legs scratched wildly, and its huge head swung angrily. Its speed was extremely fast, and its strength was terrifying. Once he was hit, he would be in big trouble. Shihu was careless and was hit by the black dragon. As a result, he was sent flying hundreds of feet away and almost vomited blood. However, the 6 of them worked together and used all kinds of skills. With 6 against 1, they completely suppressed the black dragon. In particular, Sword Tiger's strength was extraordinary. As the leader of the battle, he used all kinds of tactics very maturely. Therefore, the 6 of them firmly suppressed the black dragon. No matter how thick the black dragon's skin and flesh were, it could not withstand the attacks of the 6 people. It could only roar angrily and painfully again and again. However, Qin Shao and the others' attacks did not weaken at all. They wanted to take down the black dragon in one fell swoop. Chapter 11:26. Purple crystal flower in hand. However, in such a situation, they were already halfway to success. The smile on Jianhu's face deepened as he said to Shihu, "Shihu, quickly go and pick the purple crystal flower." The black dragon has been trapped by us and is unable to free himself. Go quickly and come back quickly. Once you have picked the purple crystal flower, we can leave. They didn't really want to kill the black dragon. They really wanted to fight to the death with the black dragon. The black dragon's defense was too strong. If they really wanted to kill it, it would not be an easy thing to do. Even if they could do it, they would need to expend a lot of energy and might even have to pay a price. Unless it was a last resort, there was no need to do so. All right. Sure, who immediately understood. He had just been sent flying by the black dragon. He was not in a hurry to kill his way back. Instead, he dashed towards the black dragon's nest. As long as they could get the purple crystal flower, they would have one. The purple crystal flower was something that the black dragon loved and guarded. It was the black dragon's most precious asset. Therefore, how could the black dragon allow others to snatch it away? Despicable humans! You actually want to snatch my purple crystal flower? Not so easy. You have wild ambitions. This black dragon will not do as you wish. The black dragon roared furiously as he struggled with all his might. He wanted to escape from this circle and chase after Sure Hu. However, he was trapped by Qin Shao and the other four and was suppressed. How could he escape from this circle? Haha, black dragon, don't put up such a pointless resistance. We are not to be trifled with. I have said it before. If you are not confident, why would you dare to come and snatch the purple crystal flower? We have already reached this stage, and you still refuse to lower your head? If you give up and admit defeat now, you can suffer less. Jianhu laughed wantonly. The black dragon's eerie eyes stared at Jianhu as he said in a cold voice, "Despicable humans. I want all of you dead. I want all of you to die here. None of you can think of leaving here alive. This will be the place where you will be buried." Jianhu smiled and shook his head. "You are still so stubborn even in the face of death." Sword Tiger and the others naturally didn't take Black Dragon's threat to heart. However, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. He had a bad feeling about this. Qin Shao was someone who had been through a lot. If he were to judge a person's character, then Qin Shao was naturally much more confident than Jianhu and the others. Just now, the Black Dragon's eyes and tone were off. It didn't seem like it was blindly roaring or angrily spouting vicious words. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that there was something fishy going on. Could it be that the Black Dragon still had some tricks up his sleeve? But that didn't make sense. After all, the Black Dragon was only a Class 3 dire beast. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't be that strong. Therefore, Qin Shao did not think that Black Dragon was hiding any strength. Did he have other backup plans? That shouldn't be the case. Previously, Black Tiger had already investigated the situation here. Black Dragon's subordinates had all died in the hands of Qin Shao and the others. Now, only the Black Dragon was left. There shouldn't be any backup plans. However, Qin Shao was still a little uneasy. He still felt that there was something that they hadn't discovered. There might still be some hidden dangers lurking in the dark. Qin Shao had always trusted his intuition. "Jianhu, I feel that the situation isn't right. We should be careful." Qin Shao frowned slightly and reminded him. Jianhu waved his hand carelessly and said, "Haha, brother Qin Shao, you worry too much. Don't think too much. There's nothing wrong. The current situation is completely under our control. This Black Dragon won't be able to cause any trouble now. As long as we don't let our guard down, don't be careless and keep suppressing him. In a short while, Black Tiger will be able to pluck those 5 amethyst flowers. Once he gets the amethyst flowers, we will have one. In just a moment, the dawn of victory will be in front of us. What's there to worry about?" Qin Shao shook his head. Just as he was about to say something, there was a sudden change in the Black Dragon's lair. A shocking roar suddenly sounded. A black dragon, whose body was almost the same as the Black Dragon's, roared out from the depths of the lair. He opened his huge mouth and bit at Sure Hu, wanting to swallow him into his stomach. Another black dragon? In this lair, there wasn't just one black dragon. There were actually two black dragons? How could this be? How could there be two black dragons? As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. How could there be two black dragons in a lair? One male and one female? Perhaps this was the only possibility. The two black dragons were a pair to begin with. This sudden change caused Jianhu and the others' expressions to change greatly. Their expressions turned cold. Just a moment ago, they told Qin Shao not to worry and that Qin Shao was overthinking. But they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Qin Shao was right. Something really happened. This caused Jianhu and the others to have a different opinion of Qin Shao. Not good, Shi is in danger. Shi, quickly dodge. Jianhu was the first to react and shouted anxiously. He wanted to withdraw, but how could he do so now? This black dragon wouldn't give him a chance to do so. Taking a step back, even if this black dragon gave him a chance to withdraw, he wouldn't be able to rush over to save Shi in such a short time. He couldn't rush, everything was too late. Shi, Qi Hu and the others were also anxious. Their eyes were red. Their brotherhood was deep. Now that Shi's life was in danger, Jianhu and the others were naturally very anxious. Shi was also a little scared. He stared blankly at the other black dragon that was roaring at him. The powerful aura really shocked him. How could Shi not understand his situation? He knew that things weren't good and he wanted to run, but how could he run? This black dragon suddenly attacked. By the time Shi reacted, the black dragon's huge mouth had already surrounded him. With a bite, Shi had no chance of escaping. In an instant, it was as if Shi had been thrown into the gates of hell. No, am I going to die? Shi's face was pale. He had never encountered such a desperate situation before. He wouldn't be buried in this black dragon's mouth, right? At this moment, the mountains and rivers suddenly changed, and a strange scene appeared. Icicles suddenly grew out of the black dragon's mouth like thorns. Soon, they filled the black dragon's huge mouth. The mountains and rivers were born, and they directly wrapped the black dragon and sealed him in the mountains and rivers. For a moment, the black dragon lost the ability to resist. His entire body was instantly turned into an ice sculpture, and he couldn't move. Such a scene stunned Shi on the spot. His face was filled with confusion. What was going on? Who was saving him? What kind of method was this? It was so powerful that it could actually seal the black dragon. Wasn't this too strong? However, before he could ponder any further, a figure swiftly rushed over, grabbed Shi and left the area. Shi finally reacted. The person who pulled him away was none other than Qin Shao. Just now, it was actually Qin Shao who made a move and saved him from danger, allowing him to escape from death and return with his life. Shi stared at Qin Shao in a daze. He was quite shocked by the strength that Qin Shao had just displayed. What a good method, what a good method! As for Jianhu and the others, they were also shocked. They didn't expect Qin Shao to have such a method. He was actually able to save Shi from the black dragon's mouth. This was indeed extraordinary. However, the good news was that Shi was saved. Their brother was lucky to have kept his life. Shi, go and help Jianhu and the others. You must suppress that black dragon. My method to seal this black dragon can only last for a moment. It will lose its effect very soon. Therefore, we must take advantage of this opportunity to quickly obtain the amethyst flower. Only then can we be considered victorious in today's battle. As long as we obtain the amethyst flower, we will have nothing to fear even if we face two black dragons. Qin Shao said to Shi, who was still in a daze. After saying that, he directly rushed towards the black dragon's lair. The mountain river sword scripture was currently Qin Zhao's strongest method. It was his trump card. Originally, Qin Shao didn't want to reveal this trump card. However, the situation just now was too dangerous. Therefore, Qin Shao had no other choice but to make a move. Qin Shao quickly entered the black dragon's lair. Sure enough, at a glance, he saw 5 particularly beautiful flowers blooming in a corner. These 5 flowers were purple in color, and they were sparkling and translucent. They were very beautiful, as if they were something out of a dream. The feeling that they gave off was a little unreal. These weren't amethyst flowers. They were extremely precious and were also the most difficult part of this mission. Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all. He quickly collected the 5 amethyst flowers. After that, he didn't stay any longer and quickly left. Qin Shao also discovered that there were some treasures in the black dragon's lair. If he could snatch all of them, they would be worth a lot. However, Qin Shao knew that he couldn't be so greedy today. Otherwise, when the black dragon came out of the mountain river seal and blocked the cave entrance, he would be in trouble. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Qin Shao chose to quickly leave. Greed often killed people. Qin Shao had always controlled his greed very well. When Qin Shao left the cave and returned to Jianhu and the others, the black dragon that was sealed by Qin Zhao's mountain river seal finally rushed out of the mountain river seal and regained its freedom. It angrily roared at Qin Shao. It was so angry that it shook the heavens and earth. Jianhu, I already got the amethyst flowers. There's no need to tangle with them, Qin Shao said to Jianhu. Jianhu smiled and nodded at Qin Shao. Then, he said to the 2 black dragons, Haha, we already got the amethyst flowers. Why? Do you still want to continue fighting? If you really want to fight to the death with us, the ones who will suffer will definitely be you. You have seen our strength very clearly. If you really want to fight, we will accompany you to the end. With Qin Zhao's strength, Jianhu naturally had more confidence to say these words. Brothers, let's retreat. Seeing that the 2 black dragons didn't respond, Jianhu said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, he quickly led everyone away. The 2 black dragons only roared angrily. However, they didn't chase after them. Chapter 11:27. Burning the bridge. After crossing the river soon, Qin Zhao's group of 6 retreated to a safe place. This time, he had obtained 5 amethyst flowers, and it was indeed a matter of great satisfaction. This was equivalent to 5 tickets to become a 1-star all things being. Haha, it was really too satisfying just now. This time, we were able to achieve such a great victory because of everyone's contributions. Especially Brother Qin Shao, you're the one who contributed the most. Jianhu laughed heartily. He looked at Qin Shao and said, Brother Qin Shao, thank you for your help just now. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my brother He who would have lost his life. That's right, Brother Qin Shao, thank you for saving our lives just now. He who also cupped his hands and thanked Qin Shao. Jianhu's hand moved and took out a bottle of wine. Just saying thank you is not enough. Let's use this opportunity to celebrate with wine and thank Brother Qin Shao for his help just now. Yes, yes, yes. I must toast Brother Qin Shao a few cups, He who said. Jianhu poured wine for everyone and handed a large cup to Qin Shao. The 5 tigers of Chongshan raised their cups. Come, Brother Qin Shao, we 5 tigers of Chongshan will toast you together. Okay, cheers. Qin Shao was straightforward. He directly raised his head and downed a cup of wine. After downing a cup, Jianhu poured another cup for Qin Shao. Then, Shihu walked over and said, Brother Qin Shao, this second cup is for you. Thank you for saving our lives just now. I'll toast you first. After saying that, Shihu downed the cup of wine in one gulp. On the other hand, Qin Zhao's brows furrowed slightly. Just now, Jianhu's small movement had inadvertently flashed in front of his eyes and disappeared. Although his movements were extremely subtle, who was Qin Shao? He was an existence whose strength was comparable to a sovereign. He was an existence who stood at the peak of the primordial universe. How high was his vision? How could a small trick escape his eyes? There was killing intent. A cold glint flashed in the depths of Qin Zhao's eyes. Qin Zhao shook the wine cup in his hand. He had no intention of drinking, and the corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile. Qin Zhao's actions caused the 5 tigers of Changshan to restrain their expressions. "Brother Qin Zhao, why aren't you drinking?" Shi Hu wiped his mouth and looked at Qin Zhao. Qin curled his lips and coldly laughed. "I was just thinking what would happen if I drank this wine. You wouldn't have poisoned it, right?" "Poison?" Shi Hu's expression turned surprised. He immediately pulled a long face and said, "Brother Qin Zhao, what do you mean by this? I don't really understand what you mean." Brother Qin Zhao's thinking is not wrong. It is best to be careful when doing things outside. If Brother Qin Zhao is still worried, I will drink this cup of wine. How about I pour a cup for you, Brother Qin Zhao? Jian Hu said with a bright smile. Qin Zhao said, "There is no need for that. Let's not drink. Let's continue to the next dangerous place." After saying that, Qin Zhao poured the wine on the ground in front of the 5 tigers of Changshan. This action was clearly not giving them any face. "Brother Qin Zhao, what you said is wrong, right?" Jian Hu, who had always been easygoing, had a dark expression on his face. The eyes of the other 4 tigers flickered with a hint of hostility. Qin Zhao's gaze swept across the 5 tigers of Changshan and he said coldly, "Why? Are you going to burn the bridge after crossing it? That's fine. I only want my share. I can give you the other 4. Let's part ways here and go our separate ways. What do you think?" Jian Hu also sneered, "Qin Zhao, we still treat you as a brother. I didn't expect you to be so sinister and treacherous. After using us to get the amethyst flowers, you want to burn the bridge after crossing it and even hit us back. Don't you think you are despicable and shameless? If you want to part ways here and go our separate ways, fine. Hand over all 5 amethyst flowers. If you want to talk about merit, without us, you wouldn't have been able to find the Black Dragon Swamp, let alone get the amethyst flowers. Now you are ungrateful. Don't you think you are a villain?" Shi Hu also had an angry look on his face as he said, "Qin Zhao, I just saw you as my savior and was very grateful to you. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I was blind and misjudged you." "Humph. Now that the amethyst flowers are in your hands, of course you are arrogant, right? But don't think that the 5 tigers of Changshan are easy to bully. Kindness is kindness, but if you want to leave with the amethyst flowers, that's impossible. The 5 tigers of Changshan will definitely not tolerate you doing that. If you know what's good for you, put down the 5 amethyst flowers and leave as you wish. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place in one piece." Qin Zhao sneered in his heart. These people were really good at distorting the truth. Faced with these people's faces, Qin Zhao remained calm and said, "I think you have finally shown your foxtail, right? Why don't we be straightforward and not resort to insinuations? There is no one else here, so there is no point in saying those hypocritical words. The winner takes all. If you can kill me, then you can say whatever you want. But now, why do you have to be so hypocritical? Just now, I saw through your plan to poison me in the wine. Are you going all out now? If you want to kill me and take the 5 amethyst flowers, you don't have to play these hypocritical games, right? If you are a man, why don't you be more straightforward? Then I will respect you as a man. Don't you think you are ugly with such hypocritical faces?" The 5 tigers of Changshan looked at each other. They were also secretly shocked. Just now, the wine was poisoned. Did Qin Zhao really see through it? Logically speaking, it should be impossible, right? However, the matter had already been exposed. They also knew that there was no point in continuing on like this. Yanhu sneered and said with a playful expression, "Qin Zhao, you are quite capable. I didn't expect our plan to be so meticulous. You even saw through it. Not bad, kid. Since we didn't poison you, then we can only use some tricks. It's not a big deal. Today you have fallen into our hand. Don't even think about leaving this place in one piece. Jianhu's expression also changed and became ruthless. Not bad, Qin Shao. How did you find out that I poisoned your wine? Is there something wrong with my technique? Jianhu looked at Qin Shao with interest and asked. Qin Shao said, Your plan is indeed perfect. It can even be said to be flawless. First, you established mutual trust and became brothers. Then you fought side by side. Then you celebrated. Under such circumstances, it is indeed difficult for people to guard against you. Moreover, there was nothing wrong with the first cup of wine. I drank it. However, you secretly tampered with the second cup of wine. Your actions were very subtle and almost impossible to be discovered. But unfortunately, I just happened to notice something. Moreover, to be honest, I didn't completely trust you. There is a sense of hypocrisy in your bones. I can't feel your sincerity. Naturally, I also know that you are a bunch of hypocrite. Therefore, how could I be sincere in becoming friends with you? From the beginning, I was on guard against you. Therefore, I always keep an eye on everything. Making friends is to open your heart. If you are not sincere, then you will be exposed. You have been exposed from the beginning. Therefore, you think I will fall for your trick? Jianhu was relieved. So that's how it is. It seems that you are very old. You are so young, but your thoughts are so meticulous. It seems that we have underestimated you. Since we have already spoken to this extent, then there is no need to beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. Qin Shao, I respect you as a person. Therefore, I am not willing to do anything to you. It is very simple. Hand over the 5 amethyst flowers and I will pretend that nothing happened today. I have provided you with information about the other 2 danger zones. You can go and explore them. With your strength, there is no problem. Qin Shao sneered and said mockingly, Jianhu, you are really not an ordinary hypocrite. At this time, you are still trying to trick me. Do you think it is interesting? If the other 2 danger zones really have amethyst flowers, I think that you will not be in such a hurry to burn the bridge after crossing the river and attack me, right? Everyone came to the assessment area to fight for the chance to become a 1-star all-knowing person. Do you think that I do not know what you are thinking? If it is really as you said earlier, then with the strength of the 6 of us, it should be easy to get the amethyst flowers if we go to another danger zone. If we can get what we want without any effort, why do you have to do this to deal with me? If you succeeded in poisoning me, then it would be fine. You will not have much strength to kill me. However, you failed and still want to kill me. Obviously, you are prepared to fight to the death with me. Just now, I hinted at what I meant. If you didn't continue to attack and we went to the next danger zone together, this wouldn't have happened. I can also pretend to be deaf and mute and pretend that I do not know anything. We will continue to go. However, you still chose to attack. Then the situation is very clear. Because you know that the other 2 danger zones do not have amethyst flowers. If I am not wrong, then the other 2 danger zones were made up by you in advance. Am I right? Jianhu laughed sinisterly and shook his head. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao. You are not an ordinary person. It seems that it is really not easy to deal with you. Forget it, forget it. Since everything is out in the open, then there is nothing more to say. That's right. You are right. The other 2 danger zones were indeed made up from the beginning. Therefore, the other 2 danger zones do not have amethyst flowers. If there were, then we would not have taken the risk to attack you. It is precisely because there are no amethyst flowers that we must attack you. Only then can we, the 5 tigers of Chang Mountain, become 1-star all-knowing person. For this opportunity, we have wandered the assessment area for nearly 10,000 years. It has been too difficult for us to endure for such a long time. Therefore, we do not wish to continue enduring. Since the opportunity has come, we will naturally grab it without any hesitation. Even if we have to use some ruthless methods, it is something that we will not hesitate to do. Qin Shao, you are a character and a friend worth making. However, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. If there were 6 amethyst flowers in the Black Dragon pool, then what happened just now would not have happened. If you want to blame someone, then blame fate. Qin Shao was not surprised by such things and did not think much of it. On the other hand, Qin Shao was free and easy. He smiled faintly. His face was still incomparably calm, like an ancient well without ripples. It is nothing. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. This is the law of survival in this world. Humans are all selfish. As the saying goes, if one does not look out for himself, the devil takes the hindmost. However, some people can disregard everything for themselves and sacrifice the interests of others. Everyone has their own aspirations. Everyone has the right to choose the path that they want to take. This is the path that you have chosen. I have no right to say anything about it. I could have been more generous and only wanted my share. However, if you insist on doing this, then I can also tell you that you can forget about getting a single amethyst flower. If you want to attack, then do it. However, you will bear the consequences. Chapter 11:28. Mountain River Celian, who snorted coldly and pointed at Qin Zhao's nose as he scolded, "Brat, you're so arrogant. You're not big, but your tone is really big. Brat, I admit that you're quite strong, but don't even think about leaving the 5 tigers of Chang Mountain alive. We're all 1-star all-knowing experts, and we're only lacking this last procedure. However, our strength has already reached the level of 1-star all-knowing expert. If we 5 brothers work together, we'll even be able to fight a 2-star all-knowing expert. How dare I boast so shamelessly? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" Qi Hu also scolded, "Humph, what an ignorant brat. They say that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, and it's true. You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, brat, let me advise you to be honest. If you obediently hand over the 5 amethyst flowers now, we'll let you go. If not, don't blame us for being ruthless. You still have potential. You're just a little bit away from becoming a 1-star all-knowing expert. It's really a pity to die here." Jianhu also said in a deep voice, "Qin Shao, our cooperation has been quite pleasant. Actually, there's no need for us to be enemies. We don't have any enmity with you, so there's really no need for us to fight to the death. It's just driven by benefits. If you're sensible, then today's battle can be completely settled. Qin Shao, I've always thought that you're a smart person. A smart person should have a smart person's way of doing things. If you still insist on doing things your own way, then you'll only lose your life for nothing. We don't have to kill you, we just need the amethyst flowers. Is it worth it to lose your life and future just because of a momentary dispute?" The 5 tigers of Chang Mountain seemed to be reasonable, but in reality, they still did not want to fight Qin Shao. This was because they knew Qin Zhao's strength very well. Even Jianhu did not have full confidence in defeating Qin Shao one-on-one. Although the 5 of them could win if they worked together, it would not be an easy victory. They might even have to pay a huge price. Obviously, they were unwilling to pay such a price. Therefore, it would be best if they did not have to fight. These seemingly persuasive words were actually filled with selfishness. Qin Shao pursed her lips and chuckled. There's no such thing as whether it's worth it or not in life. Some things are worth protecting with one's life. As a person, one should have a bottom line and principles. If even the most basic thing is lost, then the meaning of being human will also be lost. Not to mention 5 amethyst flowers, even if it was just 1 amethyst flower, I wouldn't give it to you, hypocrite. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Qin Shao had never been afraid of any challenge. No matter how dangerous it was, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. Jianhu shook his head. What an ignorant brat. Since you want to die, then die. Attack! Kill! The 5 tigers of Chongshan did not hesitate. The 5 of them were already prepared to attack. Therefore, they attacked together and did not give Qin Shao any chance to resist. The 5 of them attacked with all their might and attacked aggressively. Rays of dazzling brilliance, rays of sharp sword aura, and monstrous Tao of all creations. All kinds of Tao of all creations were exerted at the same time and formed a huge killing net. It was unstoppable. Humph! Qin Shao snorted coldly and stomped her foot on the ground. The Mountain River Sword Scripture was fully activated. Mountains and rivers appeared and the vicissitudes of time were born. Rays of mountains and rivers turned into the power of a prison and attacked the 5 tigers of Chongshan. What a strong binding force. I'm trapped. What's going on? What kind of cultivation technique is this? Is it the application of creation's Tao? What a strong prison force. The mountain can be used as a prison. It actually trapped me. No wonder even the black dragon was trapped for a moment. It's really powerful. However, it's not that easy to trap the 5 tigers of Chongshan. Brothers, attack with all your might. The 5 tigers of Chongshan were shocked when Qin Shao trapped the 5 tigers of Chongshan in the Mountain River Sword Scripture. They had never seen such a technique before. It was a powerful technique. The Mountain River Sword Scripture was a unique skill created by Qin Shao. It was comparable to the top 10 unique skills. If it was perfected, it could even become a secret manual. Moreover, it was a unique skill created by Qin Shao. Therefore, it was extremely powerful. Even though the power of the Mountain and River Sword Scripture was greatly suppressed in the world of all creation, the power that erupted in Qin Zhao's hands was still terrifying. Coupled with Qin Zhao's current level of Tao of all creations, he could use the Mountain River Sword Scripture as a prison to seal everything. And this method was also something that Qin Shao had comprehended in the past 3 years of training in the assessment area. This was also a unique skill that Qin Shao comprehended. It was his trump card. In fact, Qin Shao did not use all his strength when he sealed the Black Dragon. Otherwise, he would not have just sealed it for a moment. Qin Shao had always felt that the 5 tigers of Chongshan were not sincere and were a little hypocritical. Therefore, he had always been on guard against them. Since they were on guard, Qin Shao naturally would not reveal all his trump cards in front of them. Although he had revealed some of his trump cards, he had held back. Otherwise, the 5 tigers of Chongshan would not have been so fearless as to reveal their true colors so quickly. The 5 tigers of Chongshan tried their best to break Qin Zhao's Mountain River prison. However, the prison could not be destroyed. There were layers of prison. Even if you managed to destroy one layer, there would be another layer of prison to trap you. The Mountain River was the sword, the Mountain River was the sky, the Mountain River was the earth, and the Mountain River was everything. Everything in the world was integrated into the Mountain River Sword Scripture. The laws of heaven and earth were included in the Mountain River Sword Scripture. In the Mountain River Sword Scripture, everything was sealed and trapped here. The 5 tigers of Chongshan soon realized that something was amiss. Their expressions changed drastically. "Big brother, what's going on? Why is the Mountain River prison so terrifying? I can't break it?" Sure, whose expression changed drastically. He was shocked. Sword Tiger's situation was not any better. He frowned deeply and said with a solemn expression, "The situation is not good. We have all been deceived by this kid. What he showed just now was not his full strength. When he was dealing with the Black Dragon just now, he was still hiding his strength. This is his true strength. Good move. What a good move. This is definitely an extremely powerful technique. Moreover, his application of the Tao of all creation is obviously much better than ours. Even if he has not reached the intermediate application level, he is probably very close. I have broken through one layer of prison, but it is useless. There are still layers of prison that are trapping me. The 5 tigers of Changshan knew that the situation was not good. Their expressions also became abnormally ugly. They thought that they had the situation under control. However, they did not expect to be tricked by Qin Shao. At this moment they were filled with regret. They did not expect to be caught in their own trap. They had dug their own grave. What should they do with the current situation? There was no pity in Qin Zhao's eyes. He looked coldly at the 5 tigers of Changshan and said, "There is a saying in my hometown, heaven's sins can be forgiven, but man's sins cannot be forgiven. All of you are the classic examples of man's sins. As the saying goes, one should not have the intention to harm others, but one should always be vigilant against others. If you can't even cooperate sincerely, then you deserve to be in this situation. Now that your lives are in my hands, how do you feel?" Qin Zhao's words were like sharp knives that ruthlessly cut into the faces of the 5 tigers of Changshan, causing their expressions to turn even uglier. They had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. If they hadn't been greedy, they would have already obtained 4 amethyst flowers. However, it was because of their greed that they not only lost the 4 amethyst flowers, but also the 4 chances to become a 1-star all-knowing. Even their lives were at stake. As the saying goes, one wrong move and the whole game is lost. This was exactly the reason. But even if they were beaten to death, they never would have thought that Qin Zhao's strength would actually be powerful to such an extent. They knew that Qin Zhao's strength was not ordinary. They had also repeatedly deduced in their hearts. They felt that with the strength of the 5 of them, they could completely take down Qin Shao. However, no matter how they thought about it, they did not expect Qin Shao to be hiding his strength. Qin Shao did not reveal his true strength at all. Therefore, when Qin Shao unleashed his full strength, they were naturally caught off guard. "Don't you think that you are ridiculous? Insidious, shameless, ungrateful, and sanctimonious. These are the truest portrayals of you. I have seen many rotten people, but it is rare to see people as insidious and hypocritical as you. Even if you are unscrupulous in order to achieve your goal, you should not completely destroy the most basic bit of conscience as a human being. You are no longer worthy to live in this world," Qin Shao said again. Yan Hu's temper exploded. He said with a face full of rage, "Qin Shao, what right do you have to criticize us? The winner takes all. Since we have lost to you, there is nothing to say. If you want to kill us, then do it quickly. Second brother, don't be agitated. We were indeed in the wrong first. Qin Shao, we were impulsive and confused just now. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. We don't want the 5 amethyst flowers anymore. Please be magnanimous about today's matter." Shi Hu did not have any backbone and directly begged for mercy. Jian Hu also said in a deep voice, "Qin Shao, a man should bear the consequences of his own actions. I came up with this plan. I will take responsibility for everything. It has nothing to do with my 4 brothers. If you want to kill, then kill me. As long as you let my 4 brothers go, I will immediately die in front of you." Looking at Jian Hu, he seemed to have some sense of brotherhood. However, this belated sense of brotherhood could not move Qin Shao. He laughed coldly and snorted disdainfully at Jian Hu. "Someone like you is worthy to talk about brotherhood? You are simply insulting the word brotherhood. No need to talk nonsense. I have no sympathy for you. Just die." "No!" Chapter 11:29. Following one's nature. Qin Shao always believed that bad people would not have a good ending. It was just that the time for retribution had yet to come. Those who wanted to kill him would definitely suffer his vengeance. If he did not die, it would mean that those who wanted to kill him would die. There was no room for such vengeance. Thus, those who wanted to kill Qin Shao were all dead. There were no exceptions, unless Qin Shao was too lazy to kill them. The 5 tigers of Chang Mountain were extremely famous in the assessment area. In 10,000 years, they had made a name for themselves. With their strength, they were indeed qualified to become a one-star all-creations wielder. They just needed a little more time. This was indeed a good opportunity for them. However, they could only blame themselves for being too greedy. Blinded by greed, they made the wrong choice. After dealing with the 5 tigers of Changshan, Qin Shao looted all of their belongings. This made Qin Shao feel as if he had dug up a mountain of gold. After all, the 5 tigers of Chang Mountain had been in the assessment area for 10,000 years. The accumulation of 10,000 years was naturally very strong. Furthermore, the 5 of them had already collected the other 99 items. They were only lacking the last amethyst flower to complete the mission. Therefore, after robbing them, including his own, if the purple crystal flower was not included, Qin Shao had collected enough for 10 people. Including the 5 amethyst flowers in his hands, he had a total of 5 people's worth of items. If Qin Shao was willing, he could definitely bring out 4 one-star all-creations wielder. This was a loophole in the rules. However, it was the same in every world. Rules were relative and not absolute. No matter how strong the rules were, there would always be a possibility of breaking them. Just like forming a team to train in the assessment area, it was a form of mutual help. If one really relied on one's strength to become a one-star all-creations wielder, then one would really need to cultivate the way of all creations to the elementary level. After keeping the items, Qin Shao prepared to leave and return to the All Creations Temple. At this moment, Qin Shao saw a few familiar figures. It was none other than Little Fatty and his team. But because 3 of them died, there were only 6 people left in the team. Moreover, Ling Ying and Liang Shu's injuries were very serious, so they hadn't recovered yet. How could this group of 6 still have their previous high spirits? He looked rather pitiful. When everyone saw Qin Shao again, they could not help but feel ashamed of their inferiority. Little Fatty wanted to go over and greet Qin Shao, but in front of the others, he did not dare to go forward. Qin Zhao's gaze swept past everyone and finally landed on Fatty. He smiled at Little Fatty and stopped. Seeing Qin Shao take the initiative to signal, Little Fatty hesitated for a moment, but still walked out. The other 5 simply retreated to the side. They didn't have the face to get close to Qin Shao now. "Brother Qin Shao, we meet again." Little Fatty smiled in a very simple and honest manner. Qin Shao patted Little Fatty's shoulder and said, "Yes, we meet again. But I have to leave this place soon." "Leave?" Little Fatty was first stunned. Only after a while did he react. His face was filled with joy. "If that's the case, Brother Qin Shao, you have already completed the mission and passed the test?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I have already completed the test." "Heh, Brother Qin Shao, you are really too amazing. Congratulations, Brother Qin Shao, I'm really happy for you. TSK, to complete the mission in a short 3 years, such a speed can probably set the fastest record in our region, right? Even in the entire core of all beings world, it is probably possible to set a record." Little Fatty was both surprised and happy, and also very happy for Qin Shao. Set a record? Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled. If it was just this region, then it was still possible. But if it was in the entire core of all beings world, it was definitely impossible. The core of all beings world was very big, and there were countless regions like this, as many as the hairs on a cow. The region here was only a small area. However, Qin Shao did not argue with Little Fatty about this issue. Instead, he said, "Little Fatty, are you willing to go out with me?" Go out with you?" Little Fatty was stunned. He looked at Qin Shao in confusion. He did not understand the meaning of Qin Zhao's words. He scratched his head and asked, "Brother Qin Shao, I just entered the test area not long ago. If I go back to the All Beings Temple now, it will be 10,000 years before I can enter the test area again. It is also very boring to stay outside. I might as well explore the test area and slowly hone myself." No matter what, I also have some ambitions and goals. I also want to become a one-star all-beings master. But with my current strength, I'm definitely still far from it, so I need to temper myself more. Qin Shao smiled and said, I know this. What I mean is, if you are willing to go out with me, I will make you a one-star all-beings master. Little Fatty was stunned again. He looked at Qin Shao in a daze and did not react for a moment. After a long while, he finally understood what it meant. His eyes could not help but widen. No matter how stupid he was, he could also understand the meaning of Qin Zhao's words. It was just that this was too shocking, too inconceivable. To be able to gather 100 items in a short 3 years and complete the mission was already something that no one had done before. It was a heaven-defying feat, unparalleled brilliance, shocking the past and dazzling the present. But listening to what Qin Shao said, he actually gathered enough items for 2 people? This was really heaven-defying, right? If not for the fact that Qin Zhao's face was serious and did not seem to be joking, Little Fatty would really think that Qin Shao was teasing him. Facing such a huge meat pie that fell from the sky, how could Little Fatty not be moved? His strength was not strong, his talent was not good, and his potential was limited. It could be said that he was lacking in all aspects. If he relied on his own hard work, it was still a question whether he could become a one-star all-beings master in this lifetime. To be honest, he did not have the slightest confidence in this matter. But now that Qin Shao wanted to help him become a one-star all-beings master, it was equivalent to saving him a lot of detours and letting him directly reach a higher platform. But Little Fatty still had some courage. After all, his strength was weak. Even if he really became a one-star all-beings master and really entered the city. But if his strength was not good enough, it would not be easy to survive. Although the city was much better than the outside world, survival was also more cruel and the laws were more incisive. If he did not have strength, he would die quickly in the city. From one environment to another, it might not be a shortcut. So, this made Little Fatty a little conflicted. He really did not have the confidence and courage, although he was really moved and really wanted to go. But after a fierce struggle in his heart, Little Fatty gritted his teeth and gave up. Brother Qin Shao, thank you so much. You are thinking of me for such a good thing, I really don't know what to say. But I also know myself. With my strength, even if I enter the city, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to move an inch. So, I've decided to train more in the assessment area. At least here, it will be relatively safer. Otherwise, if I enter the city and face all the one-star all-beings masters, I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I will be consigned to eternal damnation. Brother Qin Shao, I can only accept your kindness. Qin Shao nodded his head and said, Little Fatty, your way of thinking is also very correct. I also agree with your way of thinking. That is indeed the case. Although the city is good, the laws are definitely more cruel, and survival is definitely more difficult. It's just that the chances of entering the city are higher and there are more resources. But if you don't have confidence, then I won't encourage you to go to the city. It wasn't a bad choice to train more in the assessment area and increase his strength. Being down to earth and taking one step at a time is also a good idea. If the foundation is not stable, then it will collapse later. But I estimate that it will be more difficult for you to complete the mission. It's not that you can definitely complete the mission just because you have the strength of a one-star all-being. There are many other things that are involved in this. How about this? I'll leave you a set of things. Take it with you, and don't tell anyone. Train first, and when you feel that it's about time and have some confidence, you can go to the All-Beings Temple to hand in the mission. This way you can make your choice at any time. But a man's wealth is his own ruin, so you still have to be careful. Even if it's to them, you can't reveal even half a word, or your life will really be in danger. Little Fatty looked at Qin Shao and hesitated for a while, before nodding heavily and saying, "Okay, Brother Qin Shao, I understand. Thank you, Brother Qin Shao. I really don't know how to repay you for your kindness." Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "I, Qin Shao, have always done things as my heart desires. If I like to do something, I will do it. If I don't like to do it, I won't do it. I think you're not bad, so I'm willing to help you. I'm not trying to get anything from you by helping you, but purely because I think of you as a friend." Friend. It was a simple word, but at this time, it carried incomparable weight. Little Fatty's gratitude could no longer be expressed with any word. To be able to meet Brother Qin Shao was the luckiest thing in his life. It was a blessing that he had cultivated for 8 lifetimes. After Qin Shao handed over a set of things to Little Fatty, he bid farewell and left. Looking at those things, Little Fatty's admiration for Qin Shao could no longer be expressed with any adjective. Following one's heart and nature, this was also Qin Shao's style of doing things. Sometimes, things don't need to be so complicated. If you like it, do it. If you don't like it, don't do it. It's better to be simple. Everything doesn't need to be so complicated. Qin Shao preferred to be simple. With an open mind, one's vision will be further. Helping Little Fatty was just a small interlude for Qin Shao. He directly left the assessment area and returned to the Temple of All Beings. This trip to the assessment area only took a little more than 3 years. For Qin Shao, this time was smoother than he had expected. 3 years was not a long time. Qin Shao's gaze fell on the beautiful receptionist who had received him 3 years ago. He smiled and walked over. Only when Qin Shao walked in front of her did the beautiful receptionist notice Qin Shao and recognize Qin Shao. Chapter 1130. Record breaking. It was said that a woman's curiosity killed the cat. This was indeed true. Once a woman became curious about something, it would be like a nightmare that couldn't be shaken off. This beautiful maidservant had some curiosity about Qin Shao 3 years ago. She felt that Qin Shao was a strange person. However, this strange person gave people a good feeling. He was good in all aspects, and he was also handsome. It was just that his behavior was really somewhat incomprehensible. That beautiful maidservant thought that Qin Shao would definitely die in the assessment area. However, she did not expect that after not seeing him for 3 years, Qin Shao was actually still alive and well. Moreover, he even came out of the assessment area. This was a rather pleasant sight. Moreover, at this moment, Qin Shao was standing in front of the beautiful maidservant, looking at her with an elegant smile. One had to admit that Qin Shao's smile was really charming. It had a very unique manly charm. For a moment, that beautiful maidservant was slightly dazed. It took her a long time to react, and a touch of red involuntarily appeared on her face. Her appearance was rather adorable. Qin Shao touched his nose, curled his lips, and said with a smile, "Yes, it's me. Senior still remembers me." The beautiful maidservant said, "I remember. How can I not remember you when you're so special? Besides, it's only been 3 years. My memory can't be that bad, right?" "What, after hanging around in the assessment area for 3 years, you're retreating in the face of difficulties? I've long advised you to join a team to train yourself first. For a newcomer, it's considered fast to become a 1-star all-knowing in tens of thousands of years. Not to mention tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of thousands of years is not slow. There are even more people who are unable to become a 1-star all-knowing in their entire life. I reckon that you've also seen many similar situations outside. That's why I told you not to be so ambitious. You have to walk the road step by step, understand?" Qin Shao nodded with a look of enlightenment and said, "Yes, thank you for your guidance, senior. You're right. I've learned a lot." Seeing Qin Shao's humble look, the beautiful maid's view of Qin Shao changed greatly. After not seeing him for 3 years, he had a new level of respect for him. This guy wasn't so annoying after all. In fact, he was quite nice. It was a little strange, But wasn't that because he was a newbie 3 years ago? A newborn calf wasn't afraid of tigers. It was understandable that he didn't know anything. The beautiful maid smiled proudly. She seemed to be very pleased with herself. She said, "It's fine. If you have any questions in the future, you can come and ask me. I'm very helpful. Since you've left the assessment area, you'll need at least 10,000 years before you can enter the assessment area again. In these 10,000 years, you can only ponder, comprehend, and cultivate on your own. Oh, it's okay. I'll just go straight into the city." Qin Shao smiled. Enter the city? The beautiful maid was slightly surprised. She quickly reacted. It seems like your harvest in these 3 years isn't small. You've already earned 100 Omni Stones? 100 Omni Stones? Qin Shao couldn't help but smile. His smile was a little mischievous. Seeing Qin Zhao's expression, the beautiful maid became a little vigilant. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Don't tell me you didn't earn 100 Omni Stones? But that's right. If you want to earn 100 Omni Stones in 3 years, unless you're lucky enough to find a huge treasure, it's impossible. I forgot about that. Hey, why are you still looking at me like that? Let me tell you, don't have any ideas about me. I won't lend you any Omni Stones. Ha ha! Qin Shao couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect to meet such an interesting woman in the world of Omni Stones. Unfortunately, everything in the world of Omni Stones was fake. It was just a world of thoughts. What are you laughing at? I'm telling you the truth. Don't have any ideas. I'm a 1-star Omni Stones. You can't beat me. The beautiful maid said again. It was just that she looked really adorable like this. Qin Shao didn't tease the beautiful maid anymore. Instead, he said seriously, "Okay, let's stop joking. I'm here to hand in a mission." Why did you come here to hand in a mission? Oh wait, what did you just say? Hand in a mission? Say it again? The beautiful maid was also stunned. She stared at Qin Shao with her jade eyes wide open. She had an incomparably shocked expression. What kind of joke was this? Coming out to hand in a mission after entering the assessment area for 3 years? Moreover, he was a newbie. How was this possible? Let alone in this area, even in the entire world of Omni Stones, this was something that had never happened before. Therefore, Qin Zhao's words really shocked the beautiful maid. She looked at Qin Shao in shock. It was really unbelievable. But looking at Qin Zhao's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. This also made her have a lot of doubts in her heart. Could it be true? But how was it possible? 3 years, only 3 years. Qin Shao directly explained the problem with practical actions. He took out all the things and placed them in front of the beautiful maid one by one. After that, he said to the beautiful maid, "Senior, please check it." The beautiful maid's eyes fell on the things in front of her. Although she had seen such a scene often, the shock it brought to her was really huge. 3 golden rhino horns, 10 fire scorpion pincers, 3 pieces of azure heart glazed stone. After counting the items one by one, the beautiful maid confirmed that all the items on the list had been collected. This also meant that Yi Shiwen had passed the assessment and completed the mission. Now, he could become a 1-star all things master. You really did it? After counting, the beautiful maid looked up at Qin Shao in a daze. Her face was full of disbelief. Qin Shao touched his nose and said with a smile, "What's wrong, senior? Shouldn't I be able to do it?" The beautiful maid blinked and thought for a moment. Then she said, "Don't tell me you just stepped on dog shit luck and happened to pick up a big treasure?" Yes, Qin Shao said with a smile. But the beautiful maid immediately said, "No, you're lying. How can there really be dog shit luck? No matter how good your luck is, it's impossible to pick up such a big treasure. I don't believe it." Qin Shao was speechless for a while. Women's minds were really deep and too fickle. Well, Qin Shao didn't argue anymore. The beautiful maid looked at Qin Shao with a strange look and said, It seems that I really have to look at you in a new light. I really have to admire you. It only took you 3 years to complete the mission. This speed is absolutely unique in our district. It has never been done before. You've broken the record. The last record was set thousands of years ago, and it also took you 4 years. It only took you 3 years. You're the first. Congratulations. Breaking the record was also within Qin Zhao's expectations. This was not a big deal. Qin Zhao had broken many records. In the divine realm, he was a legendary figure who repeatedly created legends. Breaking a few records was nothing. 3 years was indeed fast enough. But for Qin Zhao, this was not something to be happy about. It was just a normal thing. He really treated it calmly. Chapter 1131. 1 star all things expert Qin Zhao, please wait here for a moment. I will go invite Elder Ji over, the pretty maid said to Qin Zhao, then turned around and walked inside. Qin Zhao waited patiently. Not long after, an old man with a sage-like demeanor walked out with a beautiful maid. The old man's hair and beard were all white, but he didn't give off a dignified feeling. Instead, he gave off the kind and amiable feeling of a grandpa next door. He had a faint smile on his face, and a kind look on his face. At least, he gave off a good feeling, and didn't give off a sense of oppression. But with Qin Zhao's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the old man before him was definitely a 2-star all things expert, and his strength should be at the peak of that level. His strength was probably close to that of a 3-star all things expert. If he still had some tricks up his sleeve, his strength might be comparable to that of a 3-star all things expert. After all, the old man in front of him was a member of the Myriad Temple, representing the prestige of the Myriad Temple. He was in charge of a region and had a very high status. Greetings, Elder Ji. Qin Zhao saluted the white-haired old man in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Elder Ji looked at Qin Zhao with a look of appreciation and praise. He gently stroked his beard and said with a kind smile, "Not bad, not bad. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Heroes come from youth. To be able to complete a mission at such a young age is truly a rare thing. Even if you have a bit of luck involved, your strength is unquestionable. Luck is also a part of strength. You will be a new record in our Bai district. Congratulations, young man." Bai district? Only then did Qin Zhao learn that the district he was in was called Bai district. It sounded a bit strange. But that wasn't important anymore. Elder Ji collected all the things on the ground and said to Qin Zhao, "All right, little Qin Zhao, follow me." Qin Zhao nodded and followed Elder Ji into the depths of the temple. Soon, they arrived at a hall. And above this palace there was a statue standing there. When Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the statue, he felt as if he had been glanced at by a god from the 9 heavens. Qin Zhao unconsciously wanted to lower his head, not daring to take another look. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Who would have thought that a statue could emit such a powerful aura? Elder Ji stood in front of the statue with a face of reverence, bowing 3 times. He then turned to Qin Zhao and said, "Qin Zhao, this is the master of our all things temple, the Lord of all things. Hurry up and pay your respects to the Lord of all things. Let the Lord of all things bestow light upon you and promote you to a 1-star master of all things." This kind of ceremony made Qin Zhao feel very strange, but after thinking about it, he still walked over. After bowing 3 times, Elder Ji muttered something. His voice was too fast and his tone was too strange. Qin Zhao couldn't understand what he was muttering. Soon, Elder Ji pointed at the statue. The eyes on the statue opened and released a beam of light. Finally, the beam of light landed on Qin Zhao's forehead and left a mark. This was the mark of a 1-star all being, a symbol of strength bestowed by the Lord of all things. Only those who obtained this imprint could be considered as a 1-star all creation master. This mark couldn't be faked. Qin Shao didn't feel any change after the mark was imprinted on his forehead. It was just an ordinary mark. The ceremony was relatively simple and not complicated. It was quickly completed. After the ceremony, Elder Ji's serious expression was replaced by a kind smile. Qin Shao, you are now officially a one-star all-being. You have become a new force in Bai District. From now on, you are qualified to live and cultivate in Bai City. You will be able to obtain more and better resources for your cultivation. Your talent and potential are very good. You are also a record holder. Therefore, I hope you can perform well in Bai City. I look forward to your growth. Qin Shao hurriedly cupped his fists. Thank you for your praise and encouragement, Elder Ji. Qin Shao will remember this and work harder in cultivation. Let's go. Elder Ji nodded and left with Qin Shao. However, Elder Ji didn't come out with Qin Shao. After leaving the hall, he said goodbye to Qin Shao and asked Qin Shao to come out by himself. Now that Qin Shao had the mark of a one-star all-being, he could solve the rest of the matters on his own. He didn't need anyone to guide him. Soon, Qin Shao returned to the beautiful maid. She had been waiting for Qin Shao to come out. When she saw Qin Shao, she smiled and greeted him. Congratulations, Qin Shao. You are now a one-star all-being. You are on equal footing with me. So, you don't have to call me senior anymore. Just call me by my name. Remember, my name is Hongyan. Hongyan. Qin Shao recited the name and memorized it. What a nice name. They all say that you're a bosom friend. Could it be that you've become bosom friends with many men? Hongyan naturally knew that Qin Shao was joking. She was happy to play along. Yes. How did you know? I do have many soulmates. Unfortunately, you are not one of them. Haha, shouldn't I be happy that you are not one of them? I don't want to be your soulmate. That would kill me. Qin Shao laughed. Kill me? Hongyan looked at Qin Shao unhappily and said, What are you talking about? Why would it kill me to become Hongyan's confidant? Qin Shao said in all seriousness, Think about it. You're so beautiful and cute. You are so natural and graceful. There are countless men who like you. You must have a lot of soulmates. If I become your soulmate, won't I become the public enemy? So, I think it is better for me to stay away from this kind of trouble. Hongyan was speechless. She was at a loss for words and could not find any words to refute Qin Shao. The key was that this guy was praising her in his scolding. So, she did not know where to start scolding him. After thinking about it, Hongyan could only give up. She waved her hand and said, Okay, Qin Shao. I won't joke with you. I find that you are very eloquent. You are not like a man at all. Humph, I don't want to bicker with you. Okay. You can go. I don't want to talk to you. This was an order to chase him away. Qin Shao smiled and turned to leave. Seeing that Qin Shao really slipped away in the blink of an eye, Hongyan felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. She pouted and muttered unhappily, You really left so quickly when I asked you to leave? You don't even know how to say goodbye to me. Seriously. Other men are all fawning on me and trying to please me. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, you blockhead. How could you ignore me like this? This made Hongyan feel very frustrated. She had never experienced this kind of feeling before. Therefore, after experiencing it today, the feeling was indeed very unpleasant. Women were like this. Most of the time, they were contradictory. This, perhaps, was a woman's nature. No matter how powerful she was, it was difficult to change this kind of nature. Frustration, curiosity, and vanity were always the three most fatal parts of a woman. As long as you hit any one of them, it was enough to take away a woman's soul. Chapter 1132. Bai City. Look, someone else has become a one-star all-things possessor. It seems that no one has become a one-star all-things possessor in Bai City for 3 years. Who is this? Why does this person look so unfamiliar? I've never seen him before. Who knows where he's from? I don't know. I think he's a newbie. Yes, a newcomer. I remember that he asked me something 3 years ago, but I ignored him at that time. How could he have become a one-star all-knowing? It's only been 3 short years, isn't it too unbelievable? Is he really a newbie? Isn't this too fake? Becoming a one-star all-creation wielder in 3 years? A new record in Bai City? Don't bother with me. I want to cry. 3 years ago, this guy asked me the same thing. Why was I so stupid to ignore him? Now, I can't cozy up to him. A genius, a peerless genius. After bidding farewell to Hongyan, Qin Shao prepared to enter Bai City. As soon as he left the Temple of All Things, Qin Shao shone brightly, attracting the attention of countless people. The identity of a one-star all-being was indeed as radiant as the sun and moon. However, Qin Shao ignored him and walked straight to the city gate. When Qin Shao came to the city gate again, but this time, he came with the identity of a one-star all-knowing. Naturally, the treatment he received was not the same as before. When the guards saw Qin Shao again, they were all shocked to the extreme. They stared at Qin Shao with an incredulous look on their faces. 3 years ago, Qin Shao wanted to enter the city, but he was stopped by the guards. But unexpectedly, when Qin Shao came back 3 years later, he was already a one-star all-knowing. A one-star all-creation master naturally had the qualifications to freely enter the city. They only needed to pay a single all-creation stone to enter the city. The one-star all-things master insignia on Qin Zhao's forehead could not be faked. To become a one-star all-things master in a short 3 years, how heaven-defying was this? In the face of such a monstrous and shocking genius, the city guards naturally became respectful. This kind of person was very likely to become a big shot. Therefore, he naturally couldn't afford to offend them now. These guards were all starless people. Only the captain of the city gate guards was a one-star all-things being. Last time, the captain had explained a lot of things to Qin Shao. Qin Shao still remembered this good karma. This time, when they met again, they could get along with each other as equals. After handing over an Omni Stone, Qin Shao entered Bai City. The moment they passed through the city gate and entered Bai City, they were greeted by a brand new atmosphere, as if they had entered a new world. This feeling was indeed very subtle. It was as if he had traveled from a village to a palace. In front of him was a street that extended in all directions. On both sides of the street were incomparably neat buildings connected together. It looked very beautiful, imposing, and somewhat grand. However, for Qin Shao, who had seen the incomparably magnificent buildings and incomparably huge cities in the God realm, Bai City in front of him was indeed nothing. Bai City was still lively, and the streets were also crowded with people coming and going. Although it was not to the point of bustling, it could be regarded as an endless flow of people. However, what Qin Shao noticed was that there were also many starless people in Bai City. Some starless people entered Bai City at a high price to live for 100 years. Some starless people directly became the servants of the one-star all-things masters. However, they were still the one-star all-things masters. At a glance, all of them were one-star all-things masters. Here, one-star all-things masters were not rare at all. Qin Shao looked around. For this unfamiliar environment, he was now completely ignorant and did not understand it at all. As a newcomer, he was really unfamiliar with the people and the place. Fortunately, when Elder Ji gave Qin Shao the identity of one-star all-things master, he also transmitted some basic information about Bai City to Qin Zhao's mind at the same time, which also gave Qin Shao a general understanding of Bai City. Bai City was not big, but over the endless years, endless accumulation had allowed Bai City to grow to the point where the permanent resident population exceeded 100 million. This number does sound a bit scary. More than 100 million star-level all-things cultivators. If some starless cultivators who entered the city were added, then the number of people in Bai City would be close to 200 million. However, thinking about it carefully, 200 million people was indeed not a lot. After all, it was the accumulation of endless years. The people in the world of all things master could become one-star all things masters and live forever. Therefore, there were many more people in Bai City than outside the city. If a city with a population of 200 million was placed in the God realm, it would be pitifully small and insignificant. However, in the world of all things master, it was still okay and belonged to the normal level. Now Qin Zhao's top priority was to find a place to settle down, then sell all the things he had on him. After exchanging them for all things stones, he would buy some cultivation methods to cultivate. In Bai City, in addition to buying cultivation methods, there were also some places that could assist in cultivation that could be visited. However, Qin Zhao was really unfamiliar with Bai City, so it was not easy to find a place to settle down. If he wanted to save time by selling his things, he could directly sell them to the All Things Master's Temple. However, if he sold them to the All Things Master's Temple, the price would be lower, so it was not worth it. Therefore, Qin Zhao was not in a hurry when he was in the All Things Master's Temple. He wanted to wait and see Bai City. There was also the All Things Master's Temple in the city. "My lord!" A voice suddenly rang in Qin Zhao's ears. Qin Zhao frowned slightly and looked around, but strangely did not see anyone. Who was talking? "My lord, I'm here." The voice rang again. Only then did Qin Zhao realize that the voice came from below. He could not help but look down, only to see a short man whose height did not even reach Qin Zhao's waist. He was looking up at Qin Zhao with a flattering smile. This person was only 70 or 80 centimeters tall. He was not even half as tall as Qin Zhao. He looked like a child of 2 or 3 years old. Although he was short, he was quite strong. You could say that he was fat. His entire person was like a rubber ball, especially his round face. When he smiled, his eyes narrowed into slits. He had a mustache, which made him look funny when he smiled. People could not help but laugh. Looking at the chubby boy, Qin Zhao could not help but think of Little Fatty. However, Little Fatty was tall and strong. The person in front of him was rather strange. Was he from the human clan? But he did not look like one. If he was from the human clan, it was indeed the first time that Qin Zhao had seen such a short person. Moreover, this person did not have a mark between his eyebrows, which meant that he was not an all things master at all, but a starless master. Chapter 1133. Babatu, what's the matter? Qin Zhao asked. The short man smiled even more flatteringly. Sir, you must have just become a one-star all things wielder and entered Bai City for the first time, right? How do you know? Qin Zhao looked at the short man curiously. The short man smiled. It's not hard to know. I've been guarding here most of the time. So, as long as a new one-star all-thing wielder enters the city, the first person to know is me, Babatu. It's not that I, Babatu, am bragging, but no one in Bai City can compare to me. The last time a one-star all-thing wielder was born was 3 years ago. I've been waiting for a long time. I've waited for 3 whole years. Qin Zhao didn't understand and asked. You're not from the Temple of All Things, so why have you been guarding here waiting for the new all-thing wielder? The Temple of All Things was the highest existence in the heart of all things world and ruled over it. All forces were subservient to the Temple of All Things. The Temple of All Things was just one of the organizations under the Temple of All Things, and they were also completely subservient to the Temple of All Things. The managers of every city were also from the Temple of All Things. For example, the guards at the city gates could also be considered members of the Universal Temple. Of course, their presence at the bottom of the hierarchy was weaker. The person in front of him wasn't a one-star all-thing wielder, and wasn't wearing the uniform of the Temple of all things. So, Qin Shao naturally didn't think that the person in front of him had any background. Babata said, "Hee, sir, I, Babatu, am the most reliable person in Bai City to serve the new all-thing wielder. If I'm not wrong, you must be worried about something. Actually, I noticed you when you first entered the city, but I didn't come forward to disturb you. Sir, you've been standing here motionless for half an incense's time. You've also looked around at least 10 times. Occasionally you'll even frown. All the signs indicate that you don't know much about Bai City, Your Excellency. I'm afraid you only know some basic things. So, my lord, you must be worrying about how to find a place to settle down and how to sell some of your things for a good price. Am I right, my lord?" Babatu, on the other hand, had a face full of confidence. However, it had to be said that Babatu was indeed a shrewd person. Everything he said was correct. Qin Shao was indeed worried about these things. Qin Shao was also thinking about how to find a way. He didn't expect that a way would take the initiative to send itself to his door. There were many people like this in the city. Qin Shao had also encountered many of them in the divine world. So, he wasn't unfamiliar with them. Hearing this, Qin Shao completely understood what Babata did. Qin Shao just happened to need a guide. She curled her lips and said, "Then you came at the right time. I really do need a guide. From the looks of it, you should be a good guide." "Hehehe, I have to say that my lord's vision is really good. I, Babatu, am famous in Bai City. It's no exaggeration to say that I, Babatu, am the #1 guide in Bai City. No one can compete with me." Babatu smiled proudly. However, this confidence seemed to be a bit too much. However, these words coming from Babata's mouth didn't seem to arouse much suspicion. However, Qin Shao didn't pay much attention to this. Instead, she said, "How about this, Babatu, you name your price. If I think it's suitable, I'll let you be my guide. But don't ask for too much. Although I just entered the city, it doesn't mean that I'm easy to trick. Hehehe, you can rest assured about this." Babata waved his hand and said, "I, Babatu, dare not say anything else, but my reputation is definitely the best in Bai City. Moreover, I, Babatu, am absolutely honest and clear about my price. My price may not be the lowest, but the price-performance ratio is definitely the highest. If my lord is still worried about something, then it's fine. I, Babatu, have always been honest in doing business. I also believe in my lord's integrity. My lord, you can wait for my guide to finish before you decide whether you're satisfied or not. If you're satisfied, then pay. If you're not satisfied, then I, Babatu, won't take a single cent. I'm not joking. Not satisfied won't take a single cent?" Daring to say this showed Babata's confidence. He was very confident. Having such confidence was where the confidence came from. Qin Shao liked confident people. He liked this kind of person who spoke with confidence. This kind of way of doing things was indeed what Qin Shao appreciated. No matter what Qin Shao did, he relied on a feeling. If the feeling was right, then it was fine. Qin Shao felt that Babata was right. Therefore, Qin Shao had decided to let Babata be his guide. Having a guide would indeed save a lot of trouble. The energy and time saved could be used for cultivation. The earlier he integrated into Bai City, the earlier he could start cultivating. This was the most important and precious thing. Qin Shao didn't care about spending a bit of money at all. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I believe in you. Just name a price." Babata stretched out 2 fingers and said, 20 Omni Stones. I'll be at your service for a year. I'll be at your beck and call. As long as my lord wants to know something, there's basically nothing I can't answer. As long as it's a big or small matter in Bai City, I'm very clear about it. If my lord wants to take a longer time, I can add some Omni Stones. 20 Omni Stones? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. This price wasn't cheap. The guide wanted 20 Omni Stones? At first glance, Qin Shao did feel that it was a bit expensive. After all, Qin Shao didn't need much. The main thing was to find a good place to settle down and then find a good buyer to sell his things. As for other things, there wasn't much. Qin Shao could completely handle it himself. For these two things, the price of 20 Omni Stones was naturally a bit high. Seeing Qin Shao frown slightly, Babatu immediately saw through Qin Shao's thoughts. He said with a smile, "My lord, you must feel that this price is very expensive. In fact, it's not. The benefits I can bring to my lord are definitely far beyond these 20 Omni Stones. I just said that after a year, if my lord doesn't feel satisfied with my service, then I won't take a single Omni Stone. My lord doesn't even need to give me a single Omni Stone. And I won't have half a word of complaint. I'll do what I say. But I have full confidence that as long as my lord uses me as a guide, it will definitely be worth the price. I've stayed in Bai City these years, and have served no less than 1,000 lords. But up until now, only 3 people haven't given me Omni Stones." Hearing Babata speak so confidently and forcefully, Qin Shao started to consider. Qin Shao could see that Babata wasn't lying. After thinking for a bit, Qin Shao made a decision and said, "All right, Babatu, 20 Omni Stones it is. As long as you can make me feel that it's worth it, then let alone 20 Omni Stones, even if it's 200 Omni Stones, I'll still pay. But I'll say the ugly words first. If you make me feel that you're not worth it, then I really won't pay you a single Omni Stone. And this is what you said yourself. You don't even have the chance to go back on your words." Babatu immediately grinned and nodded happily. He, my lord, don't worry. I, Babatu, am doing business. Since it's a business, then the most important thing is integrity. Besides, my lord is a 1-star Omni Master. I, Babatu, am only a starless master, an insignificant person. Even if I have the guts, I don't have the strength to touch my lord in the slightest. Qin Shao nodded. This was indeed true. A starless master didn't have any status in Bai City and was as lowly as a dog. A 1-star Omni Master killing a starless master was innocent and could kill at will. So, not to mention Qin Shao not giving him the Omni Stones, even if he killed Babatu, it was fine. Babatu took such a big risk to be a guide. Thinking about it, it wasn't easy. Chapter 1134. Choosing a courtyard. Babatu immediately nodded and said, "Yes, sir. But sir, do you prefer a quiet place, a lively place, or a more high-end place?" "Tell me the specifics," Qin Shao said. Babatu vividly explained, "It's like this, sir. If it's a more peaceful place, then they will definitely live in a more remote area. Most of them are in the slums, which is the area where many starless people gather. Of course, there are also other areas, but they will be more expensive. If it's a more lively place, then pick a place where many starless people gather. This is close to any place. You can join in the fun when you go out. There's no need to talk about high-end places. Sir should know that good places are definitely very good, but they are more expensive. As for the specifics, it still depends on Sir's preferences and financial resources." Qin Shao nodded. He robbed the Changshan 5 tigers and dug up a huge treasure. Now Qin Shao did have some wealth, but a lot of it was materials that he did not sell. Qin Shao did not have many Omni Stones from the Changshan 5 tigers. In total, he only had about 900 pieces, less than 1,000. Qin Shao did not know much about the market situation in Bai City, so he asked, "Babatu, I prefer a quieter place, but I can't live too far away. I can take out 900 pieces of Omni Stones right now. If it's a bit more, it's fine. I can sell some materials. Based on my estimation, it should be able to withstand around 2,000 myriad stones. Take a look at these Omni Stones and see how you can use them better." Hearing Qin Shao's words, Babatu was also shocked. He looked at Qin Shao with a surprised expression and said, Enough, enough. It's completely enough. With 900 pieces of Omni stones, you can buy a courtyard in a better place. Even if you don't buy, you can rent. Usually, it's 10,000 years. If you rent, the price can be much cheaper. Oh, I see. Qin Shao had some general understanding. It seemed that he was quite rich. Since that was the case, it was easy to handle. Babadu, how about this? You pick a few good places and take me to see. I'll rent it for 10,000 years first. As for the rest, I'll leave it to you. Hee, Lord, all right, as long as you have money, things will be easier. All right, sir, I'll take you there. Babata grinned. After saying that, he took Qin Shao to see the courtyard. The selection of the courtyard went smoothly. Babata was indeed worthy of being called the #1 intelligence guide in Bai City. He was indeed capable. He knew everything about Bai City like the back of his hand. He was simply a know-it-all. With Babatu, it really saved Qin Shao a lot of trouble. In the end, Qin Shao rented a courtyard. Qin Shao was quite satisfied in all aspects, although Qin Zhao's requirements were really not high. Renting this courtyard for 10,000 years was exactly 900 myriad stones. Once the courtyard was rented, Qin Zhao's myriad stones were stretched thin. He also had to pay Babata's guide fee. However, this was not urgent. Anyway, there was a year's time. Moreover, there were so many things on him that he had not sold. These could all be converted into cash. After settling down, Babata said again, Lord, according to the owner, the previous tenant of this courtyard became a 2-star myriad bearer. He left Bai City 3 years ago. He bragged about his courtyard to the heavens. However, if I didn't bring it here and you found it yourself, then the price would be much higher. Qin Shao smiled. He believed this. At first, Babata did not open his mouth. Instead, he let Qin Shao talk. The owner's asking price was 1,500 myriad stones. In the end, Babata cut it down to 900. The previous tenant rented for 10,000 years and only got 8 million myriad stones. However, Qin Shao did not know how to do it. However, he felt that this price was quite acceptable. Lord, look at this street. It's not the main street. There are courtyards of cultivators all around. Moreover, they are all 1-star myriad bearers. Therefore, this place is relatively quiet. Generally, no one would come here. After passing through this street, you can reach the most prosperous main street of Bai City after walking for a while. Lord should have noticed it when you came. There are all kinds of shops on the main street. Restaurants, tea houses, inns, hee. There are even brothels. It's quite unique. Our Bai City's larger shops are all on this street. This street is very long. There are many places that Lord did not see when you came here. Later, Lord can take a good look around. Brothels? Qin Shao was speechless. He was not interested in this kind of place at all. Babatu introduced the surrounding situation to Qin Shao so that Qin Shao could quickly integrate into this place. By the way, Babatu, tell me how to get cultivation methods and some cultivation resources. Qin Shao asked again. This was what he was concerned about. Babatu nodded and continued to introduce. After listening to Babata's introduction, Qin Shao completely understood. However, it was similar to what he thought. It was just a little more specific. The entire world was ruled by the Myriad Temple. It was an absolute rule. The order was very strict and the hierarchy was very strict. In Bai City, there was a branch of the Myriad Temple. Everything could be obtained here. However, if you want to get cultivation methods and cultivation resources, just being a 1-star myriad bearer was not enough. Being a 1-star myriad bearer only meant that you have reached a threshold. However, if you want to get it, you have to pay a price. You can use myriad stones to buy it, but the price is relatively high. You can do tasks to earn merits in exchange. This was more complicated and there were many ways to do it. There was a complete system there. Qin Shao was not unfamiliar with this system. It was not new. It was similar to many forces in the realm of the gods. There were also things like joining the City Lord Mansion or the Myriad Temple. Of course, this requirement was very high. In short, if you want to get something, you have to pay a price. Moreover, the price was not small. This was also a law of the Hongmeng universe. There was nothing to say. Everything had to be obtained by one's own effort. It was better not to be whimsical about things that did not require effort. There were a lot of cultivation resources in Bai City. Qin Shao couldn't wait to try them out. It was definitely not possible to stay in the courtyard and cultivate in seclusion. However, he could not be anxious for the time being. He had to stabilize first. Qin Shao had just returned from the assessment area. Now, he needed to digest, refine, and improve himself. Resources, no matter where it was, must be fought for. This was the law, the eternal and unchanging law, the law of survival. Of course, sir, other than obtaining cultivation methods and cultivation resources from the Myriad Temple, you can also obtain them from other channels. For example, cultivation methods are sold in many shops. In terms of cultivation resources, several of the major forces in Bai City also have them. In terms of price, it is relatively more affordable. After all, if you want to compete with the Myriad Temple, you have to have some advantages there. Babata said again. Qin Shao asked, "Then how do you think I should maximize the benefits?" Babata smiled and said, "That depends on Sir's needs. If Sir's needs are not high, then it is naturally more cost-effective to find other forces. If Sir's needs are higher, then you can only go to the Myriad Temple. However, generally speaking, the needs will not be so high in the early stages. In fact, I think other forces are enough. If you want to go up, then you will definitely have to go to the Myriad Temple." Qin Zhao's needs were definitely high. Let's talk about this later. There was no rush now. He would see for himself when the time came. Everything should be based on his own benefit. After chatting with Babatu for a while, Qin Shao asked Babatu to take him to sell the materials on him first. Only with the Myriad Stone could he do other things. On the way, Babata began to introduce again. "Master, in addition to the Myriad Temple, there are 3 larger and more reputable places in Bai City that sell materials. One is the 100 Treasures Confluence, one is the Red Mountain House, and the last one is the Myriad Kingdom Constabulary. The strength of these 3 companies is very strong. Not only in our Bai City, but also in many other cities. Even in the entire core of all things world, these 3 are considered top forces, so their reputations are very good. They are more trustworthy. In terms of price, they are slightly more reasonable than the Myriad Temple. And basically, they are honest, so you don't have to worry about anything." Qin Shao was not in a hurry to make a decision, and asked, "In addition to these 3, are there any others?" Babata nodded and said, "Yes, there are many. But I don't recommend those small forces. The water here is very deep. There are many black guides who work together to cheat people, and many of them are cheated very miserably. These are more black-hearted. They target people who don't know much and cheat as much as they can. Of course, there are some that are relatively better, but the price is not good. It's better to go to these 3 or even the Myriad Temple. But you can also go to the black market to sell. If you sell by yourself, it will all depend on your ability. It's just that it takes more energy and time. The black market also accepts, but it also depends on your ability. Some sell well, and some are cheated miserably. But if you go to the black market, the ordinary materials are not interesting. If you want some more special and precious materials, then you can get a good price if you are lucky. If it's other ordinary things, then it doesn't matter. Therefore, I think it's better for you to choose one of the 3 great powers. The closest to us is the 100 Treasures Concourse, not far over there. The furthest is the Myriad Kingdom Concourse. The prices of these 3 are about the same, with a slight difference. In fact, I think they are about the same. As for the specifics, it depends on which one you want to go to. Qin Shao did not care too much and said, "In that case, whatever. Since the 100 Treasures concourse is closer, then let's go to the 100 Treasures concourse first. Let's take a look first. They might not sell." Babatu nodded. Babata brought Qin Shao to 100 Treasures hut, but not long after, a well-dressed man jumped out. He pointed at Babata's nose and said, "Yo, Babatu, you've been swindling people all day. Did you manage to swindle another adult? Umph. You have a glib tongue. Looks like you're going to make a killing again." As he said that, he said to Qin Shao, "Lord, you have to be more careful. Don't be fooled by this kid. This guy is not a good person. He is very black-hearted." Chapter 1135. Choice. That's right, Babatu, don't try to swindle people here. Aren't you wicked? It's fine if you swindle a starless person, but you even dare to swindle a one-star all things master. You really have the face of a leopard. Another person walked over and pointed at Babata's nose and scolded. These two people, one singing and the other shouting, seemed to be real. Moreover, these two people's clothes were not bad, and they looked quite decent. But no matter how good these two people's performance was, they could fool people who had not seen much of the world. But how could they fool Qin Shao? Qin Shao was a person who had lived for nearly 400,000 years in the God realm, and had experienced a lot, seen a lot, stood at a high level, and naturally had a very high vision for many things. How could such a small trick escape Qin Zhao's discerning eyes? These two people, one singing and one shouting, clearly did not have any good intentions. However, Qin Shao playfully replied, "A good way? What good way?" Seeing that Qin Shao actually paid attention to these two people, Babatu was a little anxious for a moment. He opened his mouth to say something, but looking at the two people, he still closed his mouth a little timidly. Babata's face was green as he stood at the side. He looked very embarrassed. The two people saw that Qin Shao seemed to be a little interested, and they were immediately happy in their hearts. As long as she was interested, then it would be easy to handle. The opening had already been torn open. As long as a small opening was torn open, then the following path would be much smoother. The man who spoke first put on a sincere face, and said with a face that was good for Qin Shao, "Master, our Bai city's water is very deep. Some people use the guise of a guide to sell doors to deceive some masters who have just entered the city, and pull them to some of the so-called big powers' shops to ruthlessly rip them off. In fact, it's all a partnership behind the scenes. If Master is here to sell things, then I would recommend Master to go to the shops over there. There are a few over there that are still not bad. With 1,000,000 years of reputation, we don't cheat the old or the young. We are very fair." Qin Shao chuckled and said, "You said that others are unscrupulous, but you introduced other stores to them. Does that make you fair? Why don't you just invite me to the Temple of All Beings?" "Milord, you can't say that. I just happened to pass by here and kindly reminded you. You might not know that Babatu, but I just happened to know him. He's a swindler. Who knows how many people have exposed his true face. His reputation is extremely vile. As the saying goes, the hand that gives a rose will have a lingering fragrance. If my lord thinks that I have any ulterior motives, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Anyway, I'm not the one who's at a disadvantage. Just take it that I'm being nosy and meddling in other people's business." The man was obviously retreating in order to advance. This was also a very good strategy to manipulate people's hearts. If it was someone with a weaker state of mind, they would have been intimidated. However, Qin Shao could clearly see that these two people were up to no good. Qin Shao had always believed in a saying, "Don't use people you suspect, and don't doubt people you use." If Qin Shao didn't trust Babatu, then he wouldn't have used him as a guide. Since he used him, it meant that he completely trusted Babatu, so Qin Shao definitely didn't think that Babatu would be such a person. Qin Shao still had the ability to see through people. who was unscrupulous and who was white, in fact, could be seen at a glance, not to mention that Qin Shao had very sharp senses. Then I'll take it that you're meddling in other people's business. Please go ahead. Qin Shao curled his lips and said lightly. When the man saw that his words had no effect at all, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. After looking at Qin Shao, he could only choose to leave resentfully. The other man had also left long ago. Without batting an eyelid, Qin Shao sent these two people away. Babata thought that Qin Shao was going to be deceived, but he didn't expect that Qin Shao actually saw through these two people long ago. Just now, he was just mocking the two people. He was not persuaded by the two people. This also made Babata secretly sigh in relief. Sir, I was really quite worried just now. I really thought that you believed their words. If that's the case, then it will be terrible, Babata said. Qin Shao curled his lips and said with a smile, right and wrong, black and white, insidious and false, I can still distinguish clearly. If I can be deceived with a few words, then I'm stupid. But it seems that the competitiveness in your line of work is also very great. Babata nodded, then he helplessly sighed and said, Isn't that so? That's a huge amount of power. So, it's not easy to make a living in this line of work. But what can I do? Who made my talent not good enough? There's no way to become a one-star all-creation master like you. If you want to make a living in Bai City, you can only use some means to make a living. But the two people just now are not negative guides. They are lurking near the shops of the three major forces, 100 Treasures Hut, Red Mountain House, and Myriad Kingdom Mansion. As soon as they see someone coming over, they will come up and deceive them. They specialize in this. Once they get their hands on it, they will bring it to some small shop. Some of them will even team up with others to scam them. This way, they can earn a high price difference and make a huge profit. And these people are also organized and powerful. Ordinary people can't do anything to them. Moreover, they also have close cooperation with those small forces. They are the only ones who can open up this path. No one else will be able to step foot in here. Qin Shao was relieved. I didn't expect it to be so complicated. No wonder you didn't dare to say a word just now. It turns out that you can't afford to offend these people. That's right. You are alone and weak. How can you afford to offend these organized people? So, even if you are framed, you don't dare to say a word. You can only let them say whatever they want. Babata smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yes, there's no other way. People like us, who have nothing, are treading on thin ice in Bai City. We have to be careful and cautious in everything we do, for fear of offending someone. I definitely can't afford to offend these people. They can kill me directly. Fortunately, I'm a guide, and I don't specialize in snatching business from them, so I have to be nice. Qin Shao could understand Babata's feelings. Such things were common everywhere. Everything was based on strength. The fist was the most important. Weak people could only live at the bottom. And at the bottom, they would be bullied by others. To get rid of this kind of life, Qin Shao had always been a great motivation to move forward. Let's not care about this. Let's go. Qin Shao shook his head. He quickly put this little episode to the back of his mind. Soon, Babata brought Qin Shao to the 100 Treasures confluence. Just by looking at this magnificent building, one could tell that the 100 Treasures confluence was extraordinary. And what was worth noticing was that at the entrance of the 100 Treasures confluence, there were two burly men more than 20 feet tall, wearing black armor and holding huge weapons. They were like two divine soldiers, guarding the 100 Treasures confluence. That murderous aura also made people not dare to act rashly. Just this kind of means was enough to make them powerful. Two one-star all things experts who had gone through many trials and tribulations were actually willing to become guards here. How could an ordinary small force have such means? Entering the 100 Treasures confluence, they saw a huge hall. And around the hall there were rooms. And the name of each room was different. There was something like Water Cloud Stream, Treasure House, Cleansing Heart Hall, and so on. It was quite lively here. There were many people going in and out of the rooms. There was a lot of traffic. From this, it could be seen that the 100 Treasures confluence was indeed good. At least its strength was undeniably powerful. As one of the three major forces of Bai City, it was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 1136. 100 Treasures Concourse. Why are there so many houses? Qin Shao asked in confusion. Babata smiled and said, "Oh right, Lord, I forgot to introduce 100 Treasures Concourse to you in detail. 100 Treasures Concourse is very interesting and has its own characteristic. 100 Treasures Concourse is actually not a store, but a huge alliance." A huge alliance? Qin Shao didn't understand what it meant. Yes, Lord, a huge alliance. But how should I put it? Let me put it simply. 100 Treasures Concourse made itself into a huge store, and then let others put things in its store to sell. My lord, you see so many houses, but they actually represent many different shops. And what 100 Treasures Concourse does is to gather all these different stores together to form a 100 Treasures Concourse, similar to a huge alliance. These different shops are actually selected from all over the world in the core of all things. They are not some small shops in Bai City. Hearing this explanation, Qin Shao understood what 100 Treasures Concourse meant. This was the first time Qin Shao had seen this kind of model, and it sounded very novel. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, "Babatu, if this is the case, will there be any hidden dangers? If there are too many small stores, won't it be hard to manage? Secondly, won't there be some chaos? Thirdly, the competition will be fierce. Fourthly, there is no way to guarantee quality and credibility, right? If this is the case, I think 100 Treasures Concourse is not as good as the other two." Babata shook his head and said, "Lord, this is not the case. Although 100 Treasures Concourse has gathered hundreds of small stores, the stores that can enter 100 Treasures Concourse are all carefully selected by 100 Treasures Concourse. In terms of credibility, there is absolutely guarantee. And if you want to join 100 Treasures Concourse, you have to pay a huge price as a guarantee. As long as a store enters 100 Treasures Concourse, everything has to follow 100 Treasures Concourse's arrangements. 100 Treasures Concourse will give customers all the guarantees. If there is any problem, 100 Treasures Concourse will bear the responsibility. Therefore, you can rest assured when you buy things in Baibao Exchange. 100 Treasures Exchange's reputation is there. Naturally, it has a very perfect model. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to do so much. Qin Shao thought for a moment and nodded. Now that he thought about it, that was indeed the case. It seemed that he was overthinking it. Speaking of which, it was normal for Qin Shao to think more about such a novel situation. Since his reputation was guaranteed, there was nothing to be afraid of. Qin Shao casually walked around and said, "Babatu, there are so many merchants in 100 Treasures Hut. There must be a lot of competition between them, right? Also, look over there. There's a shop called 100 Treasures Exchange. That should be 100 Treasures Exchange's own shop, right? Since 100 Treasures Hut has its own stores, it should have a huge advantage in this aspect, right?" Babata nodded and said, "Right, 100 Treasures Exchange must have their own shops. Otherwise, if they only do alliances, then their profits would be limited. 100 Treasures Exchange's own shop is definitely the biggest and strongest here. But since the other shops can continue to operate, there must be room for survival. In terms of individual scale, the Red Mountain House and the Myriad Kingdom Constabulary are indeed stronger than 100 Treasures Exchange. But 100 Treasures Exchange's strength doesn't lie in itself, but in its huge alliance model. Bai City is just a small city. In our 100 Treasures Exchange, there are about 300 merchants. It is said that in the headquarters of 100 Treasures Exchange, there are more than 100,000 merchants. Therefore, in terms of overall scale, 100 Treasures Exchange is definitely the largest in the world of all things besides the Temple of All Things. There is no doubt about this. In our Bai city, the overall scale is definitely greater than the Red Mountain House and the Myriad Kingdom Constabulary. As Sir said, when there are more merchants, there will definitely be competition. After all, everyone has their shops together, and they are all the same. It is said that people of the same trade are enemies. Since there are so many enemies, it's inevitable that there will be conflict. It's precisely because of this normal competition that the customers are given a better opportunity. Therefore, there are often some promotional activities. For example, there are many activities such as discounts, gifts, and so on. There are even some shops that engage in price wars to attract customers. And these are all things that are very beneficial to customers. With so many merchants, there will always be some activities to attract customers every day. Everyone was taking turns, right? Using such a strategy to suck more customers' blood. As long as 100 Treasures Exchange's total number of customers can be maintained at a high level, all the merchants will be able to survive. In terms of treasures, each merchant has their own methods and their own characteristic. Therefore, you can always find what you want here. Everything will be very complete. But in the Red Mountain House and the Myriad Kingdom Constabulary, that is not necessarily the case. 100 Treasures Exchange will be more complete. It just feels a little more chaotic. Qin Shao nodded. Even without Babata's explanation, Qin Shao could easily understand this basic principle. The situation was indeed like this. These merchants would not have people soliciting customers at the door. At most, if there were activities, they would hang a sign at the door and say something. And some of the words on these signs were very interesting and very eye-catching. For example, there was a sign that said, Pear Gardens Million-Year Anniversary, Great Discount, Buy, Get, Vomit Blood Sale. As long as you dare to come, we will dare to give as soon as you enter. There was also a sign that said, Buy 1, get 3 free. Dear customers, please do not miss this opportunity. Even more interesting was this. Buy 2 pieces of everything, 2 pieces of everything. 2 pieces of Omni Stones, you will not suffer a loss. 2 pieces of Omni Stones, you will not be cheated. Qin Shao felt that the most attractive was this. As long as you bring home the top-notch cultivation method, you will become a 2-star Omni Master. You will roam the battlefield of beasts and walk to the peak of life. Seeing these words, Qin Shao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It made him feel that the person who wrote these words was too talented, right? To be able to write such attractive words, it was really admirable. In any case, Qin Shao felt that the words were quite celebratory. I don't think some of these shops sell cultivation methods or treasures, right? Qin Shao asked. Babata nodded and said, Yes, not all of them. In short, 100 Treasures Confluence has the most things. They sell everything. Not only do they sell cultivation methods and treasures, but they also sell weapons, blades, and the like. They also buy many materials. And in this place, some shops only sell, some only buy, and some both buy and sell. Shops that only sell make up the majority, and are also the mainstream here. It's just that the things they sell are a bit mixed. After all, there are too many shops here. So many shops will have their own specialties. For example, the shop that sold 2 pieces of Omni Stones just now. What can 2 pieces of Omni Stones buy? It can't be that you can buy a cultivation method or a treasure, right? So, 2 pieces of Omni Stones are actually just used to buy some small trinkets, weapons, and the like. They aren't considered valuable things. These things are usually sold to people who like to play or to starless people. True starless people rarely look at this kind of thing. Even if they look, they will only look at it with the mentality of looking at it for fun. They definitely won't look at it deliberately. Qin Shao nodded and was relieved. It turned out that this was the case. This was also in line with the characteristics of this 100 Treasures Confluence. It was indeed a very interesting place. However, Qin Shao didn't have much interest in looking around slowly. Instead, he said, "Babatu, if I want to sell things, which shop do you think is better?" Babata shook his head and said, "This is really hard to say. In fact, it's all about the same. However, let's take a look first. If any shop has a bigger activity, then we can take a look. Otherwise, it's all about the same. If we sell, we can do whatever we want. The main thing is that, if we buy, then we need to look at it more and compare it more. After all, there are endless cultivation methods, and not all cultivation methods are suitable for us. Yes, it doesn't matter if we sell. It probably won't be much different. The most important thing is to buy. For me now, what I need is cultivation methods." Qin Shao nodded. Babata looked around and said, "There's no rush, let's take a look. It's best to find a shop that is both buying and selling. It just so happens that it's holding an activity. In some stores, if you buy things from them, they can give you a higher price. This way, it's more cost-effective." Qin Shao let Babata search for him. He also looked around, relying on his feelings to take a look. The two weren't in a hurry. They slowly strolled around 100 Treasures Confluence. They went crazy for half a day. Finally, Babata stopped in a shop called Alien Star Pavilion. There was also a sign hanging on the door of this shop, but the things written on this sign were more normal. 90% discount. 90%? Is it a gimmick? Qin Shao curled his lips. Babata shook his head and said, "No, sir. 100 Treasures Confluence has strict rules and regulations. No shop is allowed to make any false advertising. They must ensure the authenticity. So, sir, when you saw some of the more interesting slogans in the front, it's actually just interesting, but it's not false. For false advertising, they will be punished. With 100 Treasures Confluence's reputation, these shops don't dare to do this. So, since this sign says that it's 90% discount, it must be true. So it's like this." Qin Shao smiled and felt relieved. It seemed that the management of 100 Treasures Confluence was really very good. It was no wonder that it could accumulate such a reputation. It was indeed not simple. Thinking about it, if every shop made some false advertising, then the reputation of 100 Treasures Confluence would be completely ruined. This kind of thing really couldn't be done. The influence was too great. Without credibility, there would be no future. If the shop lost its credibility, it was equivalent to walking on a dead end. "Then let's go, let's take a look at this shop," Qin Shao said to Babatu, then walked in first. Babatu also quickly followed in. Chapter 1137. Selecting a cultivation method without a waiter to receive them, Qin Shao and Babatu went to the cultivation method display area by themselves. For Qin Shao, the most important thing was still the cultivation method. He was only willing to do business here if there were good cultivation methods. "Sir, look here. These are all displayed cultivation methods. Just here, there are more than 100 types. But this is not all. If sir has any other needs, you can ask the shopkeeper to see more. Of course, if you want to see more, the requirements will be higher. Those that are not displayed are all fine products," Babata said. For most cultivators, cultivation methods were actually more or less the same. As long as there was a cultivation method, there were no other requirements. Cultivation techniques, in fact, were all the same. The fundamentals were all the same. Cultivation methods were only auxiliary means of cultivation. They were only bridges and lamps on the road forward. With the assistance of cultivation methods, the path of cultivation would be easier. For most people, this was indeed the case. Cultivation methods were like a master that could teach you. Therefore, cultivation methods were naturally very important to people on the path of cultivation. It was worth it for cultivators to fight with their lives. But cultivation methods were not absolute. Qin Shao was very clear that the most important thing in cultivation was one's own comprehension. No matter how good a cultivation method was, it was only an external thing. But to truly cultivate a Tao, it required one's own comprehension and mastery step by step. If you could not comprehend it yourself, then no matter how good a cultivation method was, it would be useless. The great Tao was the foundation, and everything else was auxiliary means. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally different from others in terms of cultivation method. He would definitely be very picky and have higher requirements. Qin Shao would definitely not take a fancy to ordinary cultivation method. If the cultivation method's external assistance was relatively small, then Qin Shao would rather not have the cultivation method. After all, if he cultivated a cultivation method, it would also require a lot of energy and time. Of course, apart from the price being very expensive, the main reason was that it was difficult to obtain a good cultivation method. No matter how good a cultivation method was, if you couldn't even obtain it, it would be useless. Therefore, to the vast majority of one-star all things masters, any technique was about the same. It was just like picking out clothes. To put it bluntly, clothes were just clothes to wear. In fact, no matter the style or color, it was almost the same. It was just a matter of personal taste. My lord, look at this cultivation technique. Heaven-seizing creation art, Tisk Tsk. Just by looking at the name, one would know how majestic it was. Moreover, today's special price is only 899 myriad stones. It's quite worth it. In the past, I thought it would be 900 something. Today's price has indeed dropped. Babatu pointed to a cultivation method and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao also noticed this cultivation method. Just by looking at the name, it indeed gave off a majestic feeling. However, after Qin Shao looked at the introduction of the technique, she shook her head. If I'm not wrong, this heaven-seizing creation technique should be a simplified version, right? Babatu was slightly stunned. After looking at Qin Shao in astonishment, he nodded and said, "Yes, my lord really has good eyesight. You can actually see that this cultivation method is a simplified version at a glance. The fame of the heaven-seizing creation technique is extremely great. It's a top-grade cultivation method. It's our heart of all things world's top-grade cultivation method." The classification of cultivation methods in the heart of all things world was relatively simple. There were a total of 4 grades: high, middle, low and top grade. It was the same as the classification of Great Tao. Top grade was the highest and low grade was the last. This simplified version of the heaven-seizing creation technique was at the low grade level. Therefore, even if this heaven-seizing creation technique is an extremely simplified version, no matter what, the main body is still extremely powerful. Therefore, even if it's simplified, its fame is still extremely great. This heaven-seizing creation technique is definitely the most popular cultivation method here. Not only here, it's the same in other places. I feel that this cultivation method is quite good. My lord might as well consider it. For this cultivation method to be promoted in the entire heart of all things world, it's enough to show that this cultivation method is extraordinary. It's cheap and affordable. It's also easy to get. And its potential is limitless. It's indeed a good choice. Although Babata strongly recommended it, Qin Shao still shook his head. It's too simplified. Some of the good things have been removed. And the result of this is that a lot of things have been destroyed, making this cultivation method extremely unstable. The deeper the cultivation, the greater the influence. It seems easy to get started, but there are too many hidden things behind it. It's not a good choice. For ordinary people, for some cultivators without ambition, this was indeed a good choice. Qin Shao didn't deny this point. But Qin Shao didn't like it. The essence of this extremely simplified cultivation method wasn't present. Some of the fundamental things had been destroyed. If one cultivated this cultivation method in depth and used this cultivation method to use the heart of all things Tao, it would only be a counterattack. The deeper one went, the more counterattack there would be. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to see this point, but Qin Shao understood it very well. With his vision, he could naturally see things very far and deep. This was something that Babatu couldn't understand. So hearing Qin Zhao's words, Babatu was very confused. He looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. He wanted to say something, but didn't. Luckily there weren't any attendants here. Otherwise, he would have to have a good discussion with Qin Shao. "Milord, then what about this?" Babata pointed at a cultivation method called Heartless Sword and introduced, "Milord, this cultivation method uses the sword to use the heart of all things Tao. I've seen some milord who cultivated Heartless Sword before. The power displayed by this cultivation method is indeed very strong. This cultivation method leans towards battle. If milord wants to increase your battle strength, then you might as well consider this cultivation method. I think it's pretty good." According to the general classification of cultivation methods, they could be roughly divided into a few categories. The first category was more towards combat and emphasized on attacking power. One type leaned towards defense, walking the direction of defense. One type was comprehension, truly helping to promote the use of the heart of all things Tao. It was the most helpful in raising one's cultivation level. If one could calm down, then this cultivation method was clearly a very good choice. One could calmly cultivate and wholeheartedly raise one's cultivation level. There was no need for a momentary struggle. One's cultivation level was the foundation, it was everything. Only raising one's cultivation level was the most important. For Qin Shao, his final goal was to become the controller of the heart of all things Tao. Everything else wasn't important. As long as he could reach this step, then everything would return to one. The overall classification was roughly like this. Everything else would be between these three categories. Of course, there were very few cultivation methods that were completely focused on one category. They would basically cover everything. It was just a matter of emphasis. Qin Shao also looked at the introduction of Heartless Sword and shook his head. "No, this cultivation method is a quick cultivation method. It seems like cultivation will increase quickly, but the disadvantages will also seep in. Once it explodes, there will be endless troubles. Moreover, this cultivation method's path is a little unconventional, it has the taste of a sword going unconventional. I don't like this path." Cough. "Alright, then let's look at other things. Anyway, there are more cultivation methods here, we can slowly look at them." Babata laughed dryly. These years, he had been a guide in Bai City, and received no less than 1,000 one-star All Things Tao Masters. Most of them bought cultivation methods. And these people who came to choose cultivation methods were basically dazzled. They didn't know which one to choose, but not many were picky. After all, there was no need to be picky. Any one of them could be used for cultivation. They had to choose because there were too many good things, and they didn't know which one to choose. Babata recommended a few more cultivation methods, but they were all rejected by Qin Shao one by one. Qin Shao was sharp enough to find some flaws in those cultivation methods and pointed out the problems. And these problems were something that Babata had never thought about. No one had ever said these things to him. The one-star All Things Tao Masters he brought before were not like this. Therefore, Qin Zhao's words also subverted some of Babata's ideas, which really surprised Babata. Qin Shao looked at one cultivation method after another, but he didn't see one that he was satisfied with. Every cultivation method was defective in Qin Zhao's eyes. So in the end, Babata didn't dare to say anything and let Qin Shao choose. But after this, there was no way to choose anymore. This situation made Qin Shao very helpless. It was not that he wanted to be picky, but it was because these low-grade cultivation methods had too many flaws and too many problems. Qin Shao was unwilling to compromise. After all, he didn't have many all things stones on him now. Even if he sold all the things on him, he should only be able to get more than 1,000 all things stones. These all things stones were definitely only enough to buy one cultivation method. So in terms of cultivation methods, Qin Shao still couldn't be careless. Otherwise, the impact in a short period of time wouldn't be small. Qin Shao couldn't be blamed. Who asked him to be an existence comparable to a ruler in the divine world? He was an existence that stood at the peak of the Hong Meng universe. How high was his vision? He had come into contact with many cultivation methods, the top 10 absolute arts and secret book. So the low-grade cultivation methods of the all things world naturally couldn't enter Qin Zhao's eyes. My lord, if you choose like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult to choose a satisfactory cultivation method. Seeing that he was about to finish choosing, Babata couldn't help but remind him. Qin Shao smiled and shook his head. Yes, if he continued to choose like this, there was no way to choose. But Qin Shao also didn't want to compromise. Qin Shao really felt that these low-grade cultivation methods were not necessary. It was better for him to cultivate them himself. After all, in terms of foundation, he was very strong. This wasn't something that ordinary people could compare with. Qin Zhao's cultivation experience was too rich. Although he couldn't directly copy it, there were still many similarities. So he could draw inferences about other things. Low-grade cultivation methods were indeed not necessary. At least, the ones that Qin Shao saw now were very unnecessary. They couldn't even force Qin Shao to choose. If there were better quality cultivation methods, Qin Shao could reluctantly accept them. But the ones in front of him really couldn't be helped. Humph, what a newcomer who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Boy, I've been observing you for a while. You've picked all the cultivation methods here. You're really good, boy. There are more than 100 cultivation methods here, and all of them are fine. But in your mouth, they're all worthless. I'm starting to suspect that you deliberately came to this shop to cause trouble. A harsh voice suddenly sounded. The person who spoke was a black-clothed man. Looking at his fierce face, one could tell that he wasn't a good person. There was a companion beside him, who also had a strange face. He didn't look like a good person. Chapter 1138. Pavilion Master Mu. The black-clothed man's voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the store. Many strange gazes landed on Qin Shao. A few attendants also came over and looked at Qin Shao with displeasure. Wasn't he causing trouble in the store? The surrounding crowd also began to point and whisper. Where did this brat come from? He's actually so ignorant. Is he a spy sent by another family? From the looks of it, he should be a newcomer who just entered the city. Humph humph. He just became a one-star all things master and he's already so arrogant. He can't even tell north, south, east and west. What a joke. That's right. The cultivation methods here are all top-notch. How could he say that they're so unbearable? He has bad intentions. Get lost, brat. Don't cause trouble here. If you can't afford it, then get lost. A beautiful female attendant walked over with a cold face. She looked at Qin Shao indifferently and said, Customer, if you don't want to buy our store's cultivation methods, then please leave. Don't use vicious words to lead others and ruin our store's reputation. After saying that, the female attendant coldly looked at Babatu and said, If you casually bring people to the store to cause trouble again, then don't come to our store in the future. Babata's face turned green. He was embarrassed, but he didn't dare to refute the attendant's scolding. He could only stand there with a red face. Babata looked at the female attendant apologetically. Then, he gently pulled Qin Shao and said, Sir, why don't we go to another store? Qin Shao had never been the type to meekly submit to adversity, but these people's insults to him really made Qin Shao feel very uncomfortable in his heart. If he left with his tail between his legs, wouldn't they hit the nail on the head? Everyone had self-esteem. Is it wrong for me to want to buy a better cultivation method? I'm just expressing my personal opinion. There's no other meaning, right? Qin Shao looked at those people calmly and said, "Humph, someone like you wants to buy a better cultivation method? Do you have that many Omni stones? Bah, who doesn't know how to brag? I even said that I wanted to buy a top-grade cultivation technique. Unfortunately, this shop doesn't have it. Otherwise, I would definitely buy it. Ha ha ha, he's a newcomer. He thinks he's unbeatable. It's normal for him to have such an arrogant attitude. Let's not scare him." The female attendant said again, "Sir, it seems that you are not here to purchase the cultivation method sincerely. Then please leave. Our shop welcomes anyone. Since you're just here to take a stroll, we welcome you as well. However, we don't welcome guests like you who speak without thinking and speak rudely, damaging the reputation of our shop. If you don't know your place, then don't blame us for being impolite." There was clearly a hint of threat in these words. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown as he stared coldly at the female attendant. "Is this how your alien star pavilion does business? As the saying goes, true gold fears no fire. I just said a few words, and you're already angry from embarrassment? Humph, if that's the case, then I really think that you have a guilty conscience. If that's the case, then it's fine if I don't buy it. There are so many shops in the 100 Treasures Exchange. I don't have to buy it from your alien star pavilion. There's one more thing I want to say. Newcomers also have dignity and can't be humiliated by others." As soon as Qin Zhao's words came out, it caused a roar of laughter. Obviously, the onlookers snorted and were very disdainful. Newcomers talking about dignity? Only those with strength could talk about this. Those without strength should behave themselves. Otherwise, they would suffer a big loss. The waitress also snorted coldly and was about to come up and ask Qin Shao to leave. At this moment, a solemn-looking old man walked over and shouted softly, "Stop!" Hearing this voice, the waitress immediately stopped and retreated to the side. When the onlookers saw the person who came, they obviously restrained themselves a lot. None of them dared to be presumptuous anymore and no longer humiliated Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the person who came. The person who came was also a one-star all things master, but his body exuded an extremely fierce aura. Obviously, the strength of this old man was definitely very powerful among the one-star all things masters. Even if he was not a two-star all things master, his strength was probably close to the level of a two-star all things master. And seeing the reaction of the others, Qin Shao also knew that the old man in front of him should be the manager of this alien star pavilion. "This is Pavilion Master Mu of the Alien Star Pavilion, the manager here," Babata whispered in Qin Zhao's ear. As the manager of this alien star pavilion, the status of the person who came was obviously not low. However, Qin Shao was neither servile nor overbearing. He looked at the person who came with a calm and indifferent face. The disrespectful behavior in the eyes of others, in the eyes of Pavilion Master Mu, there was a little appreciation. He had seen too many people who flattered him and had long been numb to it. Therefore, this person who could calmly look at him as an equal made Pavilion Master Mu feel a little special. He could see a trace of temperament in Qin Shao that an extraordinary person could possess. This was a unique temperament. "Little brother, are you not interested in any of the 136 cultivation methods I've displayed here?" Pavilion Master Mu was not angry. Instead, he asked with a calm expression. Qin Shao nodded noncommittally and said, "Yes, I do not like them. There are many flaws in them. They are not really high-quality low-grade cultivation methods. A real high-quality cultivation method should not be like this. These are at most close to high-quality cultivation method. Is this the foundation of your alien star pavilion?" These words sounded quite disrespectful, causing the onlookers to look at Qin Shao with strange eyes. They all felt that this kid was going to suffer. How dare he be so disrespectful to the alien star pavilion in front of Pavilion Master Mu? This was simply challenging the dignity of the alien star pavilion. However, Pavilion Master Mu was not angry. Instead, he chuckled and said, "This is just a branch of our alien star pavilion. Naturally, there are not many high-quality cultivation methods here. If there were, they would not be displayed in this display area. Looks like this little brother's standards are very high. If you don't like these little brothers, then please follow me to the back of the palace. There are also a few elite cultivation methods. See if you like them." "Okay, let me take a look." Qin Shao nodded and agreed. Pavilion Master Mu took the initiative to make an inviting gesture to Qin Shao. Then, Qin Shao followed Pavilion Master Mu into the back hall. Babata was stunned for a long time before he quickly followed. Such a scene left the others dumbfounded. Pavilion Master Mu actually believed his words? Pavilion Master Mu is retreating in order to advance, right? If he takes out a real high-quality cultivation method, and that kid still says the same thing, Pavilion Master Mu will probably be angry. At that time, he will not be criticized by others. Yes, that must be it. Humph, this kid is really ignorant. Let's see how he will die. He's just a newcomer who has just become a one-star all-knowing. He definitely can't afford the cultivation methods in this display area. Otherwise, why would he say such sarcastic words? Let's wait for a good show. Some of the customers in the store were about to leave, but now they all stopped and waited for a good show. After entering the back hall, there were no outsiders around. Pavilion Master Mu waved his hand, and 10 jade slips flew out. There were 10 cultivation methods recorded in them. "Little brother, these 10 cultivation methods are the most high-quality cultivation methods in our branch. 5 of them are low-grade cultivation methods, while the other 5 are middle-grade cultivation methods. If you still can't choose one of these 10 cultivation methods, then I have no other choice. We only have so many cultivation methods here. If you really need something better, then you can only go to Longhua Mansion. There are many high-quality cultivation methods there, and even high-grade cultivation method," Pavilion Master Mu said. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on these 10 cultivation methods. There were 5 middle-grade cultivation methods, which should be enough. No matter how much he wanted to pursue, it was indeed not very practical to talk about. After all, this was only Bai City, a city the size of a pellet. Naturally, there would not be many good things here. Moreover, his realm was still too weak. As a one-star all-knowing, it would be difficult for him to pursue a good cultivation method. The most important thing was that Qin Zhao's financial resources were very limited. Even if he had some pursuits, there was no way he could afford it. Therefore, Qin Zhao also knew that he couldn't ask for too much. It would be fine if it was just about the same. Qin Zhao checked these 10 cultivation methods. 5 low-grade cultivation methods could barely be regarded as high quality. At least, they were much better than the more than 100 kinds of cultivation methods he saw in the display area just now. Although Qin Zhao could still find the flaws, it was still alright. They were all small flaws, and there wasn't much of a problem. Speaking of which, these 5 low-grade cultivation methods could barely enter Qin Zhao's eyes, but they were not enough to satisfy Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the other 5 cultivation methods. These 5 were middle-grade cultivation methods. Seeing Qin Zhao looking at the middle-grade cultivation methods, Pavilion Master Mu's expression did not change, but his gaze obviously changed subtly. It was the first time he had seen and heard that a one-star all-knowing who had just entered the city had such a big ambition. At least, it was the first time he had met someone who wanted to buy middle-grade cultivation method. This kind of person, even in the whole world of all things, was also very rare. Babatu, who was on the side, looked a little bit sad. He knew Qin Zhao's financial resources. Although he was relatively rich, there was no way he could afford middle-grade cultivation methods. Wasn't it looking for trouble if he wanted middle-grade cultivation methods? This ambition really wasn't ordinary. Even Babata didn't know what to say. He had been a guide for so many years, but he really had never encountered such an embarrassing thing. If this matter was not handled well, then he would even be banned by the Alien Star Pavilion and listed as a person who would not be entertained. But Qin Shao insisted on doing this, and he had no way to stop him. He could only stand silently and watch all this happen, pale and powerless like an ant. Sky Silkworm's skill, using the sky as the silkworm, the earth as the silkworm, and all things as the silkworm. This cultivation method reaches the intermediate level of all things Tao, turning the Tao into a silkworm, binding the heaven and earth. Once bound, there is no way to escape. This cultivation method is very strange. The first middle-grade cultivation method that Qin Shao looked at was an attack type. In fact, Qin Shao did not have a clear requirement for the type of cultivation method. Whether it was an attack type or a perception type, Qin Shao did not care. Most importantly, it depended on whether he liked it or not, and whether he liked it or not. This Sky Silkworm skill was not bad. It turned all things into silkworms, and its power was extremely terrifying. It could be considered as a choice. Chapter 1139. 100 years was enough. Qin Shao looked through the 5 middle-grade cultivation methods one by one. In fact, these 5 middle-grade cultivation methods were similar, but they leaned towards different directions. 3 of them were focused on attacking, 1 was focused on comprehension, and the last one was focused on movement and defense. Except for the different leaning, the 5 cultivation methods were similar. The middle-grade cultivation methods could be considered to be able to enter Qin Shao's eyes. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao decided to choose the cultivation method that leaned towards emotion. Among the 5 middle-grade cultivation methods, the cultivation method that leaned towards perception was called Ode to Mountains. The name itself sounded rather strange. Little brother, it seems that you have a special liking for middle-grade cultivation methods. But the price of a middle-grade cultivation method is more expensive. The price is about 10 times that of a low-grade cultivation method. Pavilion leader Mu saw through Qin Zhao's thoughts. However, he felt that the person in front of him was not so rich. He should not have the ability to buy a middle-grade cultivation method. Therefore, although his words seemed to be an introduction, it also conveyed an important message to Qin Shao. That was, middle-grade cultivation methods were very expensive. 10 times? Hearing this number, Qin Shao could not help but frown slightly. However, this was also within his expectations. It was very normal for a difference of 1 level to have 10 times the price difference. However, Qin Zhao's financial resources were indeed limited. He was very embarrassed. An ordinary initial rank cultivation method would cost around 900 myriad stones. If it was 10 times the price, then it would cost around 9,000 myriad stones to buy a middle rank cultivation method. If all of Qin Zhao's possessions were added together, he wouldn't have more than 1,500 myriad stones. This was his limit. Therefore, Qin Shao was too far away from buying a middle-grade cultivation method. It was so far away that people did not dare to imagine it. Pavilion leader Mu continued, "Little brother, these 5 low-grade cultivation methods of mine are the real best. They were carefully selected. It can be said that they are the best of the best. Every single one of them was very close to a middle-grade cultivation technique. If used well, the effect would not be inferior to that of a mid-tier cultivation technique. If you buy them now, I'll give you a 10% discount. It'll be around 15 million myriad stones." Around 1,500 myriad stones was the limit of what Qin Shao could afford. Any more and he definitely wouldn't be able to take it out. This price was indeed acceptable. However, Qin Shao was still not interested in low-grade cultivation methods. What he needed the most was middle-grade cultivation methods. Therefore, this matter really put Qin Shao in a difficult position. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, Pavilion Master Mu, I, Qin Shao, am not an arrogant and ignorant person, nor am I a newcomer who has never seen the world. It's just that I have high standards, so I might leave a bad impression on others. They might think that I don't know what I'm doing. My requirements for cultivation techniques are indeed very high. To be honest, at present, I'm most satisfied with this ode to mountain song. However, if I add up all the myriad stones I have, I estimate that I only have around 15 million myriad stones. I'm still far from being able to purchase the Ode on Mountain Songs, but I don't want to make do with it. I wonder if Pavilion Master Mu has any good suggestions for me? Oh. Pavilion Master Mu's face showed some surprise. He knew that the number of myriad stones he had was far from enough, but he still wanted a middle-grade cultivation technique? Should he say that he was ambitious or wishful thinking? It was the first time that Pavilion Master Mu had seen someone so confident when he didn't have enough myriad stones. The young man in front of him was not simple, extremely not simple. Pavilion Master Mu had lived for countless years and had seen many people. He thought that he had some ability to judge people. Therefore, he quickly made a judgment in his heart and gave Qin Shao a very high evaluation. He felt that if Qin Shao could grow up smoothly, his future would be immeasurable. Such a young man was indeed worth making friends with. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Pavilion Master Mu said, "Young friend Qin Shao, there are ways to compromise. If little friend Qin Shao insists on wanting the Ode on Mountain Songs, I can provide little friend Qin Shao with two options. The first one is on credit. I can vouch for you, young friend Qin Shao. You can buy it on credit in my Alien Star Pavilion, but you have to pay it back as soon as possible, at most within 10,000 years. There are not many precedents for this. In Bai City, I have never made an exception. Today is the first time. Could he buy it on credit? This was a path that could be considered. Qin Shao didn't think much of it, but Babatu, who was next to him, almost wanted to worship Qin Shao. He had been worried about Qin Shao just now and secretly worried about Qin Shao. But the situation had changed, and the situation had changed for the better. He didn't expect Pavilion Master Mu to appreciate Qin Shao so much that he would even make an exception for Qin Shao. This treatment was very unusual. Lord Qin Shao actually had such charisma that even Pavilion Master Mu was intimidated. It was truly admirable. To pay back all the credit within 10,000 years was a very difficult task for the average person. It was too difficult to pay back 8,000 to 9,000 Omni Stones, and he only had 10,000 years. However, Qin Shao didn't think it was difficult for him. At most, it would just take a little more time and trouble. Of course, Qin Shao didn't like trouble, so Qin Shao decided to listen to the other way first. The second one is time-limited comprehension. Pavilion Master Mu said again. Time-limited comprehension? Qin Shao looked at Pavilion Master Mu with a puzzled face and asked, Pavilion Master Mu, what does that mean? What is time-limited comprehension? Pavilion Master Mu patiently explained, time-limited comprehension means that you have 100 years. You can only comprehend the Ode to Mountain Song in our Alien Star Pavilion. Once the 100 years are up, we will take back the Jade Slip. How much you can comprehend will be your own fortune. And this cultivation method is not sold to you, but you have 100 years to comprehend it. Qin Shao nodded and understood what was going on. To put it simply, the time-limited comprehension was not selling the cultivation method, but selling the time to comprehend it, which was equivalent to renting it. One was selling and the other was renting. The situation was naturally very different. Just like Qin Zhao's renting of the corner land, the price difference between renting a courtyard and permanently buying a courtyard was very big. This was also a place where different tunes could be shared. If he bought it, then Qin Shao could impart the Ode to Mountain Song to others. If he rented it, he could only stay in the Alien Star Pavilion to comprehend it, and there was no way to impart it to others. And 100 years was a short time. This was a middle-grade cultivation method. How much could he comprehend in 100 years? This was also an unknown matter. If it was an ordinary person, there was no way to comprehend much of it in 100 years. Pavilion Master Mu said again, "Little friend Qin Shao, if you want to choose this path, then I can make an exception. According to the precedent of our headquarters, if you choose this path, I can only charge you 1,500 Omni stones and let you comprehend it for 100 years. If you have the ability to comprehend it completely, then you will have made a profit. Of course, if you can't comprehend much and feel that you are at a disadvantage, that is also your problem. So, you have to carefully consider this before making a decision. The time is only 100 years. It is not a long time, but it is also not a short time. 1,500 Omni stones to buy the right to comprehend for 100 years. It sounded like it was better to take a step back and buy a low-grade cultivation method. 100 years is far too little. Generally, a one-star all-knowing expert would be able to successfully cultivate a low-grade technique in 10,000 years. That was because they were relatively experienced. 100 years is not even enough to cultivate an ordinary low-grade cultivation method. How much can you comprehend for a middle-grade cultivation method? Babata shook his head and felt that it was not worth it. It did sound like it was not worth it. If it was someone else, they would definitely not consider it. However, Qin Shao was not frightened. Instead, he said with a determined face, 100 years is enough. 100 years is enough? It was just a few words, but they shocked Pavilion Master Mu deeply. What kind of confidence was this? What kind of confidence was this? And these words came from Qin Zhao's mouth. Obviously, he was not bluffing. Pavilion Master Mu was full of praise for his confidence. It could even be said that it made Pavilion Master Mu full of expectations for Qin Shao. He also wanted to see if Qin Shao was really so experienced. If he could successfully cultivate a middle-grade cultivation method in 100 years, it would really be heaven-defying. Then, in the entire heart of all things world, he would probably be a rare existence. It was just that 100 years was too short. How could it be possible to cultivate a middle-ranked cultivation technique in 100 years? No matter how much Pavilion Master Mu admired Qin Shao, he did not think that Qin Shao could really do it and succeed. Babatu admired Qin Shao more and more. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was prostrating himself in admiration. Haha, good, very good. Very ambitious. I admire a young person like you. Pavilion Master Mu, who had always been serious, actually laughed loudly. He nodded at Qin Shao and said, "Since you have made up your mind, then I will respect your choice. Now, I am very much looking forward to your performance. Let's see if you can create a new miracle. But before that, official business still has to be done. First, hand over 1,500 Omni stones. I will immediately arrange the other matters for you." Qin Shao nodded. With a wave of his hand, he took out all the items on his body and piled them up into a small mountain. It was a dazzling collection of items. TSK, there are so many materials. How many fierce beasts did you kill to collect this? Hey, there are actually 3 amethyst flowers. This is good stuff. If this thing is sold in the black market, each flower can be sold for a good price. Looking at the small mountain of things, Babata's eyes suddenly lit up. When he saw that there were a few sets of assessment area tasks in these things, Babatu suddenly felt a rush of excitement. If he could pick a set, then he could become a one-star all things master. However, he could only think about this kind of thing. A complete set was worth several hundred Omni stones. How could he possibly have the wealth to buy it? Chapter 1140. Start cultivating. Pavilion Master Mu also nodded at Qin Shao and said with a smile, "You don't look very old. You should have just arrived." But I didn't expect you to be able to collect so many things. Looks like the number of fierce beasts that died in your hands is uncountable. Moreover, you even have 3 amethyst flowers. Your harvest is indeed huge. It's really rare to see such a great harvest in the assessment area. Qin Shao smiled and didn't explain much. He just casually replied, maybe my luck was a bit good. Pavilion Master Mu, take a look at the things here and see how much you can sell them for. If the price is right, I'll sell them all here. Just in time, let's see if we can gather 1,500 myriad stones. Pavilion Master Mu nodded, but he began to count the items. Golden Rhino Horn, I'll give you 10 for 1 myriad stone. Fire Scorpion Pincer, 20 for 1 myriad stone. Black Python Gallbladder, 8 for 1 myriad stone. Pavilion Master Mu would give a specific price for each item so that Qin Shao could refer to it. Soon, he reached the end. Amethyst flower is a bit more precious. The myriad temple's price is 20 myriad stones for 1 flower. I can give you 22 myriad stones for 1 flower. The total price is 1,547 myriad stones. I'll round it up for you and give you 1,550 myriad stones. Little friend Qin Shao, what do you think of this price? Hearing this price, Qin Shao was actually very satisfied. This was more or less the same as what he expected. It was even a bit better. Qin Zhao's expectation was around 1,500 universal stones. If Pavilion Master Mu's price was a bit higher, then even 1,500 universal stones would be a bit of a risk. But the final price gave Qin Shao a bit of a pleasant surprise. It was actually an extra 50 myriad stones. This was the best result. But Qin Shao still asked Babatu, what do you think of this price? Not bad at all. It's a bit better than what I expected. In comparison, Pavilion Master Mu's price is indeed very good. If you take it to other places, you might not be able to get this price. Babata said honestly. Qin Shao nodded. Actually, even without Babata saying it, he already knew. Asking Babatu could be considered Qin Zhao's trust in Babatu. Alright, Pavilion Master Mu. Then we'll go with your price. Minus 1,500 myriad stones, you can directly give me 50 myriad stones. Qin Shao said. With a wave of his hand, Pavilion Master Mu put away all the items. Then to give them all the myriad stones, to give them to Qin Zhao's hands. Qin Shao did not hesitate to accept them. She put away the 30 Omni stones and gave the other 20 to Babatu. Babatu was slightly taken aback. He immediately shook his head and waved his hand. Sir, you don't have to be in such a hurry to pay me for my services. And 10 myriad stone, and to give myriad pay. If I pay now, I'll be breaking the rules. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. It's fine. I'll pay you in advance. I'll stay here and cultivate for 100 years, so you can leave first. I'll give you the reward first, so you can take it without worry. If I need anything later, I'll come find you. After 100 years, you can come here and wait for me. I'll see if there's anything I need. Or, you can come to my courtyard to find me. Babata still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Qin Shao. Okay, don't say anything else. I gave it to you, you just have to take it. Otherwise, I won't be able to pay you later. That's breaking my promise. I will definitely not allow such a thing to happen to me. That would be destroying my reputation. Babata knew that he couldn't refuse anymore. He could only accept it. Alright, myriad stone, then I'll take it first. Thank you very much. Since you can trust me so much, I, Babatu, will also repay you with sincerity. After 100 years, I'll definitely come here to welcome you. Babata was moved. He was just an insignificant person who lived at the bottom of the hierarchy. He had never been respected by anyone. He had always lived a lowly life. But with Qin Shao here, he was respected and felt dignity. This moved him very much. After sending Babata away, Pavilion Lord Mu brought Qin Shao into a secret room and said to Qin Shao, Little friend Qin Shao, you can stay here and cultivate. For 100 years, no one will come to disturb you. When the 100 years are up, I'll come personally. 100 years isn't long, so little friend Qin Shao, you have to make good use of it. Now, it's all up to your luck and fortune. I'm looking forward to your performance. I hope you can have a very good harvest." With that, Pavilion Master Mu waved his hand and handed the jade slip containing the Ode on Mountain to Qin Shao. Qin Shao received the jade slip and said solemnly, "All right, then I'll be indebted to Pavilion Lord Mu. I won't let you down." Pavilion Lord Mu said his goodbyes and left the secret room. The door of the secret room closed and a protective formation was activated, completely isolating this place from the outside world. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately calmed his heart. He began to cultivate. Qin Zhao's consciousness entered the jade slip and started to comprehend the cultivation method. As soon as his consciousness entered the jade slip, Qin Shao immediately entered a new world. This was the world of the Ode of Mountain, the world of comprehension, the world of the intermediate use of the myriad things Tao. Everything in this world was a kind of exquisite use of the myriad things Tao. Immediately, Qin Shao immersed himself in comprehension. The comprehension of the Grand Tao was the most difficult. On the other side, Babata came out from the back hall, and many gazes looked over at him. "Hee, I was right, didn't I? You've really stirred up trouble. Look, only this guide came out. That kid probably died in the hands of Pavilion Lord Mu, right? Even if he didn't die, I'm afraid he won't have a good time. How dare he make fun of Pavilion Lord Mu? It's not enough to kill him." That's right. This is an open challenge to the dignity of the Alien Star Pavilion, right? If we don't kill him, then where is the dignity of the Alien Star Pavilion? How can Pavilion Lord Mu allow such a clown to make a fuss here? The onlookers didn't leave. They were still waiting to watch a good show. Listening to these people's conjecture about Lord Qin Shao, Babatu was really angry. He couldn't help but say, "Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, okay?" And what did he say? A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Babata's words clearly made many of the onlookers very unhappy. A starless person, a lowly ant, dared to say such words to them? He really has guts. A ferocious one-star all-living things warrior looked at Babatu. Murderous aura gushed out from his face, oppressing Babatu. Babata's complexion turned pale and he grimaced. Facing the oppression of a one-star all-things expert, how could Babatu resist at all? A lowly person like him would die in vain if he was killed by a one-star all-things expert. No one would say a word for him. "Ant, you're really courting death. What right do you have to speak here? An ant actually doesn't know his place. How can I let you live?" The ferocious man shouted harshly. After speaking, he was about to attack Babatu. Obviously, he had made up his mind to kill him. Am I going to die? Babatu also felt the killing intent of this ferocious man, but he didn't have any power to resist at all, so he could only watch the danger come and descend on him. "Stop!" Right at this moment, a dignified and cold voice resounded. Hearing this shout, the ferocious man immediately stopped and restrained his arrogance. Where was the arrogant look from before? The person who came was none other than Pavilion Master Mu. Pavilion Master Mu glanced coldly at the ferocious man and said, "If you want to kill someone, then go out and do it. Don't do it in my Alien Star Pavilion. I don't want to see blood here." "Haha, I was just scaring him just now. How could I really dare to kill someone in the Alien Star Pavilion? I wouldn't dare even if I had 10 times the courage." The ferocious man suddenly had a fawning smile on his face. You better not." Pavilion Master Mu snorted coldly. He glanced at the crowd and said, "Little friend Qin Shao is temporarily cultivating in seclusion in my Alien Star Pavilion. If you want to watch the show, don't wait. Disperse." After speaking, Pavilion Master Mu turned and left. As soon as Pavilion Master Mu left, the place exploded. Voices of disbelief rang out one after another. What? That kid is cultivating in seclusion here? What's going on? The Alien Star Pavilion actually allows an outsider to cultivate in seclusion here? Did I hear wrongly? I also think I must have heard wrongly. I've never heard of such a thing. What's the background of that kid? Could it be that he has a powerful background? What kind of luck does that kid have? Those one-star all-creation beings who were waiting to watch a good show were greatly disappointed after an uproar. Of course, there were also many who were agitated and could only disperse. Not to mention those one-star all-creation beings who were watching, even the few attendants in the store were confused. They did not understand why Pavilion Master Mu would allow that arrogant kid to cultivate in seclusion in the Alien Star Pavilion. Could it be that it was just an excuse? In fact, it was not like that. But Pavilion Master Mu did not seem like the kind of person who would lie. They did not understand. They really did not understand. Qin Xiao turned a deaf ear to the commotion outside. With Pavilion Master Mu's personal guarantee, it was naturally guaranteed that no one would come to disturb him. It gave Qin Xiao an absolutely quiet place to cultivate. Qin Xiao was completely immersed in the comprehension of cultivation, wandering in the world of Ode on Mountain. At the same time as he was comprehending this middle-grade skill, Qin Xiao also had many ideas about the middle-grade usage of the Tao of all creation. Slowly, he accumulated and improved. In the long run, he would finally reach the threshold of the intermediate application. However, this process was indeed very difficult. 100 years was too short. Chapter 1141. Pavilion Master Mu's Good Karma. In the secret chamber of the Alien Star Pavilion, light surged and strange phenomena appeared. Qin Xiao waved both of his hands and shot out a strange light. All things grew and multiplied without end. The great Tao intertwined and changed constantly. The Tao of all things was the light, the scenery, the mountains, the rocks, the rivers, the clouds, the sky and the earth. It was the cornerstone of all things. The Tao of all things was the power of the laws. It combined all these things to form a beautiful scenery. There were thousands of methods and endless changes. Different combinations produced different results. Just like a house made of the same bricks, it could be a cozy small residence, a towering building, or a huge palace. The difficulty of cultivation lay in the fact that it was ever-changing. There were countless paths and countless possibilities, but you had to be able to walk out of one. Then, one path would be extended to countless paths. Finally, all rivers would merge into the sea and return to the origin. Complete fusion would reach the extreme. This was the process of cultivation. No matter which great Tao it was the same process. All cultivation was the same process. The process was the same, but the path to walk was different. Every path was full of hardships and bumps. It was very, very difficult to walk a path to the extreme. 100 years was indeed not a long time. For Qin Xiao, who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, it was very short. For other almighty people in the God realm, it was even more so in the blink of an eye. 100 years of comprehension was definitely too hasty for most cultivators. However, Qin Xiao had no other choice. He did not have enough money, so he could only do this for now. Fortunately, after 100 years, Qin Xiao's comprehension was not small. She had also cultivated the Ode to Mountains to a certain degree. The light gradually dimmed and the secret chamber returned to silence. Qin Xiao's brows slightly furrowed. He shook his head and silently sighed to himself. Although I am extremely ambitious, 100 years is still a little short. It is obviously impossible for me to cultivate this middle-tier cultivation technique, Ode to Mountain Recital, to the great perfection stage. However, I have more or less understood this cultivation technique. What comes next will depend on time to polish it. If I could really cultivate this technique to the Great Circle, then my usage of the All-Creation Tao would be able to break through to the intermediate level. Therefore, this is also something to be expected. How can it be so easy to break through from the elementary level to the intermediate level? I haven't accumulated enough, and I haven't tempered myself enough. There's still a natural chasm blocking my path. However, there was no rush. Haste makes waste. On the path of cultivation, comprehension was important, but so was accumulation and tempering. If your foundation isn't stable and you're too eager to succeed, you'll only get what you want. Speaking of which, Qin Zhao's cultivation speed was already monstrous enough. If other geniuses were to compare, they would probably die of shame. It was just that Qin Zhao was not satisfied. After all, Qin Zhao's vision was too high. After all, he was the #1 genius of the universe era in the deity world. As the #1 genius of the universe era, it was normal for his cultivation speed to be much faster than others. The amount of comparison was different, and the way of thinking was naturally different. 100 years had passed. Qin Zhao could only give up temporarily. At this moment, the door of the secret room was pushed open. Pavilion Master Mu walked in and his gaze fell on Qin Zhao. "Oh, I thought I would interrupt your cultivation. I didn't expect you to have already stopped." Qin Zhao nodded and said, "Yes, I also just stopped. 100 years have passed. Naturally, I had to stop." Such punctuality and trustworthiness made Pavilion Master Mu praise Qin Zhao again. He nodded slightly. On his face, he couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. He didn't treat others with dignity. "How's the harvest?" Pavilion Master Mu asked with concern. Qin Zhao curled his lips and smiled. He replied, "It's okay." Qin Zhao didn't say the specifics. In terms of maturity, it was estimated to be 50 to 60%. However, this jade slip wasn't of much help to Qin Zhao. It was almost negligible. What he lacked now was time and practice. Pavilion Master Mu said, 100 years is still too short and too hasty. After all, this is a middle-grade cultivation method. No matter how talented you are, I'm afraid you'll need at least 1,000 years to digest it before you can more or less grasp the basic principles. Then, you won't need to rely on the cultivation method and can accumulate and temper yourself to improve. This jade slip contained the cultivation method. To put it bluntly, it was equivalent to a master teaching you step by step. And for some things, once the master taught you, you could roughly understand what was going on. Then, you could ponder on your own and slowly comprehend it. There was no need for the master to teach you all the time. But some things were more profound and complicated, and there were a lot of things. It required the master to spend time teaching you so that you could understand them one by one. If time was cut off, you couldn't understand many things at all. If you left the master's teaching, it would naturally be difficult to move forward. Qin Zhao comprehended the cultivation method in the jade slip for this reason. If he directly bought the cultivation method, this jade slip would belong to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao could comprehend it anytime and anywhere without any restrictions. If 100 years didn't work, then 1,000 years. If 1,000 years didn't work, then 10,000 years. Anyway, it was his own and he could cultivate it for as long as he wanted. However, Qin Zhao only bought the right to cultivate for 100 years, so when the time was up, he had to return it. Then it depended on Qin Zhao's ability. How much he comprehended depended on his own ability. But Qin Zhao didn't need to rely on this jade slip anymore. 100 years was enough for Qin Zhao. Pavilion Master Mu said again, "Little friend Qin Zhao, you and I have some affinity. I admire a young man like you who is different from the rest. You have a temperament that others don't have. I believe you are a cultivator with great potential. So, I'd like to form a good relationship with you." Good relationship? Qin Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Pavilion Master Mu and said, Pavilion Master Mu, what kind of good relationship do you want to form with me? Qin Shao was slightly surprised by Pavilion Master Mu's words. Was he trying to form a good relationship with him? This was definitely out of the ordinary. After all, Pavilion Master Mu was a person of high status. He was definitely a well-known figure in Bai City. He had just entered Bai City and was unfamiliar with the place. He didn't know anyone. He was just a nobody. Unexpectedly, Pavilion Master Mu thought so highly of him that he lowered his status to form a good relationship with him. This was interesting and somewhat thought-provoking. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but think about what Pavilion Master Mu meant by this. Did he sincerely just want to form a good relationship with him, or did he have another purpose? Could it be that Pavilion Master Mu had such a unique vision based on his current performance? Did he know that he had unlimited potential and would definitely become a great person in the future? Perhaps this was possible. In general, Qin Shao had a good impression of Pavilion Master Mu. He shouldn't be a sinister and cunning person. Of course, this was just a temporary feeling. After all, Qin Shao was not familiar with Pavilion Master Mu, so he wouldn't jump to conclusions. He still had to be careful. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always be on guard against others. Haha, here's the thing. If you want to continue to comprehend the Ode on Mountain chant, I can guarantee in my name that you can continue to comprehend it for another 100 years. If 100 years is not enough, you can continue for another 200 years. If you continue for another 100 years, it will be difficult. In 200 years, I can form a good relationship with you in my name. It depends on whether you are willing to do it or not, little friend Qin Shao. Pavilion Master Mu pursed his lips and looked at Qin Shao with a smile. His face was kind, which was a little different from his usual majesty. However, Qin Shao could feel that Pavilion Master Mu wasn't putting on an act. In terms of judging people's eyesight, Qin Shao was naturally confident. If Pavilion Master Mu was too deliberate, he must have other intentions. Qin Shao would definitely respect but fear such a person. Qin Shao couldn't hate Pavilion Master Mu. Of course, Qin Shao also knew that Pavilion Master Mu probably didn't just want to form a good relationship with him. Perhaps there were other reasons, but he didn't say it clearly. Qin Shao didn't ask much, but said, "Pavilion Master Mu, thank you very much for your kindness, but there's no need for that. 100 years is enough. If I comprehend it for another 100 years, I won't gain much. Instead of spending money on it, it's better to practice it. I believe the effect will be better." Oh! Qin Zhao's light words really surprised Pavilion Master Mu. He looked at Qin Shao with a little surprise in his eyes. How could he not understand the meaning of these words? In this way, in just 100 years, Qin Shao had almost comprehended the Ode on Mountain chant. What a monster, an absolute genius. This made Pavilion Master Mu want to form a good relationship with Qin Shao even more. Haha, it seems that little friend Qin Shao is really talented. A hero comes from a young age. In that case, the old man is too lenient, Pavilion Master Mu said with a smile. Qin Shao curled his lips and said with a smile, "Pavilion Master Mu, you're being kind. Qin Shao will remember it." Well, Pavilion Master Mu, 100 years have passed. I have to leave. If I need anything next time, I will definitely come to your Alien Star Pavilion again. Pavilion Master Mu nodded and said, "Okay, you're welcome at any time. Let me see you out." Pavilion Master Mu personally saw him out? This treatment made Qin Shao feel a little flattered. Pavilion Master Mu personally saw Qin Shao out, which also made the female attendants of the Alien Star Pavilion look at Qin Shao completely change. It was indeed very unusual to be able to enjoy such treatment. Babata had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Pavilion Master Mu personally see Qin Shao out, he was quite surprised. He naturally understood the knack of it. "Pavilion Master Mu, please wait. Qin Shao will take his leave." Qin Shao cupped his hands and said. Pavilion Master Mu stopped and nodded at Qin Shao with a smile on his face as a sign of acknowledgement. After saying goodbye to Pavilion Master Mu, Qin Shao patted Babadu, who was a little stunned, and said, "Let's go." Babada came back to his senses and hurriedly led the way in front, but in his heart, he admired Qin Shao even more. After leaving 100 Treasures Confluence, Qin Shao did not go anywhere else, but went straight back to his courtyard. It was time to digest, so Qin Shao decided to go into seclusion for the time being. Chapter 1142. Universal Pool, Cultivating and Comprehending the Grand Tao of All Creation in the Universal Core World is truly a blessing from the heavens. The effects are hundreds and thousands of times better than outside. The Universal Core World is a world completely formed by the laws of all creation. Under the power of the laws, it is much easier to comprehend. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques of the Universal Core World are completely compatible with the laws and will not be affected at all. Therefore, the effects of these cultivation techniques are so good. This is unimaginable outside. In the God world, the grand Tao of all creation strives for glory. Cultivation and comprehension will be affected by the interference of other grand Taos. There is no such pure environment. Cultivation techniques originate from the Grand Tao itself. They are a bridge. Bridges that lead to different Grand Taos will often be suppressed by other Grand Taos. This is something of the Grand Tao itself. It is extremely complicated. Qin Shao had come into contact with many absolute arts in the God world. There were also some that aided in the use of Grand Taos. However, compared to the Universal Core World, their effects were far inferior. Even the 10 absolute arts were not enough. Therefore, the 10 absolute arts in the God world could only be cultivated to the Grand Tao itself. It was very difficult for them to bring out much of their brilliance. There were very few cultivation techniques and absolute arts to cultivate in the God world. It was the same in the God world. The level of application was more dependent on one's own comprehension. However, the mystical aspect of the Universal Core World was that it could make cultivation much easier through such a good method. With the assistance of cultivation techniques, it was indeed much easier than comprehending on one's own. Of course, such a situation would only exist in the Universal Core World. It was impossible to do it outside. The Universal Core World was the holy land for cultivation of the Tao of all creation. It was indeed worthy of its name. With the 3 years of experience in the assessment area and the 100 years of comprehension in the Alien Star Pavilion, Qin Shao had many new ideas about the use of the Tao of all creation. This closed-door cultivation lasted for 300 years. It was not a long time, but it was enough for Qin Shao to digest the gains of these years. In terms of the use of the Tao of all creation, there was naturally a lot of improvement. However, there was still some distance before he could break through to the intermediate level of application. It was simply too difficult to break through to the next level. It seems that I still have to go out more often. There are many good places for cultivation in Bai City. If I can communicate with other cultivators, experience more, walk around more, and comprehend more, I believe I will have unexpected gains. Qin Shao did not continue to cultivate in seclusion, but left the courtyard. Qin Shao contacted Babadu, and Babadu rushed over as fast as he could. "My lord, you came out of seclusion so quickly. Did you gain anything?" Babadu asked with a smile. Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled faintly. "I've gained something, but not much." Babadu said, "Hoo-hoo, Your Excellency, don't be anxious. After all, you've only been in closed seclusion for 300 years. Not having much harvest is also normal." The path of cultivation was an extremely long and slow path. 1,000,000 or 10 million years of cultivation is not considered a long time. Countless people use 100 million or 10 billion years of cultivation to record their cultivation. Your Excellency, you have only been in Bai City for 400 years, which is too short. Cultivation also needs time to accumulate. I believe Your Excellency will definitely go far and become famous in Bai City. Babata's words were comforting on one hand, and on the other hand, there was a hint of flattery in them. But what he did not know was that Qin Zhao's harvest was not much for him, but if this harvest was released, it would probably scare many geniuses to death. Of course, Qin Zhao did not explain this to Babatu. Instead, she said, Babatu, I want to use some practical things to hone myself, or practical experience. Do you have any good suggestions for me? Hone? Babatu was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, Your Excellency, if you want to hone yourself, I think you should do it step by step. There are many places in Bai City to hone yourself. For example, the most terrible is the ferocious beast battlefield, the most lively is the all-creation arena, and the most difficult is the star-picking tower. In addition to these most famous training places, there are many other places worth visiting. I think you can go to the Red Mountain House. Red Mountain House. Qin Zhao could not help but frown slightly. She looked at Babatu with a puzzled expression and asked, Isn't the Red Mountain House a place of business? What's worth visiting there? Babatu grinned and said, Your Excellency, you don't know. The Red Mountain House is indeed a place of business, one of the 3 major places of business in Bai City. I've told you before that 100 Treasures Conglomerate, Red Mountain House, and Myriad Kingdom Conglomerate all have their own characteristics. Your Excellency, you know the characteristics of 100 Treasures Conglomerate. The characteristic of Red Mountain House is that it has a free sacred place for cultivation, called the All-Creation Pool. Myriad Kingdom Conglomerate is even more interesting. The All-Creation Arena I mentioned just now is organized by Myriad Kingdom Conglomerate. It can be said that it has the entire world of all creation. I think Your Excellency should go take a look at the All-Creation Pool. After all, it's free. Free? Qin Zhao was even more puzzled. Since it was a sacred place for cultivation, it was an important cultivation resource. How could the Red Mountain House be so generous to let people cultivate for free? Seeing Qin Zhao's puzzlement, Babata smiled and explained, Your Excellency, it's like this. This is one of the methods the Red Mountain House uses to attract customers. Every star-level all-creation expert can have one free opportunity. Of course, there's only one opportunity. If you want to have another opportunity, you have to pay a high price. Therefore, this can be considered as giving others some benefits first. After tasting this benefit, it will attract many people to pay all creation stones for the opportunity to cultivate. Of course, this is not the only reason why it's free. If the Red Mountain House wants to compete with 100 Treasures Conglomerate and Myriad Kingdom Conglomerate, they must have something attractive. Otherwise, how can they attract customers? This is also a method. Only then did Qin Zhao feel relieved, knowing what was going on. This kind of method was understandable. Qin Zhao was quite interested in the All-Creation Pool. Babatu, tell me more about the All-Creation Pool. What's so special about it? Hee, if you want to talk about the uniqueness of the Myriad Pool, there's a lot to talk about. Your Excellency, the All-Creation Pool is definitely a sacred object for comprehension. If one were to enter the Myriad Pool to gain enlightenment, they would benefit greatly. If one can stay in the All-Creation Pool for a long period of time to comprehend, it can even increase the level of a cultivator. In any case, everyone who enters the All-Creation Pool praises the All-Creation Pool and wants to enter again to cultivate. The All-Creation Pool has indeed helped many people. That's why it's so famous. In any case, all-star level all-creation experts in Bai City will go to the All-Creation Pool. After all, the first time is free. Who wouldn't want a free lunch falling from the sky? Qin Zhao smiled and said, Yes, it's indeed a free lunch falling from the sky. Right now, I'm also very tight on money. Speaking of free stuff, it's indeed enough to attract me. Alright, since you're saying it's so good, then I have to go and take a look. It's free anyway. Babata laughed mischievously. This was the good thing about free stuff. It was definitely a godly weapon that could attract people. Babata brought Qin Shao and the two quickly arrived at the Red Mountain House. The Red Mountain House was indeed bustling with activity. To obtain the opportunity to cultivate in the all-creation pool for free, one had to fulfill two conditions. First, one had to be a star-level all-creation expert. Second, it had to be the first time. The Red Mountain House would have a record. The branches of the Red Mountain House were opened in almost every city in the all-creation core world. Moreover, the records were all connected. Therefore, no matter which branch of the Red Mountain House you were in, as long as you cultivated for free once, you couldn't do it again. If you wanted to cultivate in the all-creation pool again, you would have to pay a considerable price. For example, in Bai City, if you wanted to enter for the second time, you would have to pay 100 all-creation stones. This price wasn't small at all. Babata brought Qin Shao to get a token. After verifying his identity, he entered the area of the all-creation pool. This area was also bustling with activity. There were hundreds of people gathered here. Almost all of them were one-star all-creation experts. 100 square feet pool appeared in front of Qin Zhao's eyes. White mist curled around it, making it look like a divine realm. This is the all-creation pool? Qin Zhao furrowed his brows. Just by looking at it, he couldn't see anything special about it. From the looks of it, it was just a very ordinary pool. At this moment, there were close to 100 people cultivating in the pool. It seemed that this place was quite popular. There were so many people cultivating in it. Sir, that's the all-creation pool. You can go there directly with this token, Babata said. Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry. He first looked around. Although he couldn't see anyone around the all-creation pool, Qin Shao could clearly feel that there were many gazes in that direction. If there was any disturbance, someone would come out. Not many people had the guts to act rashly here, right? After looking around for a while, Qin Shao quickly discovered something. Babatu, why do the one-star all-creation experts in the all-creation pool have painful expressions on their faces? The all-creation pool was a sacred pool for cultivation. Why would it cause people to have painful expressions? Qin Shao was indeed very puzzled by such a situation. Babatu nodded. Sir, there's something you don't know. The all-creation pool is a sacred pool for cultivation. It's also an extremely tyrannical place. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to last a month in the all-creation pool. They would be defeated by the all-creation Tao energy in the pool. Sir, when you received the token, you didn't tell us that you could cultivate in the all-creation pool. That's because there's no need to tell us. If you can't take it anymore, you'll come out. Once you come out, it'll be over. So that's the case. No wonder. Qin Shao finally understood. He was also puzzled by this question and wanted to ask Babatu. This was a little interesting. Ordinary one-star all-creation experts can only last a month? Qin Shao asked. Babatu nodded. Yes, sir. Those who can last a month definitely aren't considered short. They should be considered average. Some can't even last half a month. I even know of a person with the lowest number who didn't even last a day before collapsing. A month should be the average. It's rare to see someone who can last longer than a month. Those who can last longer than 3 months are expert. An average of a month. Chapter 1143. Young Master Yixia month's time, even for ordinary mortals, could be said to pass in the blink of an eye, let alone for gods. How much could one comprehend in a month's time? Fortunately, the first time was free, so it was acceptable. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. Thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao quickly understood. If not, the Red Mountain House would not be so generous as to give everyone a free chance. If one could stay in the pool of all things for a long time, it would have been overcrowded, and there would not only be 100 or so people in front of him. Babadu, does that mean that as long as you can stay in the pool of all things without being defeated, you can stay for as long as you want? The Red Mountain House will not interfere? Qin Shao asked again. Babada shook his head and said, My lord, they won't. The Red Mountain House is a top power in the heart of all things world. There will naturally be no problem in terms of credibility. As long as you can stay in there, you can stay for as long as you want. Furthermore, the Red Mountain House has also given out rewards. Not only will the Red Mountain House not interfere, but you will also receive a handsome reward. Oh, there are rewards. This was interesting, and Qin Zhao's interest was greatly piqued. Not only was it free, but there were also rewards. Interesting. My lord, look at the 2 stone tablets over there. On them are the records of the top 10,000 people with the best result. The higher tablet is the overall ranking of all the Red Mountain houses, while the lower tablet is the ranking of our Bai City's Red Mountain House. As long as my lord can enter this ranking, you will receive a corresponding reward, and the reward will be very generous. Babata said. Top 10,000? It was not an easy task to enter the top 10,000. Babata continued, however, this reward is very difficult to obtain. Over the countless years, just in our Bai city alone, countless people have entered the pool of all things to cultivate and comprehend. The number of people in the top 10,000 over the countless years is unimaginable. Not to mention the countless years, in just 1 year, the number of people in our Bai city who entered the pool of all things is no less than 1 million. After countless years of accumulation, the number has reached an unimaginable level. Being in the top 10,000 is also something that no one can imagine. Qin Shao curled her lip. That was indeed the case. The accumulation of endless years was naturally very terrifying. However, for Qin Shao, it wasn't that scary. Records were always created by people. In the Yangtze River, the waves behind would always surpass the waves in front. Most people were ordinary. Only a small number of people had the ability to fight for a ranking. This was never a difficult challenge for Qin Shao. Qin Shao walked to the 2 stone steels and looked at the ranking records of the 2 stone steels. The tall stone tablet was called the Red Mountain List, which was the overall list. The lower steel was called the Bai ranking, which represented the ranking of Bai City. Bai List Number 1. Yen Luofa, persisting for 1 year, 3 months, and 5 days. Second place on the Bai List. Fei Hongtu, persisting for 1 year, 3 months, and 4 days. Bai List 736th place. Yuan Bao, persisting for 1 year and 6 days. Bai List 10,000th place. Feng Nan, persisting for 6 months and 8 days. Qin Shao curled her lips. That is to say, it only takes more than 6 months and 8 days to get on the Bai List. Most people can only persist for about a month. It seems that it's really difficult to reach 6 months and 8 days. It's more than not small. It's very, very difficult. More than 99% of people can only persist for a month. Those who can persist for 3 months are very talented. It's hard to find one in a year. It's hard to get on the Bai List in 1,000,000 years, let alone 10,000 years. It's too difficult. Let alone a gap of a few months. Even a gap of 1 day or 2 hours can be said to be huge. It's too difficult to get on the Bai List. Sir, I think you'd better not think in this direction, lest you have a lot of psychological pressure, Babata said immediately. In fact, he wanted Qin Shao to give up this idea, but he didn't say it clearly. This kind of thing was just wishful thinking for the vast majority of people who were in charge of production. How could it be so easy to get on the top 10,000 list? It was hard to find a person on the list in a million years in Bai City. So when Babata heard that Qin Xiao wanted to get on the Bai list, he couldn't help reminding her. Qin Xiao smiled at Babata's kind reminder and didn't say anything. Qin Xiao's eyes fell on the Hongshan list again. This list was far from being comparable to the Bai list. The first place of the Hongshan list was more than 100 years old, which was almost 100 times worse than the first place of the Bai list. This disparity could be said to be huge. And the last place of the Hongshan list was more than 3 years old. That was to say, the first place of the Bai list was far from the last place of the Hongshan list, and the gap was very big. From this, it could be seen that Bai City was really a small place. This gap is really big, Qin Xiao said, curling her lips. Babata said, yes, it is big. But sir, there are some things that you may not know. Those who enter the creation pool to cultivate are not just 1-star all things masters. 2-star all things masters, and even 3-star and 4-star all things masters can enter. So, there are very few 1-star all things masters on the list. Most of them were created by 2-star and 3-star all things masters. Especially the Hongshan list. It is said that the first place was created by a 3-star all things master. That's why these lines aren't much of a reference for a 1-star all-knowing being. Qin Xiao was relieved. So it was like this. No wonder the gap was so big. It turned out that there were 2-star, 3-star, and even 4-star all things masters who entered the creation pool to create result. In this case, there was no way to compete at all. In a small place like Bai City, not to mention a 3-star all-knowing expert, even a 2-star all-knowing expert was a pitifully rare existence. There were certainly no 3-star all things masters. Even if there were, they would have left Bai City and gone to the prefectures. So, the first place of the Bai list was definitely created by a 2-star all things master at most. It was understandable that there was a big gap between it and the last place of the Hongshan list. Babatu, do you know what the best result of a 1-star all things master is? Qin Xiao asked. Babata scratched his head and thought for a while. After a while, he said, I am not sure. According to what I know, the best result of a 1-star all things master should be the 87th place of the Bai list. The 87th place of the Bai list. Qin Xiao looked over. Qidong, persisting for 1 year and 23 days. Not bad, persisting for more than a year. Who is this Qidong? How is he now? Speaking of Qidong, Babatu still had some reservations. He made a shushing gesture to Qin Xiao, looked around, and said in a low voice, Sir, Qidong is the city lord of our Bai City. This record should have been set by him 100,000 years ago. At that time, it seemed that the city lord of Qidong City had just entered Bai City. Later, he rose rapidly and grew very fast. In less than 30,000 years, he defeated the previous city lord and became the new city lord of Bai City. It is said that the city lord of Qidong City has reached the level of a 3-star all things master and is preparing to leave Bai City. However, this is only a small rumor for the time being. I don't know if it is true or not. The city lord of Qidong City is an absolute genius. The speed of his growth is monstrous. So, sir, you should be careful and don't say anything. Otherwise, it will bring disaster upon itself. Becoming a city lord in 30,000 years? This speed was not very fast, right? Of course, Qin Xiao just thought about it in his heart and did not say it out directly. This speed was not fast for him, but for others, it was very heaven-defying. Those who were able to set records were definitely extraordinary. Being able to become the city lord of Bai City was enough to show that he was very unusual. However, the corner of Qin Zhao's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. 1 year and 23 days, huh? It seems that I have to set a small goal here first. However, my target is not you, the city lord of Qidong City, but the genius on the Red Mountain list. Qin Shao did not know the best result of a one-star all things master on the Red Mountain list, but he was sure that he was much stronger than Qidong. Therefore, Qin Zhao's target was not Qidong at all. Qidong was not Qin Zhao's target. No, Yi Xian can't hold on any longer. It seems that it's impossible for him to be on the Bai list. It's a pity. Yes, it's only been 5 months. There's still 1 month before the Bai list. It's impossible. Look, Yi Xian is defeated. He's out. Although he failed to break into the Bai list, he's a genius. He has held on for 5 months and 3 days. Such a good result has not been seen in the last tens of thousands of years, right? Well, no, it's the best result in the last tens of thousands of years. He deserves to be called Master Yi Xian. He's really a monster. His future is limitless. If Master Yi Xian is given time to grow, it's not a problem for him to become a 2-star all things master. It's said that like father, like son. It's true. The bustle here also attracted Qin Zhao's attention. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on a handsome figure. This person was very impressive and elegant. There was also a bit of arrogance between his eyebrows. He might be a bit young and frivolous. Master Yi Xian is really experienced. He has held on for more than 5 months. It's the best result in the last tens of thousands of years. Babatu also looked admiring. Qin Shao asked, "What's the background of this Yi Xian?" Babatu said, "Sir, Master Yi Xian is the adopted son of the Qidong City Lord. He can be regarded as the successor of the Qidong City Lord. Master Yi Xian's reputation has always been very famous in Bai City. Not everyone knows him, but I guess he's almost there. He's a well-known figure. He's always had a halo around him. He's very talented. He can be regarded as the leader of the 1-star all things masters in Bai City. And I heard some gossip that the Qidong City Lord intends to cultivate Master Yi Xian as his successor to replace him as the Lord of Bai City. Therefore, many people flatter Master Yi Xian because Master Yi Xian is expected to be the next Lord of Bai City and become a big figure with real power." Chapter 1144. Entering the myriad pool, it seemed that Yi Xian had some background. Firstly, he had a good father. With a father who was a city lord, it was normal for him to have such talent and potential. However, compared to the radiance of the Qidong City Lord back then, it was far from enough. Although it wasn't enough, it was more than enough. This result could be considered heaven-defying. It could be considered the best result for a 1-star all things expert since the Qidong City Lord. Although there were many discussions about this result, Yi Xian himself seemed to be quite satisfied. There wasn't any trace of discouragement or displeasure on his face. Instead, there was a smile on his face. Under the compliments of a large group of people, Yi Xian left the place with the radiance of a victor. After Yi Xian left, the place quieted down and there were fewer people. However, there were still many praises for Yi Xian. Hearing these praises, Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. However, his chuckle had attracted trouble for himself. Immediately, a few angry gazes swept over. They were as sharp as blades and incomparably vicious. "Brat, what are you laughing at? We're talking about you. Why are you frowning? Are you mocking young Master Yi Xian? I think so. How could young Master Yi Xian be someone you can offend? I think you're courting death." Hearing these people's curses, Qin Zhao's frown deepened. He felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. What was wrong with these people? He merely shook his head and chuckled. How could he provoke such anger? Did these people worship young Master Yi Xian so much? They couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of offense? Furthermore, Qin Shao didn't feel that he had offended young Master Yi Xian. These people were truly unreasonable. However, Qin Shao had seen many unreasonable people in the God realm. Therefore, after thinking about it carefully, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong. In this world, there was no lack of trash and scum. Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. He directly walked towards the myriad pool. When they saw that Qin Shao was ignoring them, they became even more excited and started cursing. However, Qin Shao turned a deaf ear to them and paid no attention to them. This only served to inflate those people's arrogance, and they cursed incessantly. The moment Qin Shao entered the creation pool, a strange energy enveloped her. This was the power of all things. What a powerful and pure energy! The purest Tao, the purest true intent, the laws of the great Tao, everything about the great Tao was completely presented in this pure power. Furthermore, this power contained the usage of the great Tao. This was simply the guidance of light. Because of this, the moment Qin Shao entered the myriad pool, he immediately entered the ocean of myriad existences. He wandered around the true intent of the Grand Tao and freely absorbed its nutrient. This kind of feeling was like rain falling from the sky after a long drought. The great Tao of all things and the use of the heavens were all deduced in a very direct way and presented in front of Qin Shao. This kind of direct analysis would make it easier for one to comprehend the great Tao and the usage of the myriad Tao. From there, one could find a suitable path for oneself and cultivate step by step. The benefits that the myriad pool brought to cultivation were indeed much better than an intermediate-grade cultivation technique. The effects were very direct. Even those who were slightly less talented would be able to benefit greatly from it. It was no wonder that the myriad pool was so famous and could be found in every city in the myriad core world. However, the powerful Tao aura within the myriad pool was also fiercely attacking Qin Shao. It wanted to expel Qin Shao from the myriad pool. It was as if the pool had its own willpower and wanted to expel an intruder. It was precisely because of this terrifying Tao aura that people couldn't stay in the pool for long. No matter how good the effects were, one wouldn't be able to benefit much in a month's time. Therefore, many people would spend money to enter the myriad pool again to gain insight. The Red Mountain House used this free strategy to capture the hearts of many star-level all things experts. It was like being poisoned and addictive. Wandering in the myriad pool, Qin Zhao's body was relaxed and his face was filled with satisfaction. Even though the terrifying Tao aura of all things was powerful, it didn't pose much of a threat to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was still able to face it calmly. How high was Qin Zhao's mental state? Even when facing the Tao aura of all things in the myriad pool, Qin Shao was still incomparably relaxed. He wasn't affected at all and was able to fully immerse himself in his comprehension. Such a realization also allowed Qin Zhao's use of the myriad things Tao to be greatly improved. He had a lot of ideas and his path was broadened a lot all of a sudden. He was able to see more and see further. Qin Shao was completely immersed in his comprehension. Babatu was waiting at a corner. He was also looking forward to Qin Zhao's good results and gains. In the myriad pool, there would be people coming out and entering from time to time. There was a constant flow of people. There were also over 100 people cultivating in the myriad pool at all times. There were also many people watching from the side. It was very boring. With regards to the situation in the myriad pool, they were also pointing and discussing it. Look, Qin Feng can't hold on any longer. Yeah, he has already held on for 4 months. That's enough. Yeah, I thought it would be good if Qin Feng could hold on for 3 months. I didn't expect him to have already held on for 4 months. It's normal for him to reach his limit. If he can hold on for a little longer, he will be comparable to young Master Yi Xian. The Qin clan has produced a genius. This is something the Qin clan hasn't produced in hundreds of millions of years, right? Isn't that right? Ever since Qin Feng showed his talent in the myriad arena, he has been singing all the way. He is now one of the publicly acknowledged 3 great geniuses in our Bai city. That's not bad. After all, Qin Feng's background is rather ordinary. He can't be compared to young Master Yi Xian or Lu Heshi. Hey, do you guys think Lu Heshi has a way to break young Master Yi Xian's record? Lu Heshi and Qin Feng entered the myriad pool together. Looking at Lu Heshi's current situation, he should be able to hold on for a little longer. However, it's hard to say if he can surpass young Master Yi Xian. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Babata discovered that there were two publicly acknowledged young geniuses in the myriad pool, Lu Heshi and Qin Feng. Yi Xian, Lu Heshi and Qin Feng were publicly acknowledged as the three great geniuses in Bai City. They were publicly acknowledged as the three with the most potential among the one-star all things experts. They had an illustrious reputation in Bai City and were idolized by others. Yi Xian was the son of the city lord. Although he was a foster son, he still had the title of young city lord. Lu Heshi was the young master of the ancient Lu clan. Although the Lu clan wasn't as powerful as the 100 Treasures Confluence, Red Mountain House and myriad country residents, it was still an extremely powerful clan. The Lu clan of Bai City was just a branch family. The Lu clan's main clan was an existence that dominated a prefecture. As for Qin Feng, he was relatively ordinary. The Qin clan couldn't be considered a major power in Bai City. At most, it was an intermediate power. It wasn't too small, but it wasn't too big either. Relatively speaking, it was very ordinary. The three of them had different backgrounds and all had monstrous talent. Therefore, they were often compared by others. Moreover, the three of them were secretly competing with each other. Yi Xian came to the myriad pool again, and said that he wanted to follow in his foster father's footsteps and kill his way onto the Bai list. When Lu Heshi and Qin Feng heard this, they also came to the myriad pool. Therefore, this was a battle in the dark. Now that young Master Yi Xian had left the myriad pool, he had created the best result besides the city lord of Qidong City in the past 1,000,000 years. Lu Heshi and Qin Feng still had to work hard. As expected, it didn't take long for Qin Feng to be defeated. His final result was 4 months and 6 days. He was still a month away from Yi Xian's result. This gap wasn't small. Therefore, Qin Feng was very dissatisfied with this result. He frowned and walked out of the myriad pool. He shook his head and left. Qin Feng's defeat also caused an uproar. It seems that Qin Feng is slightly worse than young Master Yi Xian and Lu Heshi. This result is quite a big difference. That's normal. After all, Qin Feng came from an ordinary background. How can he be compared to Yi Xian and Lu Heshi? If Qin Feng had such resources and environment, he might be able to surpass young Master Yi Xian and Lu Heshi. That's true. However, this is also very difficult to say. Forget it, let's take a look at Lu Heshi. Yes, that's right. Lu Heshi still has hope to compete with young Master Yi Xian. It's rare that 3 peerless geniuses appeared in our Bai City in the same era. This will probably write a page of our Bai City's glory. I'm looking forward to it. That's right. Our Bai City has always been very ordinary. I hope we can make a name for ourselves in front of other cities. Hey, look at that brother over there. He looks very calm and relaxed. Following a voice, many gazes landed on a figure. It was none other than Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had been in the pool of myriad things for almost a month. However, Qin Xiao's performance was still incomparably calm. There was no trace of pain on his face. This calmness was even better than Yi Xian, Lu Heshi, and Qin Feng. Therefore, it naturally attracted the attention of others. Originally, everyone's gazes landed on Lu Heshi and Qin Feng. However, after this voice, many gazes landed on Qin Xiao. That's right. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. It seems that this brother has been in the pool of myriad things for almost a month. His performance is very impressive. Yes, it's been almost a month. However, look at how relaxed he is. He doesn't feel any pressure at all. From the looks of it, he should be able to achieve a good result. Who is this brother? I don't know. He looks unfamiliar. It feels like he just entered Bai City not long ago. It can't be? Just entered Bai City not long ago? How can he be so monstrous? It should be. When I saw him, he was brought here by a guide. Everyone's discussion shifted to Qin Shao. In the corner, Babatu was also rather surprised. Although he also hoped that Qin Shao could achieve a good result, he felt that it wasn't very likely. After all, Qin Shao was still a newcomer. It was already not bad for a newcomer to last a month in the pool of myriad things. However, the situation in front of him greatly exceeded his expectations. Therefore, he looked at Qin Shao in a new light. He felt that Qin Shao was extraordinary and different from ordinary people. Since it was so lively here, Babatu finally understood that it was because Lu He and Qin Feng were competing with young Master Yi Xian. No wonder there were so many people gathered here to watch. Chapter 1145. Competition. As time passed, more and more attention was paid to the myriad pool. It became more and more lively. After all, Yi Xian, Qin Feng, and Lu He were competing with each other. Naturally, it was also very interesting and very eye-catching. However, a dark horse that had appeared this time also attracted a lot of attention. This dark horse was naturally Qin Shao. He was noticed not because he had persisted for more than a month, but because he had persisted for more than a month without any change in expression. From his expression, it seemed that he could still persist for a long time without showing any signs of collapsing. Such a situation was indeed rare and terrifying. Even Yi Xian had not been able to do it so casually and comfortably. After all, the might of the Grand Tao in the myriad pool was extremely terrifying and powerful. The focus of attention, Lu He, was also defeated in the end. He had persisted for 4 months and 26 days, which was 20 days more than Qin Feng. Unfortunately, he had not been able to catch up to young Master Yi Xian, break his record and overshadow his limelight. However, the gap between the two of them was not very large. It was less than 10 days. Lu He's result was 1 in a million years. The 3 great geniuses of Bai City, Qi Zhenghui, had become a story that spread widely in Bai City. It had become a lively topic. Lu He had ended his training in the myriad pool, but the commotion did not die down because of this. Everyone's focus shifted from Lu He to the dark horse, Qin Shao. Qin Shao had persisted in the myriad pool for almost 2 months now, but there was still no sign of defeat on his face. Even Lu He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stopped and watched. Clearly, in his opinion, Qin Shao was a cultivator with great potential. The strong had the pride of the strong. If his limelight was overshadowed by an unknown newcomer, he would obviously not be happy to see it. The pride in his heart made him want to see how far this dark horse could go. He wanted to see if he could really create a legend. On the other side, Babatu was also busy. Many one-star, all-knowing experts came over to ask Babatu about Qin Shao. Babatu knew very little and could only speak the truth. From Babatu's words, everyone finally confirmed that the dark horse Qin Shao was a newcomer who had just entered Bai City a few hundred years ago. Moreover, Qin Zhao's background was quickly discovered, and a shocking piece of news quickly spread. It turned out that Qin Shao had actually broken the historical record in the assessment area, creating a miraculous data of becoming a one-star all-knowing in 3 years. That number was enough to kill everyone in Bai City. Even Yi Xian, Lu He, and Qin Feng were far from being able to compare to him. In fact, they were far inferior. The 3 of them had spent close to 100 years to become a one-star all-things expert. The difference was dozens of times. Qin Zhao's name was also mentioned by everyone and spread far and wide. For a time, many forces in Bai City began to pay attention to Qin Shao. Originally, this matter was kept secret by the Omniscient Temple, so it hadn't spread before. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. No matter how well it was kept secret, it would still be found out. Now that it was being investigated and the news spread, it naturally caused a huge uproar and caused the entire city to be alarmed. There were even many people who had raised Qin Shao to a level where he could be compared to Yi Xian, Qin Feng, and Qin Feng, giving rise to the title of Bai City's four great geniuses. Yi Xian and the other two naturally had different opinions on this matter. Yi Xian and Qin Feng also returned to the all-creation pool, and began to observe as well. They wanted to see who exactly was this person who had used only 3 years to complete the mission and become a one-star all-creation wielder, breaking the historical record. They wanted to see who exactly was this person, and what exactly was his background. Such a monstrous genius was truly unique. Even in the entire core of all things world, it would be hard to find one. Once the news spread, the all-creation pool became incomparably lively. Many people flocked over, wanting to see who Qin Shao was. The all-creation pool, which originally only had a little over 1,000 people, suddenly had over 100,000 people. Naturally, it became incomparably lively. This was because the Red Mountain House saw that the situation was out of the ordinary and immediately took measures to restrict even more people from entering. They also transferred many guards over to maintain order and prevent people from causing trouble. At this moment, Qin Shao, who was cultivating in the all-creation pool, naturally didn't expect that he would cause such a huge uproar. Originally, his performance in the myriad pool was naturally not enough to cause such a huge commotion. It was mainly because of his monstrous performance in the assessment area, his record-breaking results, that caused 1,000 ripples like a stone thrown into a lake. It attracted the curiosity of countless people and attracted the attention of many factions. Those major forces in Bai City had long been ready to make a move in the dark. Babata felt so happy that he was about to faint. He didn't expect that Sir Qin Shao would cause such a huge reaction. He shocked the entire Bai City with a single brilliant feat in an instant. He went from an unknown person to a peerless genius comparable to young Master Yi Xian and the others. In the face of Qin Zhao's popularity, it was extremely loud. It even suppressed the momentum of young Master Yi Xian and the others. Such momentum naturally made young Master Yi Xian and the others very unhappy. It's already been 3 months and he's still as steady as Mount Tai. There's no sign of him losing. What a monster. Yeah, it seems like he's going to break young Master Yi Xian's record. Could it be that he's going to break the City Lord's record? It's hard to say. If this continues, it's possible. It shouldn't be, right? The City Lord's record was for more than a year. It's still far from his record. Let's wait and see. The voices of discussion were incessant. Nameless heroes and nameless geniuses surged forth, and they would always receive no small amount of criticism. There were many exclamations of admiration and also some rumors. Qin Feng, your record is about to be broken by him. If it's based on the first time, he's already broken your record. Your first time's record isn't even 3 months. Lu Hushi said. Qin Feng shook his head and said, yeah, he's already broken my first time's record. He's about to break your first time's record. There are talents in every generation. This brother doesn't have any background, but he's so monstrous. He's really heaven-defying. I can't help but be convinced. Looks like it's not necessarily impossible for someone of humble origin to shine brilliantly. It's not impossible for him to compete with the heavens. Competing with the heavens was also Qin Feng's great wish. It was precisely because of his humble origin that he had to work harder. His desire to become stronger was also stronger. Everything could only be changed with strength. He knew that only by becoming stronger could he change everything. Aren't you angry at all? Lu Hushi sneered. Qin Feng shook his head and said with a smile, what's there to be angry about? I'm happy. All this time, I've been suppressed by you and young Master Yi Xian. I feel like I can't breathe. I'm a humble person, you're a young master. If this brother Qin Shao can amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, we'll be able to appreciate each other. It's really rare for someone of humble origin to shine brilliantly. They're as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Shouldn't I be happy that there's someone similar to me? Lu He, she said coldly, looks like you're still hoping for someone to break the temporary balance we've maintained. If you want to appreciate each other, you'll have to let them agree to appreciate each other. Don't get the cold shoulder for your hot face. It's my problem to get the cold shoulder. There's no need for brother Lu He to worry about it. Qin Feng said. Lu He waved his hand in defeat and didn't say anything else. Young Master Yi Xian had a profound expression. A peculiar light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Since he couldn't get along with Qin Feng, Lu He looked at the silent young Master Yi Xian and said, "What do you think? If this continues, I reckon your record will be broken. Moreover, this is your first time coming to the Myriad Pool. If we're talking about your first time's record, it'll be much worse than this. If we're talking about your first time's record, it'll be broken very quickly. Moreover, it's certain that it will be broken. This child's monstrous talent is truly extraordinary." Just like that, such a monster had appeared out of nowhere. Our positions are about to be shaken. They were used to standing at the top. If their limelight was stolen by someone else, it'd naturally be very uncomfortable. Geniuses all had unparalleled arrogance. After a moment of silence, young Master Yi Xian said, "Perhaps we've been at ease for too long. Perhaps this is a wake-up call for us to understand that we can't cultivate without pressure. My adoptive father often told me that there's always someone better in the world. As a person, we must have a humble heart. We can't be insufferably arrogant and conceited. Perhaps we've been walking too smoothly these past few years. That's why we've become arrogant and insufferably arrogant. This time, perhaps it'll be a painful lesson for us to experience setbacks." Lu He frowned and looked strangely at young Master Yi Xian. "Then are we just going to let him compete with us? How can we allow a newcomer to break the balance maintained by the three of us? An unknown newcomer is going to suppress our brilliance with such lightning speed. Yi Xian, are you really willing to do this? Don't forget that you're the leader of our Bai's three geniuses. I'm afraid this title will soon change hands. Moreover, his limelight is at its peak. I reckon he'll soon surpass you." Yi Xian's expression was cold. "So what if I'm unwilling? Do you still want to play any tricks? The rise of a genius isn't something we can stop, especially when it's a sudden and astonishing rise. Right now, all the factions are eyeing him. I'm afraid they've already begun to stir and want to take him for their own use. Rather than making an enemy out of him and causing trouble, it's better to rope him in for their own use. I reckon that my adoptive father will send me a message very soon. You should also receive it soon. I know you're unconvinced, but calm down. Don't get agitated. Some things need to be done carefully. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Lu He snorted coldly. "I don't care so much. If you want me to curry favor with this kid, I won't be able to do it. As the saying goes, a mountain can't accommodate two tigers. If my Lu family wants to rope this kid in, I definitely won't agree. So, don't even talk about this. You and I have competed for so many years. You've always been able to suppress me. That's fine, I'll accept it. But this kid popped out of nowhere and wants to suppress me. That really pisses me off." Chapter 1146. Surging from all sides. City Lord's Mansion, Cultivation Room. A figure swiftly walked to the door of the cultivation room and bowed respectfully. "Sir, I have important information." Rumble. As soon as the figure finished speaking, the door to the cultivation room opened. A powerful aura surged out from the cultivation room, causing the figure to be even more respectful and quickly walk in. In the cultivation room, a man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s sat cross-legged on a piece of jade. He wore a long robe with purple gold carvings, looking very noble. There was not much expression on his face, only a little solemn, but not cold and handsome. His face was chiseled with a knife, his eyebrows were like the crescent moon, his eyes were phoenix-shaped, his lips were red, and his nose was hooked like an eagle's. His eyes, which were as deep as the stars, shot over, causing the entire cultivation room to be plunged into darkness. It was so powerful that it caused the void to tremble and caused the light to be routed. The sharpness between his eyebrows was like a peerless treasure sword that could cut through everything in the world and eliminate all light in the world. This person was none other than City Lord Qi-dong, the ruler of Bai City, and the undisputed #1 expert. As long as one was in Bai City, no matter who it was, they would have to give City Lord Qi-dong some face. The figure respectfully stood in front of City Lord Qi-dong and said, "Sir, the Myriad Pool has sent a message. This is all the information about the person called Qin Shao. Please take a look." With that, the figure handed a jade slip to Qi-dong. Qi-dong took the jade slip and quickly checked all the information recorded in it. After reading the information, Qi-dong's face suddenly revealed a look of surprise. He only used 3 years to become a 1-star all-creation user in the assessment area. He only stayed in Bai City for 400 years before going to the Myriad Pool. Moreover, he has persisted for almost 5 months and still shows no signs of defeat. It seems like he is going to break the record I set back then. Moreover, it hasn't even been 500 years since he descended. He can't be any more new. Monster, he is indeed a monster. I didn't expect to meet such a peerless genius when I am about to leave my position as City Lord of Bai City. It seems that my previous concern was not wrong. This can be considered a generous gift from the heavens. The potential that this child has displayed is completely above mine back in the day. If he is properly nurtured, then his future is bound to be limitless. He might even become a great help to me in the future. The figure nodded and said, "Yes, my lord. This child's talent is unprecedented. Even in the entire heart of all things world, he can be called a genius. It's really rare for a small place like Bai City to have such a genius. If he was properly nurtured, his potential would be immeasurable. However, I'm afraid that this kid is also extremely arrogant. He might not be roped in by us and be of use to us. My lord, why don't I head over to the Myriad Pool to observe the situation and report back to you as soon as possible?" Qi-dong pondered for a moment before replying, "Not for now. If you go to the Myriad Pool, your intentions will be too obvious. Others will see through you with a single glance. The other factions should be keeping an eye on Qin Shao now. If we try too hard to rope him in, I'm afraid that those old fellows will gossip. How about this? I'll send a message to Yi Xian and let him act according to the circumstances. He should know how to handle it. With him around, there's nothing to worry about." The figure said, "My lord, young Master Yi Xian is indeed still in the Myriad Pool. However, would young Master Yi Xian really be willing to rope in a genius that overshadows his brilliance?" Qi-dong smiled and said, "Then you don't understand Yi Xian at all. Although he's extremely arrogant, he still has a bottom line. He's arrogant and conceited, but he's not to the point of being unparalleled in the world. I've already said that we should give him a bit of a setback when appropriate. Otherwise, if his path is too smooth, he might lose himself. Qin Zhao's appearance is a good thing for Yi Xian. It will motivate him. I believe that he will understand this principle. Continue to pay attention to this matter. If there are any new developments, report to me immediately. As for the rest, I'll arrange them accordingly." The figure was slightly taken aback, but immediately nodded and left respectfully. Qi Dong's face revealed a deep smile. Interesting, Qin Shao. You're really not an ordinary monster. Hee, I didn't expect to meet you here. Interesting. Coming to the myriad pool world for 100,000 years has been rather boring. After 100,000 years, I still haven't become a 3-star myriad pool master. This speed is rather slow. 100 Treasures Conclave, Inner Hall. An old man with white hair and beard sat upright and still, stroking his beard with a slight smile on his face. In front of the old man, an exceptionally beautiful woman stood there. Her figure was mature and voluptuous, and her body exuded a unique charm. Yao Ji, this child has great potential. Go out and rope him in. The Red Mountain House is close to him, but we can't let them get the moon first. We have to fight for this, the white-haired old man said solemnly. Yao Ji smiled charmingly. Yes, sir. I will do my best. The Red Mountain House is close to him, but the Lord of Qi Dong City is not to be trifled with. Also, the myriad country residents has probably already had their eyes on this little fellow. Such a monstrous genius will definitely be fought over. This battle won't be easy for us. Yes, they will definitely have their eyes on him. However, only the 4 of us have the strength to fight for him. The Lord of Qi Dong City indeed has the most advantage, but the Lord of Qi Dong City represents the Myriad Palace. Therefore, there are many rules and regulations, and he will be greatly restricted. And if the Lord of Qi Dong City represents himself, then his strength will definitely be inferior to the 3 of us. Therefore, there is still a chance to fight for him. We and the myriad country residents have both lost the initiative, so our biggest opponent should be the Red Mountain House, and not the Lord of Qi Dong City. The white-haired old man nodded. Yao Ji also nodded, indeed. No matter what, our 100 Treasures Conclave will do our best to fight for him. I will immediately arrange for this matter. But sir, what do you think this kid's background is? He can't be a pure newcomer, right? In less than 500 years, he can come to such a stage. Our Bai City has never seen such a monstrous genius before, right? Even in the entire myriad world, he must be in existence as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This kid is really monstrous, too heaven-defying. The white-haired old man shook his head and said, Let's not worry about this first. No matter what his background is, we must try our best to win him over. All right, go. Yao Ji did not say anything else, nodded and left. Myriad country residents, underground palace. This is a good opportunity for us. We must win this monstrous genius over at all costs. I have already reported this matter to the higher-ups. It is possible that the higher-ups will send someone. This matter cannot be allowed to have the slightest mistake. Go. Not only were the various forces ready to make a move in secret, but Bai City was also incomparably lively. Everyone was discussing Qin Shao before and after tea. It was even to the extent that many heroic deeds of Qin Shao had already spread out. Of course, all of these were fabricated. What made people not know whether to laugh or cry was that these made-up things were actually passed around as if they were real. Therefore, there were many miraculous deeds of Qin Shao. There were also some people who claimed to be Qin Zhao's brothers, who had gone through life and death together in the assessment area. Moreover, there were many people who said this, and each of them said it as if it was true. Because of this matter, many people even fought each other. On a street, a fat figure was walking on it, looking around curiously. When he heard that everyone was talking about Qin Shao, he was also surprised. It has only been more than 400 years since we last saw each other, and Qin Shao has made such a big name, to the extent that the whole city knows about him. It is really amazing. This person was not someone else, but Fatty. After Qin Shao left, he continued to wander in the assessment area for more than 400 years. With Qin Zhao's encouragement, he also had a lot of motivation. 400 years of experience also made him improve a lot. Although he had not reached the point where he could complete the task by himself, he felt that his strength had made great progress. Therefore, he also had some confidence to become a one-star all-creation master. With a set of things given to him by Qin Shao, he directly turned in the task and successfully became a one-star all-creation master. Today, when he just entered the city, he heard an overwhelming number of discussions about Qin Zhao's heroic deeds, which really made Fatty exclaim and admire him to the extreme. Qin Zhao's image in his heart had long reached a point where it could not be any higher. Bai City was in an uproar. It was very lively outside, but Qin Shao, who was cultivating in the all-creation pool, was not aware of the situation outside. He was wholeheartedly immersed in his cultivation and turned a deaf ear to the outside world. It has been 6 months, and there is still no trace of failure. Is he really going to break the rhythm of the Qidong City Lord's achievements? I think another new record is going to be born. I really don't know how far he can go in the end. Yes, it's too scary. I admire him so much. Continue to wait. The onlookers at the all-creation pool were waiting patiently. Qin Zhao's astonishing feat had caused Babatu to undergo an earth-shattering change, and he had become a delicious cake. Many people came over to befriend him, and took the initiative to express their goodwill to him. There were even people from several major forces. Such a huge change really made Babata feel flattered and overwhelmed, and he was very fearful and in awe. He also did not expect that he, Babatu, would have such a day. Thanks to Qin Shao, he was able to enjoy treatment that he had never dared to imagine before. Even though Babata knew that these people were expressing their goodwill to him, not because of him, but because of his relationship with Qin Shao. This was the so-called, when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs will also ascend to heaven. Time continued to move forward, and month after month passed. Very quickly, Qin Shao had been in the all-creation pool for more than a year. The various forces were paying closer attention, and even the Red Mountain House had sent people over to guard here, waiting for Qin Shao to come out of the all-creation pool. If any force could rope in such a genius, it would be like digging up a treasure. Naturally, no one would let go of such a genius, and everyone would fight for him. The Red Mountain House was in a favorable position, and had the advantage. Moreover, if one could enter the Bai list and break the record, there would be generous rewards. The Red Mountain House could use this opportunity to rope in Qin Shao. Chapter 1147. Another record was broken. In the elegant room of the Red Mountain House, 2 elegant figures were playing chess and sipping tea. It was quite a pleasant scene. A very young, handsome, and elegant man in blue robes had a calm expression on his face as he casually picked up a piece. Sitting opposite the blue-clothed man was a graceful and luxurious woman. She was dressed in red and looked exceptionally gorgeous. With gold ornaments on her head, she looked like a queen and had a strong aura. Both of them gave off a strong aura. From the marks between their eyebrows, it could be seen that they were both 2-star all-things possessors. In a small place like Bai City, a 2-star all-things possessor was definitely a top figure. Basically, a 3-star all-things possessor would not appear in a small city. The strongest person in Bai City, the governor of Qidong City, was only a 2-star all-things possessor. Although there were rumors that the governor of Qidong City might have reached the level of a 3-star all-things possessor, he had not officially become a 3-star all-things possessor. The difference of a single level meant a huge difference in status and position. The number of 2-star all-things possessors in Bai City could be counted with one hand. There were 2 2-star all-things possessors in front of him. Zin, it seems that the higher-ups really value Qin Shao a lot. They even sent you here. It seems that they are determined to win. The woman in red said. Her voice was like the sound of a silver bell. It was pleasing to the ear. Just her voice alone was enough to make people intoxicated. It seemed that the woman in red had some attainments in music. The man in blue, Zien, smiled faintly and said, "Not entirely, Yin Yang. I just wanted to come out for a walk, so I took the initiative to come here. Although the higher-ups still attach great importance to this guy, it is not to this extent. They didn't intend to send anyone here. They just gave you the power to ask for more conditions. But now it seems that it is necessary for me to come here." Yin Yang smiled and said, "Yes, I also think it is necessary for you to come here. After all, I am just a small steward in Bai City. Even if the higher-ups give me some power, I don't have the confidence to ask for more favorable conditions. With you here, Zien, I don't have to worry about anything. In any case, the higher-ups won't say anything even if you state more conditions. With you around, I have more confidence in snatching people away." It had to be said that Qin Shao was indeed an unprecedented monstrous talent with a peerless appearance. If this child is properly nurtured, his future will be limitless. "Perhaps I might be able to catch up to you, haha." "Catch up to me?" The man in blue smiled and said, "Yin Yang, you are spurring me on. It seems that I have to work harder." "Ha ha ha, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare to spur you." Yin Yang smiled and said, "Who in Crimson Mountain House doesn't know of Ziyin's peerless beauty? Your strength has already reached 3-star omnipotent, you just aren't in a hurry to become one. Among the younger generation of our Red Mountain House, you are one of the most outstanding existences. No matter how monstrous Qin Shao is, there is still a huge gap between you and him." Zien smiled and said, "I can't say that it's huge, it's actually not that big. If we talk about the results of the Myriad Pond back then, Qin Shao might be able to surpass me. Now, he has persisted for more than a year and has already broken the record of the Qidong City Lord. He will soon break the record of the Bai list. When I was a 1-star omnipotent, I only persisted for 2 years in the Myriad Pond for the first time. If this continues, he might be able to surpass my result." Yin Yang said, "Isn't there a gap of almost a year? This gap is incomparably huge. Your results back then were also heaven-defying enough." "Yin Yang, do you think he can surpass my results?" Zien pursed his lips and asked Yin Yang with a smile. Yin Yang hesitated for a while before saying, It's hard to say for now. With Qin Zhao's current situation, no one can say for sure how long he can persist. But at least, he won't be defeated in a short time. So, I can't see how great his potential is at the moment." "You might as well not have said anything. Forget it, I won't make things difficult for you." Zien shook his head. Yin Yang smiled. Naturally, she couldn't say such words. The two continued to play chess leisurely. As time went by, the craze brought about by Qin Shao didn't subside. Instead, it became more and more intense. Results were broken one after another. Again and again, people's understanding of the limits was refreshed, and people's nerves were shaken again and again. At the beginning, there was a heated discussion about whether he could surpass young Master Yi Xian's results, whether he could break the record set by the Qidong City Lord, and whether he could create the best results on the Bai list. These were all broken by Qin Shao one by one. At this time, Qin Shao had persisted for 1 year and 8 months. He had surpassed the first place of the Bai list for almost 5 months. The limit was constantly refreshed by Qin Shao. Therefore, the craze of the crowd was stimulated by Qin Shao again and again. They admired him. They couldn't help but admire him. Therefore, what people discussed most now was where Qin Zhao's limit was, and where he could go in the end. The limits were refreshed one by one, so people didn't dare to make assertions lightly and speculate where Qin Zhao's limit was. The repeated shocks had already made people numb. Young Master Yi Xian and the other two had long been forgotten by the crowd. Compared with Qin Shao, their results were like heaven and earth. The gap was so big that it wasn't even worth mentioning. This caused the light on the three of them to completely dissipate. They were completely dim and lightless. Babatu had also become a celebrity, receiving the goodwill of many people. There were even many one-star all things experts who lowered their status to address Babatu as their brother or something. This really made Babatu feel that his gloomy life had completely brightened up. Moreover, he also received a lot of gifts. Even several big forces sent gifts to Babatu. After all, the only person Qin Shao was acquainted with in Bai City was Babatu. Moreover, Qin Shao and Babatu got along very well. This situation was naturally not a secret. It was very easy for those big forces to investigate. With this situation, those big forces also wanted to get on Babatu's good side. Maybe he could be of some use in the future. Anyway, they only had to pay a small price. This was nothing to them. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. 2 years was originally very short. However, at this moment it felt very long to the people of Bai City. It was said that the emperor was not anxious, but the eunuchs were. Waiting was the most anxious and the slowest. Some people started to wonder if Qin Shao had a limit. Some people also suspected that Qin Shao was hiding his strength and that he wasn't a one-star all things expert at all. There were also many people who said that Qin Shao might directly kill his way to the Red Mountain list. If a one-star all things expert could directly kill his way to the Red Mountain list on his first visit to the creation pool with the strength of a one-star all things expert, it should be an unprecedented feat. Therefore, some people who worshipped and supported Qin Shao were also looking forward to seeing if Qin Shao could directly kill his way to the Red Mountain list. In the historical records of Bai City, no one had ever killed his way to the Red Mountain list. Therefore, now that Qin Shao had killed his way to the Red Mountain list, it had become the focus of attention in Bai City. Qin Shao, who had been in the creation pool for more than 2 years, had indeed gained a lot of insights and improved a lot. Although he couldn't break through to the intermediate level of the myriad material path in one fell swoop, he should be able to break through to the intermediate level of the myriad material path if he digested it properly and honed it for a while. Then, he should be able to break through to the intermediate level of the myriad material path. This matter could not be rushed. It had to be digested slowly. Accumulation was a process. The process of building a foundation was the most important process in cultivation. No matter how good one's emotional power was, it still needed time to accumulate. Phew, after more than 2 years of cultivation, I'm almost full. There's not much point in continuing to stay here. Although the creation pool's assistance in cultivation is not bad, I've reached a bottleneck and am stuck there. Therefore, the help of the creation pool has become almost negligible. Qin Shao thought to himself. He could still easily persevere, but he felt that it was meaningless. Qin Shao couldn't help but think in his heart, if he continued to persevere, how far would he go? At least for now, he did not feel much pressure. Although the pressure would become stronger as time passed, it was not a threat to Qin Shao for now. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that it would not be a problem for him to persevere for a few more years. Perhaps if he really continued to persevere, he should be able to at least kill his way into the top 10 of the Red Mountain list. Of course, Qin Shao only thought about it for a moment before he immediately rejected it. If he really did such a thing, then who knew how many people would be scared to death, and he would probably bring some unnecessary trouble to himself. Therefore, after thinking about it, he gave up. After persevering for more than 2 years, he had already broken the record of the Bai list. He had been in first place for more than 9 months. 9 months, that was a very frightening number. No one would be able to break this record in the future. It would probably become an ancient legend that would be passed down for generations. It's time to end it. It's time to go out. It seems that these 2 years have been very lively. I've caused quite a stir. Qin Shao smiled in his heart. Although he had been completely immersed in his cultivation these past few years, it was getting more and more lively. Although Qin Shao was not distracted, he could feel it. At first, Qin Shao didn't expect that he would cause such a huge reaction. It was really beyond his expectations. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. He had persevered for more than 2 years. It would be strange if he did not cause such a huge stir. Records were broken one after another, and limits were broken one after another. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was crazy. Red Mountain House, elegant room. Yin Yang smiled and said, Ziyin, it seems that you are not angry at all. Qin Shao has broken your record. It seems that you have already expected it. Angry? What's there to be angry about? There are many geniuses in this world. I Ziyin am not the most talented one in the world of all things. Why should I be angry? Can't I allow others to be more talented than me? I'm not that overbearing. Ziyin shook his head and said, I've already expected it. But I really didn't expect that he could really go this far. It's quite amazing. Qin Zhao's potential is really unlimited. Moreover, it's hard to say how far he can go. He's really experienced. I have to admire him. Chapter 1148. Invitation. Ziyin looked at her and asked, What's wrong, Yin Yang? Yin Yang arched her eyebrows, and her eyes flashed with surprise. She said, Ziyin, Qin Shao, that brat, actually withdrew directly. He obviously hasn't reached his limit yet. He quit? Ziyin was surprised. But he smiled and said, He has some character. Is it because he doesn't want to, or does he want to keep a sense of mystery? He hasn't reached his limit yet, but he doesn't want to fight for more glory? Or does he want to keep a low profile? Interesting. It's really interesting. I haven't met such an interesting person in a long time. Perhaps, Yin Yang, you're right. I really need to be spurred on and treat him as an opponent. Treat him as a rival? Yin Yang was startled by these words. She looked at Ziyin strangely and said, This boy is not qualified to be your opponent for the time being, is he? Ha ha. Ziyin laughed. Yin Yang, you're too short-sighted. You have to look forward. A person's potential is unlimited. The higher you go, the harder it is to go. At least, I'm in danger now. He hasn't shown his full potential yet, but it's already unbelievable. You and I don't know how much potential he has. He looks young, but you don't know that he's mature and steady. You can't look at him with normal eyes. His rival doesn't have to be now. It could be in the near future. Hearing that, Yin Yang nodded. It made sense. Indeed, there were many things that were hard to say. However, one thing was certain. Qin Shao was definitely an extremely monstrous genius. She had already blossomed into a peerless beauty. Ziyin put down the chess piece and stood up. He smiled and said, Yin Yang, let's go. It's time for us to fight. I think we'll have a tough fight. A tough fight? Yin Yang was surprised. But she said, I think so. I think the other factions will go all out. However, our Red Mountain House enjoys the advantage of being in a favorable position. Furthermore, you, Ziyin, are here in person. Our chances of winning are still very high. Ziyin said, Yin Yang, you can't be too careless. It's hard to say. We can't use normal thinking to deal with an extraordinary person. Otherwise, we'll lose miserably. Qin Shao is not an ordinary person. Thus, if you want to rope him in, there will be many variables. On the other side, the Lake of Creation was in an uproar. What's going on? Why did he quit? He didn't. Even Qin Shaochen was at his limit. He's right, he didn't. I think he could last for another year. Even if he doesn't, he can't. A Red Mountain House rankings. TSK, that would be an unprecedented feat. I don't understand. Don't they all collapse when they reach their limits? Capricious. He's too capricious. I'm not convinced by anyone except Qin Shao. He's my idol. Don't fight with me. Qin Shao is mine. Bah, don't be so disgusting. Brokeback Mountain, Qin Shao belongs to us women. Qin Shao, you're too handsome. Can we be friends? Or I can even take you as my master. Hey, don't go. Say something. Qin Shao walked out of the lake of creation and immediately became the center of attention. Fawning voices were endless. There were even people who wanted to hug Qin Zhao's thigh. The current Qin Shao was the idol in the hearts of countless people. Qin Shao was calm when he saw the situation. He didn't take it to heart. He had seen this kind of scene many times in the God realm. He was used to it and was numb to it. Qin Zhao's gaze swept through the crowd. He saw Yi Xian, Lu Heshi, and Qin Feng. The three of them had different expressions. Lu Heshi's face was gloomy and ugly. He was clearly unhappy. Yi Xian and Qin Feng didn't mind. Yi Xian even cast a friendly look. Soon, Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Babatu. Babatu had also seen Qin Shao, but he didn't dare to come forward. After all, things were different now. Qin Shao was famous. He was a peerless genius that everyone in Bai City knew. Plus, he had broken a few records. He had improved the highest score on the Bai ranking by nearly a year. Therefore, it could be expected that Qin Shao would definitely soar to the sky in one go. His status and identity were naturally different. Right now, Qin Shao was definitely a very popular genius that everyone would fight over. There were countless people who wanted to curry favor with him. He, Babatu, was a small character. Naturally, he had a guilty conscience. However, he didn't expect that Qin Shao would walk toward him. At this moment, Babatu's eyes were brimming with tears. He was overwhelmed by the favor. He had never felt this way before. He was a small and insignificant character. He had always lived at the bottom of Bai City. He didn't dare to offend anyone and suppressed himself. However, at this moment, he was respected and warmed. This kind of affection couldn't be expressed with words. People were often touched by small things. At this moment, a figure walked over. That elegant, luxurious, and somewhat charming figure had indeed taken everyone's breath away. The moment she appeared, she emitted an aura that could mesmerize all living things. The originally noisy lake of creation immediately quieted down. Everyone couldn't help but shut their mouth. Then, they looked over in a daze. The crowd also automatically opened up a path, allowing that figure to leisurely walk over. She was extremely beautiful and had a peerless beauty. However, her powerful aura was also intimidating. No one dared to disrespect her. It was as if a high and mighty queen had descended. Qin Zhao's gaze quickly fell on the person who had come. He wasn't mesmerized by the beauty in front of him. Instead, he maintained his calm. Seeing the person who had come, many people were surprised. The little house master of the Red Mountain House, Yen Yang, had actually come personally. However, after thinking about it, they quickly understood. With the birth of such a heaven-defying genius like Qin Shao, it was normal for Yen Yang to appear personally. Obviously, she was trying to rope in Qin Shao. In the crowd of onlookers, a few figures also frowned slightly. Yen Yang had a charming smile on her face. She had a charm that could mesmerize all living things. She walked leisurely in front of Qin Shao. The surroundings were silent. It was as if everyone was immersed in her beauty. Only Qin Shao was able to maintain absolute clarity of mind. Yen Yang was secretly surprised by his performance. To be able to remain unaffected by her charm, his state of mind was truly exceptional. With such a state of mind, even an ordinary two-star all-knowing expert might not be able to compare. Not simple. Indeed, he was extremely not simple. Qin Shao. A voice that was like the sound of nature rang out. Her red lips parted slightly. Her voice was like a silver bell, enchanting one's soul. This voice clearly had a special charm that could mesmerize all living things. Everyone in the myriad pool seemed to have sunk into a dreamland, as if they were intoxicated by this strange scene. Even Yi Xian, Lu He, and Shi Tai Feng weren't any better. Qin Shao looked around and said with a smile, "What a powerful musical technique." You can make over 100,000 people fall into a foreign world at once. Housemaster Yen Nyang truly lives up to her reputation. Her methods are extraordinary. Yen Nyang's smile was like a silver bell. It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning. I can mesmerize 100,000 living things, but I can't mesmerize you. You're just a junior. To be able to be so monstrous and heaven-defying, you're truly extraordinary. You can still do this in front of me. If it were someone else, they would have died long ago. Indeed, Yen Nyang was a two-star all-knowing expert. She was the little house master of the Red Mountain House's Bai City branch. Her status was extremely high. Even if the Bai City Master Chi Dong saw her, he would have to treat her with respect. However, Qin Shao didn't have the slightest bit of respect. Instead, he interacted with her as if she was his equal. This was a great disrespect. One must know that no matter how monstrous Qin Shao was, he was only a one-star all-knowing expert. His status naturally couldn't be compared to Yen Nyang's. Qin Shao smiled and said, "If I were to flatter her like that, I'm afraid Yen Nyang would turn around and leave. She would look down on me. It's said that young people can't be frivolous. This isn't without reason. People who bow and scrape always feel that they lack some toughness and aggressiveness in their bones. Isn't this a sign of cowardice? I don't like this. I like to fight, I like to rush, and I like all kinds of challenges. Yen Nyang, you're a senior. I respect you, but I don't have to flatter you and be submissive in front of you, right?" Being neither servile nor overbearing is also a kind of respect. Yen Nyang smiled and said, "Then you're indeed very unusual and special. However, I admire your courage." Qin Shao, first of all, congratulations on breaking several records. According to the rules of our Red Mountain House, there will be a generous reward for you. However, there are too many people here. I wonder if you can come to my place and have a talk? Yen Nyang invited him so politely. This was a great honor. Many people would be envious of this kind of thing. Qin Shao also knew that the Red Mountain House had many corresponding rewards. He had broken so many records. It was needless to say that there would be a generous reward. However, how could Qin Shao not see Yen Nyang's intention? This was an invitation to him. "Thank you for your kindness, Yen Nyang. However, let's talk about the reward later. I just came out of the pool of all creation. I have many comprehensions. Right now, I want to go into seclusion to digest these comprehensions. Therefore, about the reward, let's talk about it after I come out of seclusion. What do you think, Yen Nyang?" Qin Shao said with a serious face. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yen Nyang frowned slightly. Yen Nyang didn't expect that Lin Fan would reject her so easily. However, Yen Nyang was also a smart person. She could somewhat see Qin Zhao's intention. Therefore, the smile on her face didn't fade and she said, "All right. Since you want to go into seclusion, I won't say anything more. When you come out of seclusion, I'll invite you over again. When the time comes, you must come." "All right, of course. Thank you for your understanding, Yen Nyang." Qin Shao nodded to Yen Nyang, cupped his hands and agreed. Yen Nyang smiled and nodded. She made a gesture to Qin Shao. Qin Shao also smiled and nodded. He looked at Babatu and indicated for him to follow him. Babatu naturally understood and walked over with joy. His heart was filled with excitement. Chapter 1149. Scrambling to come, Brother Qin Shao. A hearty voice was heard as a well-dressed man walked over quickly with a friendly smile on his face. He came to Qin Zhao's side. Although he was trying to be friendly, he didn't make it seem so deliberate. It was as if they were old friends and were very casual. Unknowingly, they seemed to have become closer to each other. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the newcomers as his eyes narrowed slightly. Young Master Yi Xian, Qin Feng. Young Master Yi Xian was very friendly, and Qin Feng had come with him. Qin Shao naturally knew the two of them. Lu Hexi's expression became even more gloomy when he saw the two of them approach Qin Shao. The resentment in his heart also increased by a lot. Humph, how hateful. Isn't it just breaking a record? What's the use of breaking a record? The record in the universal pool doesn't really represent one's talent and potential. It's not absolute. Moreover, there are countless geniuses who die prematurely. They have to grow up first. If they can't grow up, what's the use of being monstrous? The universal pool isn't absolute, Lu Hexi muttered to himself. He had never bowed down to anyone in Bai City. Even if it was Yexian, who had been suppressing him all this while, he was not convinced and wanted to fight back. The pride in his heart was his capital. However, this time, his limelight had been completely overshadowed. How could he accept it so easily? The pride in his heart had been completely aroused. It was fine if Yi Xian had been suppressing him, but how could an unknown newcomer suppress him? How could he accept it? Haha, brother Qin Shao, I, Qin Feng, rarely bow down to anyone. This time, I'm really in awe of you. As the saying goes, there's always someone better than you. In the past, I thought that I was only slightly inferior to young Master Yi Xian and Lu Hexi, and that I could still be proud of my talent and potential. However, I didn't expect that compared to a true genius, I'm really too weak. I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. Your appearance can be considered as a loud and clear warning for me, so I have to constantly remind myself. Only by using people as the leaderboard can we go against the flow and brave the winds and waves. Qin Feng said with a smile. Young Master Yexian nodded as well. That's right. I can't help but be impressed. Compared to you, brother Qin Shao, we really can't be regarded as geniuses. In such a small place, it is indeed a little narrow-minded. Qin Shao didn't reject them when they took the initiative to befriend each other. Qin Shao curled her lips and said, You flatter me. This is nothing. After all, the heart of all things world is so big. If you look a little further, it's just that. This result was really nothing for Qin Shao. After all, he couldn't be measured by an ordinary person. If the foundation was the same, then Qin Shao might not be able to do it. Therefore, Qin Shao was very indifferent to this result and did not feel anything. Qin Shao didn't say much to Yexian and Qin Feng. He prepared to return to his cultivation ground first. Seeing this, Yexian opened his mouth again. Brother Qin Shao, it's fate that we met. I wonder if you can give the three of us the honor of having a small gathering and drink to our heart's content. Qin Shao naturally knew that Yexian took the initiative to invite him. On one hand, he wanted to befriend him. On the other hand, he was inviting him on behalf of his father. The Red Mountain House was the first to send an invitation. The City Lord Mansion also sent an invitation. This was also within Qin Zhao's expectations. When dealing with this matter, Qin Shao was naturally more experienced. After all, he was someone who had lived in the God realm for close to 400,000 years. How high was his vision? Naturally, he wouldn't be so hot-headed and make such an impulsive decision. Next time. This time, I want to go back and properly report my gains from the pool of all things these 2 years. After I send you off, I'll invite you to my residence for a gathering. How about it? Qin Shao said. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yexian and Qin Feng immediately smiled. Although Qin Shao rejected Yexian's invitation, he also sent out a friendly signal at the same time. Qin Shao took the initiative to invite them to his residence as guests. This meant that he didn't put on any airs at all. This could also be considered as a kind of proactive goodwill. Such an action naturally made Yexian and Qin Feng understand in their hearts. They were worried that it would be difficult to befriend Qin Shao. Now, it seemed that their worries were unnecessary. For such a peerless genius to be so amiable, without any airs or arrogance, it was indeed too rare and precious. Yexian happily said, Good, good, good. Then we'll wait for you to come out of seclusion. It's a deal. Haha, just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Alright, it's a deal. Qin Shao nodded. Yexian made an inviting gesture to Qin Shao and said, Brother Qin Shao, I've already prepared a carriage waiting outside. Right now, Brother Qin Shao is a big celebrity in our Bai city. Everyone knows about you. I'm afraid that news of Brother Qin Shao leaving the Myriad Pool has already spread throughout the city, so there must be a lot of people outside. If Brother Qin Shao goes out like this, I'm afraid you'll be surrounded by people. They all want to see a peerless genius like you, Brother Qin Shao. Haha. Qin Shao also knew about this. Since Yexian had such good intentions, Qin Shao didn't refuse. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and agreed. Alright, then many thanks. Haha, no need to be so polite. It's just a small matter. Yexian laughed brightly and waved his hand. Yexian originally thought that it would take some effort to befriend Qin Shao. He didn't expect that it would be so easy to hook up with him. It was truly beyond his expectations. Friends were often like this. Qin Zhao's method of making friends had always been simple and not complicated. The more complicated it was, the harder it was to truly make friends. Although Qin Shao still didn't know much about Yexian and Qin Feng, at least he felt that they were alright. He could first familiarize himself with them. Since he came to the Myriad Pool world, he couldn't be so reckless. He had to familiarize himself with this world and slowly assimilate into it. Only in this way could he more easily absorb what he needed from the Myriad Pool world and grow up in it. Finally, he could walk step by step towards the level of Myriad Pool World's controller. The path of cultivation was long. Every step had to be taken with heart. Right now, Qin Zhao's mind was completely immersed in the Myriad Pool world. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and adapt to life in this world. It was necessary to make some friends. After all, Qin Shao still didn't know much about this world. Therefore, he had to learn more through some people. The group walked out of the Myriad Pool under everyone's gazes. As expected, outside the Myriad Pool, the most eye-catching luxurious carriage was parked there. 9 dragons pulled the carriage with a grand aura. 9 third-order dire beast flood dragon horses pulled a luxurious carriage. It stopped in midair and looked radiant. The aura it emitted made it so that no one dared to approach within a radius of 10,000 feet. Just these 9 third-order dire beasts were terrifying enough. It was enough to make most of the one-star all-things experts not dare to approach. After all, third-order dire beasts had the strength to kill many one-star all-things experts. Moreover, there were 9 third-order dire beast flood dragon horses. These horses were said to be the product of a flood dragon and a horse. They were the descendants of subdivine beasts. They had great strength and speed. This 9-dragon carriage was the Mount of Qidong, the Lord of Bai City. It was unexpected that he directly brought it here to send Qin Shao back to the place of cultivation. This could be said to be huge, and it was enough to show that Qidong, the city lord, valued Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the huge carriage that could seat 100 people. He glanced sideways. 9 dragons flood dragon horses. The carriage is also made of jadeite gold stone. It's not cheap to build. I'm afraid the cost of this carriage is as high as hundreds of thousands of myriad stones. If you add in the 9 dragons flood dragon horses, the price will probably reach millions of myriad stones. It's indeed a good investment. No wonder it's the Mount of Qidong City's lord. Such a mount could indeed give people a very strong shock. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be extremely excited. However, Qin Shao was calm. This carriage with 9 dragons was indeed not bad here. If it was in the realm of the gods, it would be ordinary. Qin Shao even had a universe treasure. Naturally, he wouldn't be interested in this carriage with 9 dragons. However, it was still not bad in Bai City. Brother Qin Shao, please get on the carriage. Yi Xian made a gesture of invitation. Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry to get on the carriage. His gaze fell on two figures who were rushing towards him side by side. Of these two people, one was extremely coquettish and charming. In terms of coquettish and charming, she was far more coquettish than Yen Yang. The other person was tall and sturdy. He even had a hint of savagery. His upper body was bare, revealing his strong muscles. His bronze skin and flowing flames made him look very mysterious. Just looking at him would make people respect and fear him, not daring to get close. He also carried a huge axe on his back, which added a hint of savagery. This person was definitely a powerful person. Moreover, these two people were actually two-star all-creation masters. However, Qin Shao didn't really know these two people. Qin Shao knew of a few two-star all-creation masters in Bai City, but he didn't know any of them. "Sir, this is Lady Enchantress of 100 Treasures Mart, and that is Lord Xing Fu of Wan Gua Mansion," Babatu whispered in Qin Zhao's ear. In fact, Qin Shao had already guessed it. Although Qin Shao didn't know them, Qin Shao had heard of the two-star all-creation masters in Bai City. Enchantress of 100 Treasures Mart and Xing Fu of Wan Gua Mansion were both big shots in Bai City. They were the managers of 100 Treasures Mart and Wan Gua Mansion in Bai City. Such big shots usually wouldn't show up. It was harder to meet them than to climb to the sky. However, no one expected that today they would come hand in hand and appear here at the same time. This was an eye-opener for many people. Obviously, these two people also came for Qin Shao. The alluring smile of the enchantress mesmerized all living beings. Her seductive technique caused everyone to fall into a daze and go crazy for her. Qin Shao couldn't help but curse in his heart, she's really a seductress. Her charming skill is not bad. If it were an ordinary man, it would be difficult for him to escape from her claws. To be honest, Qin Shao didn't like girls who had charming skills. He always felt that these women were too seductive. "Ha ha ha, you must be Qin Shao, handsome young man. You're really handsome and young. Ha ha ha, I feel sorry for you." Enchantress's words almost gave Qin Shao goosebumps. He couldn't help but shudder. This woman really wanted to kill him. Chapter 1150. Four sides competing. It would be fine if a one-star all-knowing expert dared to tease Qin Shao like this, but it just had to be a two-star all-knowing expert. A two-star all-knowing expert was a lofty existence in everyone's eyes. They were existences on another level, unreachable and unreachable. Therefore, Yao Ji's actions naturally caused the surrounding onlookers to be taken aback. Was this still the lofty Lord Yao Ji? Indeed, it left everyone speechless. Even Qin Shao was sweating profusely. He truly did not expect Yao Ji to disregard her image like this. It was obvious that Yao Ji wanted to get closer to she. She was really willing to put in a lot of effort. "Looks like I'm really in the limelight this time. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have acted like that. I should have withdrawn from the myriad pool earlier," Qin Shao thought to himself. However, he shook his head. He was unwilling to leave earlier. He had entered the myriad pool for the benefits of the myriad pool. The comprehension and cultivation in the myriad pool had indeed benefited Qin Shao greatly. "Yao Ji, don't scare little brother Qin Shao. What are you doing here? Why don't you pay attention to your status? There are so many pairs of eyes looking at you." Xing Fu, who had come with Yao Ji, mocked. He even said to Qin Shao, "Little brother Qin Shao, this woman is a famous femme fatale. Countless men have died under her skirt. She likes to keep male pets, so you have to be careful. Don't fall into her trap." After being exposed in front of her, Yao Ji's beautiful face turned cold. She scolded, "Xing Fu, do you want to fight with me today?" "Fight you? No, no, no. Xing Fu has never liked to bully women." Xing Fu shook his head. Yao Ji snorted disdainfully and spat, "You have to have the ability to bully me first." Seeing these two bigwigs quarreling like commoners, Qin Shao and the others blushed with shame. Especially Yi Xian and the other two, they were speechless. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have known that such a thing would happen between great figures. Yao Ji did not continue to bicker with Xing Fu. Instead, she looked at Qin Shao with a charming smile and said, "Handsome Qin Shao, don't pay attention to Xing Fu. He likes to ridicule others. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat her, I would have fought her to the death. Your big sister Enchantress is a reserved and virtuous girl. It's just that big sister Enchantress is too beautiful, so others are jealous of me. Handsome Qin Shao, big sister would like to invite you to have a few drinks with me, enjoy the night view, and chat about romance. What do you think?" Yao Ji's voice made people feel numb. Normal people would not be able to withstand such a feeling. Qin Shao couldn't stand it either. She felt uncomfortable all over. If someone with a weaker mind heard this, they would definitely be captured. Qin Shao was so scared that she hurriedly said, Don't. I really can't bear it. Let's talk about this later. Right now, I just want to go back and go into seclusion. I don't want to care about anything else. So, I hope Big Sister Enchantress can forgive me. Call me Big Sister Enchantress. You're hurting me. What should I do? Yao Ji said with a sad face. Especially her eyes, they seemed to want to steal people's souls. Such a soft attack really made Qin Shao somewhat uncomfortable and flustered. Xing Fu glanced at Yao Ji and laughed. Then, he said to Qin Shao, "Little brother Qin Shao, it seems that you don't want to see any guests recently. When you come out of seclusion, I'll send someone to invite you. I, Xing Fu, like to make friends with young heroes. You are now the most dazzling light in our Bai city." In the face of Xing Fu's invitation, Qin Shao did not refuse. He said, "Okay, then wait until I come out of seclusion. I'll take my leave now." After bidding farewell to Yao Ji and Xing Fu, Qin Shao went straight back to his place of cultivation. However, to Qin Zhao's surprise, the courtyard he rented was not surrounded by people. It was actually very quiet here. Logically speaking, with his current fame, there should be some people here now that he had just returned from the all-creation pool. However, this was not the case. Was his influence in Bai City not enough? That was obviously not the case, because along the way, countless eyes fell on him. At this time, Qin Zhao's brilliance seemed to cover everything. After a careful inspection, Qin Shao immediately understood. It turned out that there were many city guards in the dark all around. It seemed that the city lord's mansion had already sent people to clear the place and not let idle people come near. The lord of Qidong City was very thoughtful. Speaking of which, Qin Shao did not want to be disturbed by others. That would hinder his cultivation. The lord of Qidong City's move was deeply appreciated by Qin Shao. Of course, Qin Shao was not surprised by this small gesture of goodwill. He would not do anything because of this small gesture. After getting off the carriage, Qin Shao said goodbye to Yi Xian Taifeng and brought Babadu into the courtyard. Babada's mind was still shaken. He had not completely recovered from the shock. Even now, he still felt like he was dreaming. It was too unreal. He had never even thought about this kind of thing. Even in his dreams, he had never thought that he, Babatu, would have such a day. Babatu. It was not until Qin Zhao's hand gently patted Babada's body that he came back to his senses. He looked at Qin Shao with a silly smile on his face. At this moment, he actually did not know what to say. Living in a dream, he was really afraid that this dream would shatter. Qin Shao also knew Babada's mood at this moment. He shook his head and smiled. "Don't be in a daze. I will go into seclusion later. During this time, if anyone comes to visit, just help me receive them. In short, no matter who it is, you don't need to pay attention to them. How to deal with them is up to you. Just don't let anyone disturb me." After that, Qin Shao entered the cultivation room. It was not until a while after Qin Shao left that Babada came back to his senses. He was so excited that he danced with joy. Red Mountain House, elegant room. This Qin Shao, really? Yen Yang shook her head, somewhat speechless. However, Ziyin smiled and said, "Why? Did you lose out?" Yen Yang said, "Isn't that right? This kid is very experienced. In the face of our invitations, he rejected them one by one. However, he also agreed to other opportunities. This kid is very cunning." Ziyin nodded. He is indeed experienced and very smart. Because he doesn't want to be passive, he wants to take the initiative. This way, he will have more choices, and he will be able to maximize his benefit. Moreover, I'm afraid that he doesn't understand our factions too well. Therefore, he won't easily agree. By doing this, he has thrown the problem to us and let us fight for it. He will take the initiative to maximize the bargaining chip. This is indeed an extremely smart move. Yen Yang said, "Then what do you think we should do now? This kid is so smart. I don't know what he is planning." Ziyin pondered for a moment, then said, "When dealing with smart people, we have to use smart methods. Ordinary methods will only lead to an appropriate response. From my observation, he is not like an ordinary person. Although he is pursuing his own benefits, he cares more about other things. Pure benefits are very superficial. Therefore, from this point of view, the situation of our four factions is more or less the same. Although the Lord of Qidong City has the advantage of being the host, he does not represent the Universal Temple. Therefore, his advantage will be balanced out and will not appear to be too great. If we three factions are willing to invest in him, we will naturally not be weaker than the Lord of Qidong City. Therefore, the crux of the problem lies with Qin Shao himself. I think he is not a person who keeps people at arm's length. He can even negotiate with Yi Xian Taipi. Moreover, the Lord of Qidong City has also taken action. In addition, Yi Xian is there. I'm afraid this will be a variable." Yen Yang also said with some worry, "Yes, Yi Xian is able to lower his status and take the initiative to curry favor with Qin Shao. On this point, Lu Hashi is more arrogant. The Lord of Qidong City has secretly sent people to protect Qin Zhao's cultivation place. This kind of frequent show of goodwill has already taken the initiative. I thought that our Red Mountain House would be the first to gain the advantage. I didn't expect that the Lord of Qidong City would beat us to it. Now we are a bit passive." Passive. The corners of Ziyin's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "That may not be so. City Lord's Mansion, Conference Hall. Father, we have the initiative. We should take advantage of the victory and take down Qin Shao with irresistible force. If Qin Shao can be used by Father, then Father's road ahead must be smoother. It was only a matter of time before he became the manor head. At that time, Father's grand plan can also be revealed." Yi Xian's face was full of high spirits, as if he was going to conquer the world. The Lord of Qidong City was as majestic as a mountain, sitting firmly on the throne. His eyes were like cold mountains and stars, deep and unfathomable. It was as if his future had already bloomed in his eyes. "Yi Xian, you are still too immature. There must be a limit to everything. It is easy to cross it. For extraordinary people, they must be treated extraordinarily. To achieve great things, they must have a big picture. The matter of Qin Shao must not be rushed. It must be done step by step," the Lord of Qidong City said. Yi Xian was a bit anxious. "But Father, 100 Treasures Mart, Red Mountain House, and Wangua Mansion are not easy to deal with. They are also doing their best. If we don't make the first move to gain the upper hand, then I'm afraid they will beat us to it. Brother Qin Zhao's potential is absolutely limitless. It is absolutely worth it to rope him in regardless of the cost." The Lord of Qidong City waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. If he is so easily roped in by others, then I'm afraid we can't use him." An extraordinary talent must be extraordinary in some way. A genius who can really be roped in for our use will certainly not be a Philistine, and will certainly not be driven by some benefits. This kind of person is more concerned about future development and growth. He will certainly not be confused by the present. Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled, but for the time being, he could only listen to his father. At the same time, the higher-ups of 100 Treasures Mart and Wangua Mansion were also discussing this matter. A battle in the dark had already begun. This contest would probably be unprecedentedly vast, and it was also something that the whole city was looking forward to. Such a big movement was probably something that even Qin Shao did not expect. Chapter 1151. One step away in the cultivation room. Qin Shao sat there as he carefully reviewed the comprehensions he had gained over the past 2 years in the myriad pool, reorganizing the various comprehensions he had gained. With the insights he gained in the pool of creation over the past 2 years, Qin Shao had indeed improved a lot. His usage of the Tao of all creation had also improved a lot. Now, what Qin Shao needed to do was to integrate all these insights and naturally break through to the intermediate level of usage of the Tao of all creation. This kind of breakthrough was not an easy thing to do. Although it was only a single step from the beginner level of usage of the Tao of all creation to the intermediate level of usage of the Tao of all creation, it was a huge chasm. Countless cultivators were unable to break through in their entire lives. On the path of cultivation, every step was extremely difficult. Every step forward was extremely difficult. No matter how talented Qin Shao was, it was not easy to reach the intermediate level of usage of the Tao of all creation from the beginner level of usage of the Tao of all creation in such a short time. He had indeed gained a lot of insights from this trip to the pool of creation, but it was still not enough. He was still lacking a little bit. Therefore, in the 100 years of seclusion, other than digesting the insights he had gained in the pool of creation, he did not have any other improvements. Wanting to break through was naturally an extravagant hope. Just a little bit more, and I can step into the intermediate level of usage of the Tao of all creation. Just a step away, but it is like the distance between heaven and earth. Difficult, too difficult. Qin Shao shook his head and stopped cultivating. If he continued to suppress his cultivation after reaching a bottleneck, the results would not be good. Forget it, my accumulation is still far from enough. Previously, I had broken through to the beginner level of usage of the Tao of all creation in the assessment area. At the very most, it has only been a few 100 years. Wanting to break through to the intermediate level of usage of the Tao of all creation is indeed an extravagant hope. In such a short time, even if I have gained a lot of insights, my accumulation is still too weak. This natural chasm is definitely not something that can be easily crossed. Qin Zhao's state of mind was more open-minded, and he wasn't discouraged at all because of the failure this time. Actually, his speed of improvement was already at the heaven-defying level of a peerless monster. It was just that Qin Zhao's requirements were too high, so she naturally couldn't look at the problem with the eyes of ordinary people. Qin Shao walked out of the cultivation room and looked outside. The corner of her mouth hooked up into a faint smile. When it's time to make a choice, there will always be a choice to be made. In the past 100 years, the powers of the 4 sides had probably been secretly competing with each other. You can't wait any longer, right? Speaking of which, I really don't know much about the powers of the 4 directions. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to make a choice. Only by knowing more will we be able to make better choices. For the time being, it is indeed necessary to join a force. Otherwise, I might not have been able to progress smoothly in this world. Although he would have to pay a price for joining a faction, he would not hesitate to do so. After all, I won't stay in this world for long. Everything is for the sake of my growth. It's still necessary to take advantage of the situation. By borrowing the strength of others, he would be able to avoid many detours. Cultivation, to put it bluntly, was a process of borrowing the strength of others. Joining a force, obtaining opportunities, receiving guidance from seniors, and obtaining powerful cultivation methods. Basically, it was all about borrowing strength, borrowing external strength to improve oneself. Borrowing strength, this kind of thing, depended on how you grasped it. If you grasped it well, it would indeed allow you to progress at lightning speed. As soon as Qin Shao walked out of the training room, Babato hurriedly walked over. It was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. With an incomparably anxious face, he came forward and said, "Sir, you have finally come out of seclusion. If you still didn't come out, I would have collapsed." Seeing Babato anxious like an ant on a hot pan, Qin Shao couldn't help but smile. She sat down leisurely, poured herself a glass of wine, and drank by herself. Qin Shao wasn't anxious, but Babato really couldn't help it. He said again, "Sir, say something. You don't know that during the 100 years you were in seclusion, people came to find you almost every day. I felt a little crazy. And a lot of gifts were sent here, almost filling up this place. I can't accept it, but I can't refuse it either. I really don't know how to deal with it." These 100 years, for a person like Babato, who hadn't seen much of the world, was definitely a kind of torture. The people who came to see Qin Shao were really endless. Sometimes there were even dozens of waves a day. The people who came would more or less bring some gifts, and these gifts were naturally incomparably precious to Babato. Little drops made a mickle. The accumulation of 100 years was indeed a very considerable number. However, Qin Shao wasn't interested in these things at all. Instead, he said indifferently, "Babato, calm down. I've already expected these troublesome matters. Therefore, I left you behind to block these troubles for me. It seems that these years have been hard on you." "Hee, it's not hard, it's not hard." Babato was flattered by Qin Zhao's words and quickly scratched his head and laughed. This feeling was really too good. In fact, these 100 years couldn't be considered hard for Babato. It was just that he had to deal with all kinds of big shots every day. For Babato, it was indeed very fearful. After all, he was just a small character who lived in the lowest level of Bai City. "Babato, what's the situation with the City Lord's mansion, 100 Treasures Hut, Red Mountain House and Myriad Kingdom Mansion these years?" Qin Shao asked. When it came to serious matters, Babato immediately perked up and said with a serious expression, "Sir, the 4 forces are still fine. Aside from sending people to deliver some gifts, they didn't do anything else. The main thing is that some other forces came to curry favor with Master in advance." Qin Shao curled his lips. He wasn't surprised at all. This was completely within his expectations. The 4 forces were the main consideration of Qin Shao. As for the others, they could be completely ignored. However, Qin Shao still needed to know more about these 4 forces. "Babato, how much do you know about these 4 forces?" Qin Shao asked. Babato seemed to be prepared and immediately said, "Sir, I have specially understood and studied the situation of the 4 forces over the years. Although I definitely don't understand the deeper things, I don't know much about them. Although I don't know much about them, I think I should be more clear about some basic situations." Qin Shao smiled. It seemed that Babato had done his homework well in the past 100 years. In terms of subordinates, Babato was indeed a qualified subordinate. However, his strength was indeed a little weak, and his talent potential was also a little weak. The value of training him was relatively low. Otherwise, he could really nurture him. Who knows, he might even become a powerful helper. A powerful subordinate would indeed save a lot of trouble sometimes. "Well, tell me in detail, I also want to know more," Qin Shao said. Babato immediately perked up and said with a spirited expression, "Sir, let's talk about the City Lord's Mansion's forces first." Qin Zhao's understanding of the city lord's mansion mainly came from the Qi city lord. As the city lord of Bai City, Qin Zhao naturally knew a lot about the city lord of Qidong City. The city lord of Qidong City was indeed a great figure, which Qin Zhao also somewhat appreciated. Sir, you should know the responsibilities and status of the city lord's mansion. It is the ruler of our Bai City, the guardian of the rules, the executor, and acts on behalf of the divine of all things. It can be said that the city lord's mansion is sacred and inviolable. As long as it is in Bai City, no matter who or what force can overpower the city lord's mansion. Even a 3-star all things master can't overpower the city lord's mansion. This is where the authority of the city lord's mansion lies. Qin Zhao nodded. Even if Babata didn't say this, he also knew about it. No matter where it was the same. This was the most basic law, the rule set by the strong. The city lord of Qidong City is a legendary figure. He was even known as a peerless genius in our Bai City for millions of years. He has written many legends. The city lord of Qidong City is definitely a legendary figure. And he is deeply supported by all of us in Bai City. He is an impeccable city lord. It is said that he is also very heroic and righteous. But sir, the city lord of Qidong City is trying to win you over, which represents himself, not the city lord's mansion in the pure sense. Oh, not the city lord's mansion in the pure sense, how do you explain that? Qin Zhao asked curiously. Babata nodded and said, yes sir, it is indeed not in the pure sense. To put it simply, the city lord of Qidong City is trying to win you over, which is completely his personal move. In fact, it has nothing to do with the city lord's mansion. After all, the city lord's mansion represents the divine of all things. If it has something to do with the city lord's mansion, it simply means that it has something to do with the divine of all things. The divine of all things is the ruling power of the world at the heart of all things. It is a supreme existence that no one dares to disrespect or rebel against. So, if it really rises to the level of the divine of all things, then there is no such thing as competition. And sir, you naturally don't have to pick anything. You will definitely join the divine of all things without even thinking about it. But in reality, that is not the case. The divine of all things is the absolute ruling power of the world at the heart of all things. They will not easily accept disciples, and will not easily snatch geniuses from other powers. So, the divine of all things will almost never make a move. The city lord of Qidong City can only represent himself to win you over. Once you join the city lord's mansion, you will also be working for Sir Qidong. Qin Zhao nodded. Only then did he feel relieved. So that was the case. If Babata did not say it, then he really would not know that there was such a thing hidden behind this. The city lord did not represent the city lord's mansion. This was indeed interesting. But thinking about it, he quickly understood. It was indeed so. For a supreme ruling power like the divine of all things, they naturally would not easily accept disciples. There must be very strict conditions. Moreover, such a supreme ruling power would not easily snatch geniuses from those small powers. That would be a loss of grace. Of course, if the divine of all things really had their eyes on heaven and earth, then they would naturally take action. But how difficult was it to be chosen by the divine of all things? Chapter 1152. Advantages of all sides. If he only represents the city lord, then what advantages does the city lord of Qidong City have to compete with 100 Treasures conglomerate? Qin Zhao asked. Babata said, this is also what I wanted to tell you. The city lord represents himself. It does sound weak, and does not have much competitive power. However, the city lord also has his own advantages. Firstly, the city lord is the lord of a city. All factions must bow down to him. Even the powers from the 100 Treasures concourse are no exception. At least on the surface, They definitely have to be respectful to the city lord's estate and not overstep the rules. These are the rules of all things set down by the myriad divine hall. Who can go against them? Secondly, the city lord belongs to the universal temple after all. Therefore, the city lord has a certain amount of power in his hands. He can recommend some geniuses to the universal temple. Although they may not be accepted by the universal temple, at least there is a glimmer of hope. Moreover, it is said that the disciples accepted by the universal temple are recommended by the city lord. Thirdly, the universal temple will hold many activities and the city lord residents will select people to participate in them. If they join the city lord residents, they will naturally be given preferential treatment. Fourthly, the city lord residents will have many resources. Although the city lord can only use a limited amount, it is still quite a lot. These four advantages are only for ordinary city lords. For a legendary city lord like the city lord of Qidong City, I am afraid that he will not only have these four advantages, he will also have many disadvantages. It is just that outsiders do not know about them. All in all, the city lord of Qidong City is indeed a very good choice. Hearing Babata say this, Qin Shao also felt that the city lord of Qidong City was indeed a very good choice. However, Qin Shao was not in a hurry to vote on anything. Often, a good choice did not have to be made at the beginning. Moreover, Qin Zhao's current choice was not purely based on who was stronger and who was weaker. Qin Shao would consider all aspects comprehensively. As long as there was a relatively good cultivation condition, it was enough for Qin Shao. He did not need anything else. Therefore, Qin Zhao's own wishes and future development were more important when making a choice. Let's talk about Baibaohui, Qin Shao said again. Babatu continued to explain the situation of 100 Treasures Fair, Red Mountain House, and Wangua Mansion to Qin Shao in detail. Qin Shao listened carefully and analyzed the advantages and disadvantages so that he could make a better judgment for himself. After listening, Qin Shao made a comprehensive analysis. He understood a lot about the four forces. Generally speaking, the situation of the 100 Treasures Club, the Red Mountain House, and the Myriad Kingdom Constabulary were similar. Each had its own advantages and disadvantages, so it was hard to say who was better and who was worse. It was just a matter of which party valued Qin Shao more. Of course, Qin Shao would be treated differently, which was also the main point of Qin Zhao's considerations. Now that he had a general understanding of the four major powers, it was time to see how the four major powers would act. Sir, the people of the four major powers are waiting outside. What does Sir plan to do? Babatu asked again. Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, Let's talk one by one. Babatu, help me contact the Red Mountain House first. Red Mountain House? Hearing that Qin Shao wanted to talk about the Red Mountain House first, Babatu was stunned. He looked at Qin Shao with a strange expression and said, Sir, why do you want to talk about the Red Mountain House first? Does Sir already have a choice? Qin Shao shook his head and said, No, it doesn't matter who I talk to first. In any case, someone has to talk to first. Let's talk to the four major powers first. There's no rush to make a decision first. Good things often have to be able to withstand tests. Only then did Babata feel relieved. That was true. Since they were going to meet the same family, one of them had to go first. He was a bit prejudiced just now, so he didn't react for a while. With Qin Zhao's instructions, Babatu naturally did as he was told. He immediately went to arrange this matter. In the past 100 years, Babatu had been in contact with various forces, so he was naturally very familiar with them. On the Red Mountain House's side, he quickly found someone to inform them. When the Red Mountain House received Qin Zhao's words, they were naturally full of joy and immediately took care of this matter. A luxurious, exquisite jade carriage came through the air. Yen Yang actually personally drove the carriage to Qin Zhao's courtyard to welcome Qin Shao. In this way, it was enough to give Qin Shao face. Although the exquisite jade horse was only a third-rank vicious beast, its temperament was very gentle, and its appearance was very beautiful. It was deeply liked by the superiors. Although this carriage drawn by 3 exquisite jade horses was not as domineering as the 9 dragons drawn carriage of the Qi-Dong city lord, it was also a bit more beautiful. Qin Shao, I have waited for 100 years. Finally, you came out of seclusion. Hee, you still remember me. It really makes me happy. Yen Yang smiled and looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, How dare I forget Yen Yang's invitation? Yen Yang, you were the first to invite me, and I also agreed. So now, the first invitation is naturally given to you, Yen Yang. I, Qin Shao, am a man who keeps his promises. I will definitely do what I have promised. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yen Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, Qin Zhao's words conveyed 2 meanings. On the one hand, Qin Shao was explaining his principles to Yen Yang. On the other hand, he also said that he had promised the governor's mansion and the other 2 forces, so he would definitely accept their invitation. What did it mean to accept their invitation? Didn't it mean that he had to talk to them? It was also very obvious that Qin Shao had not decided to join the Red Mountain House for the time being. It also depended on the other 3 forces. Qin Zhao's words, without batting an eyelid, had already given Yen Yang a wake-up call. This way of dealing with things was indeed a little sophisticated. Yen Yang didn't show anything. She just smiled and said, Qin Shao, I can see that you're a very loyal and principled person. I admire you for that. This temperament is very rare and precious. Well, Qin Shao, if you have anything to say, let's drink and talk later. It will be more comfortable. Please, I have prepared a sumptuous banquet for you. After that, she made a gesture of invitation to Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded and did not stand on ceremony with Yen Yang, but Qin Shao turned back and said to Babatu, Why are you still standing there? Come up and accompany me to the Red Mountain House. I feel like something is missing if I go alone. I'm going too? Babatu was stunned. He pointed to his nose with a surprised face, as if he did not believe these words. It was indeed so. After all, Babatu was just an insignificant person, a starless person. He was not even a 1-star all-knowing. How could he dare to sit in the same carriage with Yen Yang? Qin Shao said, Don't talk nonsense. Just sit down. It's okay. The Red Mountain House will welcome you. Don't you think so, Yen Yang? Yen Yang wanted to say no, but naturally she would not say so. She could only smile and say, Yes, of course we will welcome you. As long as you are Qin Zhao's guest, you will naturally be our Red Mountain House's guest. Babatu, please. Ah? Hearing such an existence like Yen Yang talking to him and inviting him into the carriage, Babatu felt that something was wrong. Babatu suddenly felt as if something had exploded in his mind. There was a buzzing sound, and he could not believe his ears for a moment. After a long while, Babatu finally regained his senses. Only then did he dare to tremble and carefully walk into the exquisite jade carriage with a reserved expression. His heart was still trembling. How could he sit in such a luxurious carriage? Being in such close contact with such an important person like Yen Yang and sitting in the same carriage really made him nervous. The thing that he did not dare to think about before had now become a reality. Chapter 1153. The System of the World of All Living Things. Red Mountain House, Backyard. The exquisite jade carriage landed smoothly. Yen Yang invited Qin Shao to get off the carriage. The unique scenery of the backyard was unusually beautiful and pleasant, and the smell was fresh and refreshing. A figure was standing on the jade bridge. He was peerlessly handsome, like the brightest star in the starry sky. He was blooming with dazzling light. With him, the whole world was filled with light. It became incomparably bright. He was Zien. He was the leader of the younger generation of the Red Mountain House. He was a peerless genius who was blooming with dazzling light. In terms of talent and potential, even if he was placed in the whole world of all living things, he could compete with the heavens, shine with the sun and moon, and sink with 10,000 Tao. But all true geniuses had a body full of light. They had a powerful aura that could shine with the heavens. Qin Shao got off the exquisite jade carriage. His gaze was completely attracted. Seeing the person in front of him, Qin Shao was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the Red Mountain House had an even more powerful existence besides Yin Yang. Although they were both two-star all living things masters, Qin Shao could clearly smell an extremely powerful aura from the other party. This aura was so powerful that even Qin Shao was no match for it. It was obviously much more powerful than Yin Yang. Qin Shao didn't need to think to know that the person in front of him must be someone sent by the Red Mountain House. It seemed that the Red Mountain House really thought highly of him. They actually sent an expert over. Qin Shao, let me introduce you. This is Ziyin. He was sent by our Red Mountain House. Although he is a 2-star all living things master, he already has the strength of a 3-star all living things master. He can break through to become a 3-star all living things master at any time. He is one of the most talented youths in our Red Mountain House. Even among the younger generation of the world of all living things, he is definitely ranked high. In our Red Mountain House, he has a very high position. He is a core disciple. Yin Yang introduced Ziyin with a serious face. In fact, Qin Shao could vaguely guess without Yin Yang's introduction. It was similar to what he had imagined. He was indeed an important figure. Qin Shao knew very well what it meant to be a core disciple of a big force. Even if he was absorbed into the Red Mountain House, he would not become a core disciple directly. He would still need to pass many tests. It was simply too difficult to become a core disciple of a faction. This status was almost equivalent to being a sealed disciple of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace. Of course, this was just an analogy. The difficulty of becoming a core disciple of the Red Mountain House was definitely incomparable to that of the Temple of Desolate Land. Qin Shao cupped his hands towards Ziyin and nodded. Greetings, Ziyin. Although Qin Zhao's tone was not too respectful, there was no trace of arrogance in it, either. It was a kind of calmness, a kind of neither servile nor overbearing. This was a kind of backbone. In the divine world, Qin Shao was on the same level as the sovereigns. In the world of all things, even if he put down his status, it was impossible for him to bow and bend his knees to others. Ziyin did not care about these details. Instead, he nodded and smiled at Qin Shao. I have been waiting for Brother Qin Shao for a long time. It is really better to see once than to hear 100 times. After 100 years of waiting, I can finally see you in person. Please. 100 years of waiting? Qin Shao was a little surprised. So Ziyin had already arrived at the Red Mountain House 100 years ago? It seemed that he had really put in a lot of effort. However, Qin Shao did not show anything. He just nodded slightly and followed Ziyin to the Jade Pavilion, not far away. Yin Yang also accompanied them, but Babatu was left in place. A servant came to serve him. Babatu naturally could not be present for this kind of conversation. This Jade Pavilion was fresh and unique. It was located under a small bridge and flowing water. Fragrance permeated the air. There were exotic flowers and herbs, jade rockery, and immortal bird. The three of them sat down. The table was already filled with all kinds of delicacies. The fragrance of the delicacies permeated the air and could arouse one's appetite. Especially the fragrance of the wine, which could be smelled from afar. Just smelling it would make one's whole body relax and feel very comfortable. This kind of wine was definitely the best wine in this place. However, Qin Shao had drunk many good wines in the divine world. Naturally, this wine could not be compared to it. Brother Qin Shao, when you were in the myriad pool, I secretly observed you. You are very extraordinary. When I entered the myriad pool for the first time, I could be considered to have shocked everyone. I lasted for more than 2 years. However, in the end, my result was easily surpassed by yours. You and I can be considered to have become old friends at first sight. Since you are willing to give me face and come here for a little gathering, this first cup of wine is for you. Ziyin raised his wine cup and said. Ziyin did not put on any airs, which made Qin Shao have a good impression of him. At least, his impression of him was not bad. Qin Shao valued this first impression very much. If he had a bad impression, it would be very difficult to change it. To be able to last for more than 2 years in the myriad pool for the first time, he was indeed an exceptional genius. This time, Qin Shao had a rough understanding of Ziyin. Brother Ziyin is too polite. Then I will accept deferentially. Qin Shao smiled and raised his cup. Ziyin was easygoing, so Qin Shao was also easygoing. In fact, Qin Shao had always been an easygoing person. He did not put on any airs. Heroes appreciated each other. Qin Shao also liked people like him who did not put on airs. Only by getting along with each other and following one's heart would one be able to be casual. After drinking a few cups of wine, they could be considered to have become familiar with each other. This made the atmosphere at the table livelier. It was not as oppressive as before. Ziyin said, Qin Shao, you don't know much about our myriad pool world, right? Qin Shao nodded noncommittally, saying, Yes, I don't know much about it. Let alone the myriad pool world, I'm afraid I don't even know much about Bai City. After all, I have only been here for a few hundred years. It can be considered a very short time. Haha, that's normal. You have only been here for a short time, and you have not left Bai City. It is understandable that you don't know much about the myriad pool world. How about this, let's drink and eat. I will briefly introduce you to some basic things about our myriad pool world, so that you can have a rough understanding of our myriad pool world. Ziyin said. This was exactly what Qin Shao needed. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally nodded happily and agreed. Okay, then I am all ears. The three drank wine and chatted casually. The atmosphere was very good. A good atmosphere could also bring the relationship between each other closer. In fact, people often needed this kind of relaxed and pleasant atmosphere to get along with each other. The three people chatted for 3 days and 3 nights, and they talked very happily. In getting along with each other, they could further understand each other. Ziyin was indeed a person who could be appreciated. At least, Qin Shao felt that he was a talent that could be cultivated, and also a person that could be made friends with. He was open-minded, had a strong sense of righteousness, and had the heart of a strong person. When getting along with him, there was no need to guard against anything. He was very sincere and did not have any tricks up his sleeve. In contrast, Yen Yang was more or less scheming, but this may be a common problem for women. Yen Yang could be the house master of Bai City's Red Mountain House, and was in charge of a city. She must have some tricks up her sleeve. In the course of getting along with each other, Yen Yang intentionally or unintentionally played some tricks on Qin Shao. Of course, her purpose was to win over Qin Shao and let Qin Shao join the Red Mountain House. This kind of trick appeared in a woman, but it was nothing. Qin Shao was not such a stingy person. After chatting for so long, Qin Shao finally had a general understanding of the heart of all creation world. Previously, his understanding of the heart of all creation world was too general. He only knew about the temple of all creation, and nothing else. From Ziyin's words, Qin Zhao's understanding was more comprehensive. The heart of all creation world was not big. If it was placed in the divine realm, it would be pitifully small, about the size of the hidden dragon territory. However, although the heart of all creation world was not big, its system was still very strict. The heart of all creation world had been peaceful for generations, ruled by the temple of all creation, and had never been shaken by any forces. In the heart of all creation world, the temple of all creation was the supreme ruler, the absolute ruling power, the existence that people believed in, and the supreme existence that would never be overthrown by any forces. The endless years of rule had long been ingrained in people's hearts, and no one dared to go against the temple of all creation. As for the temple of all creation, it was an organization under the temple of all creation. It was used to cater to all living things in the heart of all creation world. Be it starless beings or starless beings, they could all go to the temple of all creation. It was a completely open organization that assisted the temple of all creation in managing and nurturing all living things. Therefore, the temple of all creation was opened in every corner of the heart of all creation world. It was subordinate to the temple of all creation, but it was not an organization that managed it. The ones who truly enforced the laws on behalf of the temple of all creation were the city lord, the prefecture lord, and the domain lord. The important thing was to know the three identities of the city lord, the prefecture lord, and the domain lord. These were the identities of the temple of all creation, and represented the power and laws of the temple of all creation. The temple of all creation stood at the center of the heart of all creation world, and ruled over the entire heart of all creation world. It was the center of everything in the heart of all creation world. The temple of all creation divided the heart of all creation world into territories to facilitate management. This model was also common in the divine realm. Simply put, the heart of all creation world was divided into 9 territories, and each territory was divided into 100 prefectures, and each prefecture was divided into 10,000 cities. Therefore, in general, the heart of all creation world had 9 territories, 900 prefectures, and 9 million cities. These territories formed the map of the heart of all creation world, and were then divided into domain lords, prefecture lords, and city lords to manage them. The city lord was a pretty good position. In the heart of all creation world, it could only tolerate 9 million city lords. Becoming a city lord meant becoming an official member of the temple of all creation, and represented the identity of the temple of all creation. Then, everything would be different. Above that would be the lord of the academy, a prefecture that ruled over 10,000 cities, and the status of the prefecture lord was naturally needless to say. Becoming a prefecture lord, even in the entire heart of all creation world, would definitely be considered a big shot, and would be respected wherever he went. Above the prefecture lord was the domain lord. In the entire heart of all creation world, there were only 9 domain lords. Every domain lord was an overlord of their generation, a supreme existence that stood at the peak of the clouds, and a peak existence of the temple of all creation. Domain lords represented the apex of the pyramid of the heart of all creation world, and were the true holders of power. These layers of systems formed the strict hierarchy of the temple of all creation, and allowed the temple of all creation to be orderly, and allowed the heart of all creation world to maintain a stable development and never decline. Chapter 1154. The Red Mountain House's sincerity. Moreover, there was a promotion mechanism for the city lord, the mansion master, and then the lord. For example, anyone could challenge the city lord. As long as they could defeat the city lord, they could replace him. Of course, this challenge was not unlimited. It was not something that could be challenged just because one wanted to. There was a threshold. If everyone went to challenge the city lord, how many people would there be just by one person? In that case, the city lord would not have to work every day. He could just queue up to deal with the challengers. Therefore, there would be a threshold. However, this threshold was only to test one's strength. As long as you have the strength, you will definitely be able to cross this threshold and challenge the city lord as you wish. As long as one's strength was sufficient, one could replace the city lord and be promoted to a member of the Universal Palace. However, one could only challenge the city lord once every 10,000 years. Anyone could challenge the city lord as long as they could meet the threshold. However, to challenge the mansion master, one had to be qualified to be the city lord. The city lord could challenge the mansion master without any other threshold. Of course, in terms of age, it could only happen once every million years. The mansion master could also challenge the lord. From an ordinary person to a city lord, then to a mansion master, and finally to a lord. This step-by-step promotion could be achieved through challenges. As long as one's strength was strong enough, one could achieve it step by step. This promotion system gave everyone a glimmer of hope. No matter who one was, no matter what one's background was, no matter which faction one belonged to, one could use this method to raise one's status and eventually reach the peak of the universal heart world. This system was absolutely fair. No one was an exception. If one did not have any ambition, he could become a city lord and dominate a region. He could also be free and unfettered. Of course, the city lord was not so free and easy. After all, he had to be constantly vigilant against those who challenged him. Once he was challenged, not only would he lose his position as the city lord, he would also no longer enjoy the benefits of the Universal Palace. Although the city lord was also a member of the Universal Palace, it was not permanent. It was when he was the city lord, but it was not when he was not the city lord. As long as he became the mansion master, it was permanent. However, if the position of the city lord was taken away by someone else, it would also be a great humiliation. It would also motivate them to move forward. This was the system of the Temple of all things. It was this system that firmly governed and managed the entire heart of all things world, allowing it to be orderly for countless years. Other than the absolute rule of the Universal Temple, there were also many other powers in the Universal Core world. These were also the family powers that had been accumulated over countless years. But no matter what, these families were still loyal to the Universal Palace. Moreover, many of the experts in these families were also members of the Universal Palace. It could be said that more than 70% of the experts in the Universal Core world had joined the Universal Temple, and were all members of the Universal Temple. Therefore, no matter how powerful a family was, it was still weak to the Universal Temple. After countless years of accumulation, the 100 great clans of the world of all things had gradually formed. These forces were also known as the 100 schools of thought or the 100 vassals. In fact, the Universal Temple even tacitly allowed these forces to establish their own orthodoxies and dynasties. Generally speaking, the Universal Temple would not be too strict with these forces, but these forces would definitely not dare to betray the Universal Temple. The Red Mountain House, the 100 Treasures Conglomerate, and the Myriad Kingdom Conglomerate belonged to these 100 vassals. And the area where Bai City was located was not too far away from these 3 vassal forces. Therefore, these 3 forces were able to take root in Bai City. As for the other forces, it was hard to tell how long they were going to take. And all along, these 3 forces had formed a tripartite balance of power in Bai City. They had almost monopolized many businesses in Bai City. Therefore, they naturally would not allow other forces to interfere. The 100 vassals were not too different in terms of strength or background. At most, some were older and some had become stronger later on. But overall, they were about the same. After chatting for so long, Qin Shao had a basic understanding of the situation in the heart of all things world. Ziyin put down his wine cup and said with a serious expression, "Qin Shao, in just a few days of interaction, we have a feeling that heroes appreciate each other. Personally, I would like to cultivate with you and fight side by side with you. Occasionally we can exchange pointers, drink wine, and talk about romance. Wouldn't that be fun? I've come here on behalf of the Red Mountain House. Our Red Mountain House's sincerity is definitely not inferior to any other party. Everything I can give you, I can give you. As long as you have the talent and potential, the Red Mountain House will definitely help you along the way. The pool of all things belongs to the Red Mountain House. Moreover, the pool of all things in Bai City is only a small pool. The headquarters of the Red Mountain House has the real pool of all things. As long as you are a member of the Red Mountain House, you can cultivate there. As for the Red Mountain House, we have collected all the techniques in the world. As long as you are willing to join us, you can choose any mid-grade technique or treasure you want. Even high-grade cultivation techniques and high-grade treasures can be obtained. I won't say anything superfluous. I don't think there is much meaning in talking about some substantial conditions. These are all external forces. Naturally, you don't have to worry about external guarantees. They are definitely not inferior to what any other force can give you. Most importantly, it is up to you, Qin Shao, to decide. Qin Shao pursed his lips. That was indeed the case. Qin Shao didn't care too much about material conditions. They were just external things. External things wouldn't be of much help to cultivation. More importantly, it was up to the cultivator himself. Speaking of which, whether it was the Red Mountain House, 100 Treasures Conglomerate, Myriad Nation Conglomerate, or the City Lord's residence, they would probably be able to give Qin Shao about the same. In terms of treatment, they would definitely be very good. The basic conditions were actually about the same. The most important thing was still up to Qin Zhao's own choice. As far as Qin Shao was concerned, the 100 Treasures Conglomerate, Myriad Nation Conglomerate, and Red Mountain House were all about the same. It would probably be the same no matter which one he chose. If he really had to choose from these three forces, then Qin Shao would definitely prioritize the Red Mountain House. After all, in the past 3 days, Qin Shao and Ziyin could be considered to have had a pleasant conversation. Qin Shao took a sip of wine and put down the cup. Then he said, Ziyin, you and I have been getting along well these days. I have seen the sincerity of the Red Mountain House. I think the 100 Treasures Conglomerate and Myriad Nation Conglomerate can give you more or less. In fact, there is nothing to choose. I don't have high requirements for material things. Cultivating external forces is secondary. I don't rely too much on external forces. The most important thing in cultivation is to rely on one's own effort. If I had to choose between the 100 Treasures Conglomerate, Myriad Nation Conglomerate, and Red Mountain House, I would definitely choose the Red Mountain House. Not for anything else, but because we feel like old friends at first sight and have a good chat. I have always been a simple person. I won't make things too complicated. However, I can't be completely sure about this matter for the time being. Therefore, I can't agree to join the Red Mountain House now. I can only say that the possibility of me choosing the Red Mountain House is higher. Ziyin smiled. Qin Zhao's answer didn't seem to be beyond his expectations. It was even better than what he had expected. Haha, I thought you would directly refuse. It seems that drinking with you these past 3 days has done some good. At least you feel that you can get along well with me. If you can give me such a good answer, then I will consider it a success. Qin Shao smiled. It was indeed more comfortable to talk with people who he could talk to. He didn't have to think about so many complicated issues. Qin Shao didn't want to think about scheming against each other. After the two chatted for a while, Qin Shao got up and left. Ziyin and Yenyang naturally asked someone to send Qin Shao back. Originally, Yenyang wanted to send him back in person, but Qin Shao declined. Since he hadn't agreed to join the Red Mountain House for the time being, Qin Shao naturally couldn't be too arrogant. After sending Qin Shao away, Yenyang shook her head and said, Ziyin, why do I feel that our enthusiasm is a bit too much? I feel that it's going to be a waste. Ziyin smiled and said, It's not a waste. Even if we can't win him over, at least we know each other. If we can't be on the same side, we shouldn't be enemies. The ways of the world need to be managed. If we can be on good terms with him, we have already planted a good karma. What's more, didn't Qin Shao say that if he had to choose between the three of us, he would choose our Red Mountain house first? This sentence is not empty talk. I can see Qin Zhao's character. He won't play false. He means what he says. He is definitely not the kind of person who is smooth and slick. This principle of dealing with people is also what I appreciate about him. We still have a good chance. Now, let's see what the Lord of Qidong City will do. In fact, this is what I'm most worried about, and also the most likely place to change in my estimation over the years. From the beginning, I really didn't put 100 Treasures Conglomerate and Wangua Manor in my eyes. Yin Yang looked pensive for a while. However, she was also somewhat puzzled. Ziyin, although the Lord of Qidong City has many advantages, he can't represent the Universal Temple. Moreover, the Lord of Qidong City wants to win him over, which is very selfish, and somewhat suspicious of using him. Therefore, I feel that Qin Shao may not be moved by the Lord of Qidong City. In terms of advantages, our Red Mountain House should be bigger than the Lord of Qidong City. Ziyin shook his head, and said with a somewhat serious face, Yin Yang, you underestimate the Lord of Qidong City. He is not as mediocre as you think. The Lord of Qidong City will definitely be a strong opponent for us. No one knows what moves he has. To be honest, if in the end Qin Shao chooses to join the City Lord's office, I won't feel the slightest bit strange. Even I can't figure out the Lord of Qidong City's means and cards. In the face of the Lord of Qidong City, I really don't have that much confidence. What? Yin Yang looked at Ziyin in astonishment, and her face was full of disbelief. She was really puzzled by Ziyin's words. Wasn't he just the Lord of Bai City? How capable could he be? Chapter 1155. Lord of Qidong City. After returning to the cultivation place, Babata couldn't help but ask, My lord, how is the situation? House Master Yenyang personally came to take you to the Red Mountain House. This shows that the Red Mountain House values you enough. Presumably, the conditions should also be very good, right? Qin Shao curled his lips and said, Yes, the conditions are indeed good, but I haven't agreed for the time being. Babata grinned, my lord, do you want to use this as a bargaining chip to get the other three forces to offer better conditions? I saw my lord talking with the people of the Red Mountain House over there for 3 days and 3 nights. I thought they had already reached an agreement. Speaking of which, I actually think it doesn't matter which force I join. It mainly depends on the conditions. My lord, go to whichever force values you more. If they value you enough, you will get more things you want. Qin Shao shook his head and said, There's no hurry for the time being. It's true that the 3 forces are the same, almost the same. I think the 3 forces value me quite well. However, maybe the Red Mountain House will do a better job. For the time being, I am indeed more inclined towards the Red Mountain House. As for the 100 Treasures Concourse and the Myriad Kingdom Mansion, I will casually deal with them. Most importantly, I still want to take a look at the City Lord's mansion. Qin Shao had never been an indecisive person. He had always been very decisive when it came to matters. This time, it was not that he was very hesitant. It was as if there was a voice whispering in his ear, asking him to take a look at the Lord of Qidong City. The Lord of Qidong City was a legendary figure. Qin Shao always felt that the Lord of Qidong City was not simple, very not simple. Although in terms of talent and potential, the Lord of Qidong City was not as good as Ziyin. But this feeling was really hard to say. It was because of this feeling that Qin Shao did not easily agree to the Red Mountain House just now. Since it was Qin Zhao's choice, Babata naturally did not say much. Instead, he said, Sir, should I contact the City Lord's mansion now? Qin Shao suddenly looked outside and a faint smile appeared on her face. No need, Yi Xian is already here. Looks like the news of me going to the Red Mountain House was long known by the City Lord's mansion. However, it was no wonder that Yen Yang personally drove the exquisite jade carriage to welcome Qin Shao. How could the City Lord's mansion not know about such a grand occasion? 100 Treasures Conglomerate and Myriad Nation Conglomerate should have known about it as well. But because Qin Shao asked Babadu to inform them, no one from the other forces came out. This time, Yi Xian had taken the initiative to visit him. Perhaps he was afraid that 100 Treasures Conglomerate and Myriad Nation Manor would beat him to it, so he might as well do this. Haha, brother Qin Shao, why didn't you tell me that you were coming out of seclusion? I was the first one to come and pick you up. I'm really sorry. A hearty voice came from afar. As the saying goes, the voice arrives before the person arrives. This was the kind of person who spoke. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Xian walked over and appeared in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao greeted her with a smile. I was so busy when I came out of seclusion that I forgot about you. I'm sorry. Haha, you're right. After all, brother Qin Shao is now a big star in our Bai city. All forces are eyeing you, but you gave your debut to the Red Mountain House as soon as you came out of seclusion. I'm really envious of you. Haha, how was your chat with Sir Ziyin? After chatting for so long, it should be quite good, right? Yi Xian said with a smile. She was trying to sound out Qin Zhao's words. Naturally, this little trick could not be hidden from Qin Zhao's eyes. However, Qin Shao did not take this little trick to heart. Instead, he joked, yes, you're right. We did have a good chat. Ziyin is a good person in all aspects. He's a person worth making friends with. The Red Mountain House was very sincere and offered a good offer. Yi Xian knew that Qin Shao was joking, so she joked. Then, you were almost tempted, but at the crucial moment, you remembered that I was waiting for you here. So, at the last moment, you withdrew your thoughts and didn't continue the conversation with the Red Mountain House, right? Yi Xian knew that Qin Shao was joking. Qin Shao smiled. Yes, I'm still a little reluctant to part with you. I've temporarily turned down such a good offer. I always feel that I'm at a disadvantage. Ha ha! Yi Xian laughed loudly. The conversation between them was like an old friend, without any restrictions. They said whatever they wanted to say. There was no need to guard against joking. Qin Shao patted Yi Xian on the shoulder, stopped laughing, and said, Let's get down to business. What's the matter? Yi Xian also became serious, saying, Brother Qin Shao, you've obviously guessed it. Why do you still ask again? I'm here, of course, to help my father snatch you away. The Red Mountain House has already beaten us to it. I can't let Baibao Conglomerate and Myriad Nation Conglomerate snatch you away, can I? That's why I'm here to block you. If I block you, then no matter who comes to invite you, I won't let you go. Hee, this time, I'm going back to being a bandit. Qin Shao shook his head, somewhat speechless. You really have the potential to be a bandit like this. Haha, that's fine. If I want to be a bandit later, I'll definitely rope you in. If we team up, we will definitely be able to do something earth-shattering, Yi Xian joked again. Qin Shao patted him and scolded jokingly, Don't talk nonsense, let's go. Otherwise, I'll really have to go see Baibao Conglomerate and Myriad Nation Conglomerate. Don't, brother Qin Shao, I can even call you brother. Don't go, or else I won't be able to explain to my father. Yi Xian said with a fawning expression. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled helplessly. Yi Xian's character and temperament were indeed far inferior to Ziyin's. However, in Qin Zhao's heart, Yi Xian still had a very good impression of him, and he was someone he could make friends with. He followed Yi Xian all the way to the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was built in an unusually grand style, and there were guards everywhere. This place represented the divine authority of all things. After passing through several front halls, Qin Shao finally arrived at the main hall under Yi Xian's guidance. The majestic main hall seemed particularly cold and cheerless at this time. On the high throne, the Qidong city lord sat there. There was no banquet, only the high and mighty city lord, Qidong, was sitting there. As soon as he entered the main hall, Qin Shao saw Qidong sitting on the high throne. At a glance, Qin Shao immediately felt that the Qidong city lord's momentum was not weaker than Ziyin's. The power of the Qidong city lord was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Qin Shao stood there, calmly looking at the Qidong city lord. Their eyes met, but he did not fall behind. His state of mind was truly dumbfounding. The two looked at each other, as if they regretted not having met earlier, but also appreciated each other. After a while, the Qidong city lord remembered something, waved his hand to Yi Xian, and said, "You go out first. Father wants to have a good chat with Qin Shao alone. You stay outside, and no one is allowed to break in without my permission. No matter what, you don't need to inform me directly. I'll take care of it later." Yi Xian originally wanted to stay and help his father win over Qin Shao, but he did not expect that his father would directly send him away as soon as he arrived. This made Yi Xian somewhat uncomfortable, but since his father had already given the order, he could only carry it out. Chapter 1156. The City Lord's Condition, Begging for Flowers at the Third Watch. The Lord of Qidong City walked down, dressed in a gorgeous and colorful battle robe. He looked majestic and magnificent. He was like a shining star, illuminating all the darkness and suppressing all the light. A supreme domineering aura emanated from the Lord of Qidong City. He was like an emperor who could make everything in the world surrender at his feet. Both the Lord of Qidong City and Ziyin were very powerful people. At least Qin Shao was certainly invincible now. Although both of them were two-star All Things Masters, Qin Shao could clearly feel the aura of three-star All Things Masters from them. Therefore, Qin Shao was also very sure that the strength of these two people must be at the level of three-star All Things Masters. Qin Zhao's current strength was only close to the level of a two-star All Things Master, but certainly not at the level of a two-star All Things Master. Therefore, in terms of strength, there was still a big gap between Qin Shao and the Lord of Qidong City and Ziyin. However, in terms of state of mind, Qin Shao was certainly far better than the two of them. Therefore, although there was a big gap in strength, in the face of these two people, Qin Shao was still able to remain calm and composed. His face was calm, neither servile nor overbearing. This was a kind of awe-inspiring mentality, a kind of song of righteousness. "Greetings, Lord of Qidong City." Qin Shao bowed slightly and greeted him. Although the Lord of Qidong City did not have a very easygoing affinity like Ziyin, he got along with him like a brother and was more relaxed and casual. The Lord of Qidong City gave people a feeling of being unattainable. There was a powerful invisible force around him. However, this kind of force would not make people feel that it was 1,000 miles away, making people unable to get close. Perhaps it was because of his cold and serious character. The Lord of Qidong City slightly nodded to Qin Shao and said, "Qin Shao, it's not easy to see you. How was it? How was your talk with Ziyin?" Hearing the Lord of Qidong City's words, Qin Shao was slightly stunned. The Lord of Qidong City actually asked about the situation of his talk with the Red Mountain House. What did this mean? Did he want to get some information? But it shouldn't be that bad. With the Qidong City Lord's information, it was impossible for him to not know some things. If he had really agreed to the Red Mountain House's request, the news would have already spread. This kind of thing was not a secret in the first place. There was nothing that could not be spread. Moreover, he would definitely be happy to spread the news. "It's all right. At least we had a good chat. Maybe we are birds of a feather." Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled. She didn't avoid anything. The Qidong city lord nodded and said, "Well, Ziyin is indeed a very good person. He's easy to get along with. He's righteous and heroic. He doesn't stick to one pattern. He's magnanimous and kind. Even though he was blessed by the heavens, he was kind to others and would not put on airs. However, his ambition were not small either. According to this trend, it is very likely that he will grow to a relatively high position in the future. I've met Ziyin a few times before. Although we don't have a deep friendship, we do admire each other. For the Red Mountain House to be able to send Ziyin here personally, they have indeed given you enough weight. Their generosity is indeed not small. This level of importance is indeed beyond my expectations." Hearing the Qidong city lord say so, Qin Shao was slightly surprised and said, "Qidong city lord, is Ziyin's position in the Red Mountain House so high?" The Qidong city lord nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed quite high. Perhaps there is a situation that you still don't know. Ziyin's father is a mansion lord. Ziyin's grandfather is also a mansion lord. Moreover, he is an extremely ancient mansion lord. His strength is unfathomable. Just the family's influence is enough to make Ziyin's status extremely high. Moreover, Ziyin himself is also blessed by the heavens. He is a peerless talent with supreme brilliance. Among the younger generation of the Red Mountain House, he can be considered an outstanding existence. Therefore, his status in the Red Mountain House is naturally extremely high." Qin Shao nodded. Only then did he feel relieved. Although he also knew that Ziyin was gifted and his status was definitely high, he didn't expect it to be so high. It turned out that Ziyin's father and grandfather were both mansion lords. That was indeed a high position and power. His lineage was also extremely powerful, not to mention the huge Red Mountain House behind him. With such a high status, they could still lower their status to come to Bai City to win him over. Moreover, they had waited for him for more than 100 years. It was indeed painstaking and not easy. Such a move was also worthy of praise. Therefore, even the Qidong city lord did not lack praise for Ziyin. The Red Mountain House really attached enough importance to him. Qin Shao himself could feel this. However, these were not all things that attracted Qin Shao. Things on a deeper level were often things that could touch the depths of one's heart. The prosperity on the surface was just a passing smoke. Well, let's not talk about the Red Mountain House anymore, lest I say all the good things about the Red Mountain House. Then I won't have any way to say good things about myself. That would not be worth the loss. The Qidong city lord waved his hand and returned to the main topic. Qin Shao looked at the Qidong city lord with a calm face, waiting for him to continue. The Qidong city lord said, "I may not give you better conditions than the Red Mountain House. After all, I really don't have the qualifications to compete with the Red Mountain House. Not to mention the Red Mountain House, I certainly can't compete with the 100 Treasures conglomerate and the Wangua Mansion. I just said that I can give you what I can, and I will do everything to help you. I dare not say that I will cultivate you. Let's grow together." The Qidong city lord's words were still more sincere. And the meaning of his words was also very clear. He wanted to win Qin Shao over, not in the form of a disciple but in the form of a subordinate. It was more like the form of a guest elder. Therefore, Qin Zhao's status in the city lord's mansion would be very high, and he would not be subject to many restrictions. This kind of absorption was also a form of respect. There was one point that was different from the Red Mountain House. If Qin Shao joined the Red Mountain House, he was bound to become a disciple of the Red Mountain House and serve the Red Mountain House. In a sense, it was still very different. Of course, the Qidong city lord must also know that with Qin Zhao's talent and potential, he wanted to accept Qin Shao as his disciple or adopted son. This kind of method naturally would not work on Yi Xian. Therefore, such an invitation could be said to be full of sincerity. This kind of absorption could also be said to be a kind of friendship, but the friendship would be deeper. But at the same time, the price that the Qidong city lord had to pay was also great. Therefore, the Qidong city lord's means of winning him over surprised Qin Shao a little. He could very well recognize and accept this kind of mode. After all, as far as Qin Zhao's pride was concerned, he was really unwilling to become a disciple of a force and be restrained by restrictions. Freedom would always be something that Qin Shao would pursue. Qidong City Lord, maybe you know a little about my character, Qin Shao. I don't care so much about external things. Of course, I will not completely not pursue them. It's okay to have something similar. More than that, I still have to rely on my own efforts to get it. What I care about is nothing more than 2 points. First, external resources. Secondly, it was my personal wish. Liking and disliking are sometimes very simple and don't need any reason. When faced with a choice, people would often fall into a dilemma. Along the way, Qin Shao was faced with a lot of choices. The absorption of the 5 great holy lands was also a very big choice, a very troublesome choice. At this level of choice, it was often not so simple to make a comparison. The most important thing was to look at one's heart. What you admire most should be freedom. The Qidong city lord said. Freedom? Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. Perhaps what he admired most was freedom. But how to say this thing, freedom was often relative, not absolute. No matter which force he joined, no matter how loose the conditions were, there would be some restrictions more or less. It was just a matter of whether the restrictions were big or small. When a cause was planted, there must be an effect. If there were gains, there must be losses. Compared to freedom, Qin Shao was indeed more inclined. Qin Shao shook his head and curled his lips. Qidong City Lord, if you only say this, it doesn't seem to be very attractive. The Qidong City Lord laughed and said, Yes, it is indeed not very attractive. It is indeed difficult for me to offer more attractive conditions. After all, my plate is only so big. The only thing I can offer is for you to stand on the plate and eat. But in terms of advantages, there should be some. After all, I am a member of the Universal Temple. Although I have no way of directly absorbing you into the Universal Temple, it is not as if there is no other way. I will not be the City Lord of Bai City for too long. In the future, when I become the City Lord of Bai City will be chosen between you and Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian is my adopted son, his talent and potential are indeed much weaker than yours. He will definitely not be able to compete with you. In this regard, I will not be biased. Using the position of City Lord to attract Qin Shao, this attraction was not great. Qin Shao was clear that if he wanted to develop in the future, becoming a City Lord was definitely a goal. Following this path and advancing step by step, this was the path that most cultivators in the world of all creation walked. In fact, even the cultivators of the various vassal powers would develop in this direction. The most basic measure of a feudal vassal's power was the number of city lords and manor lords in the feudal vassal's power. This was a hard indicator that could be used as a direct comparison. Therefore, the competition for the city lord position was something that all the major factions were passionate about. It was also because of this that the Universal Temple firmly controlled the entire world of all creation. This was because the cultivators in the world of all creation had basically joined the Universal Temple and were members of the Universal Temple. Therefore, even if Qin Shao did not join the City Lord's mansion and joined the Red Mountain House, he would definitely become a City Lord in the future. However, it seemed that the City Lord of Qidong City could appoint someone else to be the City Lord if he was promoted. This path sounded like a shortcut and was much faster. However, it did not matter to Qin Shao. After all, being a City Lord was not a big deal. More importantly, Being able to defend the city lord position was more important. It was easy to conquer a country, but difficult to defend it. Many city lords had not even warmed up their seats before they were kicked down by someone else. Such examples could be said to be too many to mention in the long history of the world of all creation. Qin Shao said, "City lord of Qidong City, aren't you afraid that Yi Xian will be unhappy? Yi Xian is probably waiting to take over your position." Chapter 1157. We are on the same side. It was true. The position of city lord was not like any other position. Anyone could challenge the position of city lord. This position was not fixed. It was open to the capable. Everything depended on one's strength. Without strength, there was no way to sit firmly. Therefore, many times, the position of city lord could change hands several times within a year, which made people not know whether to laugh or cry. The position of city lord was probably the ultimate dream for countless cultivators. To be able to sit firmly in the position of city lord and dominate a region was considered a free and unfettered life. There were many city lords like this in the core of all things world. They had been sitting in the position of city lord for countless years, but they were still unmoved. No one could shake their position. Ruling over a region, being a local tyrant, and managing a region well was quite satisfying. The growth rings of time could crush all dreams, tear all ambitions, and grind all edges and corners. Pursuit was not something that everyone would always have. When it was difficult to move forward after the baptism of endless years, it would slowly make people despair of cultivation and eventually degenerate. Countless cultivators, after reaching a certain level, could no longer move forward. The path of cultivation was also cut off. Those whose cultivation path had been cut off would have their state of mind slowly change. Therefore, many people with strange personalities were born. However, city lord of Qidong City, the position of city lord also needs strength to fight for. I have strength. No matter which side I am in, I can fight for it. An open and fair stage doesn't need so many doorways. Besides, it can't be faked. Qin Shao said. The city lord of Qidong City nodded. Yes, you're right. It's true. In this regard, I really don't have much of an advantage. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, So, city lord of Qidong City, you don't seem to have the conditions to persuade me? The city lord of Qidong City chuckled and said, Yes, if that's the case, then I really don't have any good conditions to persuade you. Therefore, I also feel that my side is still quite weak. In all aspects, it's difficult to compete with the Red Mountain House. However, I do hope that you can join my city lord's mansion. We can go out and explore together. There are many benefits to joining the city lord's mansion. This way, you can participate in some of the activities organized by the Universal Temple. For example, the upcoming City of 10,000 Cities tournament is a very good stage, and only people from the City Lord's mansion can participate. Other than that, there are also some places that only the City Lord's mansion has the right to recommend people to. These cultivation resources are probably a form of preferential treatment given to the City Lord Manor by the Myriad Temple. Qin Shao said, I've heard a little about this, but the City Lord's mansion has its own advantages, and so does the Red Mountain House. For example, the Red Mountain House's Myriad Pond. Their headquarters Myriad Pond is a sacred ground for cultivation. On this point, the Qidong City Lord was also non-committal. He nodded and said, Yes, Qin Shao, what you said is correct. Whether it's the Red Mountain House, the 100 Treasures Conglomerate, or the Myriad Kingdom Manor, they all have their own cultivation resources. Compared to the City Lord's estate, their resources are indeed not inferior. However, I'm afraid you don't know the real reason why I'm so eager to rope you in. The real reason? Qin Shao looked at the Qidong City Lord with interest. Wasn't the City Lord trying to rope him in because of his talent and potential? When he grew stronger in the future, he would owe him a favor. The Qidong City Lord continued. Perhaps you think that I'm trying to rope you in because of your talent and potential. I'm trying to rope you in and leave behind a favor so that I can use you in the future. However, I don't really care about this point. My strength has also reached the level of a 3-star all-being. If I take another step forward, I'll be aiming for the position of the City Lord. Once I become the City Lord, I'll be at the top of the pyramid in the heart of all beings' world, at the peak of the clouds. At this point, I actually don't need a favor from an expert. After all, as long as a City Lord doesn't offend the forces of the various feudal lords, nothing will happen to him. Furthermore, the City Lord has been conferred a title by the Myriad Temple, and is a member of the Myriad Temple. As long as I don't court death, no one can threaten me. There's not much meaning in being on good terms with you. Your talent and potential are indeed good, but you also need time and speed to grow. Moreover, there are some unexpected circumstances. The more talented you are, the greater the resistance you will encounter on the road to growth. Your road to growth will certainly be full of hardships and bumps. That's why there's no need for me to bet on you. I don't think much of this point. After carefully reflecting on these words, Qin Shao also felt that what the City Lord said was very reasonable. He could see that he wasn't lying. Indeed, no matter how great one's talent and potential were, they still needed to grow. Ziyin could be considered a peerless genius, but in terms of strength, Ziyin might not be able to suppress the City Lord of Qidong City. Moreover, Qin Shao could also feel that the City Lord of Qidong City had great potential. The City Lord of Qidong City's ambition was to become a City Lord. Qin Shao felt that since the City Lord dared to say so, he must have some confidence. A City Lord was definitely an important figure in the heart of all creation world. Qin Shao was somewhat puzzled. What did the City Lord of Qidong City mean? Qidong smiled and continued, Qin Shao, you may not know about the mechanism by which a City Lord can be promoted to a City Lord. Although it's said that you can challenge anyone, you still need to have the strength to do so. Although a City Lord is a member of the Universal Temple, it's only temporary and not official. As a temporary member, it's naturally impossible for him to obtain many cultivation resources from the Universal Temple. Without a certain amount of cultivation resources, even a genius's path of cultivation will be difficult. Every step must be very difficult. Therefore, we City Lords also have to work hard to obtain cultivation resources. Only in this way can we advance step by step and finally challenge a City Lord. The Universal Temple also has many incentives for City Lords. It's a very complete system. Hearing this, Qin Shao somewhat understood. City Lord of Qidong City, this means that you want me to join the City Lord's mansion mainly to obtain the rewards of the Universal Temple. Therefore, you want to obtain more cultivation resources so that your path can be smoother? The City Lord of Qidong City did not comment. He nodded and said, yes, you can understand it this way. This is also a part of my selfishness. Attracting talents, nurturing talents, participating in competitions and obtaining rankings, all of these will have corresponding rewards. You have a lot of potential, so if you can join my City Lord's mansion and help me, I will be able to obtain even more cultivation resources. In this way, my path of cultivation will be smoother. Of course, I'll obtain more, so I definitely won't let you work for nothing. Our relationship is not that of superior and subordinate, but of cooperation. We'll cultivate together and improve together. Whatever I can give you, I'll give it to you without reservation. Qin Shao pursed his lips and did not make a decision at the moment. This sounded a little like working hard for someone else. Qin Shao believed that the benefits must be mutual. But if that was all, it did not seem to be enough to move Qin Shao. So for a moment, Qin Shao was a little hesitant. This seemed to be a little different from what he had expected. In this way, Qin Shao felt that the Red Mountain House was the first. Originally, Qin Shao thought that there should be something special here that could move the city lord of Qidong City. But now it seemed that this was not the case. The matter of working for someone else was really hard for Qin Shao to accept. In any case, Qin Shao certainly had some pride. So, after thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, "City Lord of Qidong City, if that's all, then I can only say sorry." Refused? The City Lord of Qidong City was slightly stunned. He immediately shook his head and smiled, saying, "It seems that you're the same as I imagined. I also expected that you would refuse, and the result is indeed so." "Fine, fine. Then let's make things clear. Your Highness Qin Shao, how have you been?" "What? Your Highness Qin Shao?" Hearing this familiar title, Qin Shao was also stunned. He looked at the city lord of Qidong City in surprise. Qin Shao was also searching hard in his mind. He did not seem to have heard of such a person in Heavenly Court Island. To be able to call him Your Highness Qin Shao, that person must know his identity. That person should be someone from Heavenly Court Island. Qin Shao knew a lot about the powerful figures of Heavenly Court Island, but he really had not heard of this person in Qidong. So, Qin Shao looked at the city lord of Qidong City in confusion and said, "May I know who you are from Heavenly Court Island? Forgive my ignorance, but I've never heard of this person called Qidong." The city lord of Qidong City raised his head and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, it's normal that you don't know me, Qin Shao. I don't have much of a presence in Heavenly Court Island. I've never been in the limelight outside, so naturally I don't have much of a reputation. I've never been on the Heaven and Earth list. I'm afraid that other than Heavenly Court Island, no one outside knows my name. The main thing is that I entered the world of all creation a long time ago. I've been cultivating inside and have never left, so even fewer people know of me. However, Your Highness Qin Shao, I've heard of your great name. You're known as the #1 genius of our universe era. Seeing you in person is better than hearing about you 100 times. I didn't expect to meet you in the world of all creation. When you first entered Bai City, I noticed you. It's just that I wasn't completely sure that it was you. So I've been secretly observing you. Now I'm completely sure that it's you. Our Heavenly Court Island's all-creation dojo has never been open to outsiders. I didn't expect that you, Qin Shao, would have such power to make our Heavenly Court Island make an exception and allow you to enter the all-creation dojo to cultivate." Qin Shao smiled. Since the city lord of Qidong City had said so much, Qin Shao didn't suspect his identity. It seemed like he was someone who kept a low profile, which was why he didn't know him. This was normal. Not just Heavenly Court Island, even in the desolate land, Qin Shao probably still didn't know of many almighty existences. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Desperate times call for desperate measures. If it weren't for the impending calamity, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to enter the all things Dao field to comprehend and cultivate. This is my destiny, so I have to grasp it even more." Chapter 1158. The Final Choice. Heavenly Court Island, the head of the 5 great sacred lands. Qin Shao did not doubt the determination of the people of Heavenly Court Island to protect the God Realm. Heavenly Court Island had always been cautious in recruiting people. Just having a peerless beauty was not enough. They also had to consider how they dealt with people. Since the Lord of Qidong City was from Heavenly Court Island, he could be trusted. "Qin Shao, you are now very famous in the God Realm. From time to time, I would hear news about you. You really live up to your reputation. You have only been in the world of all creation for less than 500 years, but you have already grown to such a stage. You are indeed very experienced. I cannot help but admire you. I have been in the world of all creation for almost 200,000 years, but my speed of improvement is far from yours. I am ashamed to say that, the Lord of Qi City said. He was very impressed with Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, You can't compare like that. Qi, you are already very good. Because I had accumulated quite a lot before I came in, my speed of improvement in the early stages was faster. But the further I go, the harder it is to say. Cultivation was like that. The further you go, the harder it is. When Qin Shao first entered the world of all creation, everything seemed to be going smoothly. But the further he went, the more he could feel the difficulty increasing. So, if this continued, it was hard to say whether Qin Shao could maintain this momentum. We can still compare. Based on my current situation, it is almost impossible to become a controller of the Tao of all creation. I am afraid that at most, I can only reach the pinnacle of the Tao of all creation. I might not even reach the pinnacle. To become a controller, it is too difficult. In the countless years of our heavenly court island, many people have entered the world of all creation to cultivate. But in the end, only 1 out of 10 could become a controller. Difficult, too difficult. Qi shook his head. It could be seen that the Lord of Qi City was also a hot-blooded and ambitious person. But that was indeed the case. To become a controller of the Tao of all creation was indeed too difficult. Qin Shao smiled and said, Qidong, you don't look like someone who lacks confidence. I can feel that you are a very confident person. You're full of passion, and that's what drives you forward. If you say something so depressing now, I'm afraid it'll really be difficult. Even if it's 1 in 10, there's still a 10% chance. The probability of this happening was not small. So, why not give it a shot? The Lord of Qidong City nodded and said, Yes, Qin Shao, you are right. I really shouldn't be so pessimistic. I should be more optimistic. Although my current situation isn't good, it's not to the point of despair. Besides, now that I have you, I'm even more motivated to fight. Cultivation is about fighting for all opportunities. Your departure might be a good opportunity for me. That's why I'm shamelessly trying to rope you in. I wanted to use my personal charm to rope you in, but I didn't expect that in the end I still have to use this trump card. Qin Shao, why don't you come with me? What do you think? Each city can have 3 deputy city lords. I've already set up 2 here, and I still need 1 more. If you come, I'll give you the position of deputy city lord. If you want, you can even be the city lord. Ah. Qin Shao shook her head and said with a smile, These external things don't matter. I don't care about these things. Originally, I was more inclined to the Red Mountain House, but Qidong, since you've shown your trump card, I can only be robbed by you this time. Haha, Qin Shao, you're really a straightforward person. I knew you would agree. No matter what, we're on the same side. In the future, I'll have to follow you. The Lord of Qidong City laughed. Qin Shao joked, Don't say that. I should follow you. I'm still counting on you to take care of me. Cough, I guess I can only take care of you for a while. You should be able to stand out soon. When the time comes, I'll have to ask you to take care of me. The Lord of Qidong City was very polite, but what he said might also become a reality. In terms of talent and potential, Qin Shao was obviously far above the Lord of Qidong City. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before Qin Shao surpassed the Lord of Qidong City. Since the words were said and they knew each other's identity, there were less barriers between the two, and they became a lot more relaxed and casual. They were all people of the divine realm. In this world of all things, there were naturally many common languages and resonance. Just the identity of the Lord of Qidong City was enough for Qin Shao to make the final choice. Qin Shao was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. He could also chat with the Lord of Qidong City. Coupled with the resonance in their hearts, it was naturally not difficult to make the final choice. There was nothing unexpected. Qin Shao really did not care about the external conditions. The most important thing was his heart. The Lord of Qidong City had been in the world of all things for almost 200,000 years. After entering the world of all things, he lost contact with his original body. Therefore, the Qin Shao that the Lord of Qidong City knew was the Qin Shao of more than 100,000 years ago. Of course, the Qin Shao of more than 100,000 years ago was already heaven-defying enough. His name shook the entire Hongmeng, and his strength was also very powerful. It was just that compared to the present it was far worse. Moreover, the Lord of Qidong City did not know that Qin Shao was now an elder of the desolate land Divine Palace. He was an existence that was on an equal footing with the sovereigns. If he knew, he probably wouldn't have gotten along with Qin Shao like this, right? After all, there was indeed a big gap between the status of the two. Even though the Lord of Qidong City was a member of the Heavenly Court Island, he still had to show sufficient respect to an elder of the desolate land Divine Palace. Qidong also asked Qin Shao about the situation of the Divine Realm in the past 100,000 years. When Qidong learned that the forces of the other universe had begun to attack the Divine Realm, he was clearly somewhat agitated and angry. After talking for a while, the Lord of Qidong City said, "Qin Shao, I have already ordered people to arrange a residence for you. 3 days later, I will hold a welcoming ceremony for you. It will also be the celebration ceremony for you becoming the Deputy City Lord. You don't have to go to the place where you cultivated. I will have people take care of it. I will inform the people of 100 Treasures Conglomerate and Myriad Nation Manor. I believe they will be tactful. As for the other things, see if there is anything else you need. Perhaps I have not thought about it too thoroughly." Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, "That's about it. I will let you know when I think of something in the future. In any case, I will not be courteous with you. As for your side, you can arrange it as you see fit. Just don't make it too grand. I don't like publicity. Just keep a low profile." The Lord of Qidong City laughed heartily. "Haha, you want to keep a low profile, right? Good, good, good. Then we will do as you say, Qin Shao. You have just arrived at the City Lord's residence, so you must be unfamiliar with the situation here. I will have Yi Xian accompany you in the future. It just so happens that his residence is next to yours. It will be easier for you to find him." Qin Shao nodded. He did not mind. However, Qin Shao was not idle. He said, "Qidong, give me some cultivation methods first." "Haha, I have long heard that you are a cultivation maniac. It seems that it is true. You are in such a hurry to start cultivating. You are really desperate. Alright, since you want them, I will give them all to you first. You can take your time to choose. As for the other cultivation resources, we will talk about it later." The Lord of Qidong City laughed heartily and waved his hand. Suddenly, more than a dozen jade slips flew toward Qin Shao. Each jade slip represented a cultivation method. Qin Shao quickly scanned through them. Among the dozen or so cultivation methods, only 3 of them were middle-grade cultivation method. The rest were low-grade cultivation method. It seemed that they were a little shabby. The Lord of Qidong City seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts. He coughed dryly and said awkwardly, "Qin Shao, you don't mind. My foundation is indeed weak. It is lacking by a lot." These are some ready-made resources. As for the other resources, you will need to go to the Temple of All Things and the Temple of All Things to obtain. You can cultivate these cultivation methods for the time being. When you have settled down, you can look for other cultivation resources. In this regard, I will definitely do my best to get them for you. And the Myriad City Tournament of Brilliance will be held soon. This is the main point. If you can get a good ranking in the Myriad City Tournament of Brilliance, there will be rich rewards. These rewards can be exchanged for rich cultivation resources. Qin Shao picked 3 low-rank cultivation methods and 3 middle-rank cultivation methods. The rest were returned to the Qidong city lord and said, "All right, then let's do this first. I will practice these 6 cultivation methods first." Okay. The lord of Qidong city nodded. At this time, the door of the main hall opened and Yi Xian walked in again. Yi Xian also knew that something good had happened. He walked over with a big smile on his face, bowed respectfully to the lord of Qidong city and shouted, "Adoptive father." The lord of Qidong city said, "Yi Xian, this time you have made a great contribution. I will reward you later. However, I will now give you a very important task. From now on, you are responsible for accompanying Qin Shao and familiarizing him with everything in our city lord mansion. Wherever he needs to go, you will accompany him. Also, Qin Shao will be the deputy city lord of Bai City in the future. You are responsible for arranging the welcoming banquet and the celebration ceremony, so that I can rest assured. Also, you are responsible for responding to Bai Bao Hui and Wan Gua Mansion. It would be impolite to send someone over. You should go. I have already asked people to tidy up the East Palace. You will now take Qin Shao there. You will be responsible for selecting a group of good servants to serve him. I'll leave everything over there to you. Make sure it's done properly. Do you understand?" The lord of Qidong city's words had a heavy meaning, which showed the weight of his words. Hearing his adoptive father's words, Yi Xian was also surprised and shocked for a while. He did not expect that his adoptive father would attach so much importance to Qin Shao and even directly confer him the title of Deputy City Lord. Although there were 3 places for the Deputy City Lord, these 3 places were very precious. Moreover, these 3 places were also recognized by the Temple of All Things. Yi Xian had been working hard for the position of Deputy City Lord, but his adoptive father had never intended to promote him to Deputy City Lord. He did not expect that all of a sudden, Qin Shao would be promoted to this position. It had to be said that his adoptive father was really generous, and from these words one could hear the weight of his adoptive father's words. Yi Xian had never seen his adoptive father attach so much importance to anyone. Qin Shao was definitely the first. Even the other 2 deputy city lords had not been treated like this by Qidong City. Just now, Yi Xian and Qin Shao called each other brothers. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shao became the deputy city lord, so he had to treat him with respect. Chapter 1160. Undercurrent surging. The news that Qin Shao had joined the city lord mansion quickly spread throughout Bai City. Since the dust had settled, it would naturally spread quickly. Moreover, the city lord did not deliberately hide this matter. On the contrary, the city lord mansion hoped to spread the news as quickly as possible. Moreover, there would be a ceremony for the deputy city lord in 3 days. Qin Shao was directly appointed as the deputy city lord as soon as he joined the city lord mansion. This treatment was not ordinary. It was truly shocking. The deputy city lord held a high position. He definitely stood at the pinnacle of Bai City. He was a big shot who was recognized by the Universal Palace. When Qin Shao came out of the pool of all creation with endless glory, there was a lot of heated discussion in Bai City. Everyone was discussing which force Qin Shao would join in the end. Only the 4 forces were qualified to compete for such a peerless genius. The 100 Treasures Conglomerate, the Red Mountain House, and the myriad country residents belonged to the 100 schools of thought. They all had extremely high status and were extremely powerful in the heart of all creation world. These 3 forces could be said to be evenly matched. No one had an advantage over the other. They all had their own strength. Most importantly, it would depend on how much these 3 families valued Qin Shao and how much they spent on him. As for the City Lord Mansion, it was actually slightly weaker. After all, the City Lord Mansion could not represent the Universal Palace. It could only represent the City Lord himself. As for the City Lord himself, it was clearly not enough to contend against the forces of the hundreds of marquises. Moreover, Qin Zhao's first meeting was with the Red Mountain House. Therefore, everyone speculated that Qin Zhao was more likely to join the Red Mountain House. Qin Zhao stayed in the Red Mountain House for 3 days. There were even many rumors that Qin Zhao had joined the Red Mountain House. Therefore, this speculation spread rapidly in Bai City. However, no one expected the situation to change so drastically. Qin Zhao did not join the Red Mountain House, but joined the City Lord Mansion instead. Such an outcome was indeed a little surprising. What was even more surprising was that the City Lord of Qidong City was really courageous. He directly appointed Qin Zhao as the Deputy City Lord. Putting aside Qin Zhao's strength for the time being, with his age and experience, how could he take on the position of Deputy City Lord? Even Yi Xianba had been in this position for many years, but it was not realistic. Who would have thought that Qin Zhao would actually take the position of Deputy City Lord, which made people puzzled. Many voices also came out. 100 Treasures Conglomerate and Myriad Kingdom Conglomerate had already made preparations. They had raised their stakes a few times and had come prepared. But they didn't even have the chance to talk to Qin Zhao, so they could only leave dejectedly. Red Mountain House, Red Mountain House. Ziyin was still drinking his wine, and there wasn't a trace of displeasure on his face. Yen Yang, who was sitting opposite him, was not so calm. She frowned slightly and said with a strange expression, "Ziyin, you don't seem to be surprised by this result at all?" Ziyin smiled and said, "That's right. Didn't I say it before? Even if Qin Zhao chooses the City Lord's mansion in the end, I won't feel any surprise. You don't understand because you don't know Qidong. I've interacted with Qidong a few times, and he's a very charismatic person. He has lofty sentiments, lofty aspirations, and ambition. He is a person worthy of respect. His strength is not below mine. His talent and potential may not be below mine. I don't dare to say where he will go in the future. In short, he is absolutely extraordinary." Yen shook her head and said, "Even so, I still don't think his City Lord Mansion is better than our Red Mountain House. I thought we would win this time, but I didn't expect that we would be defeated by the City Lord of Qidong City. I really don't understand." Ziyin shook his head and said with a smile, "There is nothing to be puzzled about. Some things can't be explained clearly. Some things I can't explain. In short, it's just a feeling. Qin Zhao is not an ordinary person. If he really agreed to our proposal, he would have agreed before and not wait to see the City Lord of Qidong City. The reason why he didn't agree at that time was that he still had hesitation in his heart. He couldn't make up his mind. Once the heart hesitates, there will naturally be changes. This is also my bad premonition before. Now it turns out that this premonition is right. What's done is done. What's done is done. There is no point in saying anything. This is Qin Zhao's choice. We should respect him. If we can't get a genius, we shouldn't provoke him. In any case, not being an enemy is a very good result for us." Yen Yang nodded. At this point, this was the only way. Ziyin stood up and looked out of the window. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Qin Zhao, oh Qin Zhao, I am looking forward to your growth. I am looking forward to the day when I can fight side by side with you. I even want to compete with you." The City Lord's mansion, a mansion. 2 majestic men sat there, their powerful auras causing the space around them to distort. From the way they dressed, it could be seen that the 2 people had a very high status in the City Lord's mansion. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely recognize that these 2 people were Deputy City Lord Xian and Deputy City Lord Mosen. And from the mark between their eyebrows, It could also be seen that these two deputy city lords were two-star all things possessors. There were only a few two-star all things possessors in the entire Bai city. The three forces like Hundred Treasures Hub, Red Mountain House, and Myriad Kingdom Mansion would generally only send one two-star all things possessor. Therefore, the City Lord's mansion usually had the most two-star all things possessors. The City Lord of Chidong City was an extremely experienced person. Although he had only been the City Lord for a few 100,000 years, his business was much better than many old antiques who had been in business for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years. It could be seen from the fact that he recruited two two-star all things possessors as deputy city lords to work for him. Many two-star all things possessors failed to become a city lord and could not become a city lord. These two-star all things possessors either joined a force, set up their own mountain, or joined the city lord's mansion. Most of them could become a deputy city lord. The position of deputy city lord was also an identity recognized by the All Things Palace. Although it was not as good as the city lord's mansion, it could still get some benefits. Furthermore, this identity was considered a pretty good choice over there. Of course, many two-star all things possessors were not willing to stay in a small city. Most of them went to a place of a higher level. For example, an abyssal prefect's territory or a famous city would do. Bai City was just a small place. Mosin, what do you think about this matter? And Xian's face was gloomy, and her face was filled with displeasure. Mosin's face was also cold, and his cold voice rang out, "What else can I think? This is an order from the city lord himself. The city lord made him deputy city lord. What else can we say?" And Xian shook her head and said, "Although that is the case, can you swallow your anger? I really don't know what the city lord is thinking. He's just a brat who is still wet behind the ears. Didn't he just have a monstrous result in the pool of all things? A monstrous result in the pool of all things does not necessarily represent one's talent and potential, right? Even if he has monstrous talent and potential, he is only a one-star all things possessor. I really did not expect that the city lord would bestow him the position of deputy city lord in order to rope him in. Now, he is on equal footing with us. Moreover, he is staying in the Eastern Palace. That place represents the highest position. In terms of aura, he is vaguely above us. You and I have been loyal and devoted for the city lord for hundreds of thousands of years. We have worked hard for the city lord. But now, the city lord actually allowed a brat to ride on our heads. How can we tolerate this? Mosin's expression was even gloomier as he said, "Ancien, I can completely understand your feelings. Previously, we were worried that the city lord would make his adopted son, Yi Xian, deputy city lord to keep us in check. If the city lord made Yi Xian deputy city lord, we really have nothing to say. After all, he is the city lord's adopted son. Moreover, Yi Xian is in the city lord's residence and can be considered to be very popular. He is good in all aspects. In Bai City, he can be considered to be extremely radiant. It is indeed difficult for us to say anything. This is something we have been worried about. However, the city lord is not in a hurry to make Yi Xian deputy city lord. We originally thought that the city lord was taking our feelings into consideration. But we did not expect that he would catch us off guard. He did not make Yi Xian deputy city lord, but actually made a brat deputy city lord. What is the meaning of this? Is this a show of force to us? Is he starting to keep us in check?" Ancienne's voice was a little harsh as she said, "This can't be said carelessly. We should still believe in the city lord's character. Even if he wants to keep us in check, it should not be like this. In short, I really can't figure out the city lord's move. It feels too profound. It's just that I really can't swallow this anger. Ancienne, you and I have been wearing the same pair of pants for a long time. If the city lord really wants to keep us in check, then none of us can escape. So now we are on the same side. I asked you to discuss this matter because I also want to hear your opinion and see if there is any good way to deal with it. We can't just acquiesce to this matter without a word, right? If that's the case, then I'm afraid we won't have any dignity to stay in the city lord's residence in the future. Yes, Mosin, you are right. I also have the same intention. We definitely can't swallow this humiliation. Otherwise, we will have no dignity to speak of. Ancien nodded with a ruthless face and said, since the city lord has already decided on this matter and has already informed, there will be a banquet in 3 days. So at this juncture, we can't go to the city lord to talk about this matter. Even if we do, the city lord will not take back the order. It can be said that what's done can't be undone. So, what we have to do now is to start with Qin Shao. Wasn't he appointed as the vice city lord? Then let's see what kind of ability he has to be able to sit in this position. If he wants to sit in this position, he can't do it without strength. Humph! Mosin sneered and said, Ancien, you're thinking the same thing as me. I have the same idea too. If we can't start with the city lord, then we can only start with him. Moreover, he is just a young boy. We can definitely do anything to him. If he wants to sit in the position of deputy city lord, then we have to see if he has the strength and courage to sit in it. Ancien, you are the best in this aspect. Why don't you make a trip? Chapter 1161. Ancien's visit the East Palace was now renamed to Qin Mansion. The news that Qin Shao had joined the City Lord Mansion and was appointed as the Deputy City Lord had already spread like wildfire. Everyone in the city knew about it. There were voices of doubt, astonishment, and some cheers. In this storm, Qin Shao paid no attention to the outside world and was immersed in cultivation. Yi Xian quickly found Babatu and recruited him into the City Lord Mansion. He gave Babatu an identity so that he could follow Qin Shao and serve Qin Shao. This was tantamount to turning Babatu from a pheasant into a phoenix. He immediately leaped over the Dragon Gate and became a top figure. In the past, Babatu had always lived at the bottom of Bai City, the most humble kind. But now, Babatu had also turned over a new leaf. Yi Xian directly helped Babatu to obtain the identity of a one-star all-knowing expert. He was also arranged to hold an important position in Qin Zhao's Deputy City Lord Mansion. On Qin Zhao's side, he also directly gave Babatu the position of Chief of Internal Affairs. To put it bluntly, in the Qin Mansion, besides Qin Shao, Babatu had the highest position. Everyone in the Qin Mansion had to listen to Babatu's orders. This position could be said to be very high. Even in the entire City Lord Mansion, Babatu was now considered a top figure. Such a huge change made Babatu follow Qin Shao even more wholeheartedly, even if he had to die. He could finally see some light in his gloomy life. Babatu's life had also become a story passed down by mouth in Bai City. In the cultivation room, Qin Shao had been comprehending and cultivating here. After receiving 6 cultivation methods from Qidong, Qin Shao also devoted himself to the cultivation of these 6 cultivation methods. The 3 low-grade cultivation methods were very easy. For Qin Shao, there was no trace of difficulty. He easily got started and soon completely mastered them. The 3 middle-grade cultivation methods were still a little difficult. In theory, only a 2-star all-knowing expert could cultivate middle-grade cultivation method. A 1-star all-knowing expert had a huge threshold just to get started. Moreover, even if one could learn the basics, it would be very difficult to cultivate to a high level. The difference in cultivation level still had a great influence. However, to Qin Shao, these techniques were merely external aids that could aid in the cultivation of the Tao of all things. Cultivation arts were originally a bridge, a connecting hub. Once he truly saw through it, he would know that cultivation techniques were nothing more than that. The greatest use of a cultivation method was to guide a cultivator's cultivation. Using cultivation techniques to improve one's fighting skills was superficial. At this moment, Qin Shao had reached the bottleneck of his breakthrough. He was only a step away from breaking through the intermediate usage of the Tao of all things. However, this step was like a natural moat, which troubled Qin Shao for a long time. Qin Shao had no way to cross it. It seems that relying on these cultivation methods is still far from enough. This step had trapped me. It was too difficult to take this step. In terms of time, it was indeed a little too rushed. If you don't have enough accumulation, you won't be able to achieve success when the conditions are right. Cultivation matters can't be rushed. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. Although he really wanted to break through earlier, cultivation wasn't something that could be achieved just because you wanted it. Cultivation was something that defied the heavens. Cultivation breakthroughs were harder than ascending to the heavens. Every step was like a natural chasm. Now, relying on this kind of simple cultivation method was no longer effective. Therefore, Qin Shao was now thinking about what his next step should be. How should he cultivate? How should he raise his strength as much as possible? If he completely relied on time to accumulate, it would seem a little too long. In terms of time, Qin Shao couldn't afford to waste it. He also didn't want to wait that long. Babata hurriedly walked over and said to Qin Shao, "Lord, Deputy City Lord Ancien has come to visit. She's drinking tea in the guest hall." Ancien? Hearing the person who came, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. I haven't been officially conferred yet. The conferring ceremony hasn't been held yet. This Ancien came to visit in such a hurry. I'm afraid she doesn't have any good intentions. Qin Shao was naturally very clear about matters of human nature. Qin Shao also knew a little about the two deputy city lords, Ancien and Mosen. He knew that these two people were not to be trifled with. Both of them had followed Qidong since he became the city lord of Bai City. Over the years, they had made great contributions to the construction of Bai City and Qidong's firm control over the power of Bai City. They were absolutely great contributors. These two deputy city lords could be described as having unparalleled power. Therefore, Ancien's visit made Qin Shao understand that she was obviously looking for trouble. She didn't come with good intentions. It seemed that she wanted to give him a show of strength. From the perspective of Ancien and Mosen, Qin Shao could quite understand their feelings. No matter who this kind of thing happened to, he was afraid that it would be more or less the same, right? It was human nature. Qin Shao was too lazy to say anything more. Since she had already come, Qin Shao naturally had no reason to refuse her. At least logically, he couldn't lose. So Qin Shao got up and said to Babatu, "Let's go. Take me to meet this deputy city lord." "Sir, I see that deputy city lord Ancien is coming with great momentum." "I'm afraid she doesn't come with good intentions. So, sir, you still have to be careful. I'm afraid that many people are envious and jealous of you for being in this position." Babatu reminded. Qin Shao smiled indifferently and said, "The visitor is definitely not good, but it doesn't matter. Since she is here, no matter what moves she uses, our Qin's mansion can handle it. We don't cause trouble, and we're not afraid of trouble. This is our Qin's mansion's code of conduct in the future. We just need to stay in our own land and cultivate in a low-key way. No matter who it is, if they dare to invade our land, it's absolutely impossible. This is our bottom line." Babata looked at Qin Shao in a daze and couldn't help but nod his head. The admiration in his heart was also indescribable. It was very easy to say a sentence, but it was very difficult to do it. Babata knew that Qin Shao was the kind of person who would do what he said. The words from his mouth were absolutely not empty talk. Qin Shao and Babata quickly came to the reception hall, and Xian was there alone, tasting tea. He was also very leisurely, without a trace of impatience. Seeing Qin Shao come, his eyes lit up slightly, but he didn't have the intention of getting up. Instead, he sat there and tasted tea unhurriedly, as if he was the host and Qin Shao was the guest. This relationship between host and guest seemed to have been reversed. A small action could also see many problems. Sure enough, as expected, the visitor was indeed very unfriendly. Qin Shao saw it in his heart and remembered it in his heart. He didn't change his expression and walked over. He curled his lips and took the initiative to say, "Deputy City Lord and Xian, we're honored by your presence. I'm really sorry for not going out to meet you. I wonder if my tea suits Deputy City Lord and Xian's taste? I'm cultivating in seclusion. If my subordinates treat you differently, Deputy City Lord and Xian, please forgive me." While speaking, Qin Shao also sat on his seat of honor, looking down at Xian with a somewhat condescending aura. Originally, when receiving such an important guest like Deputy City Lord Xian, Qin Shao shouldn't sit on the seat of honor. He should sit on the same level as Deputy City Lord Xian. This way, he could show respect to the guest. However, Qin Shao did not do so. This was clearly intentional on his part. "Deputy City Lord Xian, didn't you want to take me down a notch? Then I'll return one to you." It was obvious that the two of them were secretly competing with each other. Deputy City Lord Qin Shao is a busy person. "I'm the one who disturbed you. How dare I let you welcome me from afar? I came to pay a visit. It should be the guest following the host's wishes." And Xian's words obviously had a bit of tit-for-tat taste. Qin Shao didn't give him enough respect, which obviously made Xian very unhappy. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, "I don't dare to be the Deputy City Lord. I haven't been officially conferred the title yet, so strictly speaking, I'm not the Deputy City Lord of Bai City. As the saying goes, if the name isn't right, then the words won't follow. Vice City Lord Xian calling me that is a bit inappropriate." "Oh, is it inappropriate?" Xian sneered. "Why do I feel that you have already sat in this position? With your current posture, who dares to say that you are not the Deputy City Lord? Not to mention the Deputy City Lord, even if you say that you are the first Deputy City Lord, I'm afraid no one dares to say anything. I think in a few days, I'm afraid I won't even be able to enter your house." In the face of the aggressive Deputy City Lord Xian, Qin Zhao's face was calm. He didn't pay much attention to this pressure, but curled his lips and said indifferently, "If you can't enter my house, then you must have done something that offends the heavens and the gods. Otherwise, my house will always be open to anyone. I, Qin Shao, like to make friends with the world. I welcome friends no matter when. But for enemies, no matter when, I will be angry. I have this kind of character, and I can't change it. So, I have always felt that it is better to be my friend than my enemy. At least this way, you don't have to make a bloody scene with me. In addition to cultivation, I don't care about anything else. I won't fight for anything external. It has no practical meaning to me. But if you insist on dragging me in, then I can only say that you may not be able to bear the consequences." Without batting an eyelid, Qin Shao had already struck back at the Deputy City Lord Xian, and even gave a heavy warning. Qin Zhao's words could be said to be incomparably domineering. When Xian heard this, his face was filled with shame and anger, and his expression became very ugly. Damn it! This was simply a slap to his face. He originally came over to give Qin Shao a show of strength, but he didn't expect to be warned by Qin Shao. Such a situation really made Xian want to kill someone. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. He was just a young and inexperienced brat. How dare he be so arrogant? He actually dared to give him a warning. "Young man, it's better not to be too arrogant. Otherwise, there won't be any good consequences. Ancien's face was gloomy, and he shouted in a very ugly manner. But Qin Zhao's face was indifferent. He smiled coldly and said, "You're right, young people really shouldn't be too arrogant. I'll give you the same words." "All right, Deputy City Lord Ancien, I didn't prepare a banquet here, so there's nothing to entertain you. I also want to continue my cultivation, so I won't keep you any longer. Please leave." This was a direct order for him to leave. Chapter 1164. Light descends soon. Lord Ba walked out of the Zhou mansion. From afar, he saw Qin Shao surrounded by the Zhou family's guards. Lord Ba, Zhou Shiyun, stopped and looked at Qin Shao for a long time. According to the image he saw before, he was completely sure that the person in front of him was the real Qin Shao. After confirming that it was Qin Shao, Zhou Shiyun hurriedly walked over and shouted from afar, "A group of bastards! Why aren't you scrambling to the side and kneeling? Who allowed you to be so rude to Vice City Lord Qin?" The guard beside Zhou Shiyun was also scared out of his wits and immediately knelt down. Just now, he was rude to Qin Shao and even attacked Qin Zhao's followers. If they really wanted to blame him, it would be a crime punishable by death. Therefore, he was truly frightened. "Vice City Lord Qin, what brings you here? Why didn't you say hello in advance? Look at me, I'm sorry for not coming out to meet you. I'm sorry. I hope Vice City Lord Qin can be magnanimous and forgive me." Although Zhou Shiyun was usually serious, he was also very cunning. In front of Qin Shao, he also put his attitude very low. Qin Shao didn't put on any airs. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Sir, you don't have to be so polite. Besides, I haven't become the Vice City Lord yet. How should I address you?" "Sir, this is Lord Ba, Zhou Shiyun of the Zhou family." Without waiting for Zhou Shiyun to speak, Babatu had already whispered in Qin Zhao's ear. Qin Shao didn't know much about the Zhou family, so he didn't know who Zhou Shiyun was. However, Lord Ba's name made Qin Shao know that Zhou Shiyun was a core member of the Zhou family. Since he was a core member of the Zhou family, it was fine. Zhou Shiyun saw that Babatu had introduced him, so he didn't say anything more. Instead, he squeezed out a smile and said, "Haha, Vice City Lord Qin is too modest. It's just a procedure. Now, who in Bai City doesn't know about this matter? The conferring ceremony is in the midst of intense preparations. The invitations have already been sent to the various forces. Our Zhou clan has also received one. This matter is set in stone. Vice City Lord Qin, you don't have to be modest." Qin Shao didn't continue to harp on this matter. Instead, he went straight to the point. "Zhou Shiyun, I don't visit you without a reason. Today, I did come to your Zhou clan because of something." Oh! Zhou Shiyun was also a shrewd person. Qin Zhao's formation did not seem like he was here to cause trouble. If he wanted to cause trouble, it would not be so easy to talk to. Therefore, Zhou Shiyun felt that it shouldn't be a big deal. It might even be a good thing. With this thought in mind, Zhou Shiyun Qin is. Forgive my ignorance, but I really don't know why Vice City Lord Qin is here. Qin Shao nodded and said directly, "It's like this. I made a friend when I was in the assessment area. His nickname was Little Fatty. He was white and plump, and seemed to be the honest and straightforward type. According to what I know, Little Fatty accidentally offended someone from your Zhou family 2 years ago. Thus, he was captured by your Zhou family. Later, he was locked in the Ghost River by your Zhou family. It has been 2 years since then." "What? How could there be such a thing?" Although Qin Shao said it very calmly, in Zhou Shiyun's ears, it was like being struck by lightning, shocking him to the point that his heart was incomparably worried. This matter was not ordinary. It could be said that it was big. Therefore, Zhou Shiyun suddenly became cautious. Vice City Lord Qin, I'm really sorry. It's our Zhou family's fault for not disciplining him properly. Don't worry, Vice City Lord Qin, I will definitely investigate this matter clearly and give Vice City Lord Qin a satisfactory explanation. No matter who it is, I won't underestimate him. As for your friend, I'll send someone to the Ghost River to pick him up right away. Please wait for a moment. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, I'm worried about others, so I'd better trouble you to go in person. Otherwise, you can take me there. No, no, no. Hearing that Qin Shao wanted to go, Zhou Shiyun was shocked. He also knew the importance of Fatty in Qin Zhao's heart. Not only did he find the Zhou family in person, but he also wanted to go to the Ghost River to pick him up. This was enough to show his importance. Therefore, Zhou Shiyun was not careless at all. He promised again, Vice City Lord Qin, don't worry. Don't worry. This is a small matter. I'll definitely do it properly for you. There won't be any mistakes. The Ghost River is dirty and messy. Vice City Lord Qin, you'd better not go there. Well, I'll let the servants arrange for Vice City Lord Qin to sit in the living room and have some tea. No, I'll wait here. Qin Shao directly refused Zhou Shiyun's words, and his tone was firm, leaving no room for doubt. Waiting here also showed Qin Zhao's firm attitude. Such a tone made Zhou Shiyun's back ooze with cold sweat. Even if he wasn't angry, it was enough to make him afraid. Moreover, he didn't know what Qin Shao meant. It was hard to say whether he would take the opportunity to get angry. Although he wasn't angry now, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be angry when he saw Fatty. He had stayed in the Ghost River for 2 years. That was an inhumane place. After 2 years of torture, he didn't know what he had become. Vice City Lord Qin was so affectionate to Fatty. He really didn't know what would happen in the future. But in front of him, Zhou Shiyun had no other choice. He could only say, Okay, Vice City Lord Qin, please wait for a moment. I'll bring him here personally. I'll come back quickly. After he finished speaking, Zhou Shiyun did not dare to hesitate for even a moment and ran towards the Zhou residence. At the same time, Zhou Shiyun also transmitted a message to the head of the Zhou family and the person in charge of the Ghost River. He quickly explained the matter. At this time, the most important thing was to ensure the safety of Fatty. If anything happened to Fatty, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, Zhou Shiyun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it might even bring disaster to the Guema Zhou family. Would the Zhou family be able to withstand the anger of the Vice City Lord? This was really a big question mark. On the other side, the head of the Zhou clan quickly brought a few core members of the Zhou clan and rushed out as fast as he could. He wanted to welcome Qin Shao into the residence and entertain her. But Qin Shao rejected them all. He decided to wait at the entrance and not enter the Zhou mansion. Qin Zhao's actions caused the Zhou clan members to feel even more anxious. They were also praying in their hearts that nothing would happen to Fatty. If not, the situation would be very serious. Qin Shao was now like the sun in the sky. His name shook by. The Zhou family didn't dare to offend him. Furthermore, the Zhou family was in the wrong first. Thus, they didn't dare to do anything. They could only deal with this matter carefully. At the same time, the Zhou family also ordered to find out who the B*ST*RD who captured Fatty was. If they didn't find out who the mastermind was, they wouldn't be able to appease Qin Zhao's anger. It was naturally easy to investigate this matter. After all, Fatty was brought back to the Zhou family. Furthermore, this wasn't the first time something like this happened to the Zhou family. The mastermind was quickly found out. Zhou Mansion, in a courtyard. Several beautiful courtesans were dancing there, while 2 young masters in brocade clothes were drinking wine and enjoying the dance of these courtesans. Their faces were filled with lust. With one look, One could tell that they were profligate young masters who liked to indulge in sensual pleasures. Purring! At this moment, the sound of a door being smashed open could be heard. The door was smashed open with an explosive force. Wooden shards flew everywhere. A middle-aged man led a group of soldiers in a line and rushed in quickly. He was majestic and full of killing intent. The middle-aged man had a cold expression on his face. His face was filled with majesty and anger. As the courtesans saw this, they were all scared out of their wits and hid in a corner. The two rich young masters were disrupted by this sudden change of events. Naturally, they were unhappy. Just as they were about to scold, they saw the person who came in and immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouth. The two rich young masters immediately stood up and quickly came forward. They stood in front of the middle-aged man respectfully and lowered their heads as though they did something wrong. Father! Sixth Master! Pa! Pa! However, the dignified middle-aged man responded with two resounding slaps. The two brocade-robed young masters were stunned. They had no idea what was going on. Although they were profligate young masters and indulged in sensual pleasures, but this wasn't something that happened in a day or two. Everyone in the family knew about it. It can't be like this, right? Father! The rich young master on the left looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. The middle-aged man looked at the rich young master with an exasperated expression. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and his face darkened. Bastard, you unfilial son, unfilial son. You have caused a great disaster, do you know that? You two bastards, I told you to put more effort into cultivation, but you didn't listen. Instead, you wanted to swagger through the streets and commit crimes. Now that a great disaster is imminent, I can't protect you, the clan master can't protect you, and our Zhou clan can't protect you. You two bastards, you are really infuriating me. When he became agitated, the middle-aged man wanted nothing more than to teach these two a lesson. The two rich young masters were still confused and didn't know what was going on. They looked at each other. Recently, they didn't do anything. They didn't even leave the Zhou clan. They didn't do anything wrong, right? Father, I don't understand what you mean. What's going on? The rich young master on the left asked. The middle-aged man was furious and shouted, Unfilial son, let me ask you. More than 2 years ago, did you catch a man named Fatty? A one-star all-creation cultivator who just entered Bai City. He is white and chubby and looks very honest. Fatty, the rich young master on the left tried hard to recall for a while and then remembered. Yes, father, more than 2 years ago, I did catch such a person. What's wrong with him? Isn't he just a newcomer who just entered Bai City? Very ordinary. Slap. However, before he could finish speaking, the dignified middle-aged man gave him another resounding slap to the face. The slap caused the young master in embroidered clothes to feel like vomiting blood. What was going on? Did his father take the wrong medicine today? Why was he so inexplicable? He was just a nobody. Even if he was killed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Did he have to be like this? Chapter 1165. The Eighth Lord's Flattery. Father, I don't understand. The child in brocade clothes on the left had always been submissive. As the son of the sixth lord of the Ghost Horse Zhou family, he was also the first young master of the Zhou family. Naturally, he had a high status in the Zhou family. It was not a day or two that he had been running amok in Bai City, oppressing men and women, and pretending to be in the wrong. In this area, the Ghost Horse Zhou family was the king and the overlord. As long as he didn't go too far, the mayor's mansion wouldn't care. Therefore, the child in brocade clothes on the left had always been arrogant and insufferably arrogant. His father knew all the things he had done before, but he had never scolded him. This time, He just caught a newcomer who had just entered the city and threw him into the Ghost River. What was the fuss about? It was no big deal. Did he have to beat him? Therefore, he didn't understand. He couldn't understand. Sixth Master was angered to the point his face turned green and white. Filled with anger and hatred, he clenched his teeth and pointed at the nose of the silk-robed young noble and said, "You're already in trouble, and you still don't know. Do you know the background of that little fatty whom you caught? I've already told you to restrain yourself. You should know when to stop. Don't make a scene that no one can turn back." Fatty is a good friend of Qin Shao, Deputy Mayor Qin. Deputy Mayor Qin is now denouncing our Zhou family. He came to ask for Fatty in person. The Lord went out to welcome him, but he didn't give face to the Lord. You can imagine how angry he is. I can't protect you in this matter, and neither can the Zhou family. You unfilial son, unfilial son. What? Qin Shao? The famous Qin Shao in Bai City? The child in brocade clothes finally understood what was going on. It turned out that he had offended Qin Shao. How could he be so unlucky? How could he offend Qin Shao by catching a newcomer? This was 8 lifetimes of bad luck. But the child in brocade clothes was still not convinced. "Father, it's just a Qin Shao. He hasn't become the deputy mayor yet. Besides, he hasn't been in Bai City for long. He doesn't have any foundation. Our Guema Zhou family is a big family with a deep foundation. Even the Lord of Qidong City has to give our Guema Zhou family some face. Why should we be afraid of him? Didn't we just catch his friend? We didn't kill him. It's not to the point of no return, right? Why don't you just return her to him? Why do you have to make it sound so serious?" The Sixth Master was so angry that he wanted to hit him again. "You still don't know how to repent even when death is at hand. Stupid! How did I give birth to such a stupid bastard like you? Men, arrest the 2 of them and take them away." Sixth Master made up his mind. He had no other choice but to give the order to arrest them. Only now did the 2 brocade-robed young masters know that the Sixth Master was serious. Their expressions changed greatly and became very ugly. He panicked, but he was powerless to resist. "Father, I am your son. Do you really have the heart to let me die? Father! Sixth Master, don't kill me! Spare me!" But the Sixth Master ignored him. He waved to the guards and motioned for them to take the people away. The Sixth Master's face was full of pain and helplessness. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. How could he have the heart to send his son to a dead end? But he was very clear about the seriousness of this matter. He knew the importance of Qin Shao in the heart of the Lord of Qidong City. The Guema Zhou family seemed powerful, but in front of the Lord of Qidong City, it was not worth mentioning. As long as the Lord of Qidong City was willing, he could easily remove the Guema Zhou family from Bai City. So in the face of Qin Shao who came to question them, how could the Zhou family dare to offend him? Now, they could only abandon the carriage to save the general. Ghost River, mining area. It was damp, dim, and gloomy. The 2 guards beat little Fatty until he was on the verge of death and his divine body was seriously damaged. If they continued to fight, his divine body would definitely collapse and he would die. The 2 guards were still not appeased, and they kept on cursing. As guards, they had great authority in the Ghost River mining area. Killing a few slaves was a common occurrence for them. As long as they were willing, they could occasionally kill 1 or 2 slaves and the higher-ups would not say anything. After all, this was the cruel management method used here. "Bah, a slave dares to shout here. Today I will kill you." Forget it, forget it. This slave has only been here for 2 years. If we kill him like this, I am afraid the higher-ups will criticize us. He is just a slave. Let's teach him a lesson. Humph, you are lucky today. Next time you dare to say half a word, I will kill you. The two guards had just stopped when they saw a group of people descending from the sky and quickly approaching. The two guards glanced over. When they saw the dusty Lord Ba leading a group of soldiers over, their powerful aura immediately suppressed them to the point of suffocation. They immediately knelt down respectfully on the ground. Lord Ba soon landed on the ground. His eyes fell on little Fatty, who was dying on the ground. The muscles on his face could not help but twitch fiercely. What he was most afraid of came true. The thing he was most worried about still happened. Lord Ba's anger erupted like a volcano as he stared fiercely at the two guards. Being stared at by Lord Ba, the two guards were scared to the point their hearts almost jumped out. They knelt there trembling, not knowing what was going on. But from Lord Ba's frightening gaze, they could see killing intent. A frightening killing intent. They had never felt such a terrifying killing intent, a monstrous killing intent. Just this killing intent was enough to break their minds and make them know that a calamity was about to befall them. It's over. They would definitely not be able to keep their lives this time. But the two of them could not understand what kind of grave mistake they made, to actually cause Lord Ba to come here personally with boundless anger. Just how big of a matter did it have to be for Lord Ba to come here? Lord Ba only gave the two guards an extremely furious gaze. That boundless killing intent was enough to explain everything. Lord Ba quickly walked in front of little Fatty and hurriedly took out a golden pill and fed it to little Fatty. The golden pill also caused all the guards to stare with their eyes wide open. This was the myriad pill. A single pill was worth millions of myriad stones. Furthermore, there was no market for it and it was extremely difficult to buy. Regardless of whether it was for cultivation or healing one's body, it had a miraculous effect. As long as there was some remnant of the divine body, a single myriad pill would be able to heal it completely. The myriad pill was definitely a life-saving treasure. For Lord Ba to take out one, it could be seen how generous he was. The two guards who were kneeling on the ground were extremely shocked. At this moment, they finally understood what was going on. It seems like this little Fatty really knew Qin Xiao. Not only did he know him, their relationship was also pretty good. If not, there was no other explanation. It's over, it's really over this time. After little Fatty consumed the myriad elixir, his divine body began to recover rapidly. Furthermore, with the help of the myriad pill, his Tao of all things also improved by a lot. In a short while, little Fatty had completely recovered. He also felt much more comfortable and the pain in his body had completely disappeared. His divine body had also completely recovered and he was completely energized. After being tortured in the Ghost River for a full 2 years, little Fatty had indeed suffered a lot. At this moment, he finally felt relaxed. However, little Fatty also looked at Lord Ba in confusion, not knowing what was going on. But his instincts told him that something good was about to happen. Perhaps his fate would change because of this. As expected, Lord Ba opened his mouth with a smile. "Brother little Fatty, I'm really sorry. It was our Zhou family's mistake that caused you to suffer here." As he said that, Eighth Master grabbed little Fatty's hand with a meaningful look, expressing an apologetic look as though he was begging for forgiveness. Little Fatty had never seen such a scene before. Although he did not know who the person in front of him was, he knew that he was a big shot from the Zhou family. For such a big shot to be so polite to him, it naturally made him feel a little confused. Wasn't this happiness coming a little too quickly? Just now, little Fatty thought that he was going to die. But now, a big shot from the Zhou family came to save him and was even so polite to him. This was the feeling of going from hell to heaven. "Brother little Fatty, we have already captured the 2B*SD*RDS, who captured you. They are at your disposal. Those two unfilial sons are the disgrace of our Zhou family. Our Zhou family is still very friendly. This time, we have caused you to suffer so much. Our Zhou family is very guilty. On behalf of the Zhou family, I sincerely apologize to Brother Little Fatty. Whatever compensation Brother Little Fatty wants, you can ask for it. Our Zhou family will definitely satisfy you. Eighth Master said again. Little Fatty's heart trembled. Just what was going on? Facing such a wave of attacks, Little Fatty felt that he was unable to withstand it. Until now, he still did not know what was going on. But Little Fatty could vaguely guess. To be able to save him and make the Zhou family so humble, who else could it be other than Qin Shao? Brother Qin Shao. Thinking about Qin Shao, Little Fatty's eyes turned red and sour. It was Qin Shao again. In his despair, it was Qin Shao who came to save him again. This debt of gratitude, he would never be able to repay it in his lifetime. Brother Little Fatty. Seeing that Little Fatty did not say anything, Lord Ba carefully shouted again. Only then did Little Fatty regain his senses. He shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'm fine. This matter is over. You have already apologized to me. I don't need any compensation. I just want to leave this place quickly." Okay. I'm also here to bring Brother Little Fatty away." Hearing what Little Fatty said, Lord Ba secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His face was full of smiles as he hurriedly nodded his head. Then Lord Ba said, "Brother Little Fatty, I still have a presumptuous request. I hope Brother Little Fatty can be understanding and bear with it. It's like this, Brother Little Fatty. When you see Vice City Lord Qin later, I hope Brother Little Fatty can put in a few good words for him. For this matter, we really did not know about it. Causing Brother Little Fatty to suffer so much, we are all very guilty. As for those few people, we will definitely punish them severely. So Brother Little Fatty, how would Little Fatty not understand what Lord Ba meant? He did not put this matter to heart. Besides, he was timid and did not dare to cause any trouble. How would he not know the strength of the Zhou family? Thus, even without Lord Ba saying anything, Little Fatty also knew, "Don't worry, I will not say anything." Chapter 1166. The Zhou family's orders. Little Fatty was filled with fear and trepidation. After all, he was just an insignificant character. If not for the things that Qin Shao left behind, he would not even be able to become a one-star all-knowing being. Even if he could, who knows how many years it would take him to accumulate it. For a small character like him, not to mention the eighth master of the Zhou family, even if he was facing an ordinary one-star all-knowing being, he would still have to be careful and not offend him. But what was very dramatic was that such a big character actually lowered himself to curry favor with him. This made Little Fatty anxious and a little out of his wit. At this moment, he really did not know where to go. Little Fatty also did not say anything else. He only wanted to leave this dark place quickly and see Qin Shao quickly. He wanted to see the light that belonged to him. After pacifying Little Fatty, the eighth master's heart finally settled down. As long as Little Fatty was willing to say a few good words, then this matter should be able to be settled. At the very least, Qin Shao would not be so angry. The eighth master was unable to grasp Qin Zhao's character. As long as he grasped Little Fatty, this matter should be able to be resolved. Take the both of them away first. The eighth master glared at the two guards and roared. The two guards were already paralyzed on the ground, their faces ashen. At the entrance of the Zhou family residence, there were many people present, but the atmosphere was not very good. Amidst the tension, there was also a sense of oppression. Standing in the center of the Zhou mansion's core members was Qin Shao. Not a single trace of emotion could be seen on his calm face. It was unknown whether he was happy or angry or hateful. But such a silence made people nervous. It felt as though there was an endless amount of anger hidden within, waiting to explode. The Zhou family head was old, but he still looked extremely dignified. His white hair fluttered in the wind, making him look even more majestic. It was just that the Zhou family head was not like his usual self. Facing the calm Qin Shao, he could not understand him, but he still had to be careful. The other members of the Zhou family were as silent as cicadas in winter. They did not dare to make a sound. They could only stand there quietly and accompany Qin Shao. Master Lu brought over the two silk-clothed young masters who captured little Fatty, kneeling there. The two young masters naturally knew that a calamity was about to befall them, and their faces were ashen. Although they were direct descendants of the Zhou clan, no one in the Zhou clan dared to protect him. Very quickly, Eighth Master also brought little Fatty over. Seeing that little Fatty was safe and sound, Qin Zhao's expression changed slightly. She looked over with some emotions in her eyes. Big brother Qin Shao. Seeing Qin Shao again, little Fatty was so emotional that tears fell from his eyes. His voice trembled as he walked forward. A life-saving grace was greater than the heavens. The first life-saving grace was already beyond repaying. Now it was the second life-saving grace. Little Fatty was already unable to find any words to express his gratitude. Seeing that little Fatty was crying, Qin Shao could not help but shake his head and smile. He patted little Fatty's shoulder and said, "You're already an adult. Why are you crying? Can't you see that there are so many people watching? It's so ugly." "Okay, it's okay. In life, you have to experience some setbacks. If you don't experience wind and rain, how can you see the rainbow? These small setbacks are nothing. They will be of help in your life. Maybe in the future, when you think about it, you will feel that these memories are especially precious." Little Fatty wiped away his tears and said resolutely, "Big brother Qin Shao, my life has long been yours. In the future, no matter what Big brother Qin Shao asks me to do, I, little Fatty, will definitely not frown. This kindness, even if I, little Fatty, am a cow or a horse, I will never be able to repay it. Big brother Qin Shao, you are a good person. You are the luckiest person in my life. My life has become brighter because of you, Big brother Qin Shao." Qin Shao patted little Fatty's shoulder and said, Okay, don't be sour. I can't stand being so sour. Your life, it's better to leave it to yourself. You have to remember, strength is everything. Only strength can change your destiny. I can only take care of you for a short period of time. Your future path still needs to be walked by yourself. Without strength, you will eventually fall under the sword of others. Little Fatty looked at Qin Shao in a daze. How could he not know this principle? But at this time, when it came from Qin Zhao's mouth, it gave him a deep shock. Babatu, who was at the side, was also deeply shocked. But Babatu also laughed bitterly in his heart. Everyone knows the principle, but how many people can do it? How could he not want to become stronger? How could he not want to become a person above others, a dragon among men, standing at a high position, looking down at the heavens? How could he not want to become a big shot in Bai City, high and mighty? But reality is always thousands of times crueler than imagination. At times like this, you can't succeed just because you work hard. Often, you work hard for your whole life, but it's just a dream, and in the end, it's all for naught. Talent, perception, perseverance, luck, hard work, wait, there were too many factors involved in a person's success or failure. All the factors have to be well and gentle together, and in the end, it can be turned into a miracle, and then one can achieve great success. All these factors are indispensable. If one is missing, then it's incomplete. So to judge whether a person is a genius or not, it involves many aspects and is very broad. It's not just measured by talent and potential. The principle is often very simple, but to do it is more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Qin Shao comforted little Fatty, and signaled him to step aside. Babata came up and chatted with little Fatty warmly. They were all Qin Zhao's followers, worshippers, and stood on the same side. Naturally, they could walk together quickly. Qin Zhao's expression became cold again, and there was a bit of coldness in the calmness. Qin Zhao's gaze swept across the four people kneeling on the ground. The two young masters of the Zhou family were the ones who caught little Fatty. The two guards, presumably, were the ones who had abused little Fatty. Qin Zhao could understand this situation at a glance even if he didn't ask. The head of the Zhou family came forward and said with a bit of guilt, "Deputy City Lord Qin, I have understood the whole thing just now. Regarding such a thing, as the head of the Zhou family, I really don't discipline my descendants well, and I'm really ashamed. Here, on behalf of the Zhou family, I solemnly apologize to Deputy City Lord Qin and Brother Little Fatty. In this matter, it's our Zhou family's fault. I have brought these four people here, and they will listen to Deputy City Lord Qin." The head of the Zhou family's attitude was quite humble. Even if the attitude of sincerity was pretended, at least it was enough. The other people of the Zhou family had different expressions, but they all kept calm and looked serious. The Guema Zhou family had been in Bai City for more than 10 billion years, but it was the first time they had been so humble. Qin Zhao didn't bother to guess the thoughts of the Zhou family, but said coldly, "Head of the Zhou family, it's not wrong to be ignorant. My friend can walk out of your Zhou family safely, and I shouldn't fight with your Zhou family anymore. But I also know what kind of place the Ghost River is and what kind of treatment he will receive if he stays there for 2 years. If I just leave like this, it will be too unfair for my friend." The head of the Zhou family had lived for so many years, and he was as smart as a ghost. He naturally understood some of the meaning in Qin Zhao's words. The biggest meaning was that Qin Zhao wouldn't fight with the Zhou family, which was what he had been worried about, and now it could be resolved. Since he said so, there was room for discussion. So, the head of the Zhou family immediately said, "Then why don't you just say it directly? What do you want us to do? We will accept it humbly. Brother Fatty has suffered for 2 years, and our Zhou family should give him the compensation he deserved." Qin Zhao looked at Fatty and asked, "Fatty, how do you want the Zhou family to compensate you?" Fatty shook his head and said, "Forget it, Brother Qin Zhao, you see, I'm fine now, and the Zhou family didn't do anything to me. Why don't we just forget it?" "Forget it?" However, Qin Zhao shook his head and said, "We can't let it go. We can't allow this to happen. No matter who it is, he should be responsible for what he has done. Fatty, since you don't want to say it, then I will make the decision for you." After saying that, Qin Zhao looked at the head of the Zhou family and said, "Head of the Zhou family, I, Qin Zhao, have always been a person who distinguishes between kindness and hatred. I always have my own principles and bottom line. I have always respected the principle of not offending people if they don't offend me. But if they offend me, I will definitely not be polite. Today's matter, my friend spoke up for you, so I will be magnanimous this time. I don't want anything else, I just want the lives of these 4 people. What do you think, head of the Zhou family?" Hearing that he wanted the lives of these 4 people, the corners of the mouth of the 2 men in the crowd twitched fiercely, and one of them was the 6th master. After all, his son was among them. But the 6th master also knew that the conditions proposed by Qin Zhao were already considered magnanimous enough. The head of the Zhou family had always been worried that Qin Zhao would use this as a pretext to make a fuss, and would propose very harsh conditions. The head of the Zhou family's worry was not unreasonable. Firstly, Qin Zhao's reputation was now flourishing, and he was deeply appreciated by the Qidong city lord. Secondly, he was also wondering if Qin Zhao would use this opportunity to establish his prestige, knocking on the mountain to scare the tiger. After all, it was not so easy to sit firmly in the position of the vice city lord. But this worry, now it seemed that it was unnecessary. Qin Zhao's request was indeed not excessive, and it was completely reasonable. Even if Qin Zhao did not speak, the head of the Zhou family would not spare the lives of these 4 people. He had long heard what kind of character his 2 descendants were. They were not good people at all. Killing these 2 descendants, he would not even bat an eyelid at all. Haha, Vice City Lord Qin is really magnanimous. Even if Vice City Lord Qin did not say it, I would still carry out the family law. The head of the Zhou family laughed and cupped his hands to Qin Shao, saying, Vice City Lord Qin, thank you for today's matter. I think Vice City Lord Qin is not in the mood to drink a few cups in my residence today. After all, I will go to the conferring ceremony in 3 days to congratulate Vice City Lord Qin in person. Okay, then see you in 3 days. Qin Shao nodded and left with Babatu and Little Fatty. After sending off Qin Shao respectfully, the head of the Zhou family retracted his gaze, and it quickly became incomparably cold. He fiercely fell on the 4 people kneeling on the ground and sternly shouted, Old 8, carry out the family law. Put these 4 people to death row and directly execute them. Old 8 did not dare to hesitate. He immediately nodded and went to carry out this matter. Chapter 1167. Qi Dong's thoughts after returning to the city lord's residence. Little Fatty was still unable to calm down. The ups and downs of life really made people sigh with emotion. Once upon a time, Little Fatty felt that his life was gloomy, and it was difficult to see the light. He had to work hard and risk his life to become a 1-star all-knowing, and he could not even reach this level in his entire life. But after a few bumpy days, he actually saw the light, and the blazing light had already illuminated the path of life for others. And all these changes were because of Qin Xie, the benefactor of his life, his great benefactor. Thousands of words could not express Little Fatty's gratitude to Qin Shao. This kindness was greater than the heavens. Little Fatty and Babata settled down in the city lord's residence and became Qin Zhao's personal guards. They were also given a status by the city lord's residence. Their status in the city lord's residence was not low, and they could enter and leave freely. They could even command some troop. Little Fatty and Babata's current status was not low. Their fates were also completely changed because of Qin Shao, allowing them, who were originally lowly, to be able to hold a high position. 3 days later, the conferring ceremony was held as scheduled, and all the famous people in Bai City were also present. Qin Zhao's face was still quite big. The managers of the 100 Treasures Red Mountain House and Wangua residence were also present personally to congratulate Qin Shao. Although the 3 forces did not get Qin Shao to join them, they still showed great generosity and sent their sincere blessings to Qin Shao. The city lord of Qi Dong City had also put in a lot of effort for this conferring ceremony. It was very grand, and it could be seen that he had put in a lot of effort. In this way, it also showed how much the city lord valued Qin Shao. It could be said that he had given Qin Shao a treatment that was beyond everyone's imagination. Such a high treatment naturally attracted the jealousy of many people. The 2 vice city lords, Ancien and Mosen, had already expressed their dissatisfaction with Qin Shao. Previously, Ancien had personally visited Qin Zhao's door, but she had suffered a loss in the hands of Qin Shao. At this conferring ceremony, the 2 deputy castellans, who had been in Bai City for many years, were not easy to deal with. They also wanted to show Qin Shao a little bit of carelessness, so that they could figure out where the bottom line of the Qidong City Lord was. Until now, they still couldn't figure out the bottom line of the Lord of Qidong City. Therefore, the 2 of them also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Qin Zhao's spirit and probe the bottom line of the Lord of Qidong City. This way, it would be much more convenient for them to do things in the future. Otherwise, holding it in like this would indeed be very unpleasant. However, the two deputy castellans, Ancien and Mosin, had suffered a lot during this conferring ceremony. Not only did they fail to show off their power to Qin Shao, but they were also severely humiliated by Qin Shao. Moreover, the lord of Qidong City was obviously on the side of Qin Shao, and even gave the two of them a clear warning. The two deputy castellans were defeated at the conferring ceremony, and they finally understood that Qin Shao was not someone they could provoke. If they dared to provoke Qin Shao, they would suffer. Under such circumstances, the two of them did not dare to provoke Qin Shao again. They could only end up with their tails between their legs. And it was precisely because of the two of them that the famous people in Bai City saw a fact clearly. They all knew that Qin Shao was extraordinary, and they could not provoke him now. Qin Zhao's prestige was also established invisibly. Qin Shao could achieve such a high prestige and reputation in Bai City in such a short time. It was probably unprecedented in the history of Bai City. However, these false reputations were nothing more than passing smoke to Qin Shao. He had never placed these things in his eyes. Qin Shao, you stay in the mansion all day to practice. Don't you feel bored? I see that you have been in the mansion for more than a month, but you haven't gone out. The lord of Qidong City came to the door one day. Qin Shao stopped practicing, shook his head and said, "There is nothing better. It is better to practice. One could also find great joy in doing one thing with one's heart. From cultivation, I can find happiness. So, practice is not boring for me." Haha, that's right. After all, you have been practicing for a very short time. Taking everything into account, you're at most 400,000 years old, right? The lord of Qidong City nodded and said with an envious look, "Although I have not lived for a long time, I have lived for nearly 10 billion years. Now, your life is not even a fraction of mine. So, you really don't feel the pain of practice. When you have lived as long as I have, I am afraid you will also feel bored. 10 billion years to do one thing is unimaginable." Qin Shao smiled. He really did not think about this. Indeed, he was still too young. His practice was too short. So, there were many things that he could not feel. Youth was a form of capital. Maybe. Anyway, I am not bored now. Qin Shao curled his lips and said. After chatting for a while, the lord of Qidong City got to the point. "Qin Shao, this time I came to find you because I have something to discuss with you. It is like this. I told you last time that there will be a Myriad City tournament of splendor soon. Now the time has been set. It will start in 300 years. 300 years is a very short time. The Myriad City Tournament of Splendor is a chance for you to shine. If you can perform well in the Myriad City Tournament of Splendor, you can get many rewards and even some precious cultivation resources from the Universal Temple. So, for this Myriad City Tournament of Splendor, I want you to prepare well and give it your all. I am looking forward to you getting first place. Haha, the reward for the first place is not ordinary. For the current you, it is definitely a great temptation. If you can win, I will also bask in your glory and receive some corresponding reward. Qin Shao had heard about the Myriad City Tournament of Splendor from Qidong before. Later on, Qin Shao learned about it himself and knew what it was about. Simply put, the Star Mansion that ruled the Myriad City Tournament of Splendor was held once every 360,000 years. All the elites of the Myriad City Tournament of Splendor would compete in a big arena. The generous rewards were set, so it was very attractive. Moreover, the Myriad City Tournament of Splendor was held by the Universal Temple. Every mansion would hold it, so it was very lively. If one could get a good ranking in the Myriad City Tournament of Splendor, he would be really famous. Therefore, those geniuses would try their best to get a good ranking. This was the best chance for them to become famous. However, the competition for the Myriad City Tournament of Splendor was very fierce. It was conceivable that the elites of the Myriad City Tournament of Splendor would gather together. For example, in Bai City, no one had entered the top 100 in the Myriad City Tournament of Splendor for thousands of years. The results were really terrible. This was also the first time Qi Dong was leading a team to participate in the Myriad City Tournament of Splendor. He did not care about personal glory. What he cared about was the generous rewards after getting a good ranking. Qin Shao was naturally the same. He nodded and said, "Yes, for the sake of the rewards we have to fight hard. However, it is indeed a little rushed to start in 300 years." Although that was what he said, the pride in Qin Zhao's heart still gave him some confidence and confidence. There was a sense of tenacity there. Qin Shao would not fail once he decided to do something. This time, in the Myriad City Tournament of Splendor, he must go all out and get a good ranking. This was a small goal that Qin Shao set for himself temporarily. "Qi Dong, with my current strength, I'm afraid it's still not enough. There are still 300 years left. I must make good use of it," Qin Shao said. Qi Dong nodded and said, "Yes, I also have the same intention. Therefore, this time I came here mainly to discuss this matter with you. I don't know if you have any good ideas?" Qin Shao looked at Qi Dong and said, "Let's hear your thoughts first. Since you came prepared, I should let you speak first. Besides, you know more about Bai City than I do, so your opinion will definitely be better." Qi Dong shook his head and smiled. However, he did come prepared. Since Qin Shao let him speak first, he spoke first. "Qin Shao, my temporary thoughts are like this. 300 years is still relatively short, so if you want to improve greatly in these short 300 years, you naturally have to give it a try. In our Bai City, do you think you can go to 2 places to give it a try? You should have heard of these 2 places. The first one is the Ferocious Beast Battlefield, which is managed by the All-Knowing Temple. If you choose a mission that is more abnormal, then the training will be very shocking. The Ferocious Beast Battlefield is definitely a very good place to train people. Moreover, as far as I know, the more dangerous it is, the easier it is for you to break through." Qin Shao nodded. He naturally knew about the Ferocious Beast Battlefield. It was also a favorite place for 1-star all-knowing experts in Bai City to train. It was similar to the assessment area, but much more dangerous. Furthermore, the Omnipotent Temple would also be divided into different levels of missions. The most terrifying level was that even a 2-star Omnipotent might die inside if they were to enter. Therefore, Qi Dong said that the Ferocious Beast Battlefield was a very good place to train people. As for the second place, it is the All-Knowing Arena. You should also know that the All-Knowing Arena does not belong to the All-Knowing Temple, but belongs to the Myriad Kingdom residents. The All-Knowing Arena is quite novel. I have played there a few times, and it is really good. In the early stage, it is indeed very good for training people. Qin Shao nodded again. He also knew about the All-Knowing Arena. The Ferocious Beast Battlefield and the All-Knowing Arena were also the third place that Qin Shao was considering. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Qi Dong, it seems that great minds think alike. We have the same idea. If I have to think about it, I can only consider these 2 places." "Haha, I think so too." These were probably the only 2 places he could consider. "Since you already have an idea, I won't say anything more. As for other specific things, there is nothing easier to understand than going there in person. If you are not familiar with any place, you can let Yi Xian accompany you." "Well, I won't disturb you today." Qi Dong said his goodbyes and left. He did not stay here any longer. After seeing Qi Dong off, Qin Shao pondered for a while, and finally decided to go to the All-Knowing Arena to take a look. Qin Shao did not know much about the All-Knowing Arena, and Qi Dong did not explain much to Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao thought of Yi Xian. Babata could not explain the specific situation. Chapter 1168. Universal Arena. Yi Xian had been ordered by Qi Dong to listen to Qin Zhao's orders, so it was easy for Qin Zhao to find Yi Xian. After Yi Xian knew what Qin Zhao was thinking, he said, "Brother Qin, the Universal Arena is indeed a great place. It's a virtual world, a huge virtual world. This virtual world can connect to almost every city in the core of all creation. As long as there is a city in the Myriad Nation residence, the Universal Arena will be built, forming a huge net. You only need to buy the All-Creation card of the Myriad Nation residence to enter the world of the Universal Arena. You can enter with your consciousness and then form a body inside. Everyone in the Universal Arena is formed by the consciousness of others, and represents their true identity. Therefore, such an arena is equivalent to encompassing almost everyone in the heart of all things world." Incredible, it really is incredible. After listening to Yi Xian's explanation, Qin Zhao couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. Although he had encountered a similar virtual world in the realm of the gods, it paled in comparison to this one. The virtual world wasn't much, but it could form a huge net that covered the entire core of all creation, allowing countless people to enter this virtual world. Coming to compete, that was very unusual. Such a method was indeed amazing, and he didn't know how it was done. In short, even with Qin Zhao's eyesight, he couldn't understand at the moment, and was very surprised and curious. Yes, it really is incredible. It's too amazing, and I can't help but admire it. However, it's said that when the Myriad Nation residents first built the Universal Arena, the Temple of All Creation also provided a lot of help. Therefore, the Universal Arena is considered something of the Temple of All Creation. However, it has always been managed by the Myriad Nation residents, but it's open to everyone, Yi Xian said. Qin Zhao shook his head. "This has nothing to do with us, and it makes no difference to us." "But Yi Xian, the all-creation card you mentioned just now, how did you get it? Could a small card allow a person's consciousness to enter that huge world net? That sounds incredible." Yi Xian nodded and said, "Yes, it's just a small card, but this all-creation card is extraordinary. If you want to buy it back, the price will be very, very expensive. It can only be bought with 1,000,000 myriad stones." 1,000,000 omni stones? Hearing this price, Qin Zhao couldn't help but frown. This price was indeed a bit too frightening. This price isn't considered expensive. The main thing is that it won't be sold easily. If one wasn't a reputable figure, they wouldn't be able to buy it. And even if I let you buy it, I won't let you buy too much. The quantity will be limited. Even our city lord's mansion didn't manage to buy many of them. Moreover, these were bought so that everyone could use them. There was no restriction that only one person could use them. There's no time limit, so it's more affordable, Yi Xian explained. If that was the case, then it was indeed not too bad. If he bought it, it would completely belong to him. Yi Xian continued, however, you don't necessarily have to buy it. If you really have to buy it, there aren't many people who can afford it and enter the all-creation arena. Other than buying the all-creation card, you can also enter the all-creation arena from the mansion of 10,000 countries. But the cost isn't low either. It seems to be dozens of myriad stones or 100 myriad stones each time. Qin Zhao was relieved. If that was the case, then it was still okay. No wonder it could be promoted. Qin Zhao's curiosity towards the all-creation arena grew. He wanted to go in and take a look. Yi Xian flipped his palm. A palm-sized, snow-white card with extremely complicated runes engraved on it gave off a dazzling light. Even without Yi Xian's introduction, Qin Zhao knew that this was the all-creation card. Big brother Qin, this is my all-creation card. My foster father told me just now that he's going to the mansion of 10,000 countries to buy another one. But it might take some time. So for the time being, Big Brother Qin can use my all-creation card, Yi Xian said. After thinking about it, Qin Shao didn't refuse. Instead, he took it and nodded. Okay, then I'll use yours first. Thanks. Haha, Big Brother Qin, you don't have to be so polite. The All-Creation card will tell you how to enter the All-Creation arena. Big Brother Qin, you'll understand after thinking about it. Big Brother Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I won't disturb your rest. After my foster father buys your All-Creation card, I'll go to the All-Creation arena to play with you. Qin Shao nodded and said, Okay, you go first. After saying that, Yi Xian also took his leave. Both Babatu and Fatty looked at the All-Creation card in Qin Zhao's hand eagerly. They looked so envious that they were about to drool. They had also heard of the All-Creation arena. They naturally wanted to go in and experience such a wonderful consciousness world. They wanted to see what it was like and how magical it was. At least, once you enter the All-Creation arena world, you won't die. If you die in the All-Creation arena world, you only need to withdraw your consciousness once and enter again. Then you'll be revived on the spot with full blood and life back. So, the All-Creation arena could revive without limit. You would never have to worry about dying. And this was also one of the most attractive aspects of the All-Creation arena. You don't have to worry about life and death. After entering the All-Creation arena, you can be unscrupulous. You don't have to care about anything. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want for once. And it was because of this function that many people were unwilling to come out after entering the All-Creation arena world. They were willing to stay in there for the rest of their lives. I've heard of the magic of the All-Creation arena long ago. I've always wanted to play in the All-Creation arena. I didn't expect to finally see the legendary All-Creation card today. I didn't expect it to look like this, Babata said with a laugh. He had longed for it before. But later on, he didn't dare to. Little Fatty didn't know what the All-Creation arena was. He only felt that it was very powerful. Qin Shao patted Babatu on his chin and said, Don't pester me. When Qidong buys the All-Creation card for me, I'll let you go in and experience it. Babatu immediately grinned happily and nodded repeatedly. Great, Big Brother Qin. I've long wanted to experience it. Then I'll wait for Big Brother Qin. Little Fatty was also elated. Looking at this pair of buffoons, Qin Shao smiled knowingly. After instructing the two of them, Qin Shao entered the practice room. Qin Shao still didn't like to be disturbed by anyone when he was practicing. So, Qin Shao would practice in the practice room most of the time. Especially for this kind of more critical practice, he would do it in the practice room. Sitting down cross-legged, Qin Zhao's hand moved slightly. He threw the All-Creation card into the air, where it slowly spun. A little card is actually able to bring my will into the world of the All-Creation arena. Countless cards were used to connect the wills of countless people, forming a huge and complicated net. People who have this kind of thinking are really too smart. In the God realm, I've never heard of such a magical thing. But maybe the world of the All-Creation heart is too small. It's easy to cover it all. If it was in the God realm, it would be difficult to cover it all. After sizing up the All-Creation card, Qin Shao shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. These distracting thoughts really shouldn't exist. He calmed his heart down and became calm. Chapter 1169. Rules of the Arena. Once his consciousness entered the universal card, a large amount of information was transmitted over. After digesting this information, Qin Shao had a basic understanding of the universal arena. The universal arena was divided into 4 regions according to their levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Heaven was the most important and Huang was the last. The heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang regions corresponded to the strength of 1, 2, 3, and 4-star all-knowing expert. In theory, the Huang region was suitable for 1-star all-knowing experts, the Xian region was suitable for 2-star all-knowing experts, and so on. Of course, this was only in theory. It was something that followed the rules, but it wasn't a hard and fast rule. Therefore, as long as you were willing, you could go to any region. However, if you were weak and wanted to go to a higher region, you would definitely be abused. This situation was considered normal. After all, some people still wanted to feel some pressure, so they would go to a higher region. However, if the situation was reversed, it would be less common. If a 2-star all-knowing expert went to the Huang region, wouldn't that be bullying? It was believed that not many 2-star all-knowing experts would be willing to bear such a reputation. Therefore, in general, the order of the Universal Arena world was quite good. Everyone would consciously follow it. Other than the heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang regions, each region also had different rules. The first was the hunting mode. The so-called hunting mode was to put a lot of people into a world and then kill them at will in that world. 1 point for every person killed. 1 point was deducted for every death. In the Universal Arena, all the segments used a point system. Then, one could use the points to exchange for rewards. Using points to rank, if one could get a name on the list, then one's name could shake the entire Universal Core world. The Universal Arena's list was very persuasive. After all, the Universal Arena was connected to the entire Universal Core world. Basically, all-star all-knowing experts would go to the Universal Arena to play. How difficult was it to get a ranking among the countless all-knowing experts? It was because it was too difficult that it was so shocking. The influence of the Universal Arena was far from what the Universal Pool could compare to. After all, behind the Universal Arena was the support of the Universal Temple. Many people even believed that the All-Creation Arena was created by the All-Creation Temple and was only managed by the All-Nations Manor on the surface. However, the truth of the matter was not important to those ordinary cultivators. The second was the arena mode. It was a one-on-one arena, and anyone could go up and fight. 1 win, 1 point. 1 point would be deducted for each loss. This kind of model was relatively normal, and it was also a model that many people were very keen on. It was a one-on-one competition in the ring, and there would be many people watching. The atmosphere was naturally very good. This kind of method could make cultivators hot-blooded. Many people who were bloodthirsty liked to fight in this way. The third mode was called the challenge mode. There would be a series of terrifying checkpoints to go through. After passing through different stages, there would be corresponding reward points. Of course, if they failed, they would be punished accordingly. In short, everything in the All-Creation Arena was based on points. The strength of one's strength could also be measured by points. Moreover, the All-Creation Arena also had its own standard to judge a person's strength. It was not like a 2-star All-Creation expert could pretend to be a 1-star All-Creation expert. This situation would not happen in the All-Creation Arena. When one's consciousness entered the All-Creation Arena, the All-Creation Arena world would create a new body for you, test your strength, and determine your star. The standard for determining a star in the All-Creation Arena was completely dependent on the level of the All-Creation Tao. Actually, this was the most standard way to determine a star. This was the fairest way to do it. The heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow zones all had the same model. The 4 zones all had their own rankings, which were called the heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow rankings. The yellow rankings had 100,000 rankings. 100,000 rankings sounded like a lot, but it was actually not. One had to know how many 1-star all-creation experts there were in the entire all-creation world. Moreover, this was the accumulation of countless years. With the accumulation of generations of people, The number had reached a terrifying number. It was simply unimaginable. With such a huge base, 100,000 rankings were nothing. The Xian rankings had 10,000 rankings, the Earth rankings had 1,000, and the Heaven rankings had 100. The Heaven rankings corresponded to a 4-star all-creation expert. A 4-star all-creation expert was definitely standing at the peak of the all-creation world, reaching the level of an overlord. The number of 4-star all-creation experts in the entire all-creation world would be pitifully small. Qin Shao was still a 1-star all-creation expert, so he could only enter the yellow zone for now. First, he would go to the yellow zone to experience the situation. However, these 3 modes made Qin Shao ponder slightly. The 3 modes indeed had their own advantages and disadvantages. However, Qin Shao first eliminated the challenge mode, and only chose between the hunting mode and the arena mode. If it was the hunting mode, it would be more thrilling. If it was the arena mode, it would be more hot-blooded. The hunting mode was not only about strength, but also about experience, wisdom, and luck. After all, there were no rules in the hunting mode. To a newcomer, the hunting mode was indeed more dangerous. After all, if you were unfamiliar with the place and the people, you would not understand the environment and so on. It would be easy to be hunted by others as prey. Just by looking at the name of the hunting mode, you would know how thrilling the hunting mode was. If it was the arena mode, you could encounter this. You could go and take a look first. If you felt that it was enough, you could go on the stage. You could watch the battle first before going on the stage. If you felt that you could not win, you could just not challenge. Even if you did not go on the stage, you could always watch the battle there and learn something from watching the battle. Of course, if you wanted to gain anything just by watching, it would definitely be minimal. The hunting mode, the arena mode. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Qin Shao made the final decision. There's no point in fighting in the arena. My strength should be considered to be in the front among the 1-star all things beings. If I go to the arena mode now, I am afraid that I will attract hatred. Fighting against an ordinary 1-star all creation expert is not meaningful. Normally, I don't think there will be any decent experts in the arena. Let's go to the hunting mode first. Thrilling and exciting is what I need now. After making the decision, Qin Shao did not hesitate and immediately entered the hunting mode. As soon as his consciousness entered the hunting mode, the world will of the all-creation arena mode condensed a body for Qin Shao. However, this body could be shaped according to Qin Shao's wishes. Of course, once it was shaped, it could not be changed again, unless he entered with a new identity. But if he entered with a new identity, everything would be returned to 0. It was equivalent to starting all over again. If he did not have many points, it did not matter. But if he had many points, he would definitely not be willing to do this. Qin Shao naturally would not condense into his own appearance, but changed his appearance. However, it was about 30% similar to him. It was just that he looked more mature and colder. He carried a heavy sword on his back, had long flowing hair, and wore a white robe. He was also unusually handsome. Entering the world will of the all-creation arena mode, I'd better use a new identity. I don't want to be too ostentatious. Qin Shao curled his lips and made a decision. A new body would also use a new name. Qin Zhao's new name for himself was Sword Mountain River. Sword was Qin Zhao's true love. Mountain River originated from his hometown, from the Mountain River sword technique. Qin Shao had always had an indescribable feeling for the mountains and rivers of his hometown. Sword Mountain River was Qin Zhao's new name in the arena mode. Landing on the ground, Qin Zhao's eyes swept around. It was a gloomy forest with Yin Qi lingering around. In the air, there was a strong smell of blood. All around, there were undulating mountains, rugged rocks, and deep valleys and an abyss. Everywhere, there was a scene of broken fences and dilapidated walls. It was a scene of devastation. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the ground was dark brown and dark purple. In the air, there was a fog-like smell of blood. This place was simply the Nine Serenities' hell. It was simply the most evil place in the world. The monstrous, murderous intent permeated every inch of the land and every space. It's really a place full of extreme killing. If ordinary people came in, they would be scared out of their wit. Only this place can arouse my interest a little. Come on, let's go all out and fight. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. His fighting spirit suddenly became incomparably high. Getting back the feeling of fighting was also very helpful for cultivation. Qin Zhao's growth was inseparable from fighting and killing all the way. Only in dangerous situations could people's potential be stimulated. Qin Zhao had always been very happy with such a way of cultivation. Moreover, it was indeed very effective for him. Qin Zhao walked quickly in the forest of strange rocks like a shadow. Whether it was the strange rocks or the trees, they all looked very strange and ferocious. The darkness around always made people feel that there was something dangerous hiding, which could jump out at any time to take people's lives. For Qin Zhao, who was very experienced in fighting, he would always be vigilant of the surroundings while walking. As long as there was even the slightest movement, it would not be able to escape his eyes. Moreover, he could walk silently like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. This was the experience of fighting, which needed a long time to accumulate. All the newcomers who entered the hunting ground were basically here to be killed. Some of them were even killed before they had time to see the hunting ground clearly. Behind a big tree, a figure was hiding there, almost blending into the tree. It could be seen that his concealment method was very clever. Only a pair of dark eyes could be seen. They flickered with a particularly eerie light, carrying a sinister aura. It was like a starving beast looking for its prey. Soon, a white figure appeared in its sight, which immediately made the black figure's eyes brighten. It sneered in its heart, "Hee, it must be a newcomer. How dare he wear white clothes? Doesn't he know that it is very conspicuous and the easiest way to expose himself? A newcomer is a newcomer. It's no wonder that he doesn't know anything when he just enters the hunting ground. A newcomer needs to mature slowly. This prey is mine." There was a hint of cruelty in his eerie and sinister eyes. Chapter 1170. The hunt, however, just as the man in black was about to attack, he was shocked to find that his prey had disappeared. Where is he? He was just here a moment ago. Why did he suddenly disappear? The man in black's gaze turned even colder. He suddenly had a bad premonition. As expected, he quickly felt the arrival of danger. After surviving in the hunting ground for so long, his vigilance was definitely high. Sensing the danger, the man in black did not dare to hesitate. He knew that he had been exposed. What a clever prey! It seemed like he was pretending. How cunning! Sure enough, when the black-clothed man was surprised, the white-clothed man actually appeared behind the black-clothed man in an incomparably strange manner, and a faint sword attack faintly came at him. What a fast speed! What a fast sword! The strange sword was like a bolt of lightning. It brought with it an extremely cold sword aura. It was extremely sharp and gave people a feeling that it was unstoppable. All power would be pierced and destroyed by this sword. So strong! The black-clothed man was truly frightened. When he smelled the scent of danger, his face immediately turned cold and pale. This was definitely not a newbie. He was definitely an experienced person. Damn it! The black-robed man's reaction was extremely fast as well. He unleashed a powerful technique that transformed everything into an absolute defensive domain. He wanted to use the defensive power of the domain to block the man in white's attack. The corners of the white-robed man's mouth curled up into a slight smile. Using the myriad materialization domain, that's not a bad technique. However, your use of the Tao of creation is still lacking. If you want to use it like this, you are still lacking a little if you want to block my attack. As expected, the man in white's sword stirred up the entire domain. It was as if there was an invisible giant hand that forcefully broke into the domain. Then, with a grab of the giant hand, the entire domain was turned upside down. With another grab, the domain was on the verge of collapse. With the final grab, the entire domain collapsed. Without any obstruction, the powerful force smashed heavily onto the black-robed man's body. Not good. The man in black was shocked. In his panic, he was already at a loss. His defensive domain was broken. How could he still have the strength to resist? He could only watch helplessly as Bai Yi's terrifying power smashed onto his body. The Tao might of all things was like a huge rock falling from the sky, bombarding the black-robed man wildly. The terrifying might of the Wei tore apart the black-robed man's divine body and crushed his will. Once the divine body was destroyed, that person would naturally die as well. Once his willpower was destroyed, he would naturally lose his life. He only needed to kill one of them. The white-robed man's attack could be said to be two-pronged. This kind of attack could be said to be destructive. Therefore, under such a terrifying attack, the black-clothed man naturally felt that he had reached a dead end. He treated others as prey, but he didn't expect that he would be the one being slaughtered instead. He had slaughtered in the hunting ground for so many years, but he had never suffered such a great loss. This time, it could be said that he had failed miserably at such an easy task. With his god body torn apart, the black-clothed man retreated in panic. This attack actually didn't kill him directly. The white-robed man's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. Clearly, he didn't expect the black-clothed man to be able to survive. However, the white-robed man didn't hesitate at all. He didn't give the black-clothed man any chance to breathe at all. Taking advantage of the victory, he attacked again, aggressively. Another attack. This time, the black-clothed man had no chance to resist. "Kid, I'll remember you. I'll come back to take revenge on you." The black-clothed man let out a final roar. His body turned into nothingness, and he died in the white-robed man's hands. The white-robed man put away his sword and curled his lips. The first prey, and it wasn't easy to kill. This black-clothed man should be a relatively ordinary character in the hunting ground. It took a bit of effort to kill an ordinary character. It seems that the hunting ground isn't as easy as I thought. It seems that I really can't be careless. I have to be alert. I don't want to fall here. In the hunting ground, everyone is a hunter. Everyone treats others as prey. Here, there is only killing, only cruel hunting. The game of wolves and sheep. Interesting. This white-robed man was naturally not someone else. He was Qin Shao, who had just entered the hunting ground. How could Qin Shao not know that wearing white clothes was very eye-catching? It would make it easier for the hunters to find him. But in fact, Qin Shao did it on purpose. First, Qin Shao didn't like wearing black clothes. Second, Qin Shao deliberately let the prey find him. This way, he would have an opportunity to take advantage of it. In the yellow zone, all the people here were one-star all things possessors. Among the one-star all things possessors, Qin Shao still had some strength and confidence. Therefore, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. So what if he showed off a little bit? In the worst-case scenario, they would just have to fight a good battle. Qin Shao had originally come to the hunting area to pursue a vigorous slaughter. He had to kill to his heart's content. Only then would he feel refreshed. Qin Shao continued to hunt prey. There were many people in the hunting ground, so it was easy for him to meet prey. Qin Shao didn't know whether he was too lucky or too unlucky. The prey he met wasn't very strong. With Qin Zhao's experience, he could easily kill them. However, there were also a few times when he encountered trouble. Because there were no rules in the hunting ground, some people formed hunting groups. Some people would stay in a fixed area and set traps in that area. As long as the prey passed by and fell into the trap, it would become a turtle in a jar. Once it fell into the trap, it would be at their mercy. Although Qin Shao was cautious, it was impossible to guard against it. Qin Shao wouldn't fall into the trap easily, but he was still surrounded by several hunting groups. The scariest thing about the hunting ground was these groups of preys. Once one was trapped by them, even if one was a powerful one-star all-creation wielder, one would only be able to nurse a grievance. And there were many hunting groups like this in the hunting ground. They could be met from time to time. Of course, the strength of many hunting groups was very ordinary. They were composed of some ordinary people, and they weren't very good in all aspects. Such hunting groups weren't very intimidating. In the most dangerous time, Qin Zhao's divine body was shattered and only 20% was left. Only then did he manage to survive. However, under the training of these hunting groups, Qin Shao made a lot of progress in all aspects and accumulated more. If he continued to accumulate in this way, breaking through to a 2-star all things possessor was just around the corner. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shao had been in the hunting ground for half a year. In the past 6 months, Qin Shao had experienced no less than 100 battles. Basically, there was a battle every day on average. Such a frequency was very high. From this, it could be seen how intense the killing in the hunting ground was. However, Qin Zhao's harvest was also not small. The victory of more than 100 battles also brought Qin Shao 200 points. Although 200 points wasn't a lot, it was only half a year's harvest. In this way it was very impressive. However, if he wanted to kill his way onto the yellow board, he didn't know how many points he needed. It must be very high. Qin Shao stopped a man behind a huge stone. When he saw the man clearly, Qin Shao couldn't help being stunned. He couldn't help laughing out loud. "Why are you here again?" The man in front of him was not a stranger. It was the man in black that Qin Shao first killed when he entered the hunting ground. He didn't expect to meet the man in black again half a year later. It was really interesting. This kind of feeling was like fate was playing tricks on people, making Qin Shao somewhat unable to restrain a smile. "Buddy, how should I address you?" Qin Shao asked. After killing the man once, he met him again. He didn't even know his name. The man in black twitched the corner of his mouth. He ignored Qin Shao and snorted angrily, "Why don't you tell me your name? Anyway, it's just a code name. It's not a secret. It's easy to find out. I'm Jian Shanhe." Qin Shao curled his lips and said casually. It was really easy to find out a person's name. He could do it directly through the system of the all-creation arena. However, it would cost him 1 point each time. 1 point was nothing for Qin Shao. He just didn't want to use it. If the man in black was willing to tell him, Qin Shao didn't bother to find out his name. Anyway, it was meaningless. After all, he was just a loser. Jian Shanhe. Okay, I'll remember you. Why? Do you want to kill me again? The man in black gritted his teeth and remembered the name. He looked at Qin Shao coldly and asked. Well, Qin Shao hesitated for a moment and said, "We're so fated. I shouldn't kill you again. However, I feel that it's unreasonable to not kill you. After all, this is the hunting ground. We're not familiar with it. I don't even know your name. So, I'd better kill you." The man in black almost choked and spat out blood. What was this? Why was he so unlucky? The man in black was not convinced. He gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, don't boast too early. Last time, I was too careless and was attacked by you. This time, I'm prepared. Don't think you can succeed again." "Yes, I also wish to test your strength head-on." Qin Shao nodded. After speaking, he immediately attacked without any hesitation. The man in black was really going to vomit blood. Detestable. This was too detestable. This was too much of a bully. Kill. The man in black was boiling with blood. Naturally, he had no choice but to fight back. However, the man in black was not as strong as Qin Shao. Last time, he was killed by Qin Shao in 2 moves. This time, although the situation was a little better than the last time, it was not much better. He only survived 3 moves in Qin Shao's hands. "Brother, it seems that your strength is not enough. You need to work harder." Qin Shao curled his lips. He did not mean to mock him. He just felt that it was a little interesting, so he said it out of kindness. Qin Shao was a person who believed in fate. This kind of thing felt a little like fate. Besides, there was no enmity between them when they entered the hunting ground. They did not know each other. Therefore, it was not worthwhile to treat him as an enemy. Being killed here did not mean that he was dead. He would only lose 1 point. This price was actually relatively small. "Boy, I'll be back." This was the last voice of the man in black. As soon as his voice fell, he disappeared. He died again. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. "Don't let me meet you again after a while. That will make things difficult for me." Chapter 1171. Young Master Yulin. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shao had already been in the hunting ground for a year. It wasn't easy for a newcomer to survive for a year in the hunting ground for the first time. The hunting ground was a world with heavy killing. The lifespan of those in the hunting ground was very short. Many people who entered the hunting ground were quickly killed. However, there was a large number of people there. Therefore, there would be a large number of people entering the hunting ground every day. Moreover, after being killed, they could revive and enter the hunting ground again. Therefore, the hunting ground was always filled with endless bloodshed. Endless slaughter could temper a person. Through slaughter, one could temper oneself and grow. Comprehension was one aspect of the usage of the Tao of all creation. However, comprehension alone wasn't enough. Sometimes it would be better to practice through practice. After all, the usage of the Tao of all creation was endless, and the usage of the Tao of all creation would be more easily reflected in battle. All sorts of methods and the usage of the Tao of all creation would be easier to unleash in battle. Moreover, when fighting with others, one would be able to see how others were using the Tao of all creation. One could also learn from it and learn from it. The usage of the Tao of all creation was different from the cultivation of the Tao itself. The Tao itself was more about comprehending the Tao from the heaven and earth. Such comprehension was more important. However, the usage of the Tao was already at a sufficient level because one had already grasped the Tao itself. As for the remaining comprehension, it was more about using it in actual battle. How to use it and how to unleash the Tao of all creation was the core of the usage of the Tao. The guidance of the Tao of all creation and one's own comprehension were far from enough. Killing and battling would often result in better result. This was also the greatest use of the hunting ground. In a year's time, Qin Shao had gained some fame in the hunting ground. The myriad arena was a huge illusory world. The information within it could be easily circulated. As long as one knew someone, one could use one's consciousness to contact them. Moreover, one could obtain a lot of information in the myriad arena. Of course, one had to pay points. In the year that Qin Shao had been in the hunting ground, he had already killed no less than 400 people. More than 10 teams had been hunted down by him. The more people he killed, the more people he would be remembered. The more people remembered, the more his name would be known. The name Jian Shanhe was remembered by many people. In just 1 year, Qin Shao had earned nearly 500 points. These points could be exchanged for a lot of rewards. Of course, Qin Shao didn't want to exchange for rewards. Qin Shao wasn't interested in ordinary rewards at all. Only through killing did Qin Shao find the feeling of cultivation. If he followed this feeling, then he wouldn't be far from breaking through to 2-star all things. Of course, although it felt like it wouldn't be too far away, a breakthrough of this level was like a heavenly chasm. Every step forward was like breaking through a heavenly chasm. It was too difficult. It was simply too difficult to advance from a 1-star all things expert to a 2-star all things expert. Even if he was a genius, it would take him millions or even tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. Rome wasn't built in a day. Cultivation was not something that could be accomplished overnight. The higher one went, the more difficult it would be. Pucci. Qin Zhao's sword slashed across a prey's body beautifully, directly cutting the prey's body into 2 halves. The prey's divine body collapsed and died. This was the use of the All Things Dao aura. It gathered the All Things Dao aura into a single point and erupted in an instant. It was a peerless edge. The 500th one. Qin Shao put away his sword and curled his lips. This was the 500th prey he had killed since entering the hunting ground. To be able to kill 500 prey on his first time entering the hunting ground, such a result was probably hard to find in the entire heart of all things world. However, this was just the beginning for Qin Shao. It wasn't the limit. Qin Shao had just put away his sword when a message suddenly popped up in his mind. This was the message that the All Things Arena sent to everyone. At the same time, everyone in the yellow zone of the All Things Arena received it. After reading the message, Qin Shao was stunned. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. What is this? I can't even keep a low profile? This message was about Qin Shao. The message was, "Congratulations to Jian Shanhe for completing 500 consecutive kills on his first time entering the hunting ground. He is rewarded with 50 points. Qin Shao didn't expect that there would be a reward for completing 500 consecutive kills. Moreover, the message was pushed across the entire region, letting everyone know about it. Wasn't he famous all of a sudden? Jian Shanhe's name instantly spread across the yellow zone. Discussions followed. Jian Shanhe? Where did he come from? I've never heard of him. It's normal that you haven't heard of him. It's his first time entering the hunting ground. He must be a newbie, unless he has never entered the hunting ground before. Even if he hasn't entered the hunting ground before, such a ruthless person should have some fame in other places. But I've never heard of him. That's true. I've never heard of him in the arena or the challenge ground. It's him. Last time I was defeated by this guy. I didn't expect him to complete 500 consecutive kills. It seems like I didn't lose unjustly. Jian Shanhe? Then, after 2,000 consecutive kills, there would be another reward. The reward would be 100 points, and so on and so forth. This reward system is quite interesting. If you can keep on killing, then the reward will be better and the points will be earned faster and more quickly. If you want to kill your way to the yellow board, then it's too difficult to just rely on killing prey. Moreover, it's very slow. After all, killing a prey only gives you 1 point. But if there's a reward, then the more you kill, the more points there will be. Interesting way to play. Moreover, as your fame increases, there will be more people paying attention to you. The more famous you are, the more difficult it will be. I guess you will be targeted by some experienced people or some terrifying teams. Then, you will be in big trouble. Therefore, every time the Universal Arena rewards you, it will send a message to all the people in a district so that others will target you. On the one hand, it's to be vigilant. On the other hand, it's to let the experienced people target you. Moreover, there will even be some missions to snipe you. There are really many ways to play this game. There are also many ways to play it. The more experienced you are, the more famous you will be. Then, the Universal Arena will think of ways to deal with you. But I'm very happy to play this kind of game. The more ruthless he played, the more exciting it would be and the more benefits it would bring to Qin Shao. Wasn't cultivation for these benefits? As for the rest, it didn't matter. Qin Shao didn't bother to care so much. On this day, Qin Shao met a strange person. This was a man with an elegant demeanor, an imposing appearance, and an unbelievably beautiful appearance. He was dressed in a brocade robe with golden silk and jade silk. He held a jade fan in his hand and looked very arrogant. He raised his chin slightly and looked at Qin Shao with contempt in his eyes. He looked down at Qin Shao with a condescending aura. Being looked at by this man, Qin Shao felt that he was despised. This kind of feeling was really unpleasant. Moreover, this man was swaggering and didn't hide at all. This kind of person was either too arrogant or very powerful and fearless. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't figure out the man in front of him. He didn't know which kind of person he was. "Are you Jian Shanhe, who has been in the limelight recently?" The man in front of him asked lightly. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. Qin Shao frowned slightly and looked at the man calmly. He said, "Yes, I am Jian Shanhe. May I know who you are?" "Me?" The man in front of him raised his eyebrows and snorted. He said, "Actually, you are not qualified to know my name. But since you asked, I don't mind telling you. Anyway, you are going to die soon. I will take it as your last request before you die." Chapter 1172. Puffing oneself up at one's own cost, young Master Yulin? Qin Shao frowned slightly. He had never heard of this person before. Perhaps he was too ignorant, but at least there was no such person on the yellow board. Since he wasn't on the yellow board, no matter how famous he was, he should be just SOSO, right? Therefore, Qin Shao shook his head lightly and said, "Sorry, I've never heard of you." "What? What did you say? You've never heard of my name? You actually said that you've never heard of my name?" Hearing Qin Shao say that he had never heard of him, young Master Yulin immediately became extremely excited. His voice rose a few octaves, and he glared at Qin Shao with a very surprised and shocked attitude. As if all of this shouldn't have happened. Then, young Master Yulin squinted at Qin Shao with a very pitiful look and snorted softly, "Humph, it seems that you've only been in the hunting ground for a short time. It's normal for you to be so ignorant. I won't lower myself to the level of a rookie like you, but you'll soon remember me, and you'll never forget me for the rest of your life. Boy, if I want to kill you, it's no different from killing an ant. That bit of strength of yours is completely insignificant in this young master's eyes. So boy, I advise you to be sensible and end your own life. In that case, it wouldn't be as simple as death. You can be proud that you can die in front of me. Hurry up and do it. I don't have much patience. Hearing such funny and somewhat childish words, Qin Shao really couldn't help but want to laugh. Wasn't this guy a little too narcissistic? Where did he get the confidence to say such insufferably arrogant words? Looking at this extremely arrogant young Master Yulin, Qin Shao only felt that it was funny. This person was a little different from the usual arrogant and domineering young masters. The words that came out of his mouth were more amusing. This kind of person was more like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. He was overconfident and liked to brag. True arrogance was arrogance with strength. But Qin Shao didn't think that young Master Yulin in front of him was very strong. Therefore, the arrogance that young Master Yulin displayed was even more comical and amusing. Okay, then I'll do it. Qin Shao curled her lips and replied casually. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, young Master Yulin smiled proudly. That's more like it, HM? However, before he could finish his happy words, a sharp sword edge came at him. Clearly, Qin Shao didn't make a move against him. Instead, he charged towards young Master Yulin. This was a move that did not follow common sense. Young Master Yulin's expression instantly exploded like thunder. He looked flustered and exasperated. Jian Shanhe, why are you so untrustworthy? Didn't you say that you would end your own life? You actually attacked me. Humph, you're making this young master very angry, very angry. Therefore, this young master can very responsibly tell you that Jian Shanhe, you are going to be unlucky today. Don't think that your 500 consecutive kills are very powerful. It's nothing in my eyes. The more Qin Shao looked at young Master Yulin, the more he felt that he was bluffing. From the looks of it, he didn't look like a very powerful person. You speak as if you've completed a 500 consecutive kills before? Qin Zhao's teasing words carried a hint of mockery. Instantly, young Master Yulin's face flushed red. Reality proved that he definitely hadn't completed a 500 consecutive kills before. Seeing young Master Yulin's comical red face, Qin Shao simply stopped and didn't continue to attack. It was also a good opportunity to see how famous this famous young Master Yulin was. After a moment of exasperation, young Master Yulin refused to admit defeat and said, "Who said that this young master can't complete a 500 consecutive kills? Isn't it just a 500 consecutive kills? This young master just disdains to do things that show off. This young master has always been very low-key, okay? If this young master wanted to, not to mention 500 consecutive kills, even 5,000 consecutive kills would be a piece of cake. It's just that this young master is too lazy to do it, and disdains to do it. This young master came to the hunting ground to cultivate, not to compete for a moment of victory and to kill. In fact, this young master doesn't like killing at all, okay? So, this young master can't even be bothered to make a move against ordinary people. Of course, ordinary people are also tactful. When they see this young master, they will kill themselves, saving this young master the trouble of doing it personally. Today, it's you who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. At this time, he was actually still stubborn. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He was rather interested. Perhaps it was because his life had been too boring recently, so when he met such an interesting person, Qin Shao also felt a little playful. It was rare to meet such a top-notch person. In any case, Qin Shao was still in the mood, so he played with this young Master Yulin. "All right, young Master Yulin. Since you're so experienced, then I'll take this opportunity today to experience your skills. Young Master Yulin, you're so experienced, so you must be able to easily defeat me, right? You'll definitely be able to convince me of my defeat. Come, come, young Master Yulin, make your move, Qin Shao said, curling his lips. The corners of young Master Yulin's mouth twitched, but his face was still full of arrogance. He glanced sideways at Qin Shao and said, Boy, you're really not afraid of death. All right, since you insist on looking for a beating, then this young master will fulfill your wish today. I'll also let you know that this young master's reputation is not undeserved. This young master's great reputation is earned through my own strength. Great reputation? Qin Shao didn't really believe in the words he fought, but the words he boasted were true. Then, let's fight. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. Without saying another word, he directly attacked. Qin Zhao's sword slashed toward young Master Yulin. The sword, which carried the might of all things, instantly arrived in front of young Master Yulin. The powerful force turned into a destructive calamity and smashed down. This boy's strength is so strong. Young Master Yulin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he smelled the powerful aura. He knew that Jian Shanhe had some strength, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. It seemed that Jian Shanhe was indeed a difficult character to deal with, a bone that was hard to chew. However, the battle had already begun. Young Master Yulin didn't have anything else to think about. He could only attack with all his strength. He waved the jade fan in his hand and drew a circle in the air. As he waved his jade fan, it seemed to open a door to a foreign realm. A powerful force surged out from the door of the foreign realm. It turned into an incomparably powerful ferocious beast, roaring wildly as it charged toward Jian Shanhe. In terms of aura, young Master Yulin was full of it. He had the demeanor of an expert. The jade fan in his hand seemed to be able to control a foreign realm. Strange phenomena appeared one after another, turning into powerful attacks. This young Master Yulin did have some tricks up his sleeve. However, in Qin Zhao's eyes, these attacks were flashy but impractical. They were full of flaws. They were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They didn't have much power at all. Therefore, under the surging of Qin Zhao's sword, young Master Yulin's attacks were directly stirred up and destroyed. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. They couldn't block Qin Zhao's strength at all. The moment young Master Yulin made his move, Qin Shao completely saw through him. With Qin Zhao's vision, it was naturally easy for him to see through a person. Young Master Yulin indeed didn't have much strength. Of course, he still had strength. His strength was probably even above Yi Xian's. All, in the hunting ground, he wasn't considered weak. Qin Shao hadn't met anyone stronger than young Master Yulin in the past year. Unfortunately, young Master Yulin had encountered Qin Shao, so he was destined to fail miserably at such an easy task. What? He actually defeated my attacks with a single blow? How could this be? Young Master Yulin's heart also turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that his attacks would be so weak. Instantly, young Master Yulin's expression changed. He cursed in his heart. But at this moment, he didn't have any other methods to block Qin Zhao's attack. So, he could only watch as the terrifying power of all things smashed down fiercely. His defense completely collapsed. In the end, the powerful force smashed heavily on his body, directly sending young Master Yulin flying. 20% of young Master Yulin's divine body was instantly destroyed. He almost vomited blood. Young Master Yulin's expression finally changed slightly. He lost some of his insufferably arrogant aura. The way he looked at Qin Shao also changed a little. He no longer had the arrogant aura from before. The situation had naturally undergone a subtle change. Oh, young Master Yulin, It seems that your strength isn't as strong as you said. I think that you must have gone easy on me and hidden your strength, right? Qin Shao teased. Young Master Yulin hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. I was going easy on you just now. I only used 10% of my strength, okay? Humph, otherwise, how could you hurt me? I was just afraid that I would hit you too hard and kill you in an instant. That wouldn't be fun. Kid, I have to admit that I underestimated you a little. You do have a little bit of strength. No wonder you could complete 500 consecutive kills. That's not bad. But you're too young and a little too arrogant. This isn't a good thing. Kid, if you admit your mistake now, I can consider letting you go. You still have a chance. You might be able to complete 1,000 consecutive kills. At that time, you might have some qualifications to talk to me. As for now, you're still far from it. Even at this time, he still didn't forget to boast. Qin Shao had really never seen such a narcissistic person before. Brother Pure was also very narcissistic, but he was far from being like this. This was a classic case of puffing oneself up at one's own cost. But for some reason, Qin Shao didn't feel that young Master Yulin was very hateful. Instead, he felt that this kind of person was very funny and fun. In fact, many of these narcissistic people were not evil people. Qin Shao didn't hate such narcissistic people either. Perhaps it was because he had spent so much time with Brother Pure, so Qin Shao had always been tolerant of such narcissistic people. I see. I knew that young Master Yulin wouldn't only have this little strength. All right, young Master Yulin, let's continue. After winning so many times, I always want to lose once. Who knows, I might even need young Master Yulin to fulfill my wish today. Young Master Yulin, why don't you use some strength to fight with me? Qin Shao pursed his lips and chuckled mockingly. Young Master Yulin almost gritted his teeth. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. He gritted his teeth and said, Forget it, kid. I don't want to bully you. I already know your strength. At most, you only have 20% of my strength. If I really use some strength, I'll definitely slap you to death. Chapter 1173. Begging for mercy. Obviously, young Master Yulin knew that he couldn't defeat Qin Shao, so he wanted to escape. But he couldn't go back on his words just now, so he could only pretend to be profound. Yulin wanted to be merciful, but Qin Shao was very tactless. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, young Master Yulin. I think I can try again. Sometimes, winning or losing isn't important. What's important is that I can accumulate experience from it. To be honest, after winning for so long, I really want to experience the feeling of losing. Young Master Yulin, why don't you take this opportunity to fulfill my wish? These words made people feel like they were going crazy. Wasn't it a little too despicable? Anyway, young Master Yulin was very speechless. They had fought once just now, so young Master Yulin didn't want to continue fighting with Qin Shao. But he had no choice but to fight. The other party actually didn't want to let him go. What should he do? If he continued to fight and really lost, then there would be no turning back. If he didn't fight now, he could still cover it up. Therefore, this made young Master Yulin very depressed. How could one's shoes not get wet if they often walked by the river? Today, he had kicked a hardboard. But since he had already bragged, he couldn't be weak now. Therefore, young Master Yulin still looked at Qin Shao with an arrogant expression and said, What's wrong, kid? Do you really want to fight with me? I started to appreciate you a little, but why do you make me hate you so much? It wasn't easy for you to achieve 500 consecutive kills. Do you really want this result to be ruined here? It's very easy for me to fulfill your wish. I just have to make a move. But you have to be clear about the price you have to pay. I really don't understand you. You just have to ask for a rebuff, right? Young man, you're still a little too arrogant. Young Master Yulin looked like an elder lecturing a junior. Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. Look at you, you're not old. Cough. Young Master Yulin's face turned red and he stuttered a little. He retorted, Who said I'm not old? I'm already 30,000 years old, okay? 30,000 years old. This is also considered big? Qin Shao wanted to laugh out loud. Although Qin Shao was not old, he was at least 400,000 years old. In the divine realm, 30,000 years old was no different from a little brat. Qin Shao shook his head. He didn't want to waste any more time with this young Master Yulin. Alright, young Master Yulin. Since you're not going to make a move, then I'll make a move. What? Seeing that Qin Shao was actually so stubborn and was really going to make a move, young Master Yulin was so scared that his face turned a little pale. His heart was filled with bitterness, and he even felt like crying. The sword in Qin Zhao's hand suddenly pointed towards the sky. Young Master Yulin even had the thought of dying. With a long face and an ugly expression, he said, Don't, Brother Shanha. Young Master Shanha, can I admit defeat? Admit defeat? Hearing young Master Yulin lower his head and admit defeat, Qin Shao almost laughed out loud. This was completely different from the arrogant person just now. However, Qin Shao still continued to tease him. It's not good to admit defeat so quickly, right? Why don't we continue playing? I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. I sincerely admit defeat, Brother Shanha. Brother Shanha, please stop. I was just bragging just now. Brother Shanha, please don't take it seriously. Young Master Yulin finally gave in completely and admitted defeat. Hearing young Master Yulin admit defeat, Qin Shao thought for a moment and stopped. Originally, Qin Shao didn't have the intention to kill young Master Yulin. He just wanted to play with him and see how long he could pretend for. Now that his lie had been exposed, it was about time to end this. All in all, Qin Shao felt that young Master Yulin was quite an interesting person, so he was willing to play with him. Qin Shao stopped, and young Master Yulin escaped a calamity. He wiped off his cold sweat and panted for a while before calming down slightly. If Qin Shao didn't stop just now, then he, young Master Yulin, would definitely die here today. After calming down, young Master Yulin didn't forget to tidy up his clothes so that he wouldn't look so disheveled. His narcissism was really deep in his bones. After tidying up, young Master Yulin regained his aura of an expert. However, when he saw Qin Shao walking over, young Master Yulin's face immediately filled with a flattering smile. He hurriedly expressed his goodwill. Brother Shanha, why are you so strong? I really have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I kicked Brother Shanha's hardboard. No wonder Brother Shanha can kill 500 people in a row. You really live up to your name. I'm impressed. Just now, young Master Yulin was disdainful of Qin Shao. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he would become so respectful. Such a change really made people unable to restrain their laughter. However, Qin Shao didn't care about these compliments. He waved his hand at young Master Yulin and said, It's not that I'm strong. It's just that your strength is indeed very ordinary. I think you'd better not be so narcissistic. If you brag too much, it will be exposed sooner or later. You're lucky to have met me today. If you met someone else, then you wouldn't have such a good ending. Cough, cough. Young Master Yulin's face turned red. Well, my strength is actually not bad, right? I'm a well-known figure in our city. I'm definitely an outstanding young talent. Besides, I've never suffered a loss in the hunting ground. Today, I only suffered such a huge loss because I met you, big brother Shanha. My strength is not bad. Young Master Yulin's strength was indeed not bad. If he was in a small city, he could indeed be an outstanding existence. However, in Qin Zhao's eyes, he was still a little lacking. Alright. If you think I'm not bad, then I'm not bad. Alright, I've made an exception by not killing you today. None of the prey that was originally in my hands managed to escape alive. You are the first one. Alright, let's part ways here. Otherwise, I'll regret not killing you. Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to argue with young Master Yulin. However, young Master Yulin had no intention of bidding farewell to Qin Shao. Instead, he leaned forward and said very familiarly, Brother Shanha, don't be anxious. Let me introduce myself. My real name is Yulin. Others like to call me young Master Yulin. I'm from Xiangshan City. What about you, Brother Shanha? Seeing young Master Yulin so close, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. He said, just call me Jian Shanha. Obviously, Qin Shao wasn't willing to say anything else. He still wanted to keep a low profile. Therefore, he couldn't reveal these things. Otherwise, it would probably spread very quickly. If there was a second person who knew about it, then there might be a third person who knew about it. Once the news spread, it would definitely spread rapidly. Therefore, in this aspect, Qin Shao was still quite cautious. Seeing that Qin Shao wasn't willing to say, young Master Yulin didn't give up. Instead, he continued, Brother Shanha, just tell me. Don't worry, I'll definitely not reveal a single word to anyone. I'm a very tight-lipped person. You can rest assured and just tell me. What are you afraid of? Look, I'm not afraid of anything. We can be considered friends from an exchange of blows. Let's be friends. Actually, I'm quite easy to get along with. Don't think that I'm quite narcissistic and like to boast occasionally. In fact, after you get to know me better, you'll know that I'm actually quite low-key most of the time. Low-key, Qin Shao really didn't think that this word had anything to do with young Master Yulin. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't pay attention to him and left on his own. However, young Master Yulin seemed to be sticking to Qin Shao and continued to follow him. Brother Shanha, say a few words. Don't ignore me. I sincerely want to be friends with you. The people I respect the most are strong people like you. You're definitely a peerless genius. I, young Master Yulin, am also a peerless genius. As the saying goes, heroes appreciate each other. This should be what it's like. Hey, Brother Shanha, don't walk so fast. Wait for me. I still have a lot to say to you. Young Master Yulin was a little talkative. He chattered nonstop with Qin Shao and always liked to ask about this and that. Even if Qin Shao was unwilling to say, he wouldn't let go. Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. If he wanted to ask, then ask. If he wanted to follow, then follow. Chapter 1174. It was truly fate. After parting ways with young Master Yulin, Qin Shao didn't stop. Instead, he continued to hunt. To him, the 500 kill combo was just the beginning. His goal was far more than just the 500 kill combo. Of course, as he became more and more famous, he would receive more and more attention. It would definitely be more difficult for him in the future. In the Universal Arena, one could also issue missions by spending points. Therefore, some experienced teams could come and hunt Qin Shao. Moreover, as long as you were willing to spend points, you could get Qin Zhao's information at any time. That was equivalent to having nowhere to hide. This mode also increased the excitement of the hunting ground. Therefore, the more dangerous you were, the more trouble you would encounter and the more danger you would encounter. This was also a form of invisible restraint. The more dangerous you were, the more the hunting ground would restrict you, increasing the difficulty of the hunt. The hunting ground wouldn't allow an invincible person to exist. Even at a certain point, the hunting ground itself would create some trouble for you, or give you a high reward of points to stifle you. Of course, Qin Shao was still far from reaching that level. However, Qin Shao had killed so many people along the way. Moreover, more than 10 teams had been trapped by Qin Shao. Therefore, he had provoked many enemies. These enemies were the ones who were most likely to issue missions to kill Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't care about these. Even if the wind and rain came more fiercely, Qin Shao didn't care. What he wanted was this kind of training environment. It was this kind of dangerous situation. It was this kind of terrifying stimulation. Only in this way could his potential be stimulated and push him to move forward. Qin Zhao's hunting speed was basically the same. On average, there would be a battle every day. It was about the speed of obtaining 500 points in a year. 1.5 years later, Qin Zhao's points had already exceeded 800. In another half year, he should be able to complete the 1000 kill combo. On this day, after Qin Shao finished off a prey, he discovered that there was another one hiding in the dark. Qin Shao made a decisive move, severely injuring the prey with one blow and forcing it out. When she saw the prey that had been forced out, Qin Zhao's sword, which was in midair, could not help but stop. She stared at the man and said, "Why is it you again?" This man turned out to be the guy who had been killed twice by Qin Shao. It really felt like enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Speaking of which, it was really a coincidence that he would meet this guy once every half a year. He had been killed by Qin Shao twice before. This was the third time. This situation was really strange. One must know that the hunting ground was very vast, and every time one entered, they would be randomly assigned to the hunting ground. Therefore, after dying once, there was a very small chance that they would appear in the same place as before. Most of them would appear very far away. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult for them to encounter it twice in a short period of time. Except for the man in front of him, Qin Shao had not encountered anyone else twice. This was the third time the man in front of him had done it. Qin Shao was quite surprised. It was as if he was playing a game. Moreover, wasn't this too much of a joke? Anyway, Qin Shao himself was also a little speechless. The man in front of him wanted to cry but had no tears. He looked at Qin Shao with a resentful face and said with a long face, "Jian Shanhe, how did I offend you? How did I offend you? Why are you still haunting me like a ghost? I have been killed twice by you. What else do you want? I beg you to be merciful and let me go, okay?" As he spoke, the man in front of him looked as if he was about to cry. This was really too much of a bully. How could he play like this? Was it not enough for him to be killed twice? Did he want to do it again? He only came once every half a year. How could he live well? Qin Shao said, "Don't be like this. I don't want to. You can't blame me. How about, I don't kill you this time?" After killing him twice, Qin Shao did not have the heart to kill him again. He always felt that it was too cruel. After all, there was no grudge between them. There was no need to do this. Besides, the strength of the man in front of him was ordinary. Killing him would give Qin Shao 1 point and a kill. There was no other benefit. It was just a kill. Qin Shao could choose not to take it. Therefore, whether he killed him or not did not have any effect on Qin Shao at all. Seeing that the man in front of him wanted to cry but had no tears, Qin Shao was a little soft-hearted. It was better not to kill him. However, Qin Zhao's kindness did not get the man's understanding. He became a little emotional and said, "Humph, don't try to lie to me. I don't believe your nonsense. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Don't think you can humiliate me. This time, I don't want you to kill me. I will kill myself. Anyway, I won't be able to leave here alive today." After saying that, the man really blew himself up. Qin Shao wanted to say something to stop him, but before he could say anything, the man had already blown himself up. There was no time to stop him. Seeing this, Qin Shao was also stunned. It took him a long time to come to his senses. He shook his head with a wry smile. This man is really miserable. I don't want him to be like this. If it were anyone else, they would probably break down. I said I wouldn't kill him, but he didn't believe me. Hey, do I look like a bad person? Qin Shao always felt that he should look like a good person. He did not look like a bad person. But there was no other way. Things had come to this, and he could not say anything more. After calming down, Qin Shao continued to hunt prey. In a cave. Swish. Swish. A few silhouettes quickly approached this side, and soon, a total of 7 people had gathered. These 7 people were dressed differently, but they all looked very majestic and had the demeanor of an expert. They gave people the feeling that they were not good people. The leader of the 7 people was obviously a silver-haired man. He was so beautiful that it was as if he had walked out of a dream. This kind of beauty was enough to make any man jealous, or even tempted. She had a head of silver hair and was clad in silver armor. Coupled with her slender figure and snow-white skin, she looked very beautiful. His blue eyes and eagle-like nose also looked very sharp. Looking at the badges on the 7 people's clothes, those who were knowledgeable would recognize that this was the symbol of the Silver Fox. Silver Fox was an infamous team in the hunting ground. They had quite a reputation in the hunting ground, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they caused people to tremble in fear upon hearing their name. There were many people who had fallen into Silver Fox's hands. In the hunting ground there were countless teams like this. Moreover, the teams were also ranked. But the ranking of the teams was only recorded in the last 1,000,000 years. In other words, it must be a team that appeared in the last 1,000,000 years to be counted. If they did not appear in the last 100 years, it would not be recorded. According to the teams in the last 1,000,000 years, there was also a ranking. There were 10,000 names recorded, and this Silver Fox team was ranked in the team ranking. Although they were ranked at the bottom, they were still a team that made it into the team ranking. So, their strength could still be predicted. Hee, boss, this financial backer is really willing to part with his capital. He actually offered 300 points for our Silver Fox to take action. It's just to kill a brat. There's no way we can refuse such a price. A burly man grinned. Immediately, another man agreed. Yes, of course we can't reject this price. Isn't it just to kill a kid who is in the limelight now? After all, he's just a kid. It hasn't even been 2 years since he entered the hunting ground. He's still very inexperienced. The hunting ground is not a place for him to behave atrociously. If he wants to become famous in the hunting ground, he has to ask if we agree to it. That kid got a 500 consecutive kills. He can forget about 1,000 consecutive kills. We can't let him do what our Silver Fox couldn't do. 1,000 consecutive kills in the hunting ground for the first time was an extremely difficult task. Very few people could do it. For a team to do it, it was even rarer. The silver-haired man in silver armor waved his hand. Instantly, everyone quieted down and looked over. The corners of the silver-haired man's mouth curled up slightly. It was a strange and evil sneer. It was a faint smile, but it was as if he was possessed. It gave people a strange and deep feeling. All right, stop arguing. Since we've accepted this mission, we have to start moving. It wasn't easy for our Silver Fox team to make it into the team ranking. But this is just the beginning. Now we should compete for the ranking. Accept more missions and earn more points. That's what we should do. 300 points, that's a feast for me. If it's a big meal, we should eat it quickly so that we don't have to worry about it. I've also done some research on that Jian Shanha. He's a guy with some strength. Let's not be careless. Once we let our guard down, there might be some unforeseen event. The silver-haired man in silver armor said with an unparalleled dignity. It was a dignity that didn't allow anyone to go against. The other 6 people also listened to this dignity and didn't dare to go against it. The silver-haired man in silver armor waved his hand and pointed in a direction. Let's go. We'll just rob him over there. Looking at his route, the secluded valley is where he has to pass by. If we stop him at the secluded valley, we can easily kill him. Haha, boss. It's just killing a kid. You don't have to be so nervous. Why do we need to stop him at the secluded valley? We can just kill him directly. He's just a kid. I don't think he has the ability to escape from our hands. The muscular man didn't think much of it and said with disdain. Obviously, he didn't care about Jian Shanha at all. Since Jian Shanha had achieved a good result of 500 consecutive kills, the silver-haired man in silver armor glanced at him coldly. Immediately, the muscular man was scared and shut up. He smiled at the silver-haired man in silver armor. I've always told you that you shouldn't be careless when facing any opponent. Even if the opponent is weak, we should take it seriously. Even a weak ant can bite an elephant. In every battle, we must be prepared to go all out. So, in this battle, we have to be careful. We can't be careless. The silver-haired man in silver armor said sternly. These words were also for the other 6 people to hear. The other 6 people nodded as if they had been taught a lesson. In fact, they didn't know how many times they had heard these words. Although they didn't agree with it in their hearts, they obviously didn't dare to go against the silver-haired man in silver armor. They could only obey. Let's go. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.